Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 150, Roots Miscalculation. Hello there guys, short chapter here. I am in the midst of exam periods, so I will get it out of the way and say it is short here and now. I save you the trouble of saying short in comments. The main reason I have been pumping out chapters despite being exams is because I like these chapters. Also, last chapter was really interesting for me. I don't understand why there was so much hate. There was a lot of psychology and revelations I didn't know about. Maybe I am the only one that didn't know and all of you actually knew all that without the need to say it. Anyways, I wanted to use this corner to thank all the great support from all this time. All donators as well, thank you very much. Tomo, Shiki, and I were approached by the top-class guests, the Limia King, Princess Lily, and Sarit-san. They requested us for the teleport of both countries, Limia and Gridonia. After that, won't that leave the church people here? It seems the Ion people have already left the neighboring towns and headed towards Stella Fort after all. We also used the teleport when assisting the Merchant Guild Southwest. It is already close to its limit, is the total lie, Tomo said with an apologetic expression. The Limia King and Princess Lily lowered their heads, lined up words that can only be taken as threats, and requested for the teleport no matter the method needed. Sarit-san soothed the situation every now and then, but Tomo evasively apologized. When those two changed their target to me, I seriously got scared. As expected, when there's their country at stake, their intensity is different. It's like their grit. Princess Lily looks slightly older than me, and yet, her aura was completely different from mine. I don't know if it's their lineage or their education, but they are incredible people. Strangely, it was scary, but I didn't feel that weakness I felt when I was dealing with Zara-san. In a corner of myself, I still held composure and was able to ignore it. Waka, it is already enough. Please nod. You did well, Tomo. Tomo's thought transmission. At the moment I was thinking about throwing it back to Tomo, she came and told me. That's a great help. Understood. This is an emergency situation, so it can't be helped. Tomo, can you do it? After a lot of pushing and pulling, I finally nodded. It is something that I can do to begin with, and being unable to do it is Tomo's total lie. Things will probably line up later. Waka, it isn't something impossible, and if you tell me to do it, this Tomo will do so as you wish, but if one teleport is done, the sword won't be able to handle another 1 inch, Tomo. What do you mean by that? It will most likely break. And it will probably be impossible to repair. Is it really okay to sacrifice this sword that has been supporting Kuzunoha Company until now? Tomo. I see. Changing the teleport basis to a tool. In other words, when the tool is broken, it will make the person believe that you will be unable to use it anymore. I finally understood the true reason as to why they made such a pretext like placing the teleport power to a short katana. So we will not be using teleport from now on. Or she already has another pretext to use teleport later on. At any rate, I will follow the play of Tomo. I don't mind. This is a request from the people holding back the demon race in the war. If we are able to be of help, I want to cooperate. I don't know if there's a substitute for that sword, but if destiny so wishes, we will meet again. Understood, Tomo. With a face as if facing mental agony, Tomo acts as if she is troubled, and she separates a bit from Limia King, Princess Lily, Sarit-san, and Root, who at some point in time was already beside those three. Things like, the distance to the capital is way too much, and, if it's the Empire, it will only reach until the town Robin, which is close to the highway, are the details she was creating. After a while, Tomo unsheathes the short katana, and while placing major emphasis, she opened a mist gate. Limia's king in the night entered that gate and disappear. For some reason, the prince stayed. After that, Princess Lily and several people that seemed to be her close aides disappear inside a gate that was created separately. At this side, a number of people that looked like chamberlains stayed. And then, the sword broke. With a grim face, Tomo falls on her knees. What a nice act. That's a fake sword right there. Of course, I won't be saying it. The eyes of Sarit-san, the prince, and the chamberlains showed slight signs of relief as they look at Tomo. Maybe it is relief that we won't be able to use teleport anymore. Well, we have the teleport ability and the power to fight against variants, so thinking about both of those points, it is probably a pretty scary thing. I wanted to ask the bitter-faced Tomo what's with those feelings of hers as a bit of opposition, but I decided to just go to where she is and place a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay, Tomo? I am sorry. Kukuku, those guys are getting relieved. Seriously, it is because they are so naive that the demon race is playing them like a fiddle. How stupid, Tomo. It was a waste to even try to act worried. In the end, she asked me to leave her alone for a while and I gave her the permission to. After that, we reached the courtyard where Tomo separated from us. When she said alone, she secretly told me in thought transmission that she will be in Asura, so Tomo is in Asura right now. And that's why, if we teleport now, it would be bad. The battle's outcome will hinge on how much power the heroes possess. Well, the demon race has already taken that into account, and that's why they are aiming for a short decisive battle. As long as there's no special situation occurring, the events will advance as the demon race planned. Shiki. Is there a good hand we can play while we are in Rotsgard? Makoto. Yes. It may be bad for us to head there ourselves, but if it's, for example, the Wingedkin and the Gorgon who no one knows their connection with us, and there's also the choice on sending the Arcs to provide support, Shiki. That's not a viable option. To send someone from Asura to a battlefield where none of us is in, that's an absolute no. Also, the Wingedkin fly in the sky, you know. Won't they turn into good targets? Makoto. Wakasama, the Wingedkin is quite the strong race. Maybe they can even bring down a country by themselves. Try watching a fight of them against the other races. It is just that their ability to fight against Wakasama is despairingly low. Also, the Gorgons, if they were sent out to the battlefield, they possess a terrifying ability that can end the battle. At worst, we can arbitrarily dispel the petrification of the ones we want to. No problems there. It is not a petrification that brings instant death. They are very special ability users after all, Shiki. When I reject the idea of using only the people residing in Asura as fighting force, Shiki comes at me in a slightly serious manner. Are the Wingedkin actually strong? Not only can't they take my arrows, they even fly all the way into the sky and hide over the clouds. Those kind of weak beings. Even the Gorgons, if you create a barrier against petrification, their only weapon left would be their moving hair. I really can't agree to sending only them to fight, and on top of that, it is a battlefield. If Shiki says so, I will check it out some other time. But this time is a pretty serious attack from the demon race, right? Also, there's the chance that the hero will see them as Momonos and attack them. I don't want that to happen, Makoto. If you say so, it can't be helped. Thinking about the success rate and the demerits on our side, I thought it would be a good plan though, Shiki. I don't want to simply abandon the hero, but we can't just straightforwardly go there. How troublesome. Hey Shiki, we were talking about the kingdom all this time, but what about the empire? If that's the true decoy, then there's not much need to worry about that side. Makoto. I noticed that we have only been talking about the kingdom. Right, there's two heroes. That's the point I can't see clearly yet. Honestly speaking, I don't know. I do have something in mind, but I wonder if that's actually correct, Shiki. Can you tell me please? Makoto. For the demon race to do a two-sided attack, they still have too few fighting force. Moreover, the forces at the Empire are dispersed. I don't feel like they are aiming for the capital at that side. But if the Empire discovers that the battle there is a decoy, the Empire's hero has a dragon that is boasted for their high mobility, so he will most likely go there to provide support. The demons that haven't brought down the Limia capital will be caught in a pincer attack by the Limia hero and the Empire hero. It seems the Empire's hero is good against many enemies, so his power isn't something they can ignore. The longer the fight prolongs, the chances the people stationed at Stella Fort for the attack will regroup with the capital, and not only will the demons have inferior numbers, they might even be wiped out. If that were to happen, everything will turn out as pointless, Shiki. So there should be a reason why they dispersed their forces at the Empire, but I don't know the reason clearly yet. I am thinking that maybe the dragon slayer Wakasama talked about before is slipped in one of the units heading to the Empire. If they were to use her to completely hold the hero back, I don't know the reason for dispersing the forces, but I would understand how it would work to reinforce the plan to attack Limia. But the dragon slayer siding with the demon race is something that is not well known yet. If she were to fight in this kind of battle, the truth that she is a traitor will spread through the whole world. I wonder if that person would actually do something like that, is what I am mulling over right now. Shiki. Sophia, I don't know about her at all. I have only met her once, so there's no way I would know what she is thinking. Makoto. What we both have in common is that we have a superior dragon accompanying us. But her way of thinking is something I can't read. Depends on where Rona will be appearing, huh? If it's in the Empire will really be a decoy, and the dispersal of their forces is to draw out the Empire. Is one way of thinking, but, Shiki. It seems like both the kingdom and the Empire are in a pretty precarious situation. Limia's side seems worse, so I think that something should be done. They are fellow Japanese after all. To think that something like this was happening in the world while we were moving in Rotsgard. I feel like this matter will become big. The miraculous move Makoto-kun did unawarely, the restoration of the thought transmission at that timing, I thought the hero-killing plan of the demon race would progress perfectly, but it seems like it will be slightly stormy. Root. On a tower at the corner of the academy, Root looks at Makoto and Shiki, who are close to the gate. Quite the eyesight. Normally, it would be impossible to see them from that distance. The most that someone with good eyes would be able to do is see those two as a speck. At night, it would be even more difficult. With that one move, it would be like denying his connection with the demon race. On top of that, showing the power of the Kuzunoha company to the various countries, they are now seen as a threat. Well, they did obtain a big advantage, which is to have everyone in Rotsgard like Kuzunoha company. Root. If the timing were faster, or a bit slower, it would have been possible that it would turn harder for Kuzunoha company to deny their connection with the demon race. The actions of Tomo also influenced, but the setting she created from the very beginning was a bit slow, is how Root saw it in his point of view. Makoto's timing was good and it was at pinpoint. Not only that, it wasn't his own proposition but something an authority forcefully pushed onto him. It was a timing that many people thought as something that wasn't his aim and intention. A chance that even the person himself can't determine, a moment that he didn't even know would be coming. It isn't something that can be aimed for. It is something that can't be done unless you have been born in that kind of star. Root can't do anything but laugh. But well, there was also another emotion mixed in aside from his irresistible urge to laugh. It is Makoto-kun after all. Even if he is below a star where he draws a jackpot from time to time, he perpetrates all those things. Even at this time, it even made me think that he drew a joker along with that ace, Root. He had no basis, but Makoto is not lucky. Root knows that well. That's why Root doesn't think that Makoto just earned that unexpected achievement. Ending in a fight with a superior dragon without aiming for it, encountering a calamity spider, unable to understand the words of the people he met, having a normal appearance and still be looked down for it, no matter where you see it, he was always involved in something. Root thinks he has that kind of fate. Furthermore, he has changed all of those into pluses and has reached up to this point. This time, just what will you do next? Root. Suddenly opening wide those eyes of enjoyment, he turns towards the empty sky. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to move yet. Woman, you also push yourself way too hard. Root. The expression of agitation and astonishment that Root was showing right now would surprise Makoto if he were to see it. A rift appears in the clouds that have been covering the sky the whole day and a sunlight shines through it. A golden light falls from the night sky. A section of Rotsgard town was basked by a divine light that would make anyone that sees it unconsciously feel solemnity. Chapter 151, The Goddess Circumstances, Makoto's Obstinacy. Wakasama, it's bug. Shiki. Shiki's agitated voice. Those words were a signal. This is one of the countermeasures we made since the time I was kidnapped by that person. The signal that denotes the interference of the goddess. Soon after Shiki's words, a golden light stretched out from the night sky we were looking at. A lingering curtain of light, a thin vertical light as if it were forcibly cutting the night. It can be seen as beautiful and majestic, but for me it was a light that only brings disgust inside of me. There's no mistake, it is her. The moment I heard the signal, I reflexively began composing the aria. Kidnapping countermeasure. I wasn't expecting to use it in this moment though. The image of the spell, the structure, was pretty simple. Against the storm-like force teleport, I drop down an anchor and endure it. That's all it is. Shiki, who instantly came to my side, and I, were basked by that light. When I looked up at it, I felt width in it, and its range is quite vast. It is enveloping the main gate of the academy and even a part of its garden that's located pretty deep. Maybe it identified us. The spot of the light was growing narrower, and at the same time, I felt a power as if trying to drag me up. I felt pulling power. In other words, I am resisting her power. I feel slightly happy that I am able to go against the power of the goddess. Because I am able to feel that I have progressed since last time. What tremendous power. Wakasama, are you okay? Shiki. No problems yet. TCH, she should just give up quickly and disappear. Kook, so long. Makoto. The interference time is long. I am able to resist it for now. It is still possible to go against it, but just like Shiki said, it is still not over yet. The longer it continues, the more the anchor I have created is being scraped off. In time, it will definitely disappear completely. This is what's called a battle of attrition. At the same time, I thought about attacking, but I didn't know where she was, so I was unable to. Wakasama, a problem, Shiki. What? Makoto. This might gather the attention of the humans. They will most likely notice that this light originates from the goddess. And the people that see us going against it would, Shiki. Crap. This is the academy's main gate. Even if there isn't many people around, it doesn't mean there's none. This is bad. Ugh. The power placed in the teleport gets stronger. That bug. Her timing is godlike. Is she a genius in harassment? Wakasama, this could nullify all of our efforts in these few days. There's way too many inconveniences in having the church label us as enemies of God. For now I have covered the surroundings in darkness, but I don't know when it will be blown away by the power of a god, Shiki. Shiki is quite composed. Here I am, totally against being played around by that bug again though. Damn it. Everyone did their best as members of the company. I also did my best. I think the situation was going well until now. Damn it. I didn't lose this battle because of our powers, okay? Just take me, you bastard. Power leaves my body. In terms of time, it was around 10 seconds. My battle with the goddess ended with me losing. Fortunately, the ones who saw the light of the goddess and came here the fastest, most likely have not recognized Shiki and I yet. I was grateful of Shiki's advice from the bottom of my heart. We were dragged up along with quite the amount of stone paving and ground at our surroundings, and were engulfed by the light. Thanks Shiki. If I was alone there, I would have definitely competed with her out of obstinacy. I am sorry for having you accompany me, Makoto. I never expected a day would come where I would meet the goddess. Don't mind it, this will be good experience, Shiki. Even if you tell me that with a pale face, it is totally unconvincing, Shiki. In the first place, I don't know if she will show her face. I was even doubting that. Soon after that exchange, Shiki and I were brought to that platinum space that I first saw when I came to this world. I am grateful that earth and stone didn't fall on top of us. The place where I heard that goddess voice. At the time when I thought I would punch her once when I came back here, I thought I would be the one that would be stepping into her territory. But remembering the sensation from just now, it seems my countermeasures were not enough. Really, it just doesn't go as I expect. I am still far from the god realm, Even if she is rotten, she is still a goddess after all. For some reason, memories of the time when I was dropped into the wasteland were popping up in my mind. Fufufu. Why? Why do I have to come here again by the convenience of that bug? Wakasama. Shiki. Shiki probably noticed my state, he timidly calls me. But I silently take out the yukine from my pocket. It is originally bigger and something that can't be carried in one's pocket, but I asked them to be made one size smaller, so it can be used as a hidden weapon. I unsheath the scabbard that covers the blade, and hold the long string coming from the hilt in my hand. I swing the yukine in the air. Bending my body to half its size, I think of the yukine as a part of my body, and in one breath, I release it forward to one point. Shiki looks at the point where the yukine crashes into. In the room partition we don't know till how long and to where it reaches to, the yukine pierced a glittering wall that was several meters away from us and several cracks appeared. Sadly, it seems there wasn't enough power. In time, without making a noise, it fell. The cracks stayed there for a while, but in the end, they disappeared. Even if the goddess is rotten, she is still a godha. I let my anger drive me for a moment and vented it onto the walls, but after witnessing one attack, I was able to calm down a bit. It may be dangerous to deal with her right now. I have a lot of thoughts about her, and I do think that I should be as calm as possible. But, honestly, I have no self-confidence in maintaining my calm in front of the bug. This is probably the domain of the goddess. I have been here before, Makoto. Retrieving my yukine, I gave a late reply to Shiki. So it really is her, Shiki. Shiki probably felt tense, he hangs his head down slightly. Right, this time Shiki is here with me. I feel a bit relieved. Also, no matter where I am blown away in this world, I can still use thought transmission. Even at the time when I was kidnapped to a battlefield, I didn't pass through this place, but in the end I was able to escape to Asura. There's no need to be as scared as last time. I can't say that I will be able to surely defeat her, but I am getting closer to her. To be unable to react to it until it was so close, it was impossible to offset it with a counter. If I were on alert I might have been able to notice slightly faster. I am really sorry, Shiki. No, it is fine to just properly do the countermeasure next time for sure. Shiki has also experienced the kidnapping experience, and the anchor was quite shaven off. I think that in the end it wouldn't have worked anyways, so don't mind it, Makoto. I respond to the words of Shiki that I can feel slight fear from. Right after that, I received a thought transmission from Tomo and Mio. I told them to stay standby, action ready, and cut the thought transmission. While having them in standby at Asura, I leave substitutes at the academy. This is also one of the countermeasures. I don't know how much of our actions the goddess is aware of, so just in case, move with caution. With this, my card called Shiki has been discovered by the goddess for sure. I faintly think that Tomo and Mio are still safe. But still, this is a shock. It is true that I thought my first countermeasure would work against the goddess. But I still don't know the details of the ring the demon race used, and the other party is still a god. But, the demon race was able to go against the goddess, so I thought we would also be able to, you know. Well, it is only one failure. Let's just leave it as, we will manage next time. I don't think the goddess intends to instantly come kill us anyways. Why yes. But is it okay to be talking about this? If it's the domain of the goddess, won't everything conversed here be transmitted to her? Shiki. Isn't that fine? Because you know, even if she hears about it, we will be opposing her in the end, and even this time she should understand that we were trying to do something, Makoto. In the first place, is she really that almighty? I don't think she is as significant as Shiki thinks. Wakasama is pretty calm, Shiki. I wonder why. Maybe I am just bored of this. I really am self-centered, probably can't say much to Jean. Also, if that woman appears in front of me, I might be able to punch her once you know. To the king of self-centeredness, Makoto. In her case it would be Queen. Oh well, who cares? That's how tired of this situation I am. It is a surprisingly silent mental state. You really are making light of me now, Misumi. Oh, Goddess-sama, long time no see, Makoto. A presence appears. A giant presence as if it existed in every part of this place. I could tell that Shiki's body was trembling. Pinpointing her location is not working. I ordered you to stay there for the rest of your life, and yet, you readily broke it. And on top of that, when I called you to let you help in the battlefield, you end up doing something absurd. You also acted violently in here a few moments ago, right? Do you understand your own standing? Bug. Quite the big words for someone that kidnapped me. Also, Tsukrimi-sama approved my freedom. Not a bug with the title of goddess, but a god. Absurd. You suddenly made me fight with a dragon slayer, so I don't think you have the right to say that. Even if it wasn't me, anyone would have escaped. Without any explanation of the situation, you suddenly had me fight with a scary person like the Dragon Slayer. Even if you are a god, isn't that way too selfish? Makoto. There's no selfishness in the actions a god takes for the people. The ones being used should be trembling in happiness to receive that honor. I have been given a trial, is what they would say, bug. Surely you jest. It is sad that our way of thinking is completely different. And so, are we going to be blessed by your appearance this time? Makoto. I receive her courteously. Her every word is anger-inducing. Prejudice, no, in this case it would be first impressions. It is quite the powerful thing. That her presence can't be pinpointed like a diffused reflection is also pissing me off. I am pissed at myself for being unable to pinpoint her. How dare you say that after that manner of speech? I don't have a shape to show the likes of you. Magic power and presence isolation, thanks to you learning something troublesome like that, I had trouble finding your location lately. A moment ago it looked like it got stronger for a second, but right now it is so dim that I can't tell if it's there or not. I ended up using the priests. To think that you were actually in Academy Town, you really entered pretty deep, huh? The one with you is a human. No, that's not it. But his magic power is certainly that of a human, but it is similar to Misumi, quite the diluted presence, bug. An indication as if sounding out. It seems she is interested in Shiki. He was previously a human, but in terms of magic power, he is a lich. Isn't his magic power that of an undead? This woman really knows how to push my buttons. It is mortifying that I don't know where she is. I can't grasp her presence. Because I used, Sakai, to search for her location, my magic power leaked out, and it seems she firmly noticed that. It looks like Shiki also can't grasp the location of the goddess. How troublesome. Now that I think about it, the reason I came to this world, and all the trouble as well, there would be no problems if she didn't do all of those and just obediently made me a hero instead of doing stupid things. Leaving aside that I ended up fighting the demon race like she wanted. I wouldn't have been attacked by a supreme dragon in the wasteland, and I wouldn't have been called an unsightly man by the humans. Even the business, I might not have done it. Well, that's fine. No matter if you are a demi-human or a golem, it seems you don't hold a significant amount of power anyways. Now then, Misumi. I will be sending you to Limia, save the hero. Because of the surprise attack of the demon race, the situation isn't that good. Seriously, what impertinent fellows, bug. Goddess Sama should go then. No need to rely on an ugly person like me, Makoto. I respond to her filled with sarcasm. Shiki has not said a single word since that woman arrived. Maybe he lost his words because of his first meeting with a god. A conversation with only the voice can be called a meeting. And so, the surprise attack of the demon race. To save the hero. If I remember correctly, the last time was a fight close to the Limia capital, right? The capital and Stella Fort are close, so can't they just regroup? The demon race's real objective is the Limia hero, from what Shiki judged. The goddess went as far as to try using me, so it seems there's no doubt the situation is quite the precarious one. The Empire's hero has not headed there to provide support, right? In other words, the chances that Shiki's reading was correct is pretty high. No need to tell me. If I could do it, I would have. Gods have their own god circumstances. Circumstances that someone like you doesn't have the qualifications to know. If it were limited interference it would be one thing, but do you think a god can just nonchalantly descend? Bug. She asks me with a tone as if considering me an idiot from the bottom of her heart. Like hell I would know. You ask someone that has been raised in a world where one wouldn't even know if there's actually a god out there. But last time even the demon race was able to block that interference of yours, you know. Makoto. I won't let that kind of thing happen twice. I don't have the time to talk with you. The only answer is justice. Go, bug. Did the situation deteriorate? The goddess' voice faintly stopped, and her tone changed to a slightly faster one. But to be teleported, no questions asked, I decline. Because in the end I would end up doing as she told, that's no fun. Especially if I am following the words of this goddess. Even if you do it, at the worst, I might turn to the demon race side, you know. Makoto. Feeling her magic power in effect, I tell her my will with a loud voice. I create an anchor again. If it's true that the goddess can't freely provide support for the heroes and interfere at her will in the battlefield, doesn't that mean I can strike a deal here? This is what I thought with my mind that was unexpectedly clear. I don't know if it will go as I expect, but the power of the goddess begins to lessen. Are you seriously saying that? You are, in outline, a person connected to humans. And the heroes are humans born in the same world as you know. To go to the demon race without saving them, there shouldn't be a single reason for that. I am not so free as to accompany such stupid defiance, bug. Defiance. Don't mess around. Ahahaha. Isn't there a reason? It's because I hate you. It's because I don't want to obey your will. How is that? Don't you think I would totally get along with the demon race? Makoto. I remember the time when the Merchant Guild's representative made a sudden change in attitude. There's a part of me that wants to see what kind of reaction the goddess would make, but I unconsciously took an attitude like the representative and shouted with a loud voice. Maybe I should have gone all the way and used or to make it sound more violent. For some reason, saying or is strangely difficult. I have been using boku for a long time, so I feel like it won't change in my lifetime. Oh right, leaving that aside. I don't really mind if a deal is not made. It isn't like I don't want to go to Limia to save the hero. I do think that this was an act out of my quick temper. That thing about the deal was also just something that came to my mind and I haven't decided what to do yet. There haven't been many things that have gone well in this world when I run by myself and do something on my own. I know that painfully well. But the goddess remarks haven't changed at all since then, and that really pissed me. Anger welled inside of me with no way to contain it. Even my throat felt as if something was gathering, and I felt like I was acting according to my emotions. What a stupid childish temper. Denying the only god in this world, just what do you intend to do? You and the demon race, no, the residents in this whole world won't be able to live without my divine protection, bug. Don't make me laugh. I have been living for several years in that kind of world. Actually, the humans that are living clinging to God and mindlessly relying on it is what I can't understand. Makoto. Things like blessings or divine protection, the humans are just strange. At least try to develop magic and techniques by yourselves. If you are boasting big words like being the only god, I think your duty is to properly lead them to strive for other things aside from beauty. Only teaching them to pointlessly look down on the demi-humans. Putting your previous world in the same plane as other worlds is proof of your ignorance. In this world I am the rule. If you don't intend to follow it, I am fine with erasing you here and now you know. Bug. Poorly made threat. If you were able to do that, you would have done that after that previous teleport incident. Because it seems I didn't move like you wanted me to after all. You are not an absolute rule, you are lying. What god? You can't even change this crooked world as you wish, a defective product. Makoto. I have been thinking a lot about things regarding the goddess. That is, the fact that she used a method like human summonings to resolve her problems. The current state of the world is also telling me that. Even now, she is being bound by what she calls the rules of gods and using me to go save the heroes. Even I can tell that she is taking desperate measures. I see. It seems bringing you here to this domain was too much of a service for someone like you. Without being able to see my figure, you will now, bug. Ugh. I felt a chill run down my spine. Goddess-sama, the people from the meeting are saying that if you are going to make them wait any longer, they will enter by force. Time and time. Just understand it already, I am saying that I don't want to go to that meeting. Bug. A different voice reverberates in the space. It seems to be in a hurry. I could feel the presence I felt from my back growing further away. I could tell that my emotions were calming down. As if what was welling up was silently returning to my stomach. Maybe I said too much. Honestly, my anger was ignoring my reason and I was blurting out thoughtless words. To stay composed with her is still difficult for the current me. That's how much I have been accumulating inside of me. To only tell me the things to do and use me left and right, I really can't tolerate that. I did think there was a reason why the goddess didn't erase me, but maybe there's some sort of obstacle from the shadows. Honestly, I don't know till how far I can fight against her right now. I do want to try it. No, I wanted to try it. Because she is the very cause for everything that's happening. But when I returned to my senses, I saw the whole body of Shiki trembling. He isn't trembling out of excitement. He is trembling because of fear. I have exposed Shiki to quite the danger. I still don't clearly know my winning percentage against the goddess. Shiki probably has some sort of indicator and that's why he is trembling. In that case, that most likely means it is still not time yet. Certainly, I still haven't thought of a way to bring out her real form yet. It might be possible if I use all the output of Sakai for perception though. But this is from the original world's dash. I understand. I will go right away. You return and calm them down, Bug. Kaya. Kook, don't tell me, they are forcing their way. That no-brain. Bug. I felt slight gratefulness towards the subordinate of the goddess that interrupted. I was able to create a blank time for me. Thinking time. But sadly, that time was stopped by a scream that was totally not normal. Misumi. I now understand that you bear dissatisfaction towards me. Then let's make this the last time. From now on, as long as you don't show straightforward antagonism towards the humans, I won't interfere with you. How about that? Bug. That sounds kinda nice. But this is a proposition of hers. Even if I obediently accept it, my heart won't settle. Even if I was probably about to be erased just a few moments ago, it doesn't mean my anger towards the goddess has withered. It may be too soon to fight her, but I still want to oppose her in some way. That won't be enough. By your demand, I am going to directly go save a hero I have no relations to, right? Makoto. I see. So you were grumbling because you wanted a reward. Humph, I don't like that greed of you humans. Even my humans, I was unable to take out that part of them from the base of humans they were made of. Being a human but living as a human, that's quite the fitting avarice. Well, you are lucky. Your narrow escape from death just now was also lucky, but right now I don't have the time to spare for negotiations. Say what you want, but say it right this instant, Bug. This instant. What should I ask for? It is not like I was expecting it would happen. Honestly speaking, I was just aiming to pester her. If I am going to get something, what I currently need is. The dwarfs make equipment already. In terms of magic, I already have the comprehension this woman gave me, and in terms of amount, I probably have more magic power than the goddess. In that case, change this outward appearance. Not even as a joke. I have been living with this appearance since I have been born. I don't have a single intent to go so far as to ask this woman to become a beauty. What should I do? Time's up. Without even deciding what you want and saying you want something, that's literally the greed of a child, Bug. In that case, I want this person to receive the blessing of common language. We have been on alert of you, so we haven't gone to a temple to ask. A voice resounds from my side. I see, language. Being able to use common language would be convenient. I have been so used to written communication that I didn't think about it. It even feels like a moderate wish and not an excessive one. I don't remember allowing your speech, weakling. But, common language. You can't speak. Bug. Yeah, because of your curse, Makoto. I only excluded human words from your comprehension. For you to be unable to speak even when studying it, your incompetence is lower than demi-humans, Misumi, Bug. Do you have the time to pick a fight, goddess? Makoto. Ah, amazing. Even if I don't consciously do it, harsh words just come out naturally. I wonder how much I hate this woman. Or maybe this is the backlash for trying to speak courteously with her in the beginning. You are missing the sama. Just how far are you going to anger me? As expected of the child of the people that casted aside my world. It's okay. Something like that, I can pay it to you in advance. Era, it doesn't enter. How strange. Something like this shouldn't be unable to enter, Bug. My body. Accurately speaking, my head. I felt a strange sensation as if my brain was being grabbed by two hands and it's being fondled. Is obtaining common language something this disgusting? Gyu. It hurts? How strange. But it should be fine, right? You were the one that wished for it, so if something happens because of it, it isn't my fault. Even if you die, properly understand that it is not my responsibility, okay? This is something you wished for after all, bug. The sensation gets stronger. An eerie sensation as if my brain is being crumpled. A pain resembling migraine intermittently reverberates. Ugh, what a terrible sensation. I don't want to groan in front of this woman even if it kills me, so I just distort my expression and endure the pain. I was stumped by a strong vomiting sensation. Humph, done. Well then, you promised. An agreement between a human and a god. If you don't fulfill it, when that happens, prepare yourself. Push aside the danger approaching the hero, and let's see, while at it, bring down that fort. If you can't, die. No, you will do it even if it kills you, bug. The contents are, the hero's protection, and to bring down Stella Fort. These 2 points, no mistake, right? Makoto. I confirm the goddess deal. Damn it, if with this I am still unable to speak common language, I will never forgive this woman. Yeah, disappear at once. Ugh, they are already here. I will head there now, bug. A sudden floating sensation. This is the same as last time. The presence of the goddess radically grows further away along with her words. Her way of saying anything she wants and not waiting for the other side's response is basically still the same, huh? I even think it was close to a miracle that this negotiation was possible. Maybe the guests of the original world, or whatever it is they were talking about, turned into a tailwind for me. Please let the bug have a bad time with those possible guests. Wakasama, a nosebleed, and also, there's blood coming out from your eyes, Shiki. I wipe below my nose and the corner of my eye. Blood was thickly sticking to it. You are right. Damn it. She didn't do anything excessive to my body, right? Makoto. It should be fine, right? I have experienced nosebleeds before, but having blood coming out from my eyes, doesn't that sound bad? Wakasama, that is, as expected, a god. I didn't feel like I could provide any fighting force there. But in a near future, I will definitely. Shiki. It seems Shiki realized his own powerlessness towards the goddess. I wonder how Tomo and Mio will feel after hearing the story from Shiki later. I was slightly interested. But Shiki's regret didn't continue till the end. Shiki and I were covered in an external power. An unpleasant sensation as if forcefully pushing something onto me. And then, as experience dictates, we were falling probably from a high altitude, tasting a sensation as if being wrenched from our lower body. Oh. Shiki. Shiki, I am happy for that decision of yours. Let's both do our best, Makoto. Wakasama. This is, just what in the world is? Shiki. You know, this is my 3rd time. I have already gotten used. I feel like I would be able to challenge all the scream-inducing attractions of any theme park. We are probably being sent straight to the Limia capital, Makoto. While the screaming Shiki clung to me, we pierced through the clouds while our vision spins. We were probably falling to the battlefield. I was pretty composed. I think there's quite a bit of time before we drop. The dropping control is definitely self-service, so there's probably the need to act in advance. We are talking about that woman, so I probably can't expect she will do something similar to what Tsukumi-sama did last time. Right, the goddess should be busy right now, so maybe I should call Tomo and Mio. Wait. Tomo and Mio. If it's these two. No, Shiki said it too. That I should evaluate the residents of Asura higher. In that case, yeah. Let's mobilize. The world seems to be in chaos anyways. Tomo, Mio, Makoto. I connect the thought transmission with those two. It seems Shiki is still breathing deeply and in quite the chaotic state. I should leave the orders to him for later. You were safe, Waka. Was there any serious matter? Tomo. That goddess. What did that goddess do to you, Wakasama? Are you hurt anywhere? Mio. I am okay, both of you. Shiki felt her in a sense, so you can ask him for reference later. And so, I have something I want to ask both of you, Makoto. Of course. Northwest Matter the place, we will be there. Where are you right now? Tomo. Leave it to me. I will immediately be by your side, Mio. I am probably in the sky of the Limia capital. But you both don't need to come, Makoto. Tomo and Mio are surprised by my words. What should I do? The winged kin and the Gorgons still leave me uneasy. Tomo, Mio, at this side Shiki and I will be fine. That's why, you guys, and also the Highland Orcs and Mist Lizards, if there are people that want to, let those people in as well, Makoto. I stop my words for a moment. Tomo probably understood what I am trying to say. Emotions that can't be turned into words were mixed, and I could even tell the atmosphere over at that side. Seize Kale Neon, Makoto. I can't give detailed instructions. Because I don't know much about the place itself. That's why, after saying that, I added a few rough instructions, and leave Tomo and Mio in Shiki's hands. I cut the thought transmission and breath in deeply. Well then, now. Strangely, as the battlefield gets ever closer, I could tell that my head grew clearer and colder. In the end it is just me, but these kind of things excite me. It feels as if I have broken from a shell and have changed. Shiki, I will control the dropping, so can you please envelop us in darkness to hide our figures? Makoto. You understood. I will try, Shiki. After that, Makoto. I was able to confirm a big town blazing up. We barely made it in time. It is a distance where I can tell that it isn't the moonlight that is lighting up the night, but the light of a town burning up. The figures of Shiki and I followed the trail of golden light, and we were enveloped by a ball of darkness, plunging directly into the Limia capital. Hey, Mio, Tomo. Makes you boil, right? Tomo. Yeah, to the point of trembling, Mio. Without looking at each other, Tomo and Mio, who were in Asura, faced their front with their eyes closed. The goddess interference. Their master's second kidnapping. The two of them had several things they wanted to tell Shiki, who was with Makoto, but receiving a shock from the words of Makoto, they forgot about such a trivial thing. It was an order that made them feel a change in Makoto's mentality. With this, the 4 seasons will arrive in Asoradisu wa ne. You must be happy, Tomo-san, Mio. Fufu, you are stating the obvious, Mio. Something like that doesn't matter right now, Tomo. Tomo was trembling with a joy that controlled her body, and while her morale increased without any signs of stopping, her mouth slants. The 4 seasons she wished for. And yet, she called that wish of hers something like that. This is the first time the first time Waka himself has ordered us to fight for his sake, to head to the battlefield. I see, so this is how it feels, na. Waka wishes for Kale Neon, and has ordered us to obtain it. Kukukuku. Tomo. Seriously. I am of course happy to move for that person's sake, but to be relied upon in this way and have him leave things to us, I didn't know it would feel so good, Mio. What's important for these girls is the reality that Makoto has given them a spontaneous order. Until now, Makoto has asked them for many things, and has also ordered them as well. But at those times, instead of calling them something Makoto purely wanted, they were all things that had some other intention in mind. Even Kale Neon was information he received from the librarian Eva, who worked at Rotsgard Academy. But this region was related to Makoto's parents, so he held strong interest in it. He thought a lot about it himself, and he reached the conclusion that he wished for it. Tomo and Mio's master, Misumi Makoto, said that he wanted it. They would obtain it by his orders and present it to him. They will grant their master's self-interest. That made them unbearably happy. He said that, for starters, it is fine with just the place I pointed out, but, you understand right, Mio? Tomo. Of course. The whole region, the demon race, and also all implicated party will disappear wa, Mio. I would want to go right this instant and rampage Jaga. But it seems Waka has also acknowledged the races that reside in Asoraja. We have to share this joy with them as well. As the servants of Waka living in the same Asora, Tomo. Yeah. The lizards and the orcs, was it? Mio. Makoto has given them the minimum instructions. The place Tomo pointed out in a map last time, the area where the territory of Kale Neon once was, obtain that area, is what he ordered. And regarding that, he didn't just assign Tomo and Mio, but that he wouldn't mind letting in the highland orcs and mist lizards that want to participate. For Makoto, who only saw the demi-humans and Momonos living in Asura as targets of protection and friends, those were words that one would not expect from him. But he really did say it. He said, the ones who wanted to participate, but Tomo and Mio were sure that as soon as they tell them the story, not only the unit that was staying in standby in case they were called to Rotsguard, even the other ones will arm themselves and will want to participate. Actually, Tomo felt that the lizards, who were called to Rotsguard, were the ones that pulled the least appealing task. The two already passed through the whole residence of Makoto and were leaving with the troops that were inside the mansion. They were telling the circumstances to every race. Tomo headed to the residential lands of the lizards, Mio headed to the residential lands of the orcs. After a slight difference in time, a roar occurs. A war cry of happiness. Tomo and Mio nod in satisfaction, and tell the warriors about Makoto's words and objective with a meek countenance. Waka is also fighting in another place. Listen here, we will present Waka with a perfect victory, Tomo. The days you have passed training in Asura, Waka-sama has acknowledged it. It is unforgivable to betray any of those two. Face the challenge with your all, Mio. The words of the chiefs, Tomo and Mio, resonated silently. And at the same time, a giant mist gate that's rarely seen in Asura appeared. There were no words for this moment. Following the two that were walking, the mixed units of lizards and orcs silently cross the gate and disappear. Maybe they didn't want the fire inside of them leaking out even if for one bit, they kept their mouth shut and were deliberately accumulating it for that instant when it explodes. At this day, Asura approaches their first campaign. Chapter 152, Participation of the Devil. This is not the time to be saying, tiring, right? Mio placed her right hand to the front. Without putting much power in it, she pictured a releasing image and fires it, not from her hand, but from her sleeve. With her as the center, an invisible magic power expands at high speed. If someone were able to see it, they would all say that it looked like several spider webs piled one over the other. After Mio obtained her humanoid body, she learned this spell to cover for her weak point, which was her perception ability. I am counting on you, Mio, Tomo. Yeah, look forward to it. Here I go to wa, Mio. The place where there was a small human country in the past. Right now, the people that obey Misumi Makoto, no, the representative of Kuzunoha Company, Reidu, were standing at this land. Tomo and Mio were at the lead, and the Momonos were lined up. The highland orcs and mist lizards that lived in the wasteland. With a total number that doesn't even reach the hundreds, they were all completely armed, and when the moonlight shines sometimes, their equipment reflects the light. As if acting in concert to Mio's words, they raised their voices with an, oh. Web radar and joint link ha. Truly a convenient spell ja. I can grasp the surroundings as if I were touching it, Tomo. Tomo's words sounded satisfied. It was at the moment Mio linked the perception area with the others. Its range is around 20 kilometers. Thinking about the area of this time's plan, this range was plenty enough. In essence, her perception area is actually wider, but it seems she judged that it was pointless to link all that area. She linked all the area with Tomo, but she limited the area the orcs and mist lizards received to the space of the strategy. Tomo said it was like a radar, and it is quite the accurate depiction. Right now in the units that have come here from Asura, every one of them has a radar manifesting inside their heads. They still haven't made contact, and yet, they completely knew how many enemies there were in the location, and just how their forces were distributed. Well then, this is a night raid. I wonder how much they will struggle, Mio. This time, a declaration of war is unnecessary. Because it has already been done, after all. In this occasion, Waka's intentions will be achieved, Tomo. Yeah, I can't hold back any longer. I will be heading out, excuse me, Mio. Ah, Mio. Can't be helped, huh? I totally feel the same way after all. You guys, I don't know if I will be able to hold back tonight. Mio will be in charge of the fortress inner part. In that case, I will go secure the gate of Asura. Don't get close to us for a while, Tomo. When Mio did one step forward, her figure disappears. Tomo confirms the place she is heading to and makes a smile. Then, she turns towards the units. To the words and expression filled with fighting spirit that can't normally be seen in Tomo, the orcs and lizards silently nod, while showing an unconcealable fire in their eyes. Everyone must be feeling the same. Highland orcs and mist lizards, rampage to your heart's content. It is okay to not pursue the ones escaping. You understand, right? In context, this a war between Kale Neon and the demon race Tomo. Cutting her words, Tomo inhales. Thrusting her unsheathed katana to the sky, she gathers everyone's will. A war dedicated to Wakaja. Everyone that opposes. Completely. Trample them down. Tomo. As soon as she finishes her speech, Tomo kicks the ground, and in the moment she reaches midair, she was enveloped by mist and disappeared. Immediately following that, a war cry resonated in the whole region. With excess vigor, a blaze of many colors shine in the sky. This is the deed of the mist lizards. This was the beginning of the war, no, of the genocide. With a force that can't be called a big army at all, they shouted a thunderous roar that made the ground tremble as they march. Their aim is a part of a town that has been repaired and utilized as a fortress. The stronghold that pertains Kale Neon. From what Tomo investigated, there are around 2,000 demons stationed in that place. They are not tempered enough to be in the front lines, but as an army, they are a force in a level plenty enough to stand in battle. They were distracted by Mio, who had already begun rampaging, but when they noticed the group of mixed Momonos, with a reaction slightly slower than usual, they began preparing. At night time the gate was already closed, and they apply a defensive enhance to it. Immediately after, the archer and magician units positioned themselves at the outer walls and grasped the position of the enemy. They commenced their attack on them. Their moves were not bad. If taking into consideration that Mio is rampaging within, it can be considered a reaction speed worthy of praise. However, their enemy was too much. What they are currently facing are crazy fellows that have been living in the world's border as if it were only natural. Moreover, they have been trained by a supreme dragon, the Black Calamity Spider, and also demi-humans. Of course, the defense unit has no way of knowing this. They in itself are formidable enemies, and yet, right now their morale is at their climax. It isn't something they can deal with. Actually, if they were to teleport with the help of Tomo or Mio, they would have been able to fight from the inside as well. But the orcs and lizards wish to fight right from the front. Everything was for the sake of showing their power to this distant land, about the power of their lord. For them, Kale Neon is an offering. The arrows and spells that were fired towards them were all thwarted. Not even a rock could reach. Something is wrong. By the time the defense unit noticed the strangeness of the situation, it was already too late. The attackers moved. Go. A large builded orc roars with a giant mace in hand. Being ordered by the delicate-looking magician female orc, the giant orc kicks the ground. That body radiated a red luminescence, and as if being pushed forward, he soared the sky. The one who valiantly ordered this was Emma. She was currently showing the face of a warrior, something that no one would be able to imagine from the girl that normally does desk work. Applying especially dense enhancing magic to the warrior that plunged in, she again blocks the attacks from the outer walls. How is the fortification of the defensive wall? Sufficient. After placing another layer, we will soon be able to shift to defense. Good. First we will begin by crushing those orcs. The charge of an orc that was in the units. Understanding the reason why he was trying to plunge onto the gate, the demons immediately react. Oh! Like hell they will stop me. Drawing a parabola, the Highland orc suddenly draws closer to the gate. Holding the mace that looks giant even when in the hands of the big builded orc, he brandishes it. Without showing any signs of breaking his stance, he smashes that one attack onto the gates. A specially loud sound, as if a lightning fell, resounded in the fortress at night. In the smoke that ascends, a big shadow rises. Smoke was rising from the orc's body as well. The solid gate protecting the fortress was already turned into a miserable wreckage. They most likely thought that it would be best to attack the orc while his vision was still not clear. Several shadows commenced their attack. It seems several lights from inside the fortress served as illumination. The result was a tragedy. The mace was quickly swung horizontally. All the shadows were thrown to the opposite direction with good momentum. Don't underestimate the pigs of the wasteland. Don't lower your guard, do your best. There are plenty behind me that are a lot stronger than me. If you guys are weak, we can't show our best, you know. On my lead. Don't let them have their way. To let this no-names do any further than this. They are just orcs and lizardmen. On top of that, there's not even 100 of them. The troops of Asura flood into the fortress. It doesn't even reach the hundreds. That's exactly right. Normally, orcs and lizardmen are not that much of a high standing among the demon race army. In the lands that are under the rule of the demon race, no one would imagine that strong troops originating from the wasteland would be attacking them. Therefore, their utmost resistance was being trampled down. The morale that the people of Asura emit hasn't shown any signs of weakening. The 2,000 soldiers protecting the fortress were being challenged by an enemy of less than 100, moreover, they are dispersed. Because of Mio's favor, the lizardmen that are able to accurately grasp the enemy's position and situation, divided in groups of 3, which is the smallest configuration they have, and were tearing down their foes. It was nothing other than reckless. If Makoto were to give an impression of this fight, it would be that this is a battle that disregards strategy. It's a difference in number of troops that normally wouldn't even be able to break down the gate. But even so, the fortress gate was opened, and the warrior that opened it taunted the 2,000 that were there. All the troops of Asura understood the situation of the battle. They knew that Mio had already arrived at a place that has a big reaction, and Tomo is heading to her target location at an incredible speed. Every single one of them led the way and placed strength in their fists. For the demon race, this nightmare-like fight had just begun. I am sorry for Tomo-san, but it seems I drew a winner. Diso Mio. If I asked who are you, woman, would you answer? Of course. My name is Mio. And you? Mio. I am one of the soldiers under the rule of Demon Lord Sama. Is there any need to know more? If I don't know your name, I won't be able to report who I did what to. It would be troublesome, Mio. Mio pleasantly laughs while responding the men. In the inside of the fortress, at a space where it was most likely used as a big meeting room. At this place, she met what the bunch at this place would call the strongest amongst them. His upper half is close to that of a human, but his lower half is that of a serpent. He had presence, and power can he sense from him as well. Wanting to defeat the biggest game to report to her master Makoto, in Mio's eyes he was the most suitable game. This one's name is Reft. A variant dragon, Mildy Dragon Reft. A mutation of the dragon race. How rare. I thought you were a snake, Mio. You said your name was Mio, right? Without even a declaration of war, just what in the world are you bastards? A force that commands orcs and lizards. I can't think of it as a human army. Mio was truly in a good mood. So happy, so ever happy. Even when she understands that she is in the battlefield, she can't stop her face from smiling widely. So you don't even intend to answer, huh? Sorry, but that I was here was unlucky of you guys. I will have to crush you. No, I will offer you the answer. Diso Mio. We have already finished declaring war. No, you guys were the ones who declared war upon us, you know. Mio. What? We are Kale Neon. The ones that should leave this country are you demon race. Diso Mio. Kale Neon, you say? The human country that was here before. Are you saying you guys are an army from a ruined country? No. Kale Neon has not fallen. It has always been here, Mio. Are you crazy? Reft made a dubious face at Mio's entranced way of talking. From his point of view it was natural, since Mio was acting as if she were under the effects of a drug. Fufufu. That will become the truth, from now on. By our hands, Mio. Mio continued without changing her behavior and way of speaking. Even if it wasn't Reft, anyone would have felt madness from it. All the land until Stella Fort is land under our control. This Kale Neon is also one of the lands the demon race possesses. I am not free enough to accompany you in your nonsense. That's why it is convenient. Diso. Humans won't believe much of what you guys say after all. Even if one obscure country wasn't destroyed, no one would be able to deny it. If the country in itself was truly there, that is, Mio. Chat. Is what she said. Honestly, I don't understand well myself. I actually don't care about those kind of matters. I will deal with you, and offer this land to Wakasama. That is the only most important thing. Northwest matter if this place was Kale Neon, or a place that continued being Kale Neon, I don't care whichever one it is Disowa, Mio. You guys, just what are you? Let's begin, is what Mio says as she holds her folding fan and points it at Reft. It seems like I can't simply kill you. Because I still have things I have to ask you. Reft turns his giant spear at Mio. His half-human, half-snake body twists. If you are able to win against me, do as you wish. Ufufu, the gate has been broken, huh? It seems like they are also doing their best to offer victory to Wakasama. Of course, today, in this very day, there's not a single one in our forces that are unable to do that though, Mio. This pressure is not something a simple lunatic group is able to exude. To think that I would have to do this kind of battle before meeting the hero. The variant dragon, Reft. One of the demon generals that was at this fortress by chance. An upper echelon of the demon race. While receiving the bloodthirst with her body, Mio narrowed her eyes and laughed. I see. Outskirts of the imperial capital. The woman that had obtained several amounts of data, crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it onto the table. Blue skin and no horn. Wearing a tight suit, she has an exaggerated coat on her shoulders. One of the demon generals, Rona. Even if she is in the outskirts, she is still inside the imperial capital. The exaggerated coat is something that is only provided to demons in the upper echelons. To wear that in the capital of humans is pretty dangerous. Even so, Rona paid it no mind, and with no impatience, she stayed sitting in the room. Good work. I have no right to say this, but you know, Rona, you are pretty daring. Sophia. I don't mind you rampaging as you wish, you know. With your power, you should be able to stir trouble even without encountering the hero after all. Also, you easily slaughtered the so-called treasured core of the Empire, right? Keep going that way, Rona. Rona glances at Sophia and the boy that entered the room along with her, and then turns her eyes towards her documents again. They showed no resistance. I came to hear Rona's, I see. I was interested in the reason for this weird dispersed attack, which I don't know if you even have the intention to attack or not, Sophia. Isn't there plenty enough casualties appearing from the Empire's army? We have sufficient intent to attack. Don't worry about it. Also, Sophia, and Lancer as well. Isn't it bad to show yourselves in the Imperial capital? The unit here is being pushed back, so I would be grateful if you provided backing though, Rona. At the beginning that's how we did it. Using a unit that seemed to be close to wipe out as bait, we get them in a pincer attack and crush them. I thought this was that kind of strategy. But that's not it, right? Rona has thrown away quite the amount of units before. We are not subordinates but collaborators, so I would like you to share information you know, Sophia. For the strategy, huh? Well, for the time being, you two are under my care. If you are collaborators, cooperate in making the strategy proceed smoothly, Rona. So she says, Mitsurugi, Sophia. Words that chip away my motivation. To hear those kind of words from the person in charge itself makes it even more so, Lancer. The faces of Sophia and Lancer were showing clear dissatisfaction as they look at Rona. The female gestures and that playful behavior Rona used when she was confronting Makoto were nowhere to be found. With cold eyes and a strict expression, she organized the information that came up and was looking at the situation of the war, but she temporarily stopped reading the documents. Maintaining her face as a commander, she looks at the two collaborators. The Empire's hero has a two-sided nature. At times he will become aggressive, and at others he will show caution. And those two sides are switching no matter what type of plan we use. I thought that it would be best to understand the reason of this, since I felt that this would prove beneficial later on. So I have been concentrating the investigation mainly on this point. Other than that, I wanted to know the strength of the cherished force the Empire was raising. In that point, you two easily brought them out and, even if it was only one corp, you wiped them out. You were a great help. Thanks to you both, I think I will be able to make some countermeasures. How is that? Is this enough? Let me tell you this, you owe me one with this, okay? Rona. I see. Open as many drawers from the Empire as possible, is what you are trying to say. Humph, well well. That corp wasn't a big deal anyways. Even if it wasn't me, things would have managed somehow. They were unbalanced and left a lot of openings after all, Sophia. I was worried that the adventurer system would interfere, but there were no problems. Now that I fish out and see, this is indeed one of the special traits of a hero. It may have been troublesome if this were to reach the ears of the kingdom, but fortunately, they hold no proof. At that side Io is going at it seriously, so they are done for anyways, Rona. It seems that girl's party has broken free of the level restraint. It was eerie to see high-leveled soldiers being mass-produced, but even if their levels are high, Sophia. Rona, if you say we owe you, you should talk about that two-sided nature of the hero you speak of, right? Don't worry, I have a proper collateral prepared already, Lancer. How unpleasant, Rona. Rona looks at the boy with heartfelt unpleasantness. Both of them don't even differentiate the things that can and can't be said. It's not that they pursue without knowing. They pursue while knowing. An extraordinarily bad personality there. It is also because Rona doesn't trust them at all. Even if she has to admit their skills, she can't trust her back to them. As long as she can't be sure that their interests match, she didn't want to make them participate in important strategies, is how she truly felt. That's why, instead of having them participate in the Limia capital plan, she had both of them act at the Empire where Rona herself can keep a check in their actions. The Empire's hero, Iwahashi Tomoki, is a hero that is equipped with anti-army equipment. Maneuverability of a flying dragon, defensive power of a royal guard, a golem user alchemist, the type that uses diversions and boosts in several aspects to avoid the opponent from drawing closer. It may look like force pushing, but he actually thinks relatively well, Rona. I don't care about such a regular assessment though, Lancer. Got it. What we understood from this time's strategy was the peculiarity of this switch of his. He is probably changing his fighting style depending if it's day or night, in a more specific way, the lunar phase. Probably the time of the moon. Just in the nights, he gains some sort of strong healing power, is what I think, Rona. A healing power that only activates at night. Lancer. Yeah, I have heard of no such thing though. I don't think there's a mistake there. That's why, if we are going to corner him, it would be best if it were at noon. I think it would be best to continue the strategy by avoiding the nights or letting them pass, Rona. In other words, he is stronger at night, right? Sophia. That's the conclusion, yeah. It is clear that he is using high-powered skills and making bolder moves mostly at night. Lancer, what is the collateral? Rona. Oh, right. Princess Lily is returning. Accurately speaking, she has already begun giving orders from several towns away of the town of Robin she was in, Lancer. Are you speaking the truth? Rona. Of course. This is certain, Lancer. TCH, so she is already moving. It depends on what happened to Rotsgard though. If that woman has returned, it is unnecessary to stay here for long. We have already achieved our objective anyways. After this, it would be enough to just go from the back, huh? A step faster towards Stella, Rona. Nervousness appeared in Rona's face. It was information that changed the situation of the war greatly. It was definitely information that she couldn't speak of even if negotiated. As I thought, I can't trust these two, is what Rona reaffirmed. Just like what the saying says, can't see the forest for the trees, Rona was giving orders inside the capital itself. She swiftly burned the documents and headed to the entrance of the room. What are both of you doing? We are returning, Rona. Fufu, I have received good information. With this, the return is just not enough, right, Mitsurugi? Sophia. Sophia, people like you are just, Lancer. Rona tilts her head at both Sophia and Lancer who she thought would be accompanying her, but were not showing signs of moving. Rona, I will give you a bit of service. You should cross the river and go to the safe sphere. I will, go play with the hero for a bit, Sophia. Lady, were you listening to what I said? At nights we don't know his strength accurately, you know. Even if we seal his powers with the ring, he is currently only using weapons that are suited for him, so it doesn't have much effect. In the past we would have been able to crush him with just this much, but in the current state, Rona. I will leave the thought transmission open, so shut up. If you go as far as saying all this, I won't be able to stop anymore. I wonder if every person that has connections with the goddess ends up like that person. I am looking forward to it, Sophia. Sophia was emitting a bloodthirst from her whole body which she wasn't even trying to hide. In the latter half, she muttered as if talking to herself and felt like it wasn't for anyone to hear. Just who is that person? There's only one other person that knows this. After Lancer makes a small sigh, he disappears along with Sophia. Hey, wait, just how difficult they are to deal with. But if Princess Lily is returning, staying here would be dangerous. No choice but to return, huh? If she were to just die off, the variables would decrease, Rona. Without chasing after the two, Rona leaves the building. She is not disguising herself. She was in her natural demon form. She must have judged that it was unnecessary to do so. Without turning back, she blows up the building that was there and activates the previously set-up teleportal, escaping to the outsides of the capital. Chapter 153, Participation of the Devil. I see everyone has lost their minds after seeing the Raw website removing the web novel. Fret not. The author has just moved to Alphapolis. Don't know the details about it, but someone out there probably knows. Also, some may know already, but the translator for the side story has decided to drop it. I am truly grateful to Options for taking part in translating 2 chapters and am currently looking for a kind soul who will replace him, her. Fufu, it's that huh? How valiant is the Empire's Hiro-sama, Sophia. Those are flashy attacks, but the firepower is also plenty good. It seems the information was correct that he gets quite stronger when night comes. Sophia, don't underestimate him, Lancer. There's no way I would underestimate him, right? I will think of this as practice for the time I kill the devil. I am going to be doing this without holding back. That's only if he is worthy of me doing so, that is, Sophia. The devil, huh? That's true. With this atmosphere, it wouldn't be strange for that guy to appear. The current you might not get caught off guard, but no doubt he is still a formidable enemy, Lancer. That's how it is. Then, let's do this. Sophia. Sophia unsheathes the sword at her waist. This is a different sword from the one she used to fight Makoto with. The tinge and material properties of the sword blade share the same traits, but the great sword has been changed for a one-handed sword, and a thin one at that. Of course, Sophia was holding the sword with both hands. Those eyes already seized the figure of the hero and his party that were flying around the battlefield far away on their dragon. Good grief, Lancer. The superior dragon in the appearance of a boy, Lancer, cracks his fingers. As if acting in concert to his nonchalant gesture, several shining swords appear in the sky. It also appeared at the hero's surroundings, and the movements of the flying dragon grow duller. Even if it was far away, for Sophia, this is practically the same as saying there's no distance at all. A ferocious smile appears on Sophia's face. Lifting Lancer with her free hand, the two of them disappear. Era, that kid noticed me, Sophia. He probably has a tool to search for enemies. I have heard that there's ancient tools with outstanding perception power. More importantly, this one is still your partner even if provisionally, you know. Stop carrying me as if you were pinching a cat, Lancer. Slightly at the front of the flying dragon, the Dragon Slayer combi that appeared above ground were surprised that the Empire's hero noticed their presence. It may be sparse, but it is still a place where battle is unfolding. To notice someone that has suddenly appeared in an instant isn't something ordinary. The two that were able to perceive the hero's state were also abnormal, but those girls didn't seem to mind it. The number of swords surrounding the flying dragon increased in a second. It goes without saying, it is to confine them. The confusion of the Empire's hero, Iwahashi Tomoki, and his party, Sophia didn't let it slip by. With a spell that they couldn't tell just how strong it was or who placed it, their mobility was killed temporarily. Ton. Good evening, Empire's Hiro-sama, Sophia. Who are you? Sophia drops onto the back of the flying dragon. Her movement was done by changing her position with a light sword, but for Tomoki, who doesn't know that power of hers, he could only see her as someone suddenly falling from the sky. Tomoki is equipped throughout his whole body and, leaving aside his own moving ability, his appearance was one that left no doubts for his high defensive power. Sophia. Dragon Slayer Sophia. Have you not heard of me? Sophia. Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, you say? That's Sophia. Tomoki. I am happy for the Hiro-sama to know my name. You are the Empire's hero, Iwahashi Tomoki, right? Sophia. Why, yeah. What do you need so suddenly? Did you hear about the danger the Empire is facing and came to help me? Tomoki. This degree cannot be called danger for the Empire, right? Sophia. After Sophia laughed away the words of Tomoki, she returns with a question herself. Well, even if Lily is not here, I am. This degree of attack from the demon race won't defeat us, Tomoki. How valiant. It seems I can expect something from this, maybe, Sophia. But then, just why did you come to the Empire? I have heard that you wander here and there, and even if someone thinks about meeting you, they can't find you, Tomoki. The name of Dragon Slayer Sophia is well known, but since she doesn't show her face in the guild much, there were many times where people that want to meet Sophia just can't. Not only that, she doesn't cooperate much with the guild's calls, and there's rumors saying that maybe her relationship with the guild isn't that good. That's why even the hero Tomoki hasn't met her before. A woman, and strong. She fulfills these two requisites, so for Tomoki, it is a person he would like to meet once and ask for her cooperation. Of course, that cooperation will be by using his charm powers, but since he possesses a method that makes them unable to betray him, there's no reason to not use it. I was interested in you, Sophia. In me. That makes me happy. Then I invite you to the castle. Let's talk plenty, Tomoki. Fufu, I don't care about your charm or anything like that. What I am interested in is, Sophia. Tomoki-sama. Look out. The royal guard Genebia, who was at the proximity of Tomoki, was paying attention to every action of Sophia, and places herself to the front of Tomoki. A high-pitched sound of metal clashing reverberated on the back of the flying dragon. Quite the reaction there. Tomoki is a minus, but unite lady, I give you a plus evaluation. That's right, this scent. You have obtained the power of the dragon, right? The sand wave Sazanami, huh, Sophia? What are you playing here, Sophia? Pointing your sword at the hero Tomoki-sama. I don't think you are a person that doesn't understand the meaning of this action, Genebia. Tomoki has his eyes wide open in surprise. Aside from the two clashing their swords, Genebia and Sophia, there's also the dragon summoner, Mora, and the alchemist user Yukinatsu. Both of them had their body stiffened. Because they have understood that the person that has appeared so close to them is an enemy. Of course I understand. Right, I forgot to mention this. Currently, I also have another title. Demon Race Vice General Sophia Blue. Nice to meet you, Hiro-sama Party, Sophia. A demon race. Vice General. I heard about Hiro-sama's reputation of being strong at night, so I thought I would like you to dance one song with us. How about it? The moon is beautiful this night, you know. Sophia. Sophia jokingly does one bow. Even though she is in a situation where she is technically surrounded by enemies, she doesn't show any signs of tension. No matter who you are. Tomoki increases the strength of his charm power. There's only few people that this power hasn't worked on. On top of that, maybe because he has gotten used to utilizing it, its power has steadily increased. Not only that. He has been secretly training it himself for the sake of it working against the kingdom's hero and the priestess. Right now, he would be able to even bring down an unprepared demon race with a glance. That's not good, Hiro-sama. That doesn't work on me. If you want to charm me, you have to be able to charm a superior dragon in an instant. But you know, Hiro-sama, there's a much simpler way, Sophia. You know about the charm eyes. Tomoki. Such an outside tactic is useless. Hey, try winning against me. If you are able to do that, I will become yours. Even without those eyes, I will offer you my mind and body, Sophia. Turning the tables on Tomoki's charm, Sophia emphasizes her breasts and thighs with a pose, and provokes him. Your level is still higher than mine, but I will teach you that a fight isn't decided only by that. Tomoki. I am totally of the same opinion. Then first of all, this lizard is in the way, Sophia. At the same time as Sophia says this, her sword shines once again. A scream leaks out from the flying dragon, Nagi, that was staying still in the sky. Nagi. Why your wing? What have you done? Mora. Mora's words came fast. Nagi's posture crumbles. At that instant, the wing at the other side touched the light sword. A burning smell, and also another scream occurred. The feet of Tomoki's group was unstable, and yet, Sophia was firmly standing at the back of the dragon that was shaking violently as it drops. Well then, I will be waiting at the bottom. It is fine to come with your companions, and it is also fine to come alone. Just that, the moment you point a sword at me, no matter if you are a child, I won't care. Come with the proper resolve, Sophia. Sophia jumps down from the back of Nagi, which could only be seen as a suicidal action. Confirming Lancer's position with the light sword's navigation line, she returns to her companion's side. How was it? Was it a man worthy of being serious for? Lancer. There's not even the need to use that. No matter how many come, no, it would be an opponent that would be easier if coming in groups. At that rate, I feel like he would be stronger alone, Sophia. Oh, but I heard that he rarely fights alone though, Lancer. That's just my intuition. Also, that flying dragon, it was a bit good. If possible, I would want to make it mine, Sophia. It is better to have as much spoils as possible, huh? Do as you wish. For a flying dragon, I think that Crimson Light Akari would be plenty enough though, Lancer. Lancer shows amazement at Sophia's evaluation of the flying dragon. At the same time, he mentions the name Crimson Light, which is a superior dragon just like himself, but because of his vagueness, the true meaning of those words were not understandable. That has other uses. Era, they are here. The flying dragon is down, huh? It would be troublesome to look for them later then, Sophia. While Sophia and Lancer were leisurely talking in the battlefield, Tomoki's party showed themselves. Nagi was nowhere to be seen. It is probably resting at the landing point, is the conclusion Sophia arrived at. The place spoken of is in no way a safe place. It is in the middle of the battlefield after all. Of course, the demon race won't come attacking them. But in the battlefield, there's plenty of moments where your own allies make mistakes. Humans and demons are desperate in defeating each other. Sophia and Lancer were only talking together, but it wasn't as if they weren't receiving attacks from any side. The attacks that were raining down and the attacks that were done by soldiers that have lost their mind, were all dealt with by freely controlling the several abundant light swords of Lancer. In the midst of that spray of blood, those two were talking worry-free. No cares if it's humans or demons. You guys are crazy. Era, they are attacking us after all. That's why I am just properly responding them. Well then, let's begin. If you lose, the kingdom and the empire will be in a big pinch. Do your best, okay? Sophia. I am a hero that holds the divine protection of the goddess. Don't underestimate me just because you are a dragon slayer. Tomoki. Yeah, I won't be sealing it. Let me test it, my current power. Sophia. Sophia approaches with sword in hand at the place Tomoki and Genebia are preparing themselves in. That assassin's blade seizes the hero and the royal guard. You fell for it. Earth dolls restrain, mad rail. With a puzzled face, Sophia looks at the two that were cut down the moment they readied their stance. As if answering her questions, a voice resounds from afar. It was the voice of Yukinatsu, who is adept in the use of golems. The figures of Tomoki, Genebia, and also the other two that remain, crumbled, and then it coiled around Sophia as if they were tentacles. Hey, I couldn't tell the difference. What an impressive spell, Sophia. The consciousness is being sent directly from the person itself. Quite elaborate, right? Let me tell you something, it won't be good to try getting out of it. Yukinatsu. Really? Is it made of a strong material or something? Sophia. I was just making noise until it finished transmuting, but it looks like it wasn't needed, Yukinatsu. It turned hard. Well thought out, Sophia. Sophia, who confirms that the restraint changed into a black shining mineral, praises Yukinatsu. Is that composure? Or could it be self-conceit? I wonder how long you can protect yourself from concentrated fire in that restrained state. Show her. Tomoki-sama. Yukinatsu. Well done, Yukinatsu. Genebia, just in case, maintain defensive stance. Mora, match me. Let's give some presents to Sophia. At a level that won't kill her, okay. Tomoki. How dare you do that to Nagi? Unforgivable. Mora. It's okay to not hold back. Come at me full force. That Ojo-chan over there as well. You might not be able to meet that flying dragon ever again, so come at me with the intent to kill, Sophia. At Tomoki's orders, the angered Mora shouts for her injured partner. However, while completely restrained, Sophia, instead of saying hold back, provoked them to not hold back. This woman is getting ahead of herself. In that case, I will do as you wish. Tomoki. Die. Mora. The 5 types of weapons Tomoki possesses all activate at once. Strong armaments that don't depend on the divine protection of the goddess, weapons that he himself possesses and were suited for him. Dagger Gladius, Spear Artemis, Thin Sword Rapier, and the small arm handgun. These are the weapons he currently possesses in his general firepower. Right now he is treating the God Spear he considered a companion in his fight in Stella Fort, as a sub. The strongest lineup for firepower. In his left hand, a gun, at his right hand, the God Spear. The other 3 weapons were floating in midair and were around Tomoki. This is the reason why he uses these 3 weapons. Those 3 are weapons that can show their highest firepower even without being in one's hands. They possess powerful might, and they are able to endow elements in its attacks. The gun in his hand is something that the Empire is strictly safekeeping in a certain town. It possesses the light element and was given to Tomoki by the princess. From its shape, Princess Lily thought that it would be useful for her development in guns, but this magic gun that is specialized in shooting magic power was not that much useful when developing small arms that use gunpowder. Because its inner structure couldn't serve as reference. Its outside shape was similar, but she judged that it was something different. But well, as a powerful sacred treasure in the hands of the hero, it was fulfilling its role plenty well. The 5 attacks Tomoki fired and the 2 attacks Mora released, rained onto Sophia. A thunderous sound and an explosion. If it were released onto troops, its firepower would easily kill at least 100. Thinking about the after effects in the military formation and the damage, it can be said that this is quite the strong attack. And this attack was received at close range, concentrated in a single point. If Genebia's defense wall wasn't protecting Tomoki's party, it might have injured them as well. Even within the superior dragons, Sandwave is considered as having high defensive power, and it was because it was Genebia herself who was given this power that made it possible to mitigate this attack. Hey! If she is alive, I wouldn't mind adding her as one of my women, Tomoki. Oni-chan. It is the woman that left Nagi in that state, you know. I am against it. Mora. Tomoki-sama, I am also against that idea. I felt like that person holds a dangerous ideology, Genebia. Even if you want to add her, it would be better to consult Lily-sama. First, Yukinatsu. At Tomoki's victorious words, his companions unanimously object. Just Yukinatsu showed an on-hold mood, but her expression was unpleased. Oh, you guys. Why are you being so carefree? You are fighting against Sophia, you know. Pile up more attacks and shower her, Lancer. The boy shows a behavior not fitting his appearance and reproaches the hero's party. His voice came from a place where their vision didn't reach, at a faraway location. The boy was at the back of Sophia a few moments ago. Of course, he must have received a direct hit along with Sophia, or somewhere close to it. There's no way he would be okay. At the very least, he wouldn't be without injuries. Tomoki looked at the cleared-up place with eyes filled of disbelief. Without obeying the words of, continue piling up attacks. Oh. No way. Impossible. It was certainly a direct hit. From each mouth came out a denial of reality. That was impressive. See. The restraining magic from just now was destroyed into pieces, Sophia. Sophia was standing. Also, even when you mixed that many elements, the firepower didn't mutually intrude each other. What an artistic attack. Your coordination with that Ojo-chan was also perfect. I was making fun of your charm, but it seems you are able to perform quite the good coordination, Sophia. While cracking her shoulders, she swings her sword. As if doing warm-up exercises. But well, it wasn't to the level that it would create a lake. I already have experience in that kind of out-of-norm attack. And we both were able to defend perfectly against it, Sophia. Sophia was showing those ferocious eyes she showed on the back of the flying dragon for a second. The movements of the woman that looked as if she were doing stretches were calm, and she slowly raised her right arm. The thin sword points at Tomoki. A smile steadily spreads at her whole face. Conversely, Tomoki's face showed slight agitation. I ended up reminiscing a bit. I was thinking about caressing you with about 5% of my power, but if you are able to do this much, I think it would be fine to increase it a bit, right? Sophia. Sophia's figure disappears. No, it didn't disappear. And as such, Genebia showed a response. It is just that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to follow her moves. As the strongest shield that protects Tomoki, she fulfilled that role. Now, Tomoki. Show me the power of a hero. Don't finish with just a warm-up. Sophia. Well then, I have cleaned up the surroundings. Sophia is, Fumo, Dunha. Lancer looks at the surroundings and nods. He confirms the state of Sophia, who was rampaging at his front. It was silent. There's already no one there. It was the deed of Lancer. At the back of Sophia, who had begun seriously fighting the hero, he was killing everyone that entered his line of sight. Reduce the amount of witnesses is also one of the reasons he had, but it was mostly because he wanted to confirm his own power. Being almost killed by Sophia once, his own power was quite weakened. Even at the time when he was fighting the devil with Makoto, he was only able to use about half of his power. After facing a painful experience because of him, for about half a year, Lancer was finally able to completely recover his power as a superior dragon. It has finally returned to this point, is what Lancer thought as he nods satisfied. Sophia. What are you going to do with them? If you kill the hero, you would be able to get the Demon Lord to owe you. I think it would be good to do it, Lancer. He talks to Sophia. Right now she was looking at the 4 defeated ones. Miraculously, no one was dead. No, there's no way something so convenient has occurred. It is just that Sophia didn't kill anyone. That means not everyone is as out of norm like that guy, huh? Lighting up my fire in such a half-baked manner. Hey, you are a hero, right? You have more cards too. Play right. Stand up. Fight. Sophia. Yar, he can't hear you anymore, huh, Lancer? Without holding back, Sophia slices at Tomoki, who can't even react properly and can only moan. Without caring that Tomoki was already prostrated on the ground. His abdomen, chest, arm, leg, neck, head, each time he was cut, he convulses, but there was no other reaction from him bigger than that. It regenerated immediately and returned to its beautiful state, but it wasn't a sight to behold. The royal guard Genebia, who is normally the one that should be protecting him, has received a fatal injury and is lying at a place far away from him. If there was a miracle or whatever, she would have immediately gone to help Tomoki, but the convulsing self that didn't care if she is conscious or not, made it harsh for her. Her wide-open eyes had blood flowing out, but she wasn't blinking. While her whole body had few wounds, the hole that's opened at her side was overflowing with blood. She was in a dangerous state. Mora and Yukinatsu were in a similar state. No, since they have low defensive power, those girls were in an even more precarious state. Mora had both her legs severed from her knees, her right hand was chopped into pieces, and was in a crouching position as if doing a dajiza. Yukinatsu was crucified on the ground, her limbs were pierced by light swords and her whole body didn't show a single movement. The 3 of them were still breathing. Considering the number and ability of healers in the Empire, their wounds were severe, but they were still savable. That is, if they are able to escape from this situation. It's quite the low chance. Tomoki, knowing this or maybe not, he screamed several times before shouting and standing. This is an astonishing action that can be done by Tomoki exactly because of his regeneration abilities limited at night. Sophia didn't pursue and was motionlessly staring at Tomoki, who is standing and moving his shoulders up and down. His expression was filled with exhaustion. Can't be helped. The night provides him with a body that won't lose, it provides immortality. But even if that's the case, it doesn't mean he won't get stressed when cut. It will be carved in his body, so there's no way it won't burden him. The silver boots, that were bestowed by the goddess, eliminated his exhaustion, but it won't remove the burden in his heart. Even Tomoki, who doesn't feel pain anymore, being sliced infinite amount of times by Sophia was something his mind couldn't take. A merciless instantaneous regeneration that anyone who sees it would think that it would be better to just die. Even if his sense of pain is gone, if he were able to maintain a normal state of mind in this situation, he wouldn't be an ordinary person. If Tomoki is still sane, his heart would clearly make a change and would have obtained an abnormal level of tenacity. Era, I'm glad. Do you still have something? Hey, Tomoki-kun. Sophia. You, monstrous lunatic. Against an unmoving opponent, you sliced again and again. Tomoki. A voice that one can feel exhaustion from. But the will in his eyes was not that different from the time he was on the back of Nagi. Looking at the glaring Tomoki, Sophia was internally in admiration and opens her mouth. It's because I thought you couldn't move anymore. Different from those girls there, you were still able to move but were trying to let it pass by not moving, right? Don't you have something more, is what I thought. Ah, and also, to call a woman monster, that's discourteous, you know. Sophia. Even though you are a human, you went and allied with the demon race. I don't want to hear that from someone like you. Tomoki. Learning that his thoughts were seen through, Tomoki internally clicks his tongue. If Lily were in a place where she can grasp the situation there, she might have used better moves and would have carried the situation to a more favorable one, is how he thought. He soon shakes his head to the sides. Because he thought that she wasn't an enemy they can defeat in any way. Because he judged that their current selves wouldn't be able to defeat her. That's why he confirmed the other three were still breathing and intended to let it pass by playing dead. But Sophia persistently tormented Tomoki. Knowing that the limit of those three was closing, Tomoki got impatient. He held an item that let him know the current state of their party members. That's why he was waiting until now. That's right. Tomoki had a grasp of the state of his three companions. They were still okay, but as long as their enemy doesn't give up, the limit will reach in time. And that critical point was now. Tomoki-kun, show me the power of heroes. You are not in checkmate yet, right? Your eyes are not dead, Sophia. Don't mess around. Tomoki. Tomoki shouted abusive language. Just like how Sophia said, he still had a trump card. He has one, but it is something he can't use right now. That dilemma was making him hesitate even more. Without preparing a weapon or setting up a spell. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Tomoki. Is there some sort of prerequisite? Ah, those girls being here are your shackles, right? Sophia. At the abusive language Tomoki was repeating for unknown reasons, Sophia seems to have comprehended something and nodded. She was sure her intuition was not wrong and does an inner laugh. What did you say? Tomoki. As if seen through, Tomoki gets surprised. It's fine. So, should I kill those girls first? Or do you want to try saying, please save me? Sophia. Sophia laughs with amusement. Lancer, who at some point had gotten close to her, sighs at the bad habit of Sophia. If they die, I won't show you my trump card even if it kills me. You want to see it, right? In that case, bring my companions back to the Empire first. You guys should be able to do that, Tomoki. You are half correct. Right, it would be troublesome if you don't show it to me. It's sad that I didn't hear a please save me, but can I ask you to do it? Sophia. Sophia looks at Lancer. Fine. It's okay to just bring those close to death fools to the Empire, right? Lancer. In front of the castle, Tomoki. So many requests. Is being shameless one of the powers of a hero? Lancer. Say whatever you want, Tomoki. When Lancer shows a smile filled with contempt at Tomoki's maddened eyes, he disappears along with the three severely injured to the Empire, and to the castle gate to top it off. I have kept my promise. Now then, show it to me. The seriousness of the goddess divine protection. Sophia. How regrettable, Tomoki. What? Sophia. The peaceful voice of Tomoki made Sophia show a stern face for a second. What I am going to show you now is not the divine protection of the goddess. It is a super rare power that only a few who have gone around the world and fulfilled the requirements are able to use. Even Hibiki can't use it, Tomoki. Tomoki returns the contempt lancer threw at him, right back at Sophia. Hibiki, the kingdom's hero, huh? I heard the heroes came from a parallel world, but within them there's rank divisions. That's surprising. But if it's that, I don't really mind. Go on. Sophia. It's fine, taste it. The humiliating light that burned my country in the past. I will reproduce it in this world. This was your own doing, so prepare yourself. Tomoki. How exaggerated. Are the other worldlers devils, or are the devils from other worlds? If you are going to confirm it, I don't really care, Sophia. Tomoki pushes both arms to the front. Connecting an aria that she has never heard before, Sophia was looking at him. But she had her sword prepared. She already deployed her strongest defense and was waiting for Tomoki's attack. In time, a light is born in front of the hands of Tomoki. It shines dazzlingly, a light so strong that one can't see it directly. The expression of Sophia dies in joy. Because she is sure she would be able to endure that attack that was almost able to kill her in the past. Tomoki shouts what seems to be the name of the spell. At that moment, the ball explodes with them as the center. Ripping up the night, a dome of light was born. In a place slightly further away from the Empire, a giant crater was created. Moreover, outside the diameter of the blast, a gruesome scenery of destruction was spread out. It didn't reach till the Empire. Tomoki's attack had created a scar a lot worse than the one attack Makoto did when he created a lake. What was slightly different was the cast and the conclusion. At the center of the explosion, there's one person who had lost consciousness and fallen to the ground. The other one had its sword back at its sheath, and standing with blue light enveloping its body. Quite the brutal trump card he had, Lancer. Mitsurugi. Yeah, it was more fiendish than the arrow of the devil at that time. If we received this attack at that time, I would have been dead, Sophia. How to make you say all this, as expected of a hero, huh, Lancer? Hero, no, I wonder about that. It might have been Tomoki-kuin's own willpower, Sophia. Tomoki-kuin, you say. You are completely friendly now. Did you get charmed as well? Lancer. No way. This spell, well, not sure if it's actually a spell, but it had quite the powerful fire element, Sophia. Fire, huh, Lancer. And it's a strenuous skill that shaves off some of the life of its user. But you know, the scary part is not that, Sophia. What then? Lancer. Counting you, everyone that received the attack, the people that luckily survived, and also the people that luckily weren't around the scope as well, they have been endowed with a special poison or curse, Sophia. Fufufu, a power that can't be scolded. Maybe it is easier to call it a poisonous fire. Come here, I will cure you, Sophia. I have also been endowed with it, huh? Sorry, I am counting on you, Lancer. When Lancer finds Sophia at the center of the crater, he glances at the fallen hero and begins to talk with Sophia. And then, after listening to the trump card of Tomoki from Sophia, he headed to where Sophia is while in shock. An invisible poison, this curse isn't something that Lancer knew about, but if Sophia says so, it should be believed, is what Lancer thought. He obediently gets bathed by the blue light. So long. Was it so strong? Lancer. Yeah. I still haven't completely removed mine either. When I checked my body just in case, I was already afflicted by it. He really got me there, Sophia. By the looks, I can't really tell though, Lancer. But it certainly eats into your life. It distorts the foundations of your body and alters it. A fiendish type. Without caring about allies or enemies. It seems he himself is excluded from this, but it is quite the lovely power. I think he said something like nuke, Sophia. No matter if ally or enemy, huh? Certainly that's to your taste, huh, that so-called nuke spell. And then, Tomoki, it was him, huh? Having the flying dragon killed, I thought your mood would be bad, but it seems there was no need to worry about it, Lancer. Flying dragon, huh? It is regrettable, but I was able to see something nice, so it is fine. Well then, connect the thought transmission that was cut off. Ah, Mitsurugi. Don't touch the Hiro-sama that is lying there, okay? That boy seems to be interesting, so I won't kill him yet, Sophia. Not yet, huh? Well, with that composure of yours, it doesn't seem like it will become an hindrance in the future. This one doesn't mind, Lancer. Sophia stretches widely at the center of the explosion and closed her eyes as if feeling good. Rona, do you hear me? Sophia. I felt tremendous magic power. The thought transmission got cut off, so there's no contact from the units. Just what is going on? Rona. While laughing at the demon General Rona that responded immediately at the thought transmission of Sophia, she explains the situation to Rona. Of course, half-heartedly. I was fighting Tomoki-kun and he used his trump card, you see. Ah, looks like his regeneration ability at night was true. If I had to correct anything, it would be that he is close to immortal. And so, that tremendous magic power was from his attack. He really got me there. I wasn't in a position where I could mind the other units, you see, Sophia. Trump card. What was it? Rona. It seemed to be a quite vast scope fire element magic. It had a wide area and high power. The range and power were standing at the same height, so it was difficult to deal with, Sophia. A spell's standard notion doesn't matter to heroes. How irrational. And so, what happened to the hero? Did you finish him? Rona. Rona asks the hero's state to Sophia. Sophia lowers her gaze and looks at Tomoki, who is still unconscious. His chest was systematically going up and down. It can be seen that his life is safe. It's regrettable, but he escaped. Sorry, Sophia. I see. If you even brought out his trump card, it is enough. Good work, Rona. About the details of the scope, you can just check the crater later. The outside has also received quite the damage, so you can probably estimate the effective range to a certain extent, Sophia. Thanks. I will soon send subordinates there. Can you two return to Stella once? Rona. Yeah. We are quite tired. Can you please let us rest, Sophia? Sophia. Rona. The thought transmission of Sophia suddenly stops. It wasn't jamming. It felt like she just lost her words. Thinking that it was strange, Rona calls Sophia, but there was no response. Mitsurugi, you saw that, right? Sophia. Mitsurugi, you saw that, right? Sophia. After a while, Sophia's thought transmission and words overlap. Normally, she would have cut off the thought transmission before saying anything. It was a rare mistake for someone like her. Rona was about to respond to her voice, but refrained from doing so. Because she noticed that she began talking while forgetting to cut off the thought transmission. Concealing her breath, she waits for the next words of Sophia. Yeah, I saw it. Certainly, it's that fellow, Lancer. Lancer looks at the same direction Sophia is looking at and mutters. It wasn't exactly the same as last time, but a moment ago, a light pillar shone and descended to Limia. A bitter memory is recalled in both of their minds. Yeah, no doubt. If it's in this current situation, it is definitely in the Limia capital. Your powers have already returned, so you should be able to fly, right, Mitsurugi? Sophia. Yeah, no doubt. If it's in this current situation, it is definitely in the Limia capital. Your powers have already returned, so you should be able to fly, right, Mitsurugi? Sophia. Yeah, if it's to Limia, it won't even take 30 minutes. But it appeared again at the crisis of humans, huh? As expected, he is actually the protector of humans. Lancer. Well, who knows? But, we will kill him, this is our long-standing desire. Isn't this an unparalleled chance? Sophia. Well, who knows? But, we will kill him, this is our long-standing desire. Isn't this an unparalleled chance? Sophia. Just what are they talking about? Rona still couldn't understand the particulars. The only thing she understood is that an uncalculated factor has occurred at the Limia capital. That's right. Sophia, let's go. We are bringing him down, Lancer. Just you wait, devil. Right now I am coming to eliminate you, to kill you, Sophia. Just you wait, devil. Right now I am coming to eliminate you, to kill you, Sophia. Rona was close to lifting her voice, but desperately held it back. She silently cut off the thought transmission. What a dilemma. To think that the greatest insecure factor would not appear in Rotsgard or the Empire, but in the kingdom's capital where they want to succeed the most. There's still no reports from the capital yet. The thought transmission has already been restored. The detailed information should soon be relayed. Rona bites something while waiting for that moment. If even those two monsters are going to fight the devil, Hibiki should die without doubt. Also, I should soon be receiving contact from Io's unit, that's why, Rona. Even if Io is weak at thought transmission, it doesn't mean that no one in his unit can use it. After not much lag of a time, she should be able to understand the situation at the capital. Rona-sama. It's here. With the highest concentration she has had as of today, Rona receives the transmission. Report, Rona. Yes. We are currently at the capital. The strategy of bringing down the hero is in progress. The battle between Io-sama and Hibiki has begun. Confirmed that we are in the advantage. A good report. If they are already in battle, Io won't make mistakes, is what Rona thought. She silently listens to the continuation of the report. While our losses are big, we are also fighting against the forces of the capital. But the words of the subordinate stagnate. Continue, Rona. Yes. We have confirmed a mysterious light piercing the royal castle. Based on the report of a close aide of Io-sama, an intruder appeared after arriving from a golden light or a ball of darkness. The numbers? Name. Is the standing indicated? Rona. A lich with extraordinary magic power and a pure white humanoid being, 2 people. Anything else is completely unknown, is what the report said. A humanoid being. Not a human. Rona. Hearing the word lich, she had a connection in mind, but more importantly, Rona was irritated by the vague report of a humanoid being. If the words of Sophia were true, that is the devil. The chances of it being the insecure factor is incredibly high, so it couldn't helped. We don't know. It would be good if we were able to assist as well, but the opposition is intense and we can't break the balance. Coup. Okay, good work. Please continue by supporting General Io, Rona. Yes. I will be fulfilling my task with my life on the line. The thought transmission ends. A lich and a white humanoid being. Is it the devil or another person? No, more importantly, is it an enemy or an ally? Rona stands up. A face that says this is not the time to be fortifying Stella. Giving orders to the small remaining troops, they finished the attack to the Empire. Rona, who was going to wait and see how the events at Io's side would turn out, repeatedly teleports. The destination was the kingdom's capital. This is not the time to be worrying about the fatigue of another rally. For her, no, for the demon race, this is an incredibly important strategy. Its failure and success are hanging on the line. Chapter 154, Participation of the Devil. The sudden march of the demon race to the kingdom's capital. While the kingdom's hero, Otanashi Hibiki, held strong agitation and uneasiness, she still conducted herself. Against the march of the demon race, Hibiki suggested for the Limia capital to change their functions to another place because their forces were in a disadvantageous position. But there was strong opposition from the nobles, the history in it being one of the reasons. The suggestion was not heard, and in the end, they ended up facing this day. At the Stella Fort capture operation, the capital was close to receiving the flames of war, and yet, they still acted this way. Their lack of contemplation irritated her. We are doing war, you know. If we lose, this town, this castle will be brought down. The historical value itself would lose all meaning, Hibiki. Talking about the knowledge of Hibiki in war, she doesn't hold that much experience. She was just summoned from the peaceful Japan as a hero. And in terms of war experience, the soldiers and nobles of this world have more than her. But after being forced these many close battles, their tendency of looking at the demon race as lower beings still persists. Especially the nobles of higher power in the upper stratum department of the country, they were looking at the threat of the demon race in a somewhat positive manner. There's no basis. It's just an optimism stemming from their view of the demons as an inferior race. That irritated Hibiki. The king and a part of the nobles have begun criticizing this optimistic view of the demon race threat, but it hasn't reached the point where it can change the country. No matter how much the country's thoughts change to a favorable direction for Hibiki, it will be pointless if it doesn't change in time. Hibiki. The castle gates have been grappled. Those guys, with these numbers, they are seriously trying to bring down the castle. Breda. The words of her party companion, the knight Breda, pointed out at the deteriorating situation. Right now, the king who can give absolute orders was not in the capital, because he was participating in the event of Academy Town, Rotsgard, the school festival that comes once a year. In this time when they are planning on attacking Stella Fort again in the front lines, this wasn't something that would normally merit the king himself to participate. In the past years, the king rarely participated. However, there was information that this year the person who has the most influential power over the Empire's hero, Princess Lily, would be participating in the school festival. Being allied countries that are fighting together against the demon race in the front lines, at the same time, both the kingdom and the empire are rivals as well. Unable to understand the reason why the other party has taken an action they didn't take in the past years, the king ended up heading there himself. It would have been fine to have Hibiki do that, but she is also a direct fighting potential in the attack to Stella, so it was judged that there was no need for her to head there herself. Also, they are the ones attacking the Stella Fortress. The humans will be attacking the fortress that the demon race is protecting heavily, with their objective being recapture. The timing of the attack was decided by the humans, in other words, it was thought that it would be decided by the kingdom and the empire. That's why it was decided that it would be fine to just attack after the school festival was over. And this is the result. A march from the demon race. I didn't expect it either, but the sequence of events was the total worst. This happened because the humans showed an opening by pulling their legs mutually after all, Hibiki. Just what kind of method did the demon race utilize to get past the Limia Kingdom's army that were posted at the front lines and were able to suddenly appear at the vicinity of Seiko? What a ridiculous thing. Seiko is in a place not that far from the capital. It's the lake that was recently created by the mysterious being called Devil. It was an incident that mercilessly dragged a great amount of troops from the humans and the demons, but because of this, they were able to prevent the surprise attack to the capital. It is also an existence that reminds them of a harsh lesson. Depending on the speed of the march, from Seiko to the capital, it would take around several hours. If it's mostly composed of foot soldiers, it would take even more. In normal circumstances, the defense unit would deal with it immediately. However, it is close. It's fine to even call it point-blank range. This kind of surprise attack was not done towards a town close to the regional borders, but at the capital, which left Hibiki in shock. At least, it was unthinkable that this was brought upon by the looseness of the current kingdom's army. They were ready to attack Stella Fort within these few days, in other words, they were close to a battle-ready state. They should have been putting force in there. Alertness as well. And yet, they easily let their forces invade. In the past, they were surprised by their advanced technique in thought transmission, but with this time's events, Hibiki was thinking that maybe the techniques of the demon race greatly surpassed that of the humans. And in truth, there have been orders to improve the thought transmission, but there has been no real progress in sight. Even if we surpass them in numbers and individual talent, if there's this much difference in technique, Hibiki. The adventurer unit is securing the retreat path. Hibiki-sama, Bredadano, and Chiya, please head there with haste. When the thoughts of Hibiki were heading to the harsh state of the war, the voice of a male other than Breda reaches the ears of Hibiki. Woody. A royal court magician and, among the magicians of Limia, there's no one with more ability than him. In ability and knowledge, and also as a researcher, he is an existence whose name is known around the world. Escape. We are going to escape, in this situation. Hibiki. Hibiki-sama, please understand. The movement of the enemy is way too fast. We should retreat from the capital, and after gathering the troops that are around the towns in the vicinity and in Stella, we can siege the capital again. I think that this is the ideal move in order to recover, Woody. Heh. Woody, are you saying that we should let the demon race have the history-filled capital, even if temporarily? Hibiki. Hibiki-sama, please stop the sarcasm. Right now the king is not here, and the idiots that cry about history and tradition have already ran away. We are currently the ones who hold the highest authority in this castle. At this occasion, I think it would be good to show them results and have them shut up. Doing a defensive battle in this place is already reckless, Woody. That's why I told them to move at least the functions of the capital to a place around the Hopelace household. There's leg pulling even between the high nobles. How unbearable, Hibiki. Ilumgandano was quite in favor of this proposal though, Woody. Something is happening at the academy town he is in as well. It seems like this situation has been relayed to the King-sama already, but the information relay is so slow it is displeasing. In this kind of times, I really can feel the inconvenience of thought transmission. Cell phones were pretty impressive, Hibiki. Portable phones, was it? Our technology has not developed as far as Hibiki-sama's country, so something like that is just. We have no choice but to pray for their safety, Breda. The information sharing between Academy Town and the kingdom can be considered quite deficient. If there were cell phones, is what Hibiki complained about. Based on her own customs, it couldn't be helped. Hearing the words of the magician, Hibiki falls into thought. The person himself is probably still in the thought that it hasn't been revealed yet, but Hibiki is already aware that Breda is the prince of this country. It is originally something that can't be hidden anyways, so it is obvious. But she didn't really make any allusions to it. Breda is a competent companion, and more importantly, because he is accompanying them, the discretion towards them increases. She easily judged that there was no merit in pursuing the subject. Right, sorry. And then, Woody, what are the chances of success? Hibiki. Plenty enough. Don't know if it's because it's a surprise attack, or because they have already reached the limit amount of troops they could conceal, they don't have the actual numbers to bring down the capital. Adding to that, the capital is our garden. We are familiar with the hidden passages and the methods of infiltration. I think we can definitely wipe them out, Woody. That's true. It looks like they are plunging onto the castle as if they were impatient. Evading and surrounding them would have less casualties, To go through the trouble of playing along would be stupid, Breda. That's how it is, Bredadano. Those guys shouldn't be able to keep that same speed against the castle. In this situation, it's actually convenient that the king was absent. Now, if we and Hibiki-sama manage to escape, Woody. Hey. In the conversation between Breda and Woody, the youngest girl among the group intrudes into the conversation with reserve. Laurel Union's priestess, Chiya. Adoring Hibiki, she is accompanying her. Her traveling together with the hero party is causing diplomatic problems between Limia and the Laurel Union, but her abilities as a priestess are high. The healing and support she provides, and depending on the situation she also cooperates in adding firepower, she has already become an existence that is indispensable in their group. Chiya-chan, what happened? Hibiki. Hibiki prompts Chiya to continue. Yeah. If we run, what will happen to the people here? Chiya. There was no one who could immediately answer Chiya's question. No, they couldn't say it, is more accurate. What would happen? The fate of the people that couldn't escape in time, there was no need to think about it. Chiya-chan, listen well, Hibiki. Why yeah, Chiya. This town, and this country, I will definitely not let the demon race have it. For that sake, there have been many lives lost in the process. We have to shoulder the feelings of those people, and we can't escape from it, Hibiki. We will win this war. We will stop the march of the demon race and obtain peace. We will survive. We have to accomplish this. No matter how painful it is, we have to endure, Hibiki. Are you talking about naval Wunshin? Chiya. Yeah, that's also part of it. That's why, Hibiki. Hibiki, are you still here? So you were. Great. While Hibiki was persuading Chiya, a new voice calls her. The leader of the adventurer group that decided to fight alongside her against the demon race and went with her to Limia in the time she stayed at Sige in summer. Sorry, Woody-san. Securing the escape path might have turned a bit bad. The contact with the people that headed there has ceased. And that's why I am here, but I am glad you are fine. The evacuation of the citizens that I asked of you, how far has it progressed? Woody. Woody asks him about the progress of the job he asked of them. He just told them the request from Hibiki, but Woody was also worried about it. It is also because his family is also in the people that are evacuating. It seems he had self-control to not ask directly about his wife and child. It's difficult. At best, I would say around 30%. There's fires happening here and there, and it is causing a panic state. It is taking us our all. We do have several people guiding the citizens, but it will probably not reach the 50%. If it reaches that number it would be great, is how it would be. The sole relief is the distribution of demons. The demons' distribution is a relief. Hibiki. Hibiki felt like those words were contradictory and asks the man that is explaining. In the group that is attacking this place, there's orcs and goblins as well. The names orc and goblin come out from the man's mouth, and in that tone, there's scorn mixed in. It is a matter of course. At times, they have been employed to defeat high-ranking Momonos and demi-humans with special abilities. But the orcs and goblins are loyal to their instincts and their conduct is ugly. Even in the people that have opposition to killing Momonos, orcs and goblins are existences that are hated enough to kill. Yeah, that's obvious, Hibiki. Hibiki has already seen with her eyes their loyalty towards their own greed, and she has cut down an innumerable amount of them. But in this capital, the places that have been plundered and the women that have been violated, from what I have seen, there's none. None. That's right. Even those guys are being precisely commanded, and aside from the defense unit and targeted citizens, they don't waste time in other things. They are aiming for the castle and charging at it. I was honestly surprised. For our side that is working at evacuating, it makes it easier, but as an army to fight against, I think they are several times more troublesome. Then, the citizens are somewhat safe, right? No. They don't steal or violate, but the people that catch their eyes will be thoroughly killed by them. If the people hide it is easier to be saved, but if they find you, it would be a lot harder to escape from than how it would usually be. Anyways, to break down this situation, I think that encirclement is the only method. We should leave to the outsides of the capital. But the escape route. That's why I came to ask Woody-san. Hey, instead of going from the capital to the outside, isn't there a path that we can use to stealthily escape from the castle to the town? In this occasion, it would be easier to use the chaos to run through the town in one breath. And so, that's how I want you guys to escape. I see. The method that has the less insecure factor, huh? Certainly, if it's to run through in one breath, me and Chia are here, so it is more advantageous for us than the bunch rampaging at the capital, Woody. Woody answers the man that turns the conversation to him. Communication ceasing doesn't equal to emergency situation. But they have experience in a previous battle. If they consider the possibility of the thought transmission being jammed, it would be better to think that some kind of problem occurred in the escape path they were trying to secure. Yeah. When I leave the capital, I will send thought transmissions to the defensive units that are around the area and will deploy them at once. I would like to hurry as much as possible. Understood. I will guide you. Also, it is okay to have the units currently fighting to steadily fall back. I will contact the other units myself. It is okay to fall back until this audience room. This place won't be destroyed by anything normal, and there's also a strong support barrier. They should be able to endure for a while, Woody. That would be helpful. I will tell them immediately. The man and Woody begin their thought transmissions. Hibiki was thinking about the high-leveled forces that were charging at the castle without looking aside, while she places a hand on the shoulder of the slightly nervous Chia and waits for the moment to escape. What? Hibiki, be careful. I feel some kind of vibration, Breda. Breda takes a battle stance and prepared for the abnormality he felt. The small vibration that resounded from the floor steadily got stronger. Hibiki unsheathes her sword as if covering Chia and prepared herself by facing a different direction from Breda. Could it be? No way, Woody. Woody finishes the thought transmission and it seems he has noticed the abnormality as well. He probably had something in mind. He looked at the king's throne, around the area where the stairs are. Exactly in the place where he was looking at, a thunderous sound reverberated along with an explosion. Several fragments reached where Hibiki and the others were and it was all intercepted. The shadow that was slowly shaping at the rising smoke, Hibiki knew it. She could feel her body stiffening. If you secured the escape route from the beginning, the people being chased would normally rely on that place. In this case, it would be better to consider that, from the very beginning, you were planning on intercepting us here, is that right, Hiro Hibiki? Io, so you left Stella empty and came here. Hibiki. With a face as if hearing a bad joke, Hibiki responds to the familiar voice. A large builded body of 4 arms appeared, and it instilled tension to the people that confirmed this. The attack and defense is in constant fluctuation. Even if we are the side that is protecting the fortress, it isn't like we promised not to attack, right? Io. If we were to attack the fortress right now, you would lose that location. Is that really okay? Hibiki. Is that supposed to be a bluff? Because it seems that your side has already begun moving to return here though, Io. The overwhelming difference in the knowledge of the current state of the war. Hibiki bites her lips. She can't even use the units that are stationed far away as bluff, so it is obvious why she had a bitter expression. And what reason you had to come out from that place like a mole? Hibiki. Hibiki-sama, that place is the escape route we were planning on using, Woody. The hesitant words of Woody. It seems that way. I waited for a while and you guys showed no signs of coming, you see. So I came here instead, Io. Our soldiers should have been there though, Hibiki. Yeah, they were, Io. Where are they? Hibiki. Do you even need to ask? Io. The demon general asks as if amazed. Io, again, my comrades, Hibiki. That's a difference in inclination, hero. Those people were originally adventurers from Tsige, weren't they? The one who dragged them to this fight was no other than you. The man over there as well, if I remember correctly, he is also an adventurer from Tsige, right? Our side didn't pay much mind to your exploration at the borders, Io. Io's words were correct. If Hibiki didn't bring them here, the adventurers of Tsige wouldn't have died. It is also true that this isn't something the killer himself should be saying though. Ho, for a demon general, you are quite generous towards the Tsige adventurers. Being glanced by Io, the man responds with an exaggerated gesture while sweating from his forehead. The moment he matched Io's eyes to confront him, he understood the difference in powers. It's the class of enemy that he would have to escape with all his might when sighted from afar. If he were to move as an adventurer, there's no other option aside from running away. The demon general Io is that level of existence. The adventurers of Tsige are the people that traverse the harsh wastelands. Our Lord respects you adventurers who put your base at those lands. He has ordered us to not lay our hands on you guys unless you point your sword at us, Io. That's, thanks. There's demons and demi-humans in that place, and there's also people who don't hold prejudice towards Momonos. From our view, that is something worth of respect. If you didn't come to Limia, you guys wouldn't have died. How regrettable, Io. At the place you came from, there were some pretty strong guys though. They were strong. What stood out was their fighting style that used coordination as their core. In the middle of winter, the things I have to teach my subordinates has increased. I can't mourn for them in this time of battle, but I am grateful, Io. This is out of his reach. That was the conclusion the men arrived to. He was in complete agreement that this man is a demon general. Ridiculous ability and composure. And yet, he shows no openings. Even in the middle of the conversation, he didn't give any chances to move. Hibiki, the match is too bad. Even if we are inside the support barrier, we shouldn't have a proper fight with him. Hey there, that would be troublesome. Hibiki, I will have you fight me here, and die. I will think of this support barrier as advantage in location, Io. Io's body dies in black. The memories of losing Naval in Stella Fort revive in her mind. A heavy and bitter memory. At the same time, anger welled up as well, but without being controlled by it, she silently exhaled. Sorry, but I have no intentions of fighting you here, Hibiki. But you don't have that option. If you escape from this place, I don't think I will be able to hold back my subordinates that came with the resolve to die. The moment you guys abandon this place, there won't be a single resident here alive. After killing them all, if we end up encircled, we would have no choice but to chase the ones that escaped as well, Io. That's dirty. As expected of a demon. Don't you know of cowardice? Hibiki. The desperate provocation. Leaving aside if this will actually work on the men called Io, she couldn't leave it unsaid. Of course I know this is not a moral thing to do, as a military man. However, right now I am the general leading the demon race. I am here as a soldier, Io. Killing innocent people is a soldier. Hibiki. This is not a war between countries. This is a war between races. And that ending will lead to the downfall of one side or endless slavery. You should have vaguely felt this too, right? Or don't tell me, the times you went destroying the settlements of Momonos, you were minding if the opponent was a soldier or a resident. Io. Our side is also desperate. Now then, what will you do? Will you still run away even when I pursue you, or will you bet on the small chance of defeating me here? Choose whichever you want. Of course, I will be beginning this by my own volition. The black body charges towards Hibiki and the others. And in those 4 arms, there's gauntlets with devoted design equipped on them. Hibiki was pressed for a decision. Mio was on her knees. The one she is against is the demon general Reft, who has his lower half in the shape of a serpent. The kimono that Mio is wearing was greatly damaged and her skin was showing. Even so, the person in question, Mio, was not showing agitation nor anger. Licking her lips, she stands up. In that face, happiness could be felt. I don't understand. Your attacks don't work on me anymore. Or are you saying that you still have some sort of method against my reflection, Reft? I don't disu wa ne. At first, you were being easily beaten up and I was disappointed thinking that you were a weakling with only his body as a trait. I am surprised that you were analyzing my attacks. I will praise you for that, Mio. I can't understand. You don't have other methods of attacks aside from shooting, cutting, or punching. Why can you still stand up when everything has been sealed? And that regenerating ability is clearly abnormal, Reft. Reft used his own body to analyze the attacks of Mio. He grasped all the attacks she used, coped with them, and with his special ability, reflection, he closed it. She continuously repeated attacks that would be reflected. It looked like a child throwing a tantrum, but there was no visible agitation from her. Finally, Reft threw words to Mio. He wanted to know the reason for her strange behavior. Don't have a choice, disu wa. Because the revolver and Walther are guns and the only thing I have that can cut is the one that can only cut konyaku. Other than that, I only have my bare hands, Mio. I don't understand at all what you are saying, Reft. The number of bullets is only 6 and 8, so in total there's 14. The sword is limitless, yes, but, Mio. Mio is counting something with her fingers. Is it related to the reason why you aren't giving up? Reft. Walther still had one more shot. Mio. It was a mistake to try understanding, huh? It's fine already. I will let you continue until you die, Reft. If I'm not mistaken, it still has for one more shot. Let's shoot it this time, Mio. Mio points her left hand's index finger and middle finger towards Reft. That again. For darkness element, it does have quite the power, but it already doesn't work on Reft. The darkness bullet is shot from her hand and with a spiral rotation, it hits straight at Reft. It certainly did hit. But at that moment, the one who was sent flying was Mio. The attack that should have hit the left side of Reft's chest, for some reason, made a hole in Mio's chest. No matter how many times I do it, it is amusing. It feels like it is something I wouldn't be able to copy at all, disu wa. Its weak point is that you have to do some incredibly complicated calculations before using it though, Mio. Mio stands up as if nothing happened. The hole at her chest closed in an instant. Reft's eyes open wide in surprise for who knows how many times already. No, it seems he also reacted at the words of that girl. Seen through her. Even so, what a frightening regenerating speed. You are without doubts not a human. But if that's the case, why are you rebelling against Demon Lord Sama? Reft. I have shot them all, so if I just reload it, it will return to how it was before, right? Now then, the next 15 shots, will you be able to reflect them? Mio. It's useless. No matter how many times you do it, Reft. This is the only thing I will do, disu wa. As respect to you, I will not do anything aside from this. No matter how many times you do it, is what you said, but, no matter how many times, disu wa. In this fight, you still don't notice that this isn't something that places you in a superior position. Mio. Mio giggles. She does have more varied methods of battle. But the three types of attacks that Ref dealt with can be said to be the most easy to comprehend states within the things Mio has learned in summer. From the concept of guns she heard of Makoto, Mio has produced two famous guns with darkness bullets. And then, the spell she used in the beginning that emits ki. These were ideas that came from memories of Makoto from a certain anime which Mio likes. She created her own type of rules and was having fun by bringing out these spells. If the situation of the battle in Kale Neon were worse, Mio would have killed Reft without minding her methods. But the situation in Kale Neon was overwhelming. The 100 of Asura were easily dominating the 2,000 of the demon race. The small reinforcements that were coming in succession from the vicinity were being scattered away. In that case, Mio thought about grasping this mysterious art-like strategy if even for a bit. Just like how Reft analyzed Mio, Mio was also analyzing him. And also, it wasn't as if Mio was standing up without giving up. It's Reft who has no after. What did you say? Reft. You continue your artistic-like reflection. The moment you are unable to continue doing it, that will be the moment of your defeat. The result outside has already been determined after all, Mio. Impossible, there's no way we would lose in such a short amount of time. You are spouting nonsense, Reft. And you won't be able to see its state. Well then, here I go, Mio. Kook, in that case, even if it's only you, I will bring you down. Even you shouldn't be able to infinitely regenerate. I will show you that I can return tens, hundreds of your attacks. Reft. If you stop defending them, you will die at that moment, you know. Do your best. If you continue for several thousand times more, you may have a chance of winning, Mio. The darkness bullet and the key travel through a vaster area. Each time, a hole opens up in Mio's body and she is smashed to the walls. And yet, the attacks didn't stop. In the midst of this strange spectacle, the fight continues. Yar yar. Even so, it is rare to see Mio enjoying a fight. Is she intending to learn that reflecting ability? At my side there were only guys who showed no opposition, Tomo. Peeping at Mio's situation, Tomo shrugs her shoulders at the summit of a hill. The Highland Orc and Mist Lizard units were trampling down the enemy without mercy. Thanks to that, Tomo had nothing specially important to do. There's the choice of joining Mio's fight, but from what Tomo has seen, not only does she not need her help, she may even hate her for it, is what Tomo thought. Fumo, there's the option of going to where Waka is but, at this occasion. Let's just do some miscellaneous work. If I just randomly split the land around the national border, it should decrease the trouble in the future. Putting a bridge won't take that much trouble, so it would be better to have an easy-to-understand boundary. Umo, let's do that, Tomo. Tomo's figure disappears from the hill. At the place she disappeared from, there were heaps of corpses piled up. Something that can hide your figure, is it? Yeah. Because you know, if I go to Limia in this appearance, they would soon know that I am the merchant Raidu, right? Makoto. True, Shiki. If that happens, all the effort Tomo and everyone else did in Rotsguard will probably go poof. I don't think that Goddess will take into consideration those points after all, Makoto. Since it has already come to this, I think it would be difficult, Shiki. Shiki, you can just wear your previous form, right? You have done so before after all. Even though Tomo and Mio said they were unable to. Shiki is truly skillful, Makoto. Yeah, you are right. I can manage with that, but what about Wakasama? Shiki. A mass of darkness that plunged into the capital. Inside of it, I was consulting with Shiki. Regarding the matter of hiding our appearance. I didn't bring my mask, and going barefaced would be bad. But if I don't go out fast, I won't understand the situation. I am greatly troubled by the fact that the goddess didn't give me any time to prepare. Isn't there something? Makoto. If anything goes, I do have something though, Shiki. In this occasion, anything is okay, Makoto. Then, this, Shiki. Why do you have something like that? Makoto. Well, I thought that throwing it away would be sad, so when Wakasama threw it away, I picked it up, Shiki. So unnecessary. No, in this case, should I call it, fine play? Makoto. It isn't something bad after all, Shiki. What Shiki handed me is a long slender cylindrical shaped thing. The size is enough to fit in my palm. It is something that Mio gave me in the past in moments of danger, a transformation item. That's right, a transformation item. A crazy item that instantly equips you with a full body suit like the ones from special effects heroes. If this were sold in Japan, it might have been super popular. In terms of power, it doesn't match me, so, in the end, I didn't use it. Or more like, after I pushed the button like they told me in Asura, I threw it away half in embarrassment and half in anger. To think that Shiki picked it up. I have no choice but to use it, huh? If the hero is here, it would multiply my embarrassment though. It's a lot better than having my identity discovered. I resolved myself and pressed the switch. Wakasama, the wall will be released. Are you ready? Shiki. Okay, eh? The color is Makoto. In the past it was blue, but this time is white, huh? It looks like it doesn't change the power that much though, Shiki. White is, Makoto. White is kind of more embarrassing than the time it was blue. That I can't tell its power must mean that it is decreasing my defense and increasing my attack, huh? If it were the other way it would have been better. In the first place, who the hell would do a transformation that decreases their defense? Not that long after, just like how Shiki said, a big crack appears in the wall and breaks. Let's go then, Makoto. Yes, Wakasama. I will do my all to protect you. Shiki. Giving a side glance at Shiki, who was showing quite the motivation, I do one step outside. Not only Shiki, this time I am also here with the intention to fight. In that sense, this might be my first battlefield. Me in white clothes like a special effects bastard, and a skeleton wearing a black robe with golden embroidery drawn around it, both of us stepped into what is supposed to be a battlefield. If there's someone that saw us right now appearing in the battlefield, their eyes would be wide open. Yeah, no doubt. And just as I thought, several people were staring at us speechless. The four-armed giant that looks like he is from the giant race, is the one who is showing the most vigilance towards us. Is that someone from the demon race army? There's several people around that seem to be related to the demon race as well. And also, there were a few humans only. It looks like they are fighting in a quite bad situation. Even when just looking like this, I feel like supporting the demon side. The so-called Demon Lord Sama is quite the popular and has people that sympathize with him. I silently felt respect towards the Lord of the Demons that I haven't met yet. A so-called Centaurus with half-human, half-horse, a so-called Minotaurus with half-human, half-ox. And also, a giant with 4 arms. That giant is probably the boss. In other words, the demon side is composed of demi-humans and momonos, and its general is not a demon but a giant. Meaning that they are sorted out by demi-humans and momonos. Even if the demon race is also a category of demi-human, this is impressive. In the human armies, the demi-humans are only used as disposable vanguards. I also thought that their way of thinking is quite advanced. As long as I am here fulfilling the promise, I have to take the side of the hero though. The hero is, Makoto. From the positioning, I estimate the person that is supposed to be the hero. What impressive attire. The exposure rate is crazy. It's like I am looking at an extreme cosplay. Could it be? No way, Makoto. Wakasama. Shiki. President Otanashi. Is it you, senpai? Makoto. An injured girl that is looking at us. That person who is probably the hero, has an attire that even in this world it is not normally seen, and holding a sword. That appearance is. No, even if I say it looks exactly the same, if she is a hero, then she is from the same world as mine. Tsukuyomi-sama also said it, that one of them was quite close. She is a senpai from high school at my previous world. A famous person in my hometown. In terms of connection with her, I have only talked a few times with her regarding the budget of the club. She looks like the student council president. Senpai is the hero. I unintentionally mutter her name in a low tone. Forgetting that I was currently in a battlefield, I motionlessly watched that figure of hers. Chapter 155, Participation of the Devil. Is that really senpai? I do want to confirm it, but that will be for later. If it were the usual me and that is actually my senpai, it wouldn't be strange to wave my hand and talk to her in this type of reunion. It is like coincidentally meeting with an acquaintance while traveling abroad. Even so, I was able to arrange my thoughts because of the atmosphere in this place. I once again look at the place I have descended to. We are probably at the audience room of the king or something like that. It has a space that fits the bill, and in the place that seemed to be the highest spot in this location and most likely where the throne was in, there's a wreckage. There's signs of destruction here and they're pointing out at an intense battle. Most of the people here are injured. The only ones who look fine at glance are the small girl in the hero party and the giant who exudes personality. Looks like the goddess has thrown me right in the middle of the battlefield, as per usual. Wakasama, the hero, is probably that person there. Should we begin by safeguarding her? Shiki. With a small voice, Shiki asks me. This is bad. If he calls me by Reidu or by Waka, I feel like my identity could be guessed. Even so, as long as that person is here, Makoto is also no. Good. Should I increase my names? There's a limit to how troublesome that would be. Moreover, in this white-attired state, I don't think I will be using that name in the future at all anyways, so maybe it is fine. Shiki, when talking to me, there's no need to call my name, just state your business. No matter what you call me, my identity might be exposed after all, Makoto. That's true. Understood. Then, just in this occasion, I will call you Master. About me, please call me Larva. If you call me Shiki, it might be exposed after all, Shiki. Larva is a name Rona knew. Is that okay? Makoto. That woman doesn't think that I am actually serving under Wakasama. In that case, I am thinking about using that misunderstanding. For those kind of people, instead of a far-off lie, it is more effective to use this, Shiki. I leave it to you. For now, I want to test if I can actually use common language, so I will step forward and go to where the hero is. The demon general, well, from what I see, it looks okay, Makoto. Is that so? Understood, Shiki. I will probably have Shiki move a lot later, so for now, just wait, Makoto. I appreciate the consideration, Shiki. My head is still a bit heavy. If with this I am still unable to speak common language, I won't be able to bear it. Looking at the skeleton that is slightly hanging down his head as if disappointed, I implicitly tell him that he will have his turn later. Because in truth, it felt like that's how it would turn out to be. In this embarrassing attire, the magic power is being confined inside, so I don't need to use Sakai to conceal it. That's why I am able to use Sakai for perception and area understanding after a long time. If we put aside the part about looking like a special effects hero cosplay, this is equipment that would fit me the most in my everyday life. But that one bad point is the biggest reason why I can't use it for everyday life, so there's no point though. I begin to walk towards the place where the hero and the giant are confronting each other with about 10 meters of distance between them. When I began moving, tension ran through them. And they mutually, no, they were both staring at me. The distance between them and me is around 50 meters. Of course, I was taking into consideration their movements as well. While keeping my perception, Sakai, to a level where I don't lack in details, I expand the domain of my Sakai. From the castle to the town, I watch the battles that appear in my mind and are occurring in several locations while I grasp the topography. Looks like I can do it now. The composition of the demon race forces are, as expected, demi-humans, Momonos, and also demons. There's no real inclination, but the demons are slightly fewer. The equipment is quite good and it really does feel like a soldier. Also, the points of battle are really easy to tell. It looks like the invasion points are all aiming at the castle. Is it to secure the entry paths or are the battles concentrating in a long and narrow isosceles triangle area with the castle at its summit? I have mostly understood the information in the vicinity. I will decrease the precision and increase the scope. To the point that I can't tell the races of the people here, I was able to reach until the outer walls of the capital. I see, the demon race even destroyed the walls, huh? Looks like they have some incredible weapon or magic. It seems that's the base for the triangle area. The number in the demon's side it is probably because it is a surprise attack, but it looks like there's several thousands. In terms of numbers, the ones protecting the kingdom are many more. Just that, this isn't a fight in a plain or with military formations, so if there isn't a difference of 10 or 20 times, it might not be a decisive difference. It is out of the question to have less people at the attacking side, but the demon race that has invaded into the town have already taken relatively solid mobilization, so for the kingdom side that is dispersed like crazy, they are probably being faced with an attack as if piercing their stomach. Looking at the fires occurring around the locations that are not in the march's course, a cooperator of the demon race or a spy might have been infiltrated. In Rotsgard, the incident occurred from the inside after all. Looks like Limia intends to abandon the capital temporarily. Units are gathering at the outsides, so maybe they are going to encircle the capital. Makoto. For the hard-headed Limia kingdom, that's quite the flexible choice. Is this the influence of the hero? Shiki. Again, I talk with Shiki in a small voice that can't be heard on the other side. I have already reduced the precision to the point that I can only tell how many people are gathered and expanded the scope in a breath. I could tell that a mass of people are coming from the several towns in the vicinity and were heading towards the capital. I felt that, in contrary, the people in at the capital were trying to leave, so I thought that maybe they are aiming for encirclement. Shiki looked like he was slightly surprised, but I could tell that a battle aura was coming out from his whole body. It has an overpowering sensation that would make anyone who has a weak heart to faint. Also, every time he talks, his dark red light for eyes flicker, so the intensity doubles. Fortunately, my expression can't be seen. I turn my face forward while making a wry smile. I don't know who you are, but stop. The giant gives me a warning. A voice filled with dignity fitting his appearance. Also, as expected, he is big. Even with only one finger of his, it would make an arm of mine. But I didn't stop. Because I can't protect the hero from here. The hero's side is still silent. If I could hear her voice, I would be able to tell if it's senpai or not though. If it's really senpai, I will have to change my plan into a slightly gentler one for the hero. No matter what, doing terrible things to my senpai is a bit, you know. The giant, seeing that I showed no reaction and continued walking, sent a glance towards his surroundings. They were still lying in ambush. The soldiers that were hidden appeared from the pillars at the sides and charged towards us. If the person ignores the warning, it is immediate elimination. As expected. I can tell that the hero is gulping her breath. So she didn't know about this, huh? For me, they were enemies I already perceived with Sakai. This wasn't a surprise attack or anything of the sorts. From up, down, and the sides, from each direction, for attacks were directed at us. It wasn't at the same time, but those movements show coordination. I can tell they have been trained. As if holding me back from doing something, Shiki silently moves. In his hand, there's a pitch-black staff. It isn't the one he uses at the academy. Because there's no gem that is said to be completely necessary for a magician's staff. That's why I told him not to use this one at the academy. In terms of appearance, instead of a staff, it is more like a rod. I am not used to moving in this suit so, well, it can't be helped. I will let Shiki have this one. I finally have the chance to be of use in battle. I will give you my thanks, weaklings. Depart painlessly, Shiki. A cold voice. At the same time Shiki says this, he lightly taps the lower end of his staff to the floor. Shiki really does like activating his spells like this, huh? Immediately following, the two winged people that were coming at us from above, both explode at the same time. Just like that, he soundlessly moves towards my right side where a black-clothed demon is. Taking out a blade from the designless staff, Shiki cuts off his neck. It isn't the spear-shaped blade he normally uses, but a giant curved blade. A giant scythe, huh? Since his appearance is that of a skeleton, it is totally a Death Reaper. The last one changed his aim from Shiki to me, he changed the stance of his sword to a stabbing one and lunged at me. Will Shiki make it in time? It was an unnecessary worry. In front of my face that was facing the side, the back of Shiki was reflected. Even though he is good at this kind of short-range instantaneous movement, I wonder why it gets harder the longer the distance. I thought he would be more fit for this kind of thing than even Mio, but it seems Shiki is not good at teleporting in long distances. Well then, the last one. The one who is being held by the skeletic hand at her head and being lifted up is a black-skinned elf-looking person. She has a hood, so I can't really tell. Is this what they call a dark elf? The sword she held struck around the sternum of Shiki and broke. Her figure, while still holding her broken sword that couldn't accomplish its task, was tragic. Gyu. Those were her last words. The important portion that molded life was sucked by Shiki. In an instant, she was bleached white and died. Wiped out without doubt. I nodded once and resumed my steps silently. Shiki lightly brushes off the dust and follows after me. The hero side and the demon race side. In time, we arrive. You won't mind, considering you an enemy, right? The words of the giant. It seems he is asking me, but he is already filled with hostility. Are you an ally? The words of the hero. As I thought, she is really senpai, huh? In the voice I have heard before, I make a small sigh. Why is she in this kind of place? With no discomfort, she would have been able to live her life stably in a practically tranquil manner. Thanks to Mio's strangely detailed work, my voice is changed. In this kind of appearance, it is practically impossible to recognize me, but if I ask her, why did you come to this world, she will most likely grow suspicious. Right now I am an enigmatic character, and there's merit in having my identity unknown. It isn't something I want to ask at the risk of exposing myself. I was indeed interested, but I didn't voice it out. Through an agreement with the goddess, I will safeguard the hero. Also, the demon race should abandon Stella Fort at once and take shelter. If it's with your side's thought transmission skills, you should be able to communicate with them, Makoto. So you really are an enemy, huh? I have never seen that appearance before. Is that ancient equipment, or could it be, judging from your voice, are you some type of golem? So the goddess still had more pawns. The giant has regarded me as an enemy and takes his stance. The glossy black skin of his that looks like obsidian shows flexible movement. He takes the stance of a martial artist. Is his style hand-to-hand combat? At his forearms he has equipped gauntlets. No, it reaches close to his shoulders, so it is probably more accurate to call it an order-made arm gauntlet. That's a misunderstanding, giant. I don't hold the will to be hostile towards the demon race. If you guys leave this place and abandon Stella Fort, I promise you that I won't let the humans pursue you, Makoto. Can't do that. I will eliminate the hero here. My subordinates fighting in this capital and I have come here for that purpose. We also have no reason to abandon Stella Fort. Even the orcs are not pillaging and violating women. Leaving aside their skills, if you have a force that is this well trained, it would be a big loss for the demon race if you were to lose them, right? Makoto. It's strange to be praised by the enemy, but for now, I will say thank you. But between losing my forces and abandoning our objective, the level is just totally different. The two conditions you have mentioned are not things I can accept in no way. He isn't attacking me in my no-stand state. Instead of calling it the spirit of a military man, it is most likely that he is trying to measure me. This person is a military man and a soldier as well. And for some reason, I knew what he is currently by instinct. That's regrettable. The demon race's army has demi-humans and Momonos without any discrimination. Honestly, I think your thinking is a lot more advanced than that of humans. You have a disciplined army. I feel like you are worthy of respect, Makoto. It's regrettable for me too. The fact that someone who has that kind of thoughts is a vanguard of the goddess, that is. No matter how many races we include, we are the sword of Demon Lord Sama. The sword that our Lord swings must be filled with dignity and awe. Vulgar behavior will only dirty that sword and will only deduct the worth of that lord and its country. He probably still has spare energy to resume battle. The giant looks like he doesn't want to speak anymore. So you are trying to finish it in one swing? Makoto. That's right. Our Lord says that it will shoulder all our actions. In that case, no matter if we end up breaking in fragments after one swing, we will certainly destroy our enemy. If we can't do that, we won't be able to answer its trust. Your proposal is rejected. Move aside. If you are going to cover the hero, I will have to destroy you as well. If you are able to think that much, you should have noticed the darkness under the rule of the goddess as well. I have received my payment in advance. I think this is a villainous role, but in this occasion, I will be standing at the hero's side. Even if it's a promise with a person that I don't feel any speck of trust, I don't want to break it, Makoto. That's regrettable. In that case, I will be bringing down both you and the hero. My name is Io. Demon General Io, Io. You won't name yourself, huh? But to think that I would be interfered twice in killing Hibiki by a white person. Is this what they call the destiny of the hero? Io. As I thought, it is settled, she is senpai. I don't remember the name of the Empire hero either, but he had a Japanese-like name and Japan is super popular in parallel worlds. Maybe he is doing this as substitute for a greeting. Io pushes out his fist. Placing a small quantity of strength in my lower half, I stop it with my left hand. You stopped it. Hibiki. The surprised voice of senpai resonates from my back. If we consider the difference in heights, it would certainly look abnormal. Limia's Hiro-san. Along with her companions, Larva, place them by your side and take them away, Makoto. From what you have said, it felt like you weren't an ally, but is it okay to believe in you? Hibiki. Of course. I won't let them put a finger on you. Larva, Makoto. Io is crazy strong. Don't try fighting him in strength, not even by error. This is advice from a defeated person that couldn't compare in technique, Hibiki. I will take it as reference, Makoto. I will probably be competing in strength though. I stop the other attack of the giant with my right hand. How can you do that with that body? But. Io. I see, I don't have enough arms, Makoto. That's how it is. Io. I can feel a dull and distant impact from my flank. And while at it, another attack hit my chin in between the space of the thick arm. How skillful. But that's not enough. His strength, that is. Wah. Your reaction is fast, but you see, Makoto. Noticing that his attack isn't showing the desired amount of power, Io immediately jumps back. As if matching him, I chase after him. If it's the agitated Io, I might be able to hit him at least once. Guff. Entering to his bosom, I turn my back from him. Just like that, I make a turn and do a backhand chop. It was perfectly guarded by the four arms. But it looks like there was some damage. The backhand chop of a dragon slayer, Makoto. It is scary that you don't sound like you are joking. There's no way you are a rose sign as well, but you might be more fun than Hibiki, Io. I am half serious, you know. Releasing his guard, Io looks at me with cold eyes as if raging. Now then, enhanced attack power, lowered defensive power, in this kind of state, will it bring good fortune or will it bring bad fortune? Even when I am in a battlefield, my thoughts are simple but can stay composed. How mysterious. Just by having a change of motivation, it feels this different. I might even be more relaxed than in my time I was teaching at the academy. I once again place myself in front of Io, who is looking for an opportunity. My battle in the Limia capital has begun. Chapter 156, Participation of the Devil. I have lost again. I have certainly gotten stronger than before, and this time I even had location advantage. Everyone had become stronger with the equipment obtained at Sige. The way of thinking and fighting style of the adventurers that came with us from Limia have also been a good influence to the kingdom's army. It was for me too. It isn't to the level of Mio-san and Burin-san who I met at the remote region, but there were a lot of things I learned. It wasn't just skill at hand-to-hand combat. I also began acting towards breaking down the fetters of the nobles that have been clouded, the discomforting politics. It would be one thing if it were after bringing down Stella Fort, but in the current state, the position of the capital is quite dangerous, and I thought that each noble held way too much power in military affairs. In that aspect, I have shown a relative amount of results. Repeating careful talk with the heirs of the next generation, I was able to focus their attention in the view that the kingdom's current way is wrong. It wasn't like the objective was a rebellion against the royal family, and I can't just create a big civil war in the middle of our war against the demon race, so right now I am just stopping it at only awareness and reformation. The second son of the Hopelace, who are high nobles and yet are very close to the royal family. The fact that Ilum Kuan approved this proposal of mine in an early stage allowed me to move smoothly, and it was also a big help. I think that in the future I will be asking for his cooperation too. Facing the plan to bring down Stella, I felt like I was doing everything I could. Not only were we unable to defend against Io's surprise attack, we were pushed back. We let them reach till the audience room. I intended to run away, but after coming this far, it was difficult. I honestly can tell that it would be hard to leave the castle and escape the town with Io chasing after us. And I don't know how much damage our surroundings would take because of this. In the end, I chose to settle this in an early stage with the support barrier of the audience room. Using the Minotaurus and the Centaurus that Io said he brought from the border's wasteland, Breda was completely shut out, and I was forced to fight with him in a one-on-one. With Woody's support attacks, Chia's healing support, and also the support barrier of the audience room, furthermore, the silver band which Horn dwells in, and the sword Burin-san made for me. Even if it's against Io who has already turned black and going at full power, I thought I would be able to confront him. Right now, in front of my eyes, there's a white guy that suddenly bursted in and joined the fight. I felt like shouting, "What kind of joke is this?" That guy had an attire like one of those daily special effect heroes. He stopped an attack of Io right from the front, and while receiving 2 of those attacks, he made Io step back and gave 1 attack to him. I felt like an idiot for warning him to not compete with Io in strength. He is strong. And quite strong at that. His moves are not that good, but the white guy has already deployed a pretty high-ranked enhancing magic and fighting in close-quarter combat against Io. For me who knows about special effect heroes, his appearance is quite embarrassing, but he is defending against the attacks of Io precisely. Physical strength and speed, in my eyes, it looks like the basic specs of him are higher than Io's. And in another aspect, the body movements and technique are higher in Io. Well, in terms of attires, I don't have the right to say much about others. I take a look at my own body. There's no wound that can be considered a wound. I have already used my own healing magic and I had Chia heal me as well. I have quite the amount of physical and mental fatigue, but I will have to hold it down with willpower. I am practically naked, so I can tell that I don't have any sort of scars. It's embarrassing, but this is necessary to display my best performance, so I can't just not do it. In the resonance with my guardian spirit Horn, I always end up in this appearance, so it can't be helped. A strenuous skill that lets me clad the silver band and horn at the same time. Different from possession, my will doesn't get inhibited in any way. It is uncomfortable that I end up in a state as if wearing a risque fur-made string swimsuit. The defensive field that it creates is slightly superior to the equipment the dwarf Burin-san made for me. To fight against the blackened Io, it was necessary to have the power and speed of this form. It wasn't the moment to say that Gravure would be a lot better. That's why I had to do it. He is not an opponent that a normal bluff would work on, so I performed the weakness I showed in the past and tried to lure some sort of opening. It was practically useless though. I was somehow able to do some effective attacks in my starting dash, but with his usual regeneration, it was all made into 0 again. That's right, this sword. As expected, Mio-san and Burin-san are incredible. The moment they made this sword for me, I could tell that those two had already seen through my specialty. A great sword that had its wind power sealed, in the past. In Io's battle, I finally realized the power of this. With an inhuman voice, the sword called me. Just like how it asked me, I forcefully controlled the power that the sword emitted. I didn't unify with the sword like I did with Horn, it was as if I was doing a competition of power with the sword. An ear-piercing metallic sound rang in my ear several times, and the great sword compressed into the size of the bastard sword I used in the past. The originally transparent emerald green sword blade became more pronounced and the degree of transparency decreased. In exchange, the power of the wind was felt even stronger. It's not to understand the weapon, the condition for activation is to thirst for power and make the power obey. I felt like it was a latent disposition with bad specifications and I felt grudge welling up. But its power was tremendous. Just by holding it, my power increased by several times and my senses became sharper. The sharpness also increased remarkably and I was able to cut even the blackened Io. If I used my specialty attacks that harbor the fire element, the wind element increased its power by even more. If I endowed an element in the sword, the fire would not be red but became an emerald green that looked as if it gushed out from the blade of the sword. In the past I wasn't blessed with a good weapon, but now I was being brandished by the weapon itself, is what I felt like bantering about. It had such a high efficiency that I even felt uncomfortable. The wind element boosts the fire element. Burin-san must have thought that, going by my style of fighting, instead of a fire weapon, it would be better to use a wind element one. Io was unable to catch up with my speed and I was able to continuously attack him. With this, I have won, is what I thought at that moment. Becoming black wasn't his trump card. Those big gauntlets that were equipped on his arms that served as weapons as well as armor, those were his trump card. That he didn't use them last time, was it because at that time they still weren't made? Each one of the 4 gauntlets had one of the 4 main elements: fire, water, earth, and wind. Even when it is simple, he cladded elements in his attacks. Wind with earth, my movements were restricted. Water with fire, my attacks were weakened. If he didn't have those, I would have been able to decide the battle before he got used to my attacks. It was only a single pattern he read from me. From there, I received a counter, and without defending against the follow-ups of Woody and Chia-chan's spells, he received those attacks with his body while approaching me, and I received a combo attack that felt as if my body was being torn to shreds. Counting the kick, I received a combo of probably 7 attacks. The rapid fire of Woody that disregarded his remaining magic created a smoke screen, and I had Chia-chan heal me. When I reached the state where I can make Arius myself, I added my own regeneration spell. In the moment Woody's magic power was sacrificed by quite a lot and our force had diminished, the situation showed a change. A black mass with slight golden light clad on it plunged onto the audience room from the sky. In front of us, a sinister skeleton and a white guy that looked like a special effect hero appeared. He ignored the words of Io and drew closer, and the skeleton easily took care of the ambush troops that we didn't even notice. After saying something vague that I couldn't understand if he was an enemy or an ally, the skeleton led me and my comrades to lean on a wall. It is probably a subordinate of that white guy, but I was silently looking at the fight between the white guy and Io. The skeleton didn't show any signs of entering to help. It seems like he affixed a field of some sort around us, but it doesn't look like he is doing anything aside from that. It is certainly true that the white guy is fighting Io in a more than advantageous way, but I have to question that skeleton's action of not even providing support. He is not your master. Is it okay to stay here without going to help him? Hibiki. No problem. If it's only at that level, supporting him would only serve as an hindrance. Hero. Hibiki, was it? That weapon, is it something you obtained in Sage? Shiki. What's with that so suddenly? Hibiki. I just thought that it is most likely a weapon from Kuzunoha Company, Shiki. You know them. Hibiki. Only slightly. It is more like, I have a past connection with that material, Shiki. Material. Hibiki. Yeah, there was an experimental subject that I had it eat a wind spirit. It resembles the sickle of it, Shiki. That was a Momono you made. Or more like, it was used as a raw material for this. Hibiki. Well, that doesn't matter right now. That just means it was an individual that served only as a mere material after all, Shiki. So you say. Just who in the world are you? Hibiki. Larva. Experiment-loving and former lich. Hey, that magician and knight over there. Don't move. Stay there, Shiki. The skeleton that named himself Larva stopped Bretta and Woody, who were trying to stand up, while he talked to me. Woody still hasn't recovered his magic power properly. I do think that it is still impossible for him to resume his actions. I knew the reason why. At the line of sight of those two, there's 2 enemies. The Centaurus and the Minotaurus. As expected from enemies native of the wasteland, they are strong. At this situation, I should be the one going. I can already move my body after all. Hero, you as well. Stay there, Shiki. Can't you see the enemy? Against that level of enemy, I wouldn't even take 3 minutes. Just leave it to me, Hibiki. Don't misunderstand. I am not giving advice, nor am I asking for an opinion. I am ordering you, Shiki. Quite the words there. I am grateful for your help, but this is also something that benefits you too, right? Hibiki. I take my sword in hand and stand up. It's not at the quality of that white guy, but even so, to use standard enhancing magic exhausts quite a lot of magic power. Slightly feeling that my strength was giving away, I place the spell again. The weakness is that it is easy to cancel if I lower my concentration. But its effect is balanced, so for someone like me who has a lot of magic power, this is a magic that fits me. If there's even a slight chance that you will be wounded, there will only be disadvantages for me. Sit down. Be silent and don't move, Shiki. A tone of voice from the former lich that didn't forgive any objection. It seems like these guys are not enemies, but they are not our allies either. I will finish it quickly, Hibiki. If you leave the field, I will kill your companions, Shiki. In the agreement we exchanged with the goddess, there was nothing mentioning the safety of your companions. As long as you are okay, I don't care about what happens to the other humans, Shiki. What a thing he is saying. Just what was the goddess thinking when he brought this kind of people to the capital? I can't feel any sort of joke in his words. At the very least, I could tell that he doesn't feel anything for the life of humans. In that case, what are we going to do? See, they are coming. Hibiki. I will do it. You guys should just silently wait here, Shiki. You bastard, there's a limit to rudeness, Breda. Bredadano, let's leave things here to this personage. Increasing our enemies in this state is a bad move, Woody. Woody holds back Breda, who couldn't endure it anymore and was going to complain to Larva. It's certainly true. This is not the time to be increasing our enemies. As long as we have decided to fight Io, we have to speedily drive out the demons attacking the capital. For that sake, I would have to steal the march on Larva somehow, but then, I will be seeing what you got. The power of Larvadano, please show it to me, Hibiki. I decided to send slight sarcasm to him. It's true that this larva is strong. That instantaneous movement and the speed of his spell activation, the weapon he holds, is not normal either. In terms of magic power, Woody is lower than Chia-chan and me, but just like in levels, the magic power doesn't completely decide the skills of a magician. That Centaurus and Minotaurus are not normal enemies. If it's me, I would be able to push them back with overwhelming speed, but just how will the most likely magician larva fight? Let me see it. A big frame ox-faced warrior swings down his battle axe. Fumo, is this a demi-human, or a Momono? It is kinda interesting. If I meet another one in the future, let's check it up. Because I stepped back and avoided it, the axe hits the floor and it left slight damage on it. What an excellent support barrier. If it were average, fragments would have scattered and the floor would have been splendidly gouged. And you use a Bauha, Shiki. I slap down the shot arrow with my staff. The Centaurus is a demi-human and quite the prideful race. It seems there's many who choose bows and spears, and it seems this one has chosen the bow. A vanguard and a rear guard, their roles are properly set. As expected, these two are stronger than the ambush troops from before. Io-sama is fighting. We can't just stand and do nothing. Move aside, Lich. You have shown us your power, but that level won't work against us. I don't like showing more power than necessary after all. Sorry for that. Master said that he would be giving me my turn later. In that case, I will be using you guys as warm-up, Shiki. Fufu. Those so-called warriors are really easy to utilize by using their pride. Their temperament clearly changed. Very well. You are without doubt an obstacle that has defeated our brethren as well. I already know your power to a certain extent. In our home, you would be treated as a troublesome livestock, Shiki. Fool. Just what benefit would it bring you to anger us? Who knows, horses would be too frail for us to mount after all. I don't know much about you. Sorry, Shiki. The Minotaurus and the Centaurus heat up in an amusing manner. Well then, let's begin. I was a former Lich, you see. Why I am former, I will show you here, Shiki. I finish my aria. I release the spell that is suited for me from within me. How long will you accompany me for? I am looking forward to knowing. 13 stepping stones, Shiki. The moment I became a servant of Wakasama, I was embedded an uncontrollable amount of power inside of me. I assimilated it, but it is a power that is not mine. I have finally been able to change, not everything, into my power. You guys are my first prey. Inside of me, it has been sleeping, changing, and has awakened, the power of Wakasama's rings, that is. From the first step to the fourth, release. Wand, sword, cup, coin, Shiki. Gyu. I won't say 4 times, but I can tell that a magic power close to that is sprung out to the surroundings. I can tell there's a different nature of magic power raging about in my body. This sensation that enlarges my maximum amount of magic power is peculiar. I look at my left hand. There, I see 4 rings dyed in crimson red in all the fingers aside from the pinky finger. Power wells up as well. Until the 4th step there's magic empowerment, body enhancement, magic power enhancement, equipment enhancement. Until this level, I am able to utilize it without any risks. Depending on the situation, I would want to release higher steps, but that is slightly harsh. You guys are also stirred up because your superior is there, right? Try to struggle a bit, okay? Shiki. I prepare my staff. The two instantly take defensive stances. Directly below them, several floor-turn spears thrust upwards. I have to properly utilize the support barrier after all. Oh, the horse evaded it, huh? The ox, it seems he has endured it, Shiki. The centaurus shoots an arrow towards me. In the middle of its way, it split up and rained down. The forest Oni Aqua does something similar to this. Burn, Shiki. Instead of magic, I used a special soul language to forcibly activate a spell. I changed all the arrows into dust. This magician. This time is the Minotaurus. Can't see the difference in power yet. At the battle axe that was swung down obliquely, I purposely don't take a defensive position and decide to take it. The axe stops at the tip of my shoulder. My magic power, equipment, and even my physical body has increased in power. I don't even need to defend against this kind of attack. Well then, it is my turn now, right? Shiki. I prepare my black staff and begin an aria. While looking at the expression of despair from both of them, I finish the remainder of my spell. Don't worry, it won't hurt. That life, offer it up, Shiki. Chapter 157, The Devil's Change, The Awakening of the Hero, an intruder appears. Translator note, quite important one. I know what you guys are thinking, damn, this update was so late. Well, I have a reason for this, aside from the fact that the chapter is longer than usual. It is because I was suddenly told I will be going on a trip. The paperwork I had to do was no joke. This also brings me to my next topic. This trip is 2 months long, meaning 2 months of hiatus. And it will begin at the 23. This is really important and I don't want to leave Suki stale for 2 months. That's why I will be temporarily passing the baton. If someone wants to take it, you can send me an email. Better if it is within the 23, but there's no real limit. I will be putting out chapters till then though. Oh, they are flying. If it's that level of enemy, he should be able to easily defeat them though, Makoto. To look somewhere else. Is that supposed to be leeway? Io. After saying so, an attack with no showiness came at me. I cross my arms and stop Io's fist. Nah, I am fighting hand-to-hand against an enemy that surpasses me in skill. I have no leeway at all, Makoto. So you say. An enemy that my attacks are not connecting properly is saying that he has no leeway, Io. You as well. There's been 6 in total counting the ambush troops. Your subordinates are dying one after the other. Don't you care? Makoto. While stepping back, I evade several attacks coming my way. The Minotaurus and the Centaurus have both turned into dust. It seems Shiki activated the rings aware that it was overkill. From what I see, it is the 4 basic ones. Everyone that came here attacking the kingdom were all prepared. To feel for their deaths would be an insult to them, Io. Death soldiers, huh? Even though this isn't a period novel, Makoto. I remember the word, prepare for red. A kick, huh? Even though he is a giant, he is truly skillful. A technical giant doesn't match the image I have, but this demon General Io, even in my eyes, I can tell that he possesses excellent martial arts skill. He may even be an expert. This is the first, properly big guy, I have met in this world, so it leaves quite the impression. I even feel like killing him would be a loss for the world. Suffer for the death of your soldiers, huh? As expected, an opponent hard to deal with. But Io. Magic power from the gauntlets. The fist of Io, which I was unable to stop in time, had fire spouting out of it. Ooh. An equipment with element endowed in it, huh? Impressive, Makoto. An equipment that even a warrior would be able to use with a strong endowed element is valuable. It's even said that a human blacksmith wouldn't be able to make one. Not only is it a wasted treasure for a person who has a relative amount of knowledge in magic, it is also, obviously, high-priced. It is a lot more economic to endow an element depending on the situation by using magic, it requires lower level of magic, and it is requested more often. So this giant can use magic to a higher than average level. Even if you say that, not only did you say it as if it was nothing, you weren't even sent flying. Io. Even when entering at point-blank range, his techniques still show. In all this twisting and spinning at close range, he still manages to add up strikes. To be able to see this incredible technique so close, I am deeply moved. Humph, I won't receive that one. Io. Io kicks away my pushed-out fist. Even though I did that with my small body and in point-blank range. I basically have better physical strength and speed than him, but it is still like this. Let's repeat the steps and take distance from him. A warning and a confirmation. Do you have no intentions to withdraw? Makoto. Of course. I also have no intentions to continue prolonging this fight, Io. I am an enemy after all. Even if it's a person I have respect for, if I am fighting him in a battlefield. I don't have any choice but to kill him, huh? If it were the usual me, I would have thought of a different way. Why can I take a decision like this so easily? Is it because of some evil addition from the goddess when she was giving me the common language? Or is it something else? My head is serene. Thoughts fit for battle are being created by my head. It is really comfortable. I see, Makoto. Come at me seriously. I am not so simple as to be dealt with without showing your real power, Io. Right, if it's this person. It's not necessary to show my real power. I can kill him even in this form. To both fight at full power, why did I think about such a useless thing? How stupid. In the future I may have to fight Senpai, no, the heroes. There's no need to show it. This is plenty enough. Looks like you are not at your full power either. Then I will keep you company, Makoto. Should I randomly use the powers that Mio attached to this? Just by going like this and prolonging it, it would be checkmate for the demon race. In that case, it would be better to not show my real power and just half-heartedly do this. It's the most efficient way and I won't be showing my cards to the hero. It will also match my objective of protecting the hero, and if I just have Rona get wind of the warning I made towards Stella Fortress, there won't be any problems. I should also have Shiki move and reduce the amount of damage to the town. It might be a bit boring for Shiki to do a job like buying time, but right now he has the most suitable power for it. Larva, half-release the 7th step, Makoto. Shiki's power has an incredible power in dealing with varying situations. There's points like not being able to release it unless he has until the 4th step activated, and that he can't activate more than 1 or 2 others. And if he changes them in the moment, he is able to advantageously fight against most opponents. If he trains those weak points, he will be able to conquer them in given time, so a day might come where he is able to turn all that power to his own and release them all at the same time. Shiki bows, giving me the sign of his positive response. Then me as well. Let's fight in a deserving manner. To fight seriously in this form means that after all, I will probably be able to kill him. IOPOV. A sinister power is gathering at the fingers of the Lich. He continues an incantation that hurts my ears. If possible, I would like to interfere with it, but sadly, the thing in front of me won't let me do so. I know the basics of how to move my body, but I don't have experience in martial arts. This is my diagnosis. Although, from what I heard of the name, this martial art technique is most likely only known by a part of the demon race and the demi-humans. The humans normally prefer to use weapons instead of learning techniques to move their body after all. I have also heard that it is hard to bestow the blessing of the goddess to people who train in bare-handed combat. It is not like the people who don't like the goddess will develop in this path. Seriously. Being intruded by these unknown people and having to fight them. A soldier really doesn't have it easy. I miss a little those times when I fought as a common soldier in the way I desired. When you say full power, do you mean being supported by that Lich there? Io. By no means. I have mostly understood the state of the battlefield already, so I am just having him buy time, Makoto. You have that much power, and you still don't intend to fight properly, huh? I thought your ideology was close to ours, but it seems it was my misunderstanding, Io. In the beginning, from this white guy's way of speaking and thinking, I thought he was similar to us. But after the fight began, I felt like he had some sort of gap. As if he were changing into something else while we were clashing. A strange sensation. At first, I felt honesty and drive in those fists, but now I feel coldness. I even felt like it was devoid of emotion. It is rare to encounter an opponent that changes this much in the middle of battle. If it's now, I would be able to agree if they told me he was a golem, but well. Our objective is the safety of the hero and Stella Fort's capitulation. That's it. I don't have any real problems in prolonging the battle. To pointlessly show my cards in a situation where I don't know who will be hostile against me, that's only plain foolishness, Makoto. The hero will overcome this situation. At least that's what's going to happen if he reaches his objective. Then, what he means by not knowing who will be hostile against him, does that mean he is also thinking about confronting the hero? Just who in the world is this guy? I have understood this in the fight we have had until now. You are not a golem. That attire is an equipment that has quite the high performance. You have an inside, I.O. I try throwing a lure. Of course. I am not a golem. This is equipment. When I put it on, I am unable to use magic though. Even if it's inelegant, the reason is just awful, Makoto. Not even trying to deceive her. I have never seen nor heard of a full-body armor that has this much strength. But at the very least, this is indeed an equipment. That leeway of easily telling me this. I will have you regret it. It is actually not that compatible with me. If I forcefully use a spell, it seems it will self-destruct, so it is quite problematic, Makoto. Even when you have obtained an equipment of that degree, you say such extravagant things, I.O. There's a restriction, huh? It's inadvisable to use magic. So that means it practically doesn't have restrictions towards warriors. There's no real merit in having a magician use it, so it is not an article that has an actual restriction. Here I come. The Heisei series is a standard, so it is a demonstration, Makoto. The white guy politely gives me a sign and I take my stance. But he suddenly squatted. Right in front of me, he bent his knees. What is he intending to do? Claymore, Makoto. Along with those words, right next to his bent legs, a box-looking thing appeared. Just where did that come from? Hibiki is shouting something. As if shaking off her shout, around 4 things were fired from that box. A projectile weapon, huh? It isn't that fast. Even if I receive some of them, there's no need to take them all. More like, there's nothing to lose in evading things I don't know the power of. I evade the cylinder-like things coming at me. I was somehow able to evade what? It looks like they changed their directions and came flying at me from angles I can't dodge from. Can't be helped. I use all of my arms to defend against it. An ear-numbing explosive sound reverberates. Heat and shock. Smoke. A weapon that has explosion magic endowed. This kind of thing, even we don't have it. Scissor hands knuckle. While my normal senses still hadn't returned, I heard his voice. I received a shock, different from the explosion, on my chest. What did you, I.O.? This is not where the heart is. Makoto. Oh. Leaving myself to the impulse welling up from inside me, I give him a strike to the sides. His evasion won't make it in time. The guy was blown away in a horizontal direction. I.O. I look at my chest. There, 2 blades were pierced into it. How annoying. I pull them out and throw them away. I glare at the guy that was sent flying. There, a white person stands up like nothing. The scissor-like thing that is extending from the back of his hand was broken around the middle. The scissor isn't useful for practical use, it seems. This is an anchor. That Mio, she is being driven by her hobbies way too much, Makoto. It's coming. The white guy is casually running towards me. This black skin is insufficient against him, huh? He is a preposterous monster. In a place slightly farther from the range of my kick, he makes a sudden break. What's coming this time? His gesture of abruptly lifting his left hand only makes me agitated. He is going to shoot something. Is he going to use another projectile weapon to attack? Wait, then why did he get this close? No matter which it is, at this distance and with that speed, I have no choice but to defend. I can tell that my irritation towards losing the initiative is increasing. Slipping through my gauntlets, I feel something piercing the top of my shoulders. But it doesn't seem to have much power in it. Just what in the world, dash? Yo. Suddenly, my body was drawn towards that guy in an instant. I can't oppose it. Against someone that has practically the same stature as a human, I can't oppose it. Guff. While I was floating midair, I receive a right punch from him and was sent flying. This kind of thing, just how in the world does it happen? The attacks of the white guy doesn't stop. The effect of the projectile weapon must have stopped already, he came at me himself. But he doesn't know about my high-speed healing and regeneration yet. I received quite a lot of damage, but I concentrate and return my condition to normal. I made it in time. He still has quite a lot of distance to cover, and yet, he kicked the ground and jumped to the air. So this time it is from above, huh? This is a chance. If he is in the air, he will obviously have to come down. It is possible to add power with the descend, but on the other hand, it leaves lots of openings. Then he is prey for a counter. Matching the timing, I will do a turning kick with all my might and WH IO. My kick hit the air. That guy, without showing any signs of using magic power, was standing still in midair. To possess flying abilities even when he has that size and doesn't have wings, just who would be able to imagine that? If I remember correctly, it was this, right? Kick, Makoto. That guy mutters something and in the moment he says, kick. In a speed I don't know from how high one would have to fall to be able to reach that velocity, he pushes out his legs and plunges at me. I twist my body. But I did a turning kick just a few moments ago. I can't do a satisfactory evasion in time. His kick connected at my flank and was atrociously gouged out. I felt like screaming at the intense pain. But my eyes reflected the figure of that guy that is landing at my back. Heal, heal, heal. If it's in that stance filled with openings, I can use the combo attack that crushed Hibiki. He has more weight than Hibiki, so I will definitely be able to strike the whole attack on him. I confirm every part of my body. No problem. My decision speed and legs were faster. One of my left arms grabbed his neck. You damn monster. Even so, I can't lose. The white guy poured on Io an attack that looked like the one special effect heroes do in commercials. Unbelievably, it seems to be doing damage to Io. A signature move of doing a jumping kick. It seemed to have attack power surpassing mine. It gouged out a great part of Io's abdomen. And yet, Io regenerated in a few seconds and grabbed the white guy. Even though he regenerated that much when he was fighting me, are you telling me his regeneration is bottomless? There's Momonos who specialize in regeneration, but they mostly have a limit to it. When I think that Io still had a lot of leeway left, I felt my emotions growing darker. As I thought, maybe to truly defeat Io, there's the need of a big attack. That is something I still don't have. Io grabs the white guy and just like that, as if drawing an arc, he threw him onto the ground. That's it. I had a hunch. The combo attack I received where I felt like I was going to die and was unable to maintain my clad state with Horn. I was able to instinctively clad it again, so I was saved, but it was an attack that wouldn't be strange for me to die. Hey there, larva rear guard. Your master is in a pinch, you know. Hibiki. Within the barrier, I call Larva who has stopped his aria. The lich is overflowing with incredible magic power. Since the moment he put on those strange rings, his power clearly sprung up. Right now, his magic power surpasses mine by more than 2 times. The amount of spells he can utilize are plenty and I can tell he is on a completely different plane compared to the liches I have battled with before. Even in the moment when he first took out his scythe I thought, he is a strong lich, after all. My answer is the same as before. He is not the type of person that would need support for something of this extent. Don't think he is the same as you who thinks that everything can be resolved by joining powers, Shiki. I said it as an advice out of goodwill though, Hibiki. Unnecessary. Rather, you should make sure not to make Master feel at a loss with that severe exposure. Prepare something to wear, Shiki. You said that we shouldn't leave the barrier you made, so isn't that cruel? Hibiki. Fumo. Then I will randomly search something for you. Wait for a bit. 7th step, Hell half-release. Equipping and activating, Shiki. A disgusting presence as if blocking my breath was spreading. It seems the inside of the barrier had no changes, but in every space of the audience room, there's some sort of mist coming out. No, it isn't only this place. The whole castle. Are you telling me that he activated such a wide-ranged spell? It should be fine until the outer walls of the town. Just by using mist, that person's mood will be harmed, but right now he can stay relieved. Go, Miss Temple, Nibelheim. Bring about weakness, Shiki. Outer walls. The towns. Larva looks at the pinky finger that had nothing on it but now has a black ring in it, and nods in satisfaction. Outer walls, you say? Just what did you do? Hibiki. I have covered this place in weakening mist. It was Master's order to only use it as weakening. You should be grateful, Shiki. Half release, huh? As it looks, it is a spell that affects in a wide range. If holding back is weakening, then I feel like if it is all out it would be quite bad. In this world, individual power can easily surpass the bounds of strategy. The concept of numbers and way of fighting is totally different from the modern world. Larva is without doubt a tactical level power. Mio-san as well, there are way too many outside powers that are way too strong. Well then, I will go search for something to hide your skin, Shiki. At the side of Larva, who was talking carefreely, a heavy sound was made. The white guy. When I look at the source of the sound, it was as I thought, the white guy. A boisterous dance of fists and kicks. Moreover, synergy with the gauntlet's elements. It is slightly different from Wuxing, but he went from wind to fire, fire to earth, earth to water, is how it flowed in order to increase the power of the elements. That it is not in a rotation is probably because there's still a hidden element, but I don't know what it is. I don't even know if there's actually one, and it isn't something I need to investigate immediately. In other words, IO is using that function to increase the power of every subsequent attack even when it is supposed to be a combo attack. I unfortunately couldn't see it, but when I think about the lapse of time it took, he most likely increased the number of attacks compared to when he did it against me. That white guy, is he still alive? While I was looking, the white guy that was lying down at the board outground, stood up and cracked his neck as if it was nothing. He is seriously a crazy existence in every meaning. Ah, he staggered a bit. Maybe it did actually have some sort of effect. Master, is it okay to look for something for the hero to wear? Shiki. Just what kind of master and servant relationship is this? Those are words that make me doubt their relationship itself and the word master. Ah, yeah. Do so. I'd hurt. You even used some sort of stiletto in the middle of it. It felt like a thud, Makoto. A stiletto, he says. If I remember correctly, it is like hidden daggers. The one where they equip them in their fists and shoot it out to do damage to the inside of armors. It exists even in this world. In Japan I haven't seen it, but I feel like it was a technique that I have been told to be careful of. But to actually hear it from someone is quite fresh. Master, I don't think this brings too much harm, but, Shiki, I think that it isn't good to get absorbed in the fight that much. I advise that you place everyone in a part of your head, Shiki. Understood. I will be careful, Makoto. Then, be careful. Excuse me, Shiki. It is obvious, but his attitude is clearly different from when he is talking to me. To have this larva obey him, just who and what in the world is he? My interest was piqued again. He is, most likely not from Gridonia. If it were Laurel, Chia-chan should have known. Then, Ion. At that place, I have been to Tsaij and I don't know much about the atmosphere of that country. At the very least, if they had something like this, I think they would have sent him to the front lines a long time ago. I heard from His Majesty that the country is quite worried about their decline in authority. Certainly, it would be better to have something to wear. Get too absorbed in it, ha, Makoto. Hey, could you at least tell me your name? Hibiki. I make up my mind and try asking. I understand what he is saying and it seems like he understands my words too. Ignored. I thought the white guy was intently looking at me, but he turned his heels and returned to fight with Io. A ghastly existence that we have an abnormally low amount of information about. To entrust my life to someone like him, I even felt disgust towards it. In the audience room that has turned into a battlefield, a strange silence was born. The person that is wearing a white suit and fighting against the demon. General Io, Makoto. At the back of Makoto, the hero party is covered by a barrier from Shiki. And just at its side, there's Shiki himself. With his lich form, he is standing still with 5 rings worn in all the fingers of his left hand. Hibiki has a big mantle covering her body that Shiki obtained who knows where. The healing has already been done, and they are unable to move away from this place because of Shiki's glare and words. They were surprised by the out-of-norm fight, and for Hibiki, she really wanted to go repel the demon race forces that are rampaging in the castle and the town. The current situation is that it is gradually turning worse. You came out unscathed from that, huh? Seriously, you aren't a superior dragon or a spirit inside that suit, right? I even feel like there's more than one inside. A guy I can't tell the nature of, Io. As if the fight had returned to its initial stage, Io, who felt the meek atmosphere of Makoto, said this as if amazed. Was the change in the middle his real nature, or was it not? As expected, even Io can't sound out such a thing in this short amount of time. I am not unscathed. It hurt quite a lot. To be able to move this much, and on top of that, you have regenerative powers. How unbelievable, Makoto. If it weren't in this situation, it wouldn't be bad to enjoy this kind of fight, but, Io. Io inhaled greatly and suddenly shouted. A big voice that would make one wonder if it resonated in the whole region. Was it anger, or encouragement? In the shout that continued on for a while, Hibiki and the others cover their ears. Makoto and Shiki stayed the way they were. Shiki's robe fluttered, but the two of them didn't show any signs of covering their ears. What? Is the real show starting now? Makoto. No. I was just announcing that I am an incompetent general, that's all. Right now, the people who didn't hear my voice must be receiving a thought transmission and passing it around, Io. In the people that are participating in this attack, I was given some competent soldiers, you see. They are people that my demon general companions went through troubles gathering, Io. That just now was a signal to use them. Maybe they have already used several of them though. What you said before, right, death soldiers. I told my soldiers to literally become that, Io. Become, you say? They should be going through desperate effort already though, Makoto. No. The latent power of living beings is quite profound and big. I learned this from the white woman that was the companion of that hero there, Io. Your atmosphere changed. So you were the type of person that used or, huh, Makoto? I will probably have no more chances to act as a general. There's no need to keep up appearances either. It won't be affecting the army itself anyways, Io. That is. Makoto. Makoto looks at the blue plant that Io takes out and asks him. An item that looks like a rose. It even looks like a work of art. When Hibiki confirms that item from afar, she gulped her breath. Not only her. Everyone that was inside the barrier of Shiki showed an uncommon state. Io only laughs lightly at Makoto's question. Master. That is a fragment of the rose sign, an enhancing item. Its pseudonym is the evil drug of power. It is said to consume your soul, and in exchange of devouring your whole soul, it provides power to the user. It is normally light brown, so please think of it as being remodeled in some way, Shiki. As expected of a lich. They are knowledgeable about this type of tools. That's exactly right, Io. Even when its identity was revealed, Io didn't show any agitation at all. On the other side, Makoto narrowed his brows. Well, in his current state where his face is hidden, no one would be able to tell his expression though. Did you make your subordinates carry it as well? Makoto. It is a battle which many soldiers would be lost after all. It was dangerous to let humans hold it, but at first the objective was mainly to collect it. Fortunately, it seems like it takes time to purificate this, so I was relieved when we were able to gather quite the amount. However, I didn't expect that I would be giving the order for forced usage. Well then, just what's the extent of the improved version of Rona? I will be testing it with my very own body. Rona told me to return no matter what, but having around 100 subordinates use Rose sign, and only having me survive is just no. Rejoice. I recognize you as a threat that has enough worth for me to use this, Io. Gyu. I see, this is dreadful. This swelling of power. What's wrong? I will have you accompany me, white guy. Io. Io, your subordinates are already weakened through the power of larva. They can't move properly, Makoto. The humans as well, right? Even if I look like this, I am able to do something like understanding the state of the battlefield. If I can't use thought transmission just because I am in the middle of battle, I wouldn't be fit to be a general after all. For the whole capital to be the target, that's amazing. If we had that power on our side, we would have been able to kill Hibiki before you arrived, Io. Thought transmission, huh? My ears hurt. Io, do you understand the meaning of having your subordinates use that item? Makoto. Of course. My brethrens that are welling up with power will stand up once again, and will slaughter all the humans that can't move. We won't steal and won't violate. But, we will kill our enemies. As long as it is alive, it doesn't matter if it's men or women of any age. If you want to stop it, I don't mind you leaving here. I still have my mission of killing the hero after all. I won't chase you, Io. The war must end in a win, or it will be pointless, huh? If all the soldiers that are attacking here have this kind of mentality as well, they are a threat, Makoto. To think that you would think that way, I am happy. Demon General Io, forward. Io. Makoto grasped that the capital, which was gradually turning silent, became enveloped in chaos again. While slightly holding back his own battle immersion that was accelerating inside of him, he casted his body towards his fight with Io. There was someone who reacted heavily to the words of Io. Hibiki. Her comrades, the people that love her dearly. She heard that they are being targeted for slaughter. And by using Rose sign to top it off. Her past companion, Naval, used this tool to sacrifice her own body when fighting against Io. They are using that very tool to cause a slaughter. This isn't something forgivable. She is someone that can look at the death of people in a wider point of view. She is also able to properly understand the worth other people place on her and their hopes. That's why, that proposition about leaving the capital temporarily and the sacrifices that this will create, Hibiki was able to accept it. The intrusion of Io made it difficult to escape, so she was unable to implement it though. But the sacrifices that will be created right now, they are sacrifices that can be stopped. If the white guy is going to stop the demon general, it is plenty possible to stop the demon army that has turned into death soldiers, is what she thinks. Even if they are enhanced with the rose sign, Hibiki and the others are currently quite recovered already. There's no point in staying still. Don't joke around. I won't overlook such a slaughter. If he is going to stop Io, we will gain control of the town. Everyone, prepare. Hibiki. She stands up. The mantle leaves her body and her skin is exposed. As if concording to Hibiki's voice, the party stands up. They began moving towards leaving the audience room, but then, they notice something. The barrier has not dissolved and they can't leave outside. We can't leave. Larvadano, release this barrier. We will suppress the chaos in the capital, Hibiki. I refuse. Yar, it was the correct choice to make it so you can't leave. Didn't I say this from the very beginning? My objective is to safeguard the hero. There's nothing that states about the freedom of the hero in this safeguard, Shiki. Io is being held back by your master, isn't it? It is vexing, but that person is way stronger than my current self. I have understood this after watching. But you see, in that case, there's no reason for us to be here. I am a hero. I understand what needs to be done. Hibiki. That's reckless, Shiki. Larvadano, please listen. We have plenty chance to win. Io won't chase after me. That white guy will most likely hold back Io for a while. If you support him, that will be certain. And I know this town completely. I won't die no matter what. Even if I have to use guerrilla tactics, I will wipe out the demon race, Hibiki. I am not asking you for the contents of your plan. What I mean by reckless, is the fact that you guys are trying to oppose me. Right, at least show me that you can break this barrier by your own efforts. This is the Koki whatever it is called, no matter the name, this is something that uses as reference a barrier that is pretty strong. It is weaker than the real thing though. If you are unable to do at least this much, you won't be able to save anyone, Shiki. If you oppose me, I will use all my power, You won't say that, huh? Is it okay with that condition? If we are able to destroy this barrier, you won't stop us from heading to town, right? Hibiki. Master said, half-release. After all, I can't do anything by my own convenience. If you are able to break this barrier, I won't go as far as saying I won't stop you, but I will think about it, Shiki. It is irritating that I have to do so anyways. Can't be helped, huh? Let me say this, my attack power is quite up there, you know. Hibiki. Do as you wish, Shiki. Shiki was looking at the fight of Makoto and Io. Even if Hibiki were able to destroy the barrier, he just needs to make a new barrier. He had no intentions of letting Hibiki free. More importantly, Io. The tool called Rose Sign that Shiki knows, doesn't have that much potency. Moreover, the speed in which it devours the soul is quite slower. It is in the very word, improved. Makoto has now turned into a defensive fight. He has done counterattacks, but in appearance, he is being pushed back. Well, it's not like he is actually receiving damage, so there's practically no need to worry though, Shiki. Is what Shiki thinks. His master Makoto has high defensive power. Right now he is using that armor to hide his appearance, so attacks do reach his body, but in normal circumstances, Io wouldn't even be able to touch Makoto at all, is how Shiki thinks. That's why, he is looking at one of the few battles of Makoto with peace of mind. He is following his master's order loyally. Shiki is still preserving his own power. At worst, if anything were to happen, as long as he, who is specialized in healing magic, is standing at the back, there's no fear of Makoto dying. Normally, people who rely on their armor for their defensive power are brittle when receiving attacks directly. But this doesn't apply to Wakasama. He possesses quite the amount of endurance against pain. If it's against an opponent so fast that the eye can't catch, it is fine to just finish it off with a spell by increasing its scope, but for that person who is able to bear it normally no matter what is thrown at him, even I don't know how to fight him. That demon general said he was going to show Master Hell before dying. That's quite pitiful, Shiki. Shiki silently overwatches the fight of Io and Makoto. Just in case Io charges to where they are, Shiki had several spells stocked up. He is sufficiently prepared. Shiki felt power activating several times from behind him, but he didn't even turn his head. He has a grasp of the approximate range, and he understands that they are attacks that can't break the barrier after all. A remarkably strong power rises. Shiki showed a slight reaction. Along with Hibiki's battle shout, an attack from her flashes at the barrier. But the barrier wasn't destroyed. More power. I can still do it. I will show even more power. Hibiki. The muttering Hibiki falls down. If she has lost consciousness, it is good to have silence. Shiki once again lost interest in her. Where is this? Hibiki looks at her surroundings. She is suspended in the starry sky. She doesn't fall nor rise. Without getting unsightly confused and without losing her vigilance, she was trying to understand her surroundings. It resembles the time when I was called by the goddess, but I feel like this is different, Hibiki. Her closest experience to this kind of thing has been in Japan, in the one act where she was called by the goddess. But she felt like something was different this time. It was just her instinct telling her, but Hibiki is putting importance in this sensation. Thanks to it, she was able to put a good fight against Io, and she was able to bring out the powers of the silver band and evolve the sword that she received from the elder dwarf Burin. Nice to see you have come, person who has transferred worlds. Who are you? Hibiki. A voice directly resounds in her head. As expected, this really does resemble the time with the goddess, is how Hibiki felt. Being asked who I am will only trouble me. I don't have a name. In the end, this is the only time we will meet, so no need to mind it. I am grateful that you have brought me out of the barrier. But if you have business with me, can you leave it for later? Right now I have something I must do no matter what. Return me to the capital, Hibiki. Don't rush. Your body is still inside that barrier. What's here is only your soul. Also, the time passage in this place doesn't even reach an instant on the other side. You can rest assured. Instant. Is it okay to think of it as a second? Hibiki. That's how it is. Well then, I will continue the talk. Person who has transferred worlds, Otanashi Hibiki. Hearing the voice that knows of her own circumstances, Hibiki increases her vigilance by a bit. You know that I am a hero, right? Hibiki. Of course. You and another person, Iwahashi Tomoki. You who has been chosen by the goddess and holds the mission of being a hero. You also know about him. Hibiki. Yeah. He has already come here after all. Oh, there's no need to talk about him. What you need to know is about what will happen from now on. The voice shows slight agitation at the fact that it let out the name of Iwahashi Tomoki. So it was a verbal slip, is what Hibiki imagines. In a situation where she practically knows nothing, she didn't even understand if this was an advantage or a disadvantage though. From now on. Hibiki. That's right. You have obtained the qualifications. The qualification for a special privilege given to people that transfer worlds, that is. Qualification. Hibiki. Yeah. It is not such a complicated thing actually. The amount of dying transferred are not low. Saying it in a rough manner, the main point is to strongly think of your own purpose. What you have to do and what you crave for. Well, even if those varieties are good or bad, it doesn't matter. Good or bad, you say. I don't understand. The meaning, Hibiki. Even if it's love or friendship, even hatred or jealousy. For some reason, I end up saying more than necessary when talking to you. Doesn't matter the circumstances. Let's continue. I will have you answer several questions. A quiz. Hibiki. No. Questions that have no correct answer. There are quite a lot of those, right? Questions that have correct and questions that don't. It's those kind. Depending on that, your privilege will change. Privilege. Is it possible to increase my power as well? Hibiki. The details will come after inquiring your nature. Well then, let's begin. Just what color will be the result? I am looking forward to it. Okay, good work. Fufufu, Hibiki, your results have appeared. Make it quick. Even if you tell me time won't pass, my feelings get agitated. You said something about color, right? Tell me quick, Hibiki. Yes, Otanashi Hibiki, you are black. Black. Hibiki. Hearing an unexpected color, Hibiki repeats it. She hasn't been compared to black that much. There's a lot of good opinions about black, but there's also a lot of bad ones as well. There's the impression of a shadow, and it isn't a color Hibiki likes that much. The amount of black clothes she wears are low. That's right. Black. A section of one of the most superior colors. Most superior, it is a good result then. Hibiki. Even if she is told the most superior, she has never heard of a classification in colors. Hibiki was unable to make a conclusion. Yeah, of course. Tomoki was also the same. The transferred people that have come are truly exceptional. The same as Iwahashi Tomoki. When Hibiki hears this, her expression darkens. It isn't truly the case, but the moment she heard that they were the same, she didn't feel that good. And so, what does black do anyways? Hibiki. You see, black is a color that gods will never be able to obtain. Just a few rare cases happen where humans are able to obtain this color. It's alias. Omnipotent color. Attack, defense, support, healing, summoning, etc. The amount of things it can't do are fewer. An omnipotent color, Hibiki. Now then, Hibiki. Let's make a power. First of all, make suggestions one after the other. I will tell you the price of it. It is okay to decide by taking that into consideration. That is the privilege of the transferred. Oh right, there's one point I have to warn you about. You can't choose the same type of system that another person of the same axis of time has chosen. I ended up saying it before, but the other hero has obtained an attack power, so you can't choose an attack type of power. But well, something like summoning a star is possible though. Then a power that can control the world is also possible. Hibiki. Of course. The price of that power would be your whole magic power and around 80% of the living beings in that world. You can't choose who remains, but you will definitely survive. Rejected, Hibiki. I see. The war would definitely finish, you know. I don't know what that goddess would say, but she wouldn't be able to punish you. Ah, I said something unnecessary again. Shut up, Hibiki. Hibiki ponders. It seems like the attack system is already in the possession of Tomoki. In other words, it would be safe to assume that he has an incredibly powerful attack magic. There's also the method of attacking by summoning a star and hitting with it. Then, should I obtain a defensive magic that can go against Tomoki? No, can't do that. If that happens, I wouldn't be able to destroy even a single one of Larva's barriers. Then, healing. I do think this is useful, but if I am unable to save the capital, there's no point. A power that can become an attack in essence. It is possible, but, Hibiki. The suggestion was so grand and vague that Hibiki is troubled. Then, after enumerating the things she can't do, she felt some sort of aim in mind. You won't tell me the things I can't do aside from the attack system. Hibiki. Fufufu. I can't do that. You have to choose the power you want yourself. That is also one of the rules. It isn't something that's normally asked, but you have quite the good head there. Maybe the voice found her question interesting, he answered in an amused manner. His answer was rejection though. Hey, is it possible to return to the past? Hibiki. After a while of thinking, Hibiki opened her mouth. It isn't something that will save the current capital, but it is one method to do everything again. Sailing against the currents of time. If it's that, it is possible. If you repeat the times on a same world several times, the price gets higher, so it is more practical to narrow your cases though. Repeating several times, in other words, if I return to the same past, the price will get higher, right? Is it not okay to just place a restriction on the amount of times? There's no point in going to the pasts of other worlds anyways, Hibiki. It is not like there's no point. The parallel worlds are also worlds as well after all. Because two humans have influxed into that world, right now an enormous parallel world has been born, so the world you think about is your own world. Isn't it interesting to test out the probabilities in different worlds? You might be able to create a world where the capital has not turned that way, after all. The voice states an opinion as if it is suggesting time travel. By the way, what is the price? Hibiki. If you are going to sail through the times of the same world, it will only be once. You will die at 30 years old. If you are going to move through parallel worlds, your lifespan will be scraped off 1 year each time. That's messed up, Hibiki. Ah. There's a hidden technique about this as well. You have to give up being a human, but if you change into a race that doesn't grow old and has no lifespan, the demerit would disappear. If you weren't black, you wouldn't be able to use a power that interferes with time, but after leaving this place, there won't be problems if you just forsake your humanity. Thanks for your kindness. A retry is, in essence, practically impossible, Hibiki. Yeah. Time travel is a return, not a retry. If something like a loop is okay and if it's a parallel world, it can be given to you at a low risk though. Do you want me to have a power that can manipulate time? Hibiki. I only honestly answered your question, that's all. No other meaning. If possible, I want something that can be used several times and the price is small. Something that can break down the current situation, Hibiki. Being troubled, Hibiki sinks into silence. The voice doesn't seem to be giving any suggestions itself. It doesn't propose anything. Something that can disperse any magic. A dispel magic is possible. Hibiki. What a boring power. Well, it is possible. The price would be magic power only. Right, if it's the current you would be able to use it 5 to 6 times without any problems. I see. Meaning, there's no permanent price, right? Hibiki. Yeah. But something like Dispel, isn't that kid they're able to use it as well? The voice nonchalantly says something surprising. The kid fighting that giant. He said that he is able to use Dispel. Another person is already able to use it. In other words, it is a power that can be obtained through effort. Isn't that boring? The white guy. That guy, he is able to do something like that. Hibiki. Why don't you try asking him? If it's your request, he might hear it out. Wait a moment. Him? Do you know that white guy? Could it be, he received that special effect hero set from here? Hibiki. But, ha 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 ha. There isn't a single person that has wished for something as unsightly as that. Well, if asked if I know him, I do though. He is a human after all. I wonder. I don't think he will ever come here. If you know him, you should be able to talk with him, right? HM. If it's my request, he might hear it out. Does that mean? Hibiki. Sadly to say, but he is not an acquaintance. I just one-sidedly know him. Also, I can't be that supportive. Okay, this talk is over. Hibiki, decide your power. Kook, you were the one who brought the topic. Hibiki. The voice stays silent. Hibiki once again ponders. In that case. Too bad. That girl didn't choose the time power. But even so, for her to imagine a power that is practically the ground of being a hero. Humph, that kind of power is a first. The voice muttered in a space where no one is anymore. Even when Hibiki is not there anymore, its appearance was nowhere to be found. A power that is passively activated. To change the concept that people place on her into power, huh? She is a charismatic girl, so, I wonder, just how much will this enlarge her? The price was only to decrease her amount of magic power, so it is something she would soon get back anyways. Hibiki's guess was right. It seems like the voice was trying to make her choose the time-traveling power. It wasn't thinking about it that strongly though. If she were to explosively create more parallel worlds, I thought I wouldn't get bored though. A slightly disappointed voice echoes in the empty space. I have destroyed it, Larvadano. I will be leaving, okay? Hibiki. With a level of power completely different from before, she destroyed the barrier from the inside. At the unknown power-up of the hero, Shiki reflexively turns around. You are practically a different person. Is that also the power of a hero? Shiki. That's a secret. Do you intend to stop us? Hibiki. It's Master's order after all. Shiki. Shiki turns his gaze away from the spirited eyes of Hibiki, and looks at a certain place. There's nothing. Hibiki thought that he was looking at a corner of the ceiling. That helps. I will be going now. Hibiki. No, wait. Something is coming. Master. Shiki. Hibiki and the others use the opening he created to leave the audience room. While clicking his tongue, Shiki calls them out and Makoto as well. Makoto, who was fighting the shining Io, takes distance from Io the moment he hears Shiki's words. But Io didn't let him escape. Within the multicolored storm of fists, Makoto was swallowed again. Larva. It's okay. Go together with the hero. I am leaving them in your hands. Are you serious? In this situation, even you are coming, Sophia. Makoto. Maybe Makoto had a bit of leeway, he answers the voice of Shiki. He understood that the situation was deteriorating. What are you saying? Your opponent is me, right? Or are you saying it is fine to chase after Hibiki? Io. I can't let you chase after the hero. It should be fine to just do a rematch after the winter passes. Withdraw. Makoto. A youngster like you that doesn't even know about war, shouldn't be prattling like you know. It is necessary to defeat the threats no matter what. Io. Makoto knew about the being that was drawing near. Inside of him, that person is the strongest opponent he has fought with. An opponent he has clashed against with hostility, ill will, and bloodthirst. They are planning on doing something. Be careful. Makoto. Understood. I won't let them see here. Depending on the situation, please go ahead and take it off, Shiki. Understood. It will probably turn out that way, Makoto. Shiki turns his back towards Makoto and chases after the hero with teleportation. Makoto saw off his follower as he felt his suit creak at the fists that have increased its power to a stupidly high level. Changing his Sakai from perception to strengthening, he makes a recovery. While at it, he clashed his fist against the fist that was approaching him with all he had, and a recoil occurred. Distance was created between them once again. Without magic, he also had no winning move, is something he has thought as well. As long as the time is up, Makoto thought that his win would be decided. And there was no chance he would lose. For Makoto, who was trying not to immerse too much into the fight, he was even thinking about having Io live if it was possible. If it's an enemy, he will kill. Right now he was fighting in a way that he doesn't have to enter that step. But if the enemies increase, the story changes. Shiki's words were a grateful thing for Makoto. Because if he is able to use magic, his safety levels will increase after all. Increasing his physical attacks is not an advantage in any way for his current self. The suit has no merit aside from hiding his appearance. That's why he let Hibiki go. If Shiki accompanies her, he judged that she would be safe. Because he knows that Sophia will definitely aim for him. Makoto had a strange confidence in this. Makoto looks above in an annoyed manner. At that moment, a countless number of swords rained down on the capital. A light and an explosion. It looked like the metropolis of Limia Kingdom was approaching destruction. Chapter 158, The Revelation of the Dragon Slayer. At this kind of times, I am jealous that you have a toughness that can shrug anything off by regenerating. In the audience room that had turned silent. In that place where it has completely turned into a stargazing garden, I release my defensive stance. So you can turn into a state where you can fight against the current me at practically the same speed, huh? That you don't even need regeneration power, I can only laugh. Io, who recovered at a relatively fast speed, releases a combination with his forearms. His aim is my chest. The 4 attacks were with the stiletto version. After being blown away and destroying several pillars along the way, I felt my breathing clog up. That hurts. I was thinking about taking off my disguise and erasing the effect of that self-sacrificing item of his, but when I checked the abilities of this transformation suit that Mio humbly made, I found something. Inside the helmet, there's a futuristic 3-dimensional image of its manual projected at the retina. How uselessly high-spec. The ones with the spider mark are the special techniques list, huh? I didn't use anything aside from the kick, and there was a whatchamacallit before the kick itself, but I felt like I would get exhausted by doing it, so I decided to omit it though. When I omitted it, there was a polite voice telling me about the input miss and that there would be a penalty of 40% reduction of damage. Just how far is this a toy and just how far is this serious, I don't know. Force transformation release. From what Mio commented, it seems like it is okay to use it when a similar hero appears as an enemy. If you use it, you will also be a dark hero, so is the part 1 ignored. When I look at the ability in detail, it was a dispel magic with heavy restrictions. The magic spell is several times easier to use than this, but when thinking about the connection between Io and Rona, this one is better. My face won't get exposed after all. Also, the condition about being obligatory to make contact with the target is actually pretty easy to clear in Io's case. Even if I just wait, he will be coming himself anyways. And it seems like he won't be breaking with the attack after all. That toughness is not only coming from your armor. Even if you were using an enhancing magic, I can't think of you as a human, Io. I will take it as a compliment. Even when you have such an indiscriminate attack like that, your target is still me. What about the hero? Makoto. The reactions of my subordinates are mostly gone. Instead of looking for the hero in all this rubble, I will first deal with you. Fortunately, I still have several hours left, Io. The person that made this attack, from what I remember, should be a companion of yours though. What's that about? Makoto. So you know. You really are even more of an unknown being. But if you know about them, you should also know that they are not people that one can place collars around, right? Their fangs were coincidentally not directed at our side, so we are using them, that's all the relationship we have, Io. And, what is with your stance? What are you going to show me next? Io. Who knows? Just wait and see, Makoto. I stand up at half length and raise my right hand high. The knife hand is facing Io. Io is exchanging his soul for power. I find the core of the magic formation that is cladding his body in light particles. In Mio's comment, it said, use the eye of your heart to find the weak point of your opponent, or something like that. It seriously didn't help at all. I expand, Sakai, to a range that covers me and Io, and grasp the flow of power. Because I reflexively changed into defense when the light swords rained down after all. That I was able to instantly change it back must be because of the fruits of my hard work. At his right shoulder, close to the joint, huh? Then, show it to me. Io. Io, who had taken a muscle bane and obtained scary acceleration speed, charges at me in a straight line. By nature, just by doing this, a giant is a threat. Their body weight is a weapon. And if that body weight is coming from his muscles, that danger increases by several times more. If a giant learns martial arts, a human who is by nature losing in body weight overwhelmingly, has no chance of winning, is how I think. Big, fast, and tough. It is truly great that I didn't encounter this kind at Japan. I calmed down and steadied my aim. But Io suddenly kicked the ground and jumped through the air. This is agitating. It is agitating, but it is a cold sensation I have felt when I was fighting him. Without turning too much attention to it, I place my awareness in several areas of the place. It is fine for it to be a mutual strike. Right now, his strongest advantage, that weapon, I will be stealing it. I dropped the kick that was approaching me. If I received that one attack, leaving aside the damage, my posture would break. But with my half-length stance, I am able to easily avoid it. Success. I couldn't find the opening that should come after a landing. Two arms are coming to grab my head. It is here. Spell break, Makoto. As if dropping directly from below, I cut Io's right shoulder with my right arm. Just as aimed, I made a straight line at the place where the rose sign's power concentrated the most, and my right hand reached the floor. My head was grabbed and I was thrown. The fist combo didn't even reach 10 hits before stopping. If it's only this, there's no problem. The suit creaks, but it doesn't result in destruction. A kick approaches my face. I curl up my body and do a kick myself. I meet him with the same attack. Even if I receive some attacks, as long as I destroy my opponent's strongest weapon, it will become more easy. The return for this is higher than the amount of punches I have received. Makoto. I exhale. I make my respiration as big as possible. I return my heart to a point where I don't enter to the cold side anymore. And I look at Io. He was standing in place just like that. The place I cut has already been healed. As expected of his regenerative powers. There's no light coming from his body anymore. What did you do? Io. I destroyed the rose sign, Makoto. Destroyed, you say? Io. That's right, destroy. The gone portion will not return, but that power has already disappeared, Makoto. Impossible. Such a crazy thing is just, Io. You shouldn't have any spares of an item of that type. Do you still intend to fight? Makoto. Io, Sophia, and also Lancer. I don't want to fight them all at the same time. If asked if this castle can still be resided in or used, my answer would be no though. If I go against those kind of people here, this place will, without doubt, turn into less than an empty plot of land. With those light swords and the explosion, the capital is already done. They would have to use another town as their capital, or create a new one all over again. I think that the demon race has gained at least 2 or 3 years against Limia Kingdom with this move. I don't know how much damage Gridonia has received, but even if Stella is forfeited, the demon race still has sufficient pluses out of this. As long as the hero is in good health, I don't think Io and the few demon race troops remaining have any intentions of withdrawing though. King of dragons that live for eternity. Sophia, this is an enhancing aria. That woman, why did she suddenly appear in the capital? What happened with the Empire? Io. An enhancing aria. With Io's words, I notice a voice that resounds in my whole body. This is certainly Sophia's voice. She isn't just shouting loudly, she is doing an aria. She is at the sky. I have already grasped her location. I know that it is pointless with someone like her though. What she is doing right now is purposely continuing her aria in a wide space and have her voice echo to declare her spell in a grand way. A special type of aria. I can see quite the elevation of power. Just, the composition of the spell is easy to read, and it is easy for your opponent to make a countermeasure for it. In other words, if it's a spell that is seen for the first time, it is quite effective. Even so, in towns and castles there's a nullifying barrier for large-scale magic, so even if you fortify your magic that acts like artillery and shoot it to the town, there's not much point. For them to have a barrier that nullifies magic of a certain level is quite well thought. If it is a lower-leveled spell, it will be discovered when doing a fortifying aria, so the town is most likely taking precautions in that point. It is also normal for the power itself to be insufficient. Blade Dragon, Water Dragon, Fire Dragon, Shadow Dragon, Sophia. Quite the long aria. On top of that, the flow is directed to the inside. Is it a buff skill for herself? From what I remember, support magic that uses aria and is targeted to yourself has quite the brutal efficacy. Io is probably measuring the true intention of Sophia as well. He is looking at her grain-like figure that is floating in the sky. If even the ally in outline doesn't know, there's no way I would understand. But I will prepare myself for it. It seems like Sophia's aria will be continuing for quite a while, and Lancer seems to have descended to town, but hasn't shown much movement. Shiki is also in that state. Leaving aside if he is able to defeat Lancer or not, he will most likely be able to hold him back. After that, I can only pray that Senpai doesn't do anything reckless. This is the first time I see such a busybody senpai. From what I remember, she was a person that always finished things with a composed face though. When one lives at a parallel world, many things are just different, huh? While being vigilant of Io, inside of the suit, I confirm my body enhancement and the magic power construction. A rematch with the Dragon Slayer, huh? Everything else, omitted. Sophia. I unintentionally let out a voice of surprise. Power converges at Sophia in high speed. How irrational. That voice was sensed by my Sakai, and reverberated in my ears when I was turning. It reached the moment a flash flew straight at the crown of my head. I am confronting Sophia, while feeling the gaze of Io from my back. Damn it, the suit is. You won't die from that, huh? Not only that, I only destroyed the suit and you were left unscathed. As always, you are way too interesting, Sophia. A ferocious smile I am familiar with. A sword with the same color and is smaller in size compared to the one in my memories. Even if I knew it with Sakai, the feeling of confronting it in front of me is as expected, different. Sophia Blue, Makoto. Yeah, that's right. I am honored that you remember me. After that time, a lot has happened, you see. I was sure you wouldn't die from something of that extent, Sophia. I was slightly hoping you were killed by that so-called devil, though. But as expected, you are still alive, huh, Makoto? I barely didn't encounter it though. Seriously, what a lucky person. What are you even saying? But I am happy. You were able to endure that after all. You are a lot stronger than that Empire Hirokuin, Sophia. You killed the hero. Makoto. If she killed the hero, the goddess would definitely get angry. Maybe the goddess will even bring it on. Is Sophia gonna take that on too? No. Still not. He showed me something interesting, so I let him go, Sophia. It seems like I also entertained you, so how about you leave for today? Makoto. Impossible. Lancer and I have recognized you as an obstacle. You will probably, no, definitely become an hindrance for us, Sophia. Intuition. Makoto. Yeah. This time, I will certainly slice into pieces that defense of yours, Sophia. I can feel that the bloodthirst residing in Sophia's eyes were rising close to its critical point. If I fight with the current her, I must concentrate even deeper into the fight compared to when I was fighting Io, or I will end up hurt. But Sophia is an enemy. She has already declared her will to kill me. There's no enemy as hostile as her. Then what's so bad about concentrating? It's fine as long as I return alive. As long as I don't forget myself, I will be fine. Now then. Both of you, stop. Era. Rona. Why are you here? Rona. Right now when my face is revealed because of Sophia's attack, she has come here. Just how unlucky am I? The goddess, having to transform, Hibiki-senpai, Sophia, and now even Rona. It is like playing poker with Joker being valid and having a 5-card thrown at me. I was doing my best in Rotsguard, and was being happy about my straight and flush. And yet. Everything is going down the drain. This time is, as expected, no good. Not only me, the company, I have even dragged every one of Asura in this. Tomo, Mio, and Shiki as well. I definitely cannot give up. Even if it's by force, even if it's against their will. Even if the form and shape has slightly changed, I have to accomplish this no matter what. Like hell I will give up. Sophia, and also the white, Rona. It has been exposed. Damn it. When the time comes, it just happens so easily. Do. Rona. What? This guy is Radu. Io. It seems like Io also knows the name Radu. If Rona told him the features of my face, even without Rona coming, it would have been finished the moment I turned my face, huh? Era, you know Rona as well, Radu. Sophia. Sophia says so as if just remembering. How dare you say it as if it's nothing? Radu, what is the meaning of this? You should be at Rotsgard at this moment, right? Why are you at the capital? Why are you being glared by Io and Sophia? Rona. That is, Makoto. It seems like he exchanged an agreement with the goddess. And he wants to save the kingdom's hero and bring down Stella, Io. Wow, Radu. For you. To lie to me, well done. As I thought, you were really the pawn of the goddess, huh? Even so, Limia is misfortunate. If you hadn't come, the castle and the town wouldn't have turned out like this. If you went to the imperial capital, Mitsurugi, and I wouldn't have come here, you know. How regrettable, Sophia. Agreement. I only made an agreement with the goddess. We only made a promise to each other. It is not like I am her pawn, Makoto. Sophia uses an excessive gesture of surprise from the words of Io. It is crumbling. I felt a lot of things crumbling. Radu, you promised that you would meet Demon Lord Sama, right? Then, you fighting the demon race, isn't that an action that goes against your words? Rona. Rona. Even though you didn't try to understand the hidden meaning of my own words. She is probably saying this because she considers me easy. For her, I must have been quite an easy-to-utilize human in Rotsgard. If Shiki weren't there, I would have most likely been used even more. It is certainly true that I made a promise to meet the Demon Lord. But, I don't remember promising to not hinder the demon race in any way. Rona, you must understand what I am trying to say here, right? I was asked to protect the hero and capitulate Stella. This is something that can be done even without killing the demon race. If you don't want to lose brethrens, give up this time, Makoto. Just a few days ago you called me Rona-san though. I see. The variant strife at Rotsgard angered Radu this much, huh? You didn't seem like you had any special attachment to humans, so that should have had an effect in your strenuous life as a merchant there though. Rona. By killing all the merchants that antagonized me. Makoto. The variants that the demon race released did whatever they wanted. So they won't make you take responsibility, nor will they suspect you. It just happened to occur, after all. Radu and the others were just taking refuge, and after that, the reinforcement units of the different countries would appear and subjugate the variants. If you just returned to your business, you might have had a better environment for your work. That incident shouldn't have that many demerits for you, Rona. That's unneeded help, Makoto. Right. Larva, no, Shikiha. It is a company that has that kind of person close after all. Because of ethics, I didn't get involved much in it. But for you guys to have a part that schemed from the dark, it was quite the miscalculation. To think that in the act of being a naive and kind merchant, you were able to obtain the cooperation of that larva, Rona. I have done some cleaning at Rotsgard, Makoto. I have gotten the report of it, Rona. The demon race should have been away from the town though. Makoto. Isn't the report way too fast? Yeah, the demon race, that is, Rona. A demi-human then. Looking at the army that Io leads, I have understood that the blue-skinned demons are not the only enemies of the humans. I see. So there was a collaborator within the demi-humans, huh? Even if they have numbers, the ones who have enemies on all sides are the humans. That's crooked, Makoto. I did protect my promise with you, you know. How about it? Want to make a deal with me again? I will support your business in the demon race territory with all I have. Of course, I won't stop you from doing business in the human countries. I won't interfere with it either. In exchange, withdraw from here, Rona. I did tell you that I have a promise with the goddess. Rona, you should be the one taking Io and returning to the demon base fast. And after that, have the personnel of Stella Fortress evacuate. If you leave them there, it will only increase the pointless sacrifices, Makoto. Sophia there has already obtained power surpassing that of a human, you know. Also, adding Io as well. Do you think you will end up fine after that? Rona. I have also been told many times that I breach common sense. No need to worry. It is fine. Rona, if you want to, how about joining as well? Because it seems like you are underestimating me a bit here after all, Makoto. Wah. Rona. Rona is left speechless. These are words that don't fit me much. But in this occasion, no matter if it's 2 or 3, it would be the same. It wouldn't be too much for Shiki, but I wouldn't mind even if Lancer were to come as well. Concentrate, concentrate. My magic has already been unbanned. I should debut the results of my training. Just how far can I go? It wouldn't be bad to confirm it with my enemies. Rona, those words are not haughtiness. Just a few moments ago, I used Rose sign and was unable to finish him, Io. Rose. Io, I told you to return no matter what, right? Why did you use something like that? I had Reft hold it, so why do you have it? Rona. Like hell I can let only my subordinates hold something like that. Also, Reft was an adjutant of mine in the past. He agreed to my point. Also, if I am able to bring down the hero here, I don't mind leaving the path to the future generations. She had become stronger than expected after all, Io. Listen here. You who climbed up till the ranks of Demon General, don't go easily saying that you will die and leave the path to others. It is certainly true that the Lord we serve is the same, but the direction of that loyalty is different. I am not so narrow-minded as to not approve of a rare type of militaryman like you, Io. If you want to leave the path to others by all means, why didn't you become an instructor and properly pass on that technique of yours? Rona. Ah, no well, sorry, Io. And the time you have left is? Rona. Well, that is, Io. There's already no light coming out at all. You can't return to the metropolis anymore. Rona. Rona makes a voice that one can feel bitterness. This person does have affection towards her companions, huh? No, Io also has an expression of surprise, so maybe the face she is showing is quite rare. Sophia is pointing her sword at me, but she isn't moving. While surprised, I stealthily put Sakai in concealment and finish expanding my power. Compared to all the misfortune combo I have received, this is a small blessing. The effect of Rose sign is gone, Io. I see. Do you have any words you want to leave? No matter who, I will take responsibility and make sure those words reach that person, Rona. No well, that man Radu, cut it off, Io. While the Rose sign was activated, Radu forcefully negated the Rose sign. I don't know what he did though, Io. Eh? Then, could that mean, Rona? It is still not certain that I will die, Io. Then say so from the beginning. How misleading. Rona. More like, you should calm down. You were the one who didn't let me talk properly, Io. You. Rona glares at me. No, I am not at fault here, you know. Or more like, from what Rona has said, she should actually be thanking me. Fufufu, ahahaha. Sophia. The big laugh of Sophia rang in the audience room. Even if the night sky is visible, an invisible barrier is placed here. It is the support barrier that temporarily lost its effect because of the light swords. As expected of the capital. I expected no less from the castle of a major power. Even if it's destroyed, it is made so it can reactivate. After she finished laughing for a moment, she looked at everyone here. I thought that this would thin down her motivation. But if it's her, that's just a fleeting dream though. I see. Even when Io placed his life on the line, he couldn't deal any proper damage. Fufu. It is great that I released first. If I am not in full power, I might not be able to win, Sophia. Full power, of the Dragon Slayer Io. Io mutters as if sighing. I feel like taking refuge, Rona. Same here, Makoto. Don't say that. You have that much worth, Redo, Sophia. Sophia makes an evil smile like the one children make when they think up something bad. All right, Rona. About the matter of Seiko, Sophia. What is it so suddenly? Rona. The name of the devil, I remembered just now, Sophia. Rona. The name of the devil. As I thought, Sophia did fight against the devil that was able to create a lake. And she is still alive. What impressive life power. I was strangely moved by the battle junkie. Let's go for a rematch, Devil Redo. Sophia. Devil. Placing the one-handed sword that has some sort of red light clad on it and has extended its reach to the front, Sophia charges at me. Devil. Me. Devil. Why do my fights with her always end up like this? My thoughts were temporarily stopped and I was able to somehow bring it back. While still stirred up, I clash with the Dragon Slayer. The figure of Sophia disappears. I know. This is her conventional method. I don't know where her attack will come from. That's why I aimed for this kind of power. Different from the time against Io, I open my legs around shoulder width and stand in place. I don't think about evading. This is a stance for an exchange of blows. Geikin. An ear-piercing sound. It was from the left. This is Sophia. I faced quite the painful time with your surprise attacks after all. It just means that I have also gotten stronger, Makoto. Sophia's sword stopped in a place a bit further away from me. No, I stopped it. I thought I felt something. Redo, when did you learn to speak? Does that have to do with you getting stronger? Sophia. Changing her expression slightly, Sophia grabs a black darkness mass with her free left hand and pushes it towards me. That also makes a dull sound and stops in the same place as the sword. This woman, the elements she can use have increased from last time. Common language, I learned that just a few moments ago. What's wrong, Sophia? Your attacks are not reaching at all. How about using that red key from before? Makoto. I change, Sakai, from concealment to strengthening. Dense bluish magic power spreads out from my body and takes form. Blade Dragon's sword, Fire Dragon's flame. Do you intend to block it? Sophia. It is a prided attack of yours that you tried using to kill me in one hit, right? I am telling you that it is okay to try it again, Makoto. I can tell that Io and Rona were gulping their breath from behind me. Io is not moving yet, Or is he measuring the possibility of doing a joint front that doesn't entangle Sophia in it? The thin sword of Sophia gets clad in a strong red light again and gets longer. Then let's test it. I will also be exposing that trick you did just now. Sophia. A flash. Without taking a stance against the sword that is coming right from the front, I just watch over it. Sophia went at it straight. It collided with the bluish magic power enveloping my surroundings. That swung attack left some sort of colored trail, and as if her jumping back was some sort of signal, it exploded. Just like those light swords. Was Sophia specialized in fire element? Within the time my field of vision was clearing, that question popped up. Human-shaped. Is that constructed with magic power? No, but that is, no way, Sophia. That is his, true armor, Io. As expected of a demon general. Since it is not concealed, it can be seen and analyzed as well. The gears in my brain are not fast, that's why, instead of something that is scary strong depending on the way it is used. I wanted something simple that, even when discovered, it would still be the same. And this is it. From my body, the silhouette of the upper half of a human is constructed in a size slightly bigger than Io. Something that is created by my magic power. Makoto magic power. It doesn't matter if it is discovered and it is able to deal with surprise attacks. Even I who can't use a giant amount of magic power at once, this method allows me to utilize a large amount of magic power. It isn't a barrier against physical attacks, right? Redo, are you sane? Having that much defensive power, and you are telling me that you have obtained another defensive skill. Sophia. I can easily endure the charged attack of a dragon slayer. I have gained confidence now, Sophia, Makoto. There was no magic activation either. There was no rebound characteristic of barriers. Just what does this mean? That thing clearly blocked my attack physically, right? Sophia. Sophia is making a face she never made once in the past. So she had that much confidence in that one attack, huh? Or maybe this ability I have obtained was completely out of her expectations. Ah, I thought this felt familiar. That's the same face Tomo, Mio, and Shiki made. Yeah. I can materialize magic power. I can also return it to its natural state as well. The minus is that I can't take out its visibility, but I had another method to hide it anyways. That defensive power is just like how I showed you just now, Makoto. The attack of Sophia and the explosion as well didn't put any sort of damage to the magic power body, temporary name. Well, of course, it doesn't only defend. Even in attack, it is quite the foul play. I had a lot of hardships. The materializing in itself and that domain and form as well. As a result, I took as reference a certain fighting game that has a character with a spirit. Materialization of magic power, huh? I have never heard of that before, Sophia. Sophia's words. Well, yeah. Until the time Eva-san showed me that thesis, I also had no idea about it. And there were no other theses that were similar to that one. In this world, it is a technique that was completely given up on after all. Rona, what is the materialization of magic power? Making things with magic power. Io. It is probably different. What Redu is doing is giving the physical attribute to magic power. Is how I think, Rona. In other words, that massive magic power shaped as the upper half of a human, if it wanted to, it would be able to exchange fists as well. Isn't that awesome? If it is possible to deploy it in that way, magicians would also be able to add to their defense, Io. Yeah, probably. But, even the demon race has given up on that technique. The cost and performance is just way too bad after all, Rona. The tone of Rona was as if she was having a nightmare. She looks at the human shape and me with eyes of disbelief. Io, if it is you, would you think that using 1 gold as material to make a copper coin is impressive? Rona. No. I would actually think that's stupid, Io. Right. That's exactly it. The materialization of magic power is just way too disbalanced. Honestly speaking, it is abnormally inefficient. There's place to research in the change of specific substances in magic power though, Rona. Is it different from physical barriers? Io. Sophia said it as well, right? A physical barrier is a spell that activates by reacting to attacks of weapons and fists. What Redu is doing is not even magic. I don't understand. Why did Redu obtain that kind of skill? Rona. Rona is grumbling as she inquires. Sophia, this time it's my turn, Makoto. For me who couldn't put a proper use to the magic power no matter how much I had, this power opened a large amount of possibilities. A revolutionizing thing. First of all, the dragon slayer in front of me. I will defeat this one first and conquer one of my traumas. Chapter 159, Realizing he is the devil. Just as it is big, the speed isn't much to consider, huh? Dodging the fist that the magic power body punched out, Sophia jumps to close range. She came at me with several attacks using her red light-cladded sword. But, it didn't reach me. Well, I am not a master in martial arts after all. At any rate, those are quite the strong attacks. It doesn't even compare to last time, Makoto. That's obvious. This is, Sophia. The power of dragons, huh? Taking into account the aria, did you borrow the power of another superior dragon? Makoto. How about this? Sophia. Not even an answer. It must be her prided teleportation. Just that, it is slightly different from before. At that time, she was exchanging her position with swords, but it looked like she is currently using a different method to teleport. Is it the power of a shadow dragon or something? Diagonally to my front, at midair, I feel her presence. As if shouldering her back, she prepares her sword and around her chest there's a red sphere. A long-distance attack. Sophia swings her sword diagonally and leaves a trail. At that moment, the red sphere turns into something similar to a laser and heads towards me. I reflexively use the magic power body's hand to stop it. Crush it and erase it. It was like a laser. Is that the power of the fire dragon that you mentioned in your aria? When talking about a fire superior dragon, it would be the Crimson Fire Dragon, Crimson Light Akari, Makoto. This didn't work either. Crimson Light is the one that holds the strongest attack power among the dragon race though, Sophia. The dragon slayer that landed glares at me with intense eyes. I don't remember being hated by a dragon though, Makoto. Actually, I am being liked way too much by a dragon that has both sexes and it's even troubling me. Era, don't worry. It is not like Radu is being hated. Sophia. Without learning, she charges at me again. While repelling, I also launch my own attack. The fist is evaded once again and, from the surface of that fist, a magic formation expands. From there, a laser type of attack like the one Sophia used, was shot. But TCH. It was a surprise attack, and yet, she was able to block it with her sword. As always, she has crazy intuition and an unbelievable sword. But there's no need to care about that. This magic power body also serves the purpose of strengthening my spells. Actually, that's its main purpose. I contain the magic power that has come out from my body in my surrounding. Set, Sakai, at perception. Because if it's her attack power, there's no need to use strengthening even if her power increases by double after all. How about this? Makoto. I look at where Sophia has taken distance, and make a short aria. Several ripples appear from the front part of the magic power body. Balls the size of fingers detach from the human shape and float. Is that a defense mechanism? Sophia. Maybe she understood what I intended to do, Sophia mutters as if groaning. It is not only that, right, Sophia? Makoto. Immediately after the balls trembled slightly. An attack similar to the laser from before was shot in several small lines towards Sophia. Bundles of light that were no fewer than 100 were heading at Sophia, but she uses her usual teleportation to evade it. But that's futile. Her teleportation isn't the type that lets her escape into a different space. She is just moving to a different location. On top of that, from what I have seen, there's quite the limitation in distance. With Sakai, I find Sophia hiding under cover. To all the lights that were heading against a wall because they lost their target. I tell them her location. They curved. Sophia. All of the lights changed their direction and lunged towards the mountain of rubble that Sophia was hiding in. Curving a laser-type attack. It is one of the dreams of men. NATO missile is also good. The voice of Rona that I heard from the back was died in surprise. Homing trait isn't that unusual of a thing though. What I did just now wasn't homing but something close to adding a new input. It doesn't look that different though. An explosion. I can't tell the location of Sophia. There must have been some damage there. I turn to my back. Io and Rona were looking at me. Io, you should release that dangerous stance. If you are going to get in the way, I will be taking proper steps, Makoto. I think that our fight is still in progress though, Io. I see. I did warn you, okay. Makoto. Radu, that thing there, is it all your magic power? Rona. Rona, I don't have any intentions to answer that. But I will give you an advice. Quickly pull back your personnel from Stella. It looks like I will be finishing this soon, Makoto. Aya was facing me and showing a stance. He is the same type as Sophia, so doing a joint front is difficult. And yet, he is still trying to join into my fight with Sophia. Ah, right. You did have such an attack, right, Radu? Sophia. From inside the smoke, Sophia was standing. I thought that she wasn't unscathed though. You are practically like Io. Did you learn regeneration? How about calling Lancer? Makoto. I am calling him. It doesn't seem like he is listening though. Looks like your servant is not letting him go, you know. Sophia. Ah, I see. Then let's finish this already, Sophia, Makoto. 4 superior dragons, Sophia. Ha. Makoto. It is not only Mitsurugi and waterfall like last time. I was elated by that time with the lake, so I also ate darkness-clad and crimson light, Sophia. 8. She didn't obtain the cooperation of the superior dragons. I noticed the ability to eat the power of the dragons and assimilate it. I can brag about being the strongest among adventurers, but adding to that, I have also obtained the power of 4 superior dragons. I have enough power to destroy even a country, Sophia. A country. With only this level. Next would be the Sand Wave Sazanami and the Invincible. If I kill those 2, I would be able to reach the stage where I can devour myriad colors as well, Sophia. From the superior dragons I know of, those are all of them, huh? Among the 7 superior dragons, 4 are already within herself, and yet, she isn't able to touch me. It must be quite the shock for her. Also. Root. Looks like her objective has something to do with Root, but do I have to carry his destiny as well? I will complain to him about this later. How exaggerated. You are able to destroy a country with only this level of power. Makoto. Plenty enough. That Io over there as well. He is able to destroy a small country. An army is just a power that weaklings flock to. For you and me, those kind of things just serve as targets. The power of individuals, that itself is national power, Sophia. Is that how it works? No, well, I thought that individuals would be powerless against a flock like an army though. When looking at this town's situation and the progress of the battle, I did think, is this all they have? Even if it's a surprise attack, I wondered if this is the extent of armies and Knight Corps. This world might be a lot weaker than I originally thought. Seriously. Having scales coming from my skin is just unsightly. How dare you, Sophia? Sophia's power increased a step higher. The 4 colored powers that were residing in her body as well as her own power, it looked like they were merging and turning into some sort of marble pattern. The color of her skin darkened slightly. Just like how she said, I could faintly see scale-looking things. Her nails lengthened and her eyes changed like the ones of Tomo, which were close to the vestiges of a dragon. Instead of a dragon slayer, she looks more like a dragonkin now. A transformation. I don't know about Grunt, but I don't think he would be able to defeat Shen and Root, Makoto. Shen and Root. It seems like the things I will have Reidu open his mouth for have increased, Sophia. For you, that will be impossible, Makoto. Leaving aside the invincible Shen, the name of the myriad-color superior dragon is known by practically no one. I will have you tell me a lot of things. Before you die, that is. Sophia. I see. Lately, I have been eating quite a lot with him though, Makoto. Just how long can you keep that condescending tone? Sophia. Sophia touches the magic power body. Just how many times will you do the same thing? She touched the human shape without holding a sword. At the same time that I was thinking what she was intending to do, from Sophia's hand, a pitch-black mud-like darkness was spouted out. I could tell that the darkness that was sticking to the magic power body was declining its strength at those portions. The sword of Sophia that shone remarkably stronger, accurately makes a flash at the black marking. Heh. While raising my voice, I include an attack against Sophia. Making several magic compositions, I fire it off from the human shape. Spear spheres. Firing off several attacks, they also did hit the target, but she didn't stop. Maybe she activated an instantaneous healing magic, she is cutting and cutting and cutting at me without caring. While covering only her vitals and her right hand, she recovers everything that injures her. It seems like she has judged that this is the moment to decide the battle. At this moment Io is coming to her. I can tell that Io is charging at me from behind. I have, Sakai, expanded with perception, so I can stop surprise attacks. It seems like Rona is trying to stop him though. Like Sophia, Io must have thought that this was the chance. Reidu, don't think bad of Io. Io, why don't you return? I will kill you, you know. Last time was advice, this time, it is a warning, Makoto. I firmly look at Io and tell him this. The binded Io. He is being grabbed by the hand of the human shape. A third arm. Just because it is human-shaped, that doesn't mean it will only be restricted to 2 arms. Even you have 4 arms after all, Makoto. Straightforward. Facing the starry sky, I lift him up. After an advance notice that I will kill him if he returns. Well, he will most likely not return though. Rocket punch, just kidding, Makoto. You Io. I cut off the arm and shoot it out at high speed. The grabbed Io was unable to shake it off, and while still struggling, he disappeared into the starry sky. He was slightly valuable to kill, so well, no matter where he falls, he will most likely be able to repatriate. I did release him towards Stella, so there should be no problems. Don't look away. Sophia. Along with Sophia's words, she makes a swipe with all her might. Ah, this one will be hard to maintain. It has black markings placed here and there after all. Key, N. The human shape broke. With this dash. Sophia. Well. Gagey. I never said that I can't reconstruct it though. The reality that what she destroyed had appeared in an instant again and blocked her sword, without letting escape that moment of disturbance by the reconstruction, I grabbed Sophia with the hand of the human shape. I wonder, just how good is your defensive power in that form? Makoto. The fist that grasped her tightly, releases heat along with light, and explodes. Aya. A serious scream of pain. This is the first time I have heard the voice of Sophia sounding like this. Looking at the fight occurring right in front of me, I felt fear. An emotion close to pure terror. Io, who saw as if Raidu was being pushed back, decided to join the battle as well. But, he was dealt with in an instant. The strongest general from our prided army was. It was something that happened not too long ago. The human-shaped magic power of Raidu grew a third arm from around the armpit and grabbed Io, and just like that, it separated from the body and flew to the sky. Io is unable to use teleportation. I see. From a realistic standpoint, he has been shut out of this fight. If Raidu uses a hand like that, Io has no way of doing anything against it. If I go look for him, it might be possible to rejoin the battle, but it is a reality that 2 demon generals are unable to compare in any way. It is simply a bad situation. Just one thing, what I am hoping is that, Raidu's trump card is that magic power body. It is certainly true that that thing is troublesome. It's a massive magic power that can even put spells to use. With a simple aria, it can activate the spells in an instant. Moreover, as long as he has magic power, it seems like it can even regenerate. Just by being able to construct such a magic power body, it is proof that he possesses an amount of magic power that rivals the scale of a country. It doesn't seem like it is a pure object, so I don't know about the conversion performance, it might even be slightly better than the one I know of. But the truth is that, this is a literal threat. From the demon race experiments, a normal magician would have to use all its magic power just to make a single grain of sand. He is able to make such a mass and materialize it strongly enough to defend against attacks of a dragon slayer. In that case, Rona. There's no doubt that it is an amount of magic power that she doesn't even feel like calculating. But in the end, it is magic power. If it is with my trump card, it is quite good against it. Even if it's Raidu, there should be a way to fight it. If it's now, I can also expect the support of Sophia. That is exactly the reason why I am still here. For the demon race, the dragon slayer and that boy will become a threat the moment they turn into enemies. That's why, if I can eliminate at least one. It is originally a special attack of mine that needs the permission of my lord before using, but as expected, right now I have no leeway to fill the forms. Silently. I begin my preparations. I connect my aria and without the 2 noticing me. Rona, I don't know what you intend to do, but, if you continue forming your spell, I will crush you, Makoto. Raidu. That guy, at this distance. Without even turning this way, he warned me. Now that I remember, when we were confronting each other for fun at the academy, he was strangely able to predict my attacks. Different from the other students, my habits shouldn't have been read, and yet. I feel a cold sweat running down my spine. Just a few days ago, the last time we talked, and I thought he was as naive as always, in just that small amount of time, did something happen to Raidu? But, the reality that he made such a change is important. At the very least, he is not someone that can be rolled in the palm of my hand at the battlefield anymore. I send saliva to my dried throat. It's completely dry. I can feel the fear that I hadn't felt for so long swelling up inside me. It wasn't the time to be concerned about this. As if hiding the fact that I have yielded to fear, I began to line up several reasons to negate the antagonism towards him. With thought transmission, I am able to grasp the general location of Io. He has quite the distance, but it isn't at the level where I can't go look for him. It is the time to step back. If what Sophia says is true, she has the power of 4 superior dragons and has released the power to the point that her human shape has begun to change. Blade Dragon's sword, Fire Dragon's flame, Water Dragon's healing and support, Shadow Dragon's special ability. It is certainly true that it is power that could bring down a country. But with a fresh face and with literally no sweat, Radu was confronting her. He is also. No, he is way too much of an unknown number. At the very least, I have been underestimating him way too much. It was a joke, Radu, Rona. Ah, I see, Makoto. Your conditions were to give up on the Hero and Stella Fortress, right? Okay. I don't know about Sophia, but Io and I will accept those conditions. We will withdraw, Rona. And the condition is? Makoto. Radu looks at me. While confronting Sophia, he has the leeway to look away as many times as he wants. To think it was to this extent. There's no condition. You will meet with Demon Lord Sama, right? Rona. Of course. I do want to talk with that person at least once after all, Makoto. Then that's plenty enough. That girl is a vice general, but doesn't lead any army. I will be leaving her here, but you don't mind, right? Rona. I can't assure you her safety, Makoto. Okay. It seems like she doesn't intend to stop fighting even after hearing this talk, so I will just accept it as an outcome of the battlefield, Rona. Then go ahead. Let me tell you this just in case. If you intend to place a hand on the hero, Shiki is also outside, Makoto. I am not so stupid. Well then, excuse me, Rona. Scary. Leaving the place and heading to where Io was, this single thought surfaced in my mind. Radu is the devil. Even if it's not a name he called himself with, it is a nickname that truly fits him. This is what I thought as I was finally able to wipe the sweat off my face. It looks as if the sword is adhered to your hand though. Makoto. This is originally like the crystallization of Mitsurugi's power. The stronger I release my dragon power like this, it turns closer and closer to fusing, Sophia. In the audience room that now only she and I remain, Sophia once again stands up, clads herself in blue light, and heals her wounds. In those eyes, there's still fighting spirit. You know, why don't you leave that fighting style of slowly shaving off your cards to someone that is weaker than you? Or are you thinking that I won't be killing you? Makoto. If that's how it is, Sophia would be the naive one. Because I do intend to kill her. The moment she reacted to the name Shen, she revealed the intentions of devouring Tomo as well. Even if her ability is insufficient, there's no reason to let her leave. I am not in the age where I dream about fighting in a battlefield without being killed. You as well, aren't your attacks lacking in power more than the Empire's hero? Sophia. The Empire's hero. Why did his name come out so suddenly? It seems like she let him go though. Who knows? I have never met the Empire's hero. And there's no need to decide the fight in one attack, right? Go ahead and utilize each one of your cards, Makoto. Just because you are in an advantage, you are being sarcastic. As I thought, that kid there was at least cuter than you, Sophia. That kid's attack was incredible, you know. Shadow Dragon and Water Dragon, I was somehow able to endure it by utilizing 2 dragons at full power. It wasn't to the point that I had to use this form, but it was higher than you though, Sophia. He does think about his companions, and he also had the resolve to shave off his own life in order to reach his objective, Sophia. If I was asked who I wanted to work together with, Sophia. I see. The Empire's hero is surely impressive, Makoto. What? Sophia. He was even able to use his charm power against an out-of-standard woman like you. On top of that, even if it was somewhat, he firmly left an impetus. If he meets you a number of times more, it may even reach perfection, Makoto. It was as if she didn't notice at all. Her expression dies in surprise. Ha ha ha, you didn't notice, huh? It seems like you were unable to completely resist it, you know. Yeah, as expected of a hero. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about making you a companion, Makoto. Finding a fragment of magic power that was confined inside of Sophia, I felt admiration. To think that he was able to charm Sophia. That Empire hero, he doesn't care as long as it is a beautiful girl. I should properly make countermeasures so that it doesn't create victims at Asura as well. If it's a power that can work even against Sophia, it is quite the threat. Charm. Me. You, what are you, Sophia? You overlooked it, huh? I wonder, maybe the true reason you didn't kill the hero was because you fell in love with him. Fufufu, a dragon slayer did, Makoto. As a sign of pity, that charm, want me to dispel it for you. Makoto. Even if she is charmed, it doesn't affect my battle with her. Seeing her flattering the Empire hero at random, she looked like a buffoon. Sophia is not a threat that I need to stay cold to deal with. Is it conceit, or maybe confidence? I just felt pity for her. Shut up, Sophia. Sorry. I won't do anything strange. How about it, can you let me eliminate that charm? Dispel magic is safe magic, you know. Makoto. I told you to shut up, Sophia. And it seems like it is already something you can't do by yourself after all. Even if you wait, it won't turn into an advantageous development for you, you know. Makoto. That mouth of yours, Sophia. The moment I was about to continue my words, the back of Sophia burned. No, it isn't burning. Flames shaped as dragon wings were spread. Shut it up. Sophia. Her figure. Teleportation. No, it is not. It is simply at a speed I can't catch with my eyes. I look above. A red trail as if drawing a line. It is moving freely from left to right. High-speed movement. So she still had such a card in hand, huh? She really does have a lot of tricks up her sleeve. From several locations of the magic power body, the marks of cuts and black stains were being left. Sophia, who talked a lot, at this moment, she continued her attacks without saying a word. When Mitsurugi returns, you are done for, Sophia. She talked. But, that's off the point. No, maybe the others are just way too out of standards. Mitsurugi, Lancer, won't be returning. If you who has the power of several superior dragons is only at this level, then, Arshiki is a lot stronger than that Lancer, Makoto. While receiving the slashes I can't see, I held confidence and answered Sophia. At the same time, I told Shiki, who has been sending me thought transmissions several times, to ask for permissions. Do as you wish. Chapter 160, Realizing He is the Devil, Late Night of Autumn. At the center of the spacious room, there's an extravagant bed with canopy attached. In the interior of this room that is fit for late nights, at times it would turn silent, and at others it was filled with the rattling sounds of hitting something and a high-pitched laugh. Foo. Incredible, this is incredible. So this is an otherworlder. This is a human. It easily does things that I wouldn't be able to imagine. If the people who knew the usual him that is never perturbed by anything and always makes a gentle smile, and saw this scene of him flailing his legs and rolling his body left and right, they would be left speechless. This place is his own room. A boundary that he ordered Northwest One to get close to. The bedroom has soundproof applied, so this disgraceful behavior won't be heard on the outside. He was like a kid. The Adventurer Guild's master, Falls, real name Root. He was frolicking. Before his very eyes, there's a faint glittering quadrilateral frame. It can be clearly seen that Root's excitement was coming from that. Makoto-kun should be in essence not human but human though. Do all the people that live in the original world like the humans end up like this? I want to try this out no matter what. His child, his possibilities, I want to bear it with this body of mine. Root. The square wasn't material, but an image. An image floating in midair. There, a bewildering scene changed continuously. It's a terrible image that one can clearly affirm that it is the worst camera work ever. Up, down, left, right, at a glance, it is something that can even be seen as a disorder. It isn't something that one can properly watch at all. Just one thing, no matter how crazily the image moves, a practically bluish human figure can be seen at the center. With that as the focus, it is the field of vision of something moving at high speed. That's how it felt. But Root didn't make any complaints about the image. He is just following it with his eyes as if having fun. If he is actually able to understand the situation from this, he has terrifying dynamic vision. For Makoto, what Root said would be quite unnerving, and the extent of the power is something to watch out for. I thought she was a boring irregular, but Sophia is also doing a good job. If she is able to somehow get through this situation, it would be fine to meet her at least once as a reward. Thanks to her I was able to see Makoto's power after all, Root. While concluding that it would be impossible for that to happen, Root says this. The stage of that image is Limia Kingdom, the capital. Well, even if it is, it has already lost its functionality as a town. It is a terrible spectacle that would make the majority of people who see this think in that way. This is it for the capital, huh? But because of the interference of the goddess, the life of the hero was saved, and the demon generals quickly left the stage. Because of the jumbled power, I am unable to tell where Tomo and Mio are, but being able to see Makoto-kun, and while at it, Shiki as well, is sufficient. At the raise of the curtains, he rampaged with a hilarious armor, and after getting a good laugh out of it, he activated his real power. Not only do I not get bored, looking at you day by day is so fun I can't help it. Just in what way did you reach to such a power? Root. Root asks the human shape-cladded Makoto who is at the center of the image. Bluish human shape. That is a magic power mass. But it isn't just magic power. It is an application method of magic power that's not magic, enabling it to do physical interference. The demon race gave up and the humans gave up as well, a dead research. When Root was clear about the power of Makoto, for a moment, his face turned expressionless, and then, as if eating it, he looked at that appearance. Then, taking off his bathrobe and ending up naked, he began making a big uproar without caring about the time. One of alchemy's special techniques, the formation of the Philosopher's Stone. A easy-to-use catalyst that can even be called almighty. If it's without any impurities, it would truly be the replenishing drug elixir, Root. Root remembers something. The Philosopher's Stone. A secret high-class catalyst that even among alchemists, only a few who have advanced their research by a considerable amount are able to understand. If it's in a complete state, it possesses a different effect aside from being a catalyst and a medicine. But well, there have been no stories of any human creating a perfected Philosopher's Stone though. Then why did Root reach that conclusion? Because what Makoto did was sublimely disconnected from the normal path, and at the same time, it was showing incredible results. And Root has connected this result with the term alchemy. For an alchemist, reaching the Philosopher's Stone is the most supreme objective of all. That's why researchers, which are not limited only to alchemist, use this word to make comparisons with their own objectives. But well, Root. Makoto revealed this to Root once. That he wanted to increase the amount of magic power he had. That he wants an appropriate way to release the magic power he retains. Of course, Root, who holds goodwill towards Makoto, introduced several methods to him. Frankly speaking, Makoto didn't have the qualities to do them. That's why, even if he did the most efficient and harsh training that Root denoted, Root didn't expect more than 1/10 of the result a human would show. Repetition is power, but with that, one can't expect an immediate effect. And then, at the summer vacation of the academy, Makoto secluded himself in a place Root didn't know and continued his training. It is a pity, but it isn't a task that can be accomplished in just a month, is what Root thought. Putting effort doesn't turn into waste, and having Makoto reflecting and training was actually something desirable for Root, so he didn't really give any comments regarding this. In this time, the task of Makoto was to increase the amount of magic power that can be seen in his spell. This is crazy. Personificating magic power to the outside and use it depending on the needs. The magic power that human shape is composed of, it is being maintained one step close to critical point of when a spell is being activated. It is true that at that exact moment, magic power is the closest to being physical, but the consumption is so bad that it isn't even worth the discussion. Even I wouldn't be able to maintain it for that long, Root. A really inefficient method of resolution. Just how much magic power Makoto possesses. Root once again evaluates that he has no upper limit. No way he doesn't have. But even if he tries to calculate it into numbers, he thought that just by writing the zeros, he would get tired. If it's only a small dose of materialization, Root thinks that he would be able to maintain it for several minutes, but he doesn't think that he would be able to do it like Makoto in practical use against Sophia, and with that amount nonetheless. If you are going to use that amount of magic power, it would be easier to just gather it from the surroundings and create a crater with it. It is without doubt an ability only Makoto would be able to use. Magic power at the verge of critical point and alters diversely. He gave concrete form to it and is actually using it for offense and defense, When aiming to create the Philosopher's Stone, it is something that creates a genuinely disarrayed chaos. But you were able to do exactly that. I can't say which one is more amazing, but it is certain that it is totally crazy, Root. The image dies in black. In the second he turned his eyes away, it seems like Sophia had fallen to the ground. The image that was coming out from her own field of vision, of course, would black out the moment hers blacks out as well. To think that the myriad colors dragon who Sophia is looking for, is actually using her as a substitute for a camera, there's no way she would be able to imagine it. This image is her field of vision. But it shakes and jolts. The sensation is close to that of a small-sized camera fixed at one's face. He was unable to tell what was done to Sophia, but Root didn't seem that regretful about it. No. Root didn't even hold any expectations that Sophia would put up a good fight. For Sophia, who only obtained the power of a few superior dragons, he knew that it wasn't an opponent she could match. The moment Root saw that materialization of magic power, he was sure of it. At the same time, Root felt pity towards the adventurer that holds the alias Dragon Slayer. If she were to know her place, if she didn't go scheming with Lancer and hunted the superior dragons, if she didn't try to challenge Root, if she only continued doing her activities as an adventurer, she would have lived her life as a winner and finish her life that way. Well, now that it has come to this point, it is pointless talk already. Magic Power Edition, Number 1 Origin, Materia Prima, is maybe how I should call it. If there's still no name yet, I should try proposing it. You will probably not understand those words and its meaning though. The creation theory you left for later and decided to run away from, right now, this boy was able to put it to practical use and even utilize it for physical labor. Even though you didn't even reach the general principle. Makoto-kun, you are truly the ideal human I have depicted. The person I have imagined, tried to realize, and craved for, is already right in front of me. The core of my body is throbbing, melting. I feel like I will go crazy. Root places a name to the power of Makoto which can be considered the pseudonym of chaos. Without saying the true meaning of those words, just the heat of those words remained inside the room. The image once again turns into the view from the sky. Several red lights were shot towards the human shape. Even though they were being shot from different locations, they were all landing at the same spot of the human shape. Like a high-angle fire, she changes her trajectory and concentrates on one point of the human shape as it is shot. It is a deed that shows quite the high technique and concentration ability. Even so, what Root was looking with his feverish eyes, was only Makoto who was enveloped by that human shape. In the middle of it, he changed his body to that of a woman and her body trembled. Even though it is already reaching its resolution, it was as if he had completely forgotten about the variant strife that was occurring at Rotsgard. Root passed a sleepless night. Chapter 161, Shiki and the Human Dragon. Even if you say dragon, the Naysans at Kuzunoha are more daunting. This isn't a big deal. At the outsides of the castle where the flames were beginning to settle, several places of the Limia capital had smoke rising. With the large quantity of light swords that rained down not that long ago, it seems like it had enough effect to control the battle between humans and demons. The sounds of fight have stopped. The expression of the man that was facing the giant shadow and spilling out abusive language, it was easy to tell that he was just trying to look tough. He was standing on his two legs, but he was quite wounded. I totally agree. At the words that the man squeezed out, the shadow standing at a mountain of rubble also agreed. But this one was not a person. A robe with glossy black and, while few, there were also gold threads added to it. Just that, the body that was dressed in it, is a skeleton. The hood that was covering its head was taken off and its cranium was laid bare. The agreement of his was directed at the words itself, and it didn't show a single sign of agreeing to the act of toughness of the human male. It's the servant of the devil that is currently fighting with Sophia at the audience room, Shiki. After following the hero Hibiki, he was staring at the destruction the light swords created. It saved me the trouble though. Shiki confirms from afar the hero party that's trying to stand up and somehow fix their stance. But his gaze stayed the same. It was clear where his interest was directed at. The moment he said it saved him the trouble, what he glanced at was Hibiki and the others. An adventurer that was heavily exhausted. Hibiki, who can be seen to be in the same state. Using his sword as a cane to stand up, the Night Breda. The Laurel Priestess, who is desperately trying to activate healing magic, Chiya. There was one more remaining that Shiki saw. With a hole opened at his abdomen and prostrated on the ground, the magician Woody. Maybe it was a stray shot, or it might be because his defense was not enough. Leaving the speculation aside, for Shiki, who was thinking about leaving some of her companions half dead because they are running wild too much, this situation where Hibiki and the others are concentrating in defense and healing is quite ideal for him. Truly saved him the trouble. The Lich, huh? It doesn't seem like you are sided with the demon race, but well, I will let you go. Leave. Superior Dragon Lancer. Mitsurugi. I didn't think I would be the one meeting you, Shiki. A dragon that is larger than a watchtower was there. Shiki knew that superior dragon, and yet, it doesn't seem like he was scared. Actually, it can even be seen as joy. The hero party that screamed the name of their companion royal court magician resounded in the background. But it didn't shake a single emotion from Shiki. What is that stance? Lancer. My name is Larva. The servant of the devil. Now that I say this, you should know my intentions, right? Shiki. Devil, that kid, had his own troops. Lancer. You understand fast, Shiki. From the body of Lancer an overpowering aura comparable to a dragon's roar leaks out. It was something produced just by being aware of battle. Without being bound by it, Shiki holds up his black staff. Within the mist that was enough to cover the lower half of an adult, at the ruins of the capital destroyed by the light swords. The fight between what is supposed to be only a mere high-ranked undead lich, and the superior dragon lancer, began. You bastard, it seems like you are without doubt the servant of the devil. Seriously, you are a lich only in name. Like a servant disguising with the shell of a human, lancer. Kukuku. But too bad. Even if you want to put up a fight, I am not just a simple superior dragon anymore. But really, for there to be a servant that has power comparable to that of a superior dragon, as expected of the devil. Radu is dangerous, Lancer. You said your name was Larva, right? You see, I want to hurry and join Sophia. No, I want to kill the devil with my own hands. That guy, even if it was temporary, he robbed me of one of my legs in the past, Lancer. Shiki continued his silence and Lancer continued his words. His form was showing a change. The dragon body of his shrunk and turned into a human-shaped one. It isn't the childish body that he had before. He now had the appearance of a slender-faced youth of around 20 years old like Sophia. Different from when he had the appearance of a kid that was exactly the same as a human, at his white skin, there's a tattoo-like pattern floating. The pattern shines slightly and illuminates his appearance faintly, making his atmosphere feel like an illusion. I want to kill him, that is what I should be saying, Lancer, Shiki. You and that mouth of yours, Lancer. After the words of Lancer, several light swords appear around Shiki as if surrounding him. Practically at the same time they appear, a rain of swords attacks Shiki. Shiki destroyed some of the swords with spells and secures an escape path, but unable to escape the explosion that the swords made after. He was blown away in the sky as if riding the wind. Instead of calling it blown away, it was partly like he himself flew though. Larvadano, release this mist. If you do that, we can fight as well. We can help you defeat that dragon, Hibiki. Limia hero, it seems like you are not properly seeing the situation. I am not really facing a hard fight here, Shiki. Yeah, right. No matter how you try, you are just playing way too tough here, Hibiki. Shiki's robe was quite damaged and was tattered already. And his opponent Lancer had an even stronger power coming out of him from the shrunken human body and standing as if nothing. No matter who saw this, one can see that Shiki is the one in a predicament. I have received the permission of Master. His leeway will be gone now, Shiki. Master, that white guy. Larvadano, let me tell you my honest feelings. That dragon that has made a mess out of this capital and killed a large amount of residents, let me defeat him alongside you, Hibiki. Your name was Hibiki, right? That's impossible. From now on, I will have no leeway to mind you guys. Right now, even the barrier that is protecting you guys, I will most likely be unable to maintain it either, Shiki. No way. If you release this now, the mist will kill Woody-san. Chia. Laurel's priestess, there's no need to worry about that. This mist will disappear soon. Not only that. I will give you guys an appealing proposition, Shiki. An appealing proposition. Hibiki. Hibiki looks at the cranium where emotions can't be seen, at its shining eyes. Those eyes were looking at Lancer. Even when he was talking, Shiki wasn't looking at Hibiki and the others. Right. If you guys stay obedient, that magician there, I will save him later. Of course, with the condition that the priestess there is able to continue her healing though, Shiki. You will save him. An undead like you, save Woody-san. A living being. Chia. Chia's surprise was quite a normal reaction. Normally, an undead can't use healing magic. Only a very few number of undeads are able to, but they by nature hate living beings. They hate the light of the living that they themselves have lost. There's no way they would actively take the role of saving the life of a living. That's why, for Hibiki and the others, Shiki's proposition seemed odd. It is for that reason that, not only Chia, but everyone there had a surprised expression. Are you saying that you are surely able to save Woody in that state? Of course. A mere thing like a fist-sized hole at the abdomen, it is an easy job. In the first place, the line where we consider someone dead is different. Don't put us at your same level. Now then, how about it? I have gone all the way and proposed this to you though. Shiki. I will believe in those words of yours, Hibiki. Hibiki. Breda. Breda's voice of caution. No, this is the correct answer. That dragon is not normal, but this guy is not normal either. The atmosphere he gives off is similar to a certain type of people. People that will do it when they say they will, that kind of people, Hibiki. But. Breda. Larvadano, keep your promise, Hibiki. Hibiki once again tells Shiki words that meant her acknowledgement. The negotiation has been established then. Miss Temple, Niflheim, cancel. Let me warn you. Try to at least protect your own body, okay? Shiki. Understood, Hibiki. One ring disappears from Shiki's fingers. As if proving that it originated from a strange power, the mist rapidly dissipates. How stubborn. Well, getting you along with the whole hero party is fine as well. Perish with my genuine swords, Lancer. Lancer faces Shiki. No, he fires off several number of swords that were floating in the sky at different directions. It seems like it is time to exhibit my specialty. Hero, and also that knight and adventurer. Protect your body with everything you have. If you don't want to die, that is, Shiki. It seems like Shiki has grasped the intention of Lancer's action. After a slight delay, a scream was heard. What? Just what in the world is going on? Kukuku, if you are going to hate someone, hate these fools that have dared to stand in my way. You vessel swords, remnant of strong beings that didn't die, Lancer. Answering the words of Lancer, the several light swords that were shot, once again float in midair. No, they were not light swords. Red, black, silver, white, and also normal swords. Swords that had substance were floating there. Blade Dragon, Lancer. But that body of yours is a hybrid that holds two lives. A human dragon, or maybe a dragonkin. I see, Root Dano's words were truly correct. Your power has increased when you took that form, Shiki. Root. You bastard, why do you know that name? Lancer. Surrounded by many famous swords, the supreme dragon called Mitsurugi. The true form of those swords are the outcome of the strong beings you have turned into swords, Shiki. Shiki indifferently talks. I can't let you live, Lancer. People that challenged you themselves, strong beings that you had taken an interest in, you turned the tables on them and increased your own collection. Being able to reside in a place close to people must have truly been two birds with one stone, huh, Shiki? Lich, you said your name was Larva, right? You and that hero as well, turn into a part of my power. Lancer. The swords plunge at Shiki all at once. Clad this body of mine in malice, Groth. Shia, the drifting silver cage that wipes out arrows, Mothergiri, Shiki. Gently walking forward. With his specialty of using soul language, he loudly clacks the aria and approaches Lancer at high speed. In a quite short aria, Shiki's body is clad in something dark red, and on top of that, several ripples were created. 7 of the 10 swords were pursuing Shiki. An attack that doesn't aim at a place but at an individual. But Shiki didn't stop. From the front, the sides, and also the rear, ignoring the swords that were drawing near, he thrusts his staff at Lancer. You bastard. Lancer. Just before a number of the swords hit Shiki, the ripples got in their way. After that, Shiki activates the spell he was chanting his aria for. The swords distorted heavily and disappear at random directions. The 2 remaining swords collide with the dark red coating and slowly corrode. The shock of the big light that occurred from behind reached even at the place where Shiki and Lancer were. It must have been the other 3 swords that attacked Hibiki and the others. I am truly lucky. Because something as convenient as this is actually happening after all. The Dragon Slayer Sophia and the superior Dragon Lancer that holds the alias Mitsurugi, your sin of injuring one of our own, Tomodano and Miodano, would have killed you without remorse. I am truly lucky, Shiki. Killing me. Just because you have escaped my true swords once, you dare get so ahead of yourself. Lancer. The thrusted staff was Shiki's late declaration of war. Lowering his staff, Shiki gets happy about his luck as if monologuing. And, you are unlucky. I have investigated you well. By having a bit of cooperation from what can be called the dragon's chief, Root Dano, Shiki. Root. So you bastard really do have a connection with that guy. In that case, the devil also, Lancer. I think that the strongest weapon people possess is comprehension. I am a former human, but I will prove this by slaying a dragon, Shiki. This is a battlefield. There are elites in the demon race, and in the adventurers of Tsige there are some as well. There are still many casques of strong beings. That composure of yours, I will soon erase it. Lancer. Number 6 is my fittest, Shiki. Free yourself from your scabbard and become your true form, come. Ascalon, Shiki. Shiki holds the staff with both hands as if brandishing a sword. It is a black staff that has few decorations, but with a light similar to that of a red moon, it changed its appearance and becomes a giant great sword. Claymore. And quite the big one too. You bastard, weren't you a magician? Lancer. I am a magician. That recognition is correct. This is a sword smeared with poison and malediction, Ascalon. With my desires of one day being able to hunt you down, I have given this sword the name of a dragon slayer after all, Shiki. Poison, huh? It is certainly true that it doesn't have the radiance of a legendary sword. Not even a ghostly aura, Lancer. That's fine. I am the one using it, so a beautiful legendary sword doesn't fit me, Shiki. Leaving the point of the sword on the ground, Shiki holds the claymore with both hands. If it were a strong swordsman, that stance there would be inviting for a swipe to break his stance. It is not a sword that a magician can use. If that's your weapon, your choice was a mistake, Lancer. 6-step, Fray, release. Sword Emperor possession, Sword Spirit M, Shiki. Lancer jumps instantly. Firing light swords disorderly to the surroundings, he gathers a number of physical swords around him. For a magician to challenge me with a sword, what mockery. Lancer. Swords created from the life of mobs are no match for Ascalon and Fray. Taste it plenty, the fear of death, Shiki. From the whole body of Shiki, a dark red power swells up. The moment that power reached the tip of the sharp Ascalon, Shiki roars, and instantly closes the distance that Lancer still had left. At exactly the range of the giant great sword that one wouldn't be able to measure with one's eyes unless they normally utilize it. The bony arms made a reverse swing with Ascalon and aim at Lancer's neck. Several swords made a high-speed automatic defense in between the giant and Lancer, but they were being destroyed one after the other and were unable to accomplish their job. Gyu. Lancer himself was only able to make a momentaneous reaction and retreat from that location. He could only take distance. His voice didn't leak only because of that. His right hand was dripping with blood. If I remember correctly, you bastards cut off the fingers of my master, right? How is it, does it hurt? Shiki. Seeing that he received exactly the same injury as Makoto, Shiki asks him. You, bastard. Unforgivable. Lancer. I feel exactly the same. What a coincidence, Shiki. After joking, he aims at Lancer with Ascalon. In the moment of contact, a strong light was produced. This is quite the different disposition of sword. Ah, it is from your collection, huh? As expected of a sword used by past heroes. A wondrous sword you have there, Shiki. That's not all. Lancer. A red light comes out from inside Lancer's mouth. Immediately after, a light streak was fired at point-blank range towards Shiki. That was something that resembled the laser-like attack of Sophia. Shock. That voice leaked out from Lancer. What's wrong? I am a magician, it is obvious that I will have a barrier spread, right? Shiki. The light bundle that was supposed to go straight ahead, was refracted and disappeared into the sky. A giant great sword not fit for magicians, a firm and skillful barrier not fit for swordsmen. Lancer, who was healing the injuries of his fingers, was slowly falling into chaos. Well then, let's continue, Shiki. The lights of Shiki's hollow eye cavities grew stronger. Upper, center, lower, at times he would even appear at the back and do an attack as if striking by surprise. Shiki was perfectly utilizing the weight of the claymore, and doing a sword dance that showed no openings. The light sword's imprisonment and the physical swords showed powerlessness akin to leaves. The swords that were floating around Lancer and seemed to have special characteristics, were desperately trying to protect their master. Being true to yourself is the light of life, Stavelot, Shiki. You bastard, in between this battle of weapons you are inputting a spell aria. Lancer. The darkness Shiki created that was deeper than night itself attacks Lancer. From an outsider's point of view, there wasn't much change, but the movements of Lancer had dulled. But for the related party, it was quite a weakening that can't be joked of. Sword that seeks its own return, rot counter, Shiki. Purposely not repelling the sword that was about to reach him, Shiki once again forms a new spell in a calm manner. The sword teared against the dark red aura that covered Shiki, but without being able to injure his body, it made a high-pitched sound and breaks. As if it cut itself. You broke the sword of a hero. Lancer. I will be breaking several more until your end, but I don't think you have the leeway to count every single one of them though, Shiki. While feeling exaltation, and yet, still able to maintain calm, Shiki's movements were quite the unnatural ones. Two things that require extreme concentration to perform, and he was able to perform both at the same time. Sword and spell. Even the only spectators in that place, the hero party, were clearly able to tell that. Even when they are looking from a slightly far-away location, they could understand that Shiki was overwhelming Lancer, and were looking at a fierce battle from inside their barrier. While spreading a barrier, they perform healing. With just that, Chiya seemed like she was already unable to think properly. And seeing Shiki, who was able to make more than 2 spells in the midst of that dance of blades, she understood that he was abnormal. It was as if his body and spirit were moving as different entities. Transcendental movements that can even make someone feel bad. A superior dragon that is called the world's highest ranked. Hibiki and the others were simply looking at how that notion was crumbling. Chapter 162, The Conclusion Outside the Castle. No. Re-Zero is gone. Best anime of the year has now concluded. T to the power of T, now I know what I will be binge reading in my boring flight. On another note, anyone that wants to volunteer, please send the email to email protected. And please put something that can prove your translating skills. Can't go randomly letting my important child in anyone's care, right? TCH. Shiki made a heartfelt click of tongue because, even if this was within anticipation, it was still heading at a considerably bad direction. The true swords that Lancer was creating improvised, were already calculated by Shiki. It depended on the situation of the surroundings, but he has already inputted the fact that Lancer's fighting potential increases at random. But that performance was quite high. The real body itself has skills that Shiki had to revise his own evaluation quite a bit. The reason was easy to understand. Because in this capital, there's the elite army that Io led, and the adventurers that came from Tsige. As if each sword held a will of its own, Shiki was unable to differentiate between which sword was attacking him. But still, among those, there are times when a sword made from a hero as material was mixed in the group, and its power surpassed that of the rest. Shiki was suffering. From an outside perspective, it looked like Shiki was at an overwhelming advantage. Even Lancer, who was holding his ground, has fallen in shock at this situation and has already lost his composure. Just as Shiki planned. But the truth is different. Shiki had already controlled the flow of the battle and taken the initiative, not showing a single restraint and charging forward. To the point that the saying, "no need to think of later," was quite fitting. That's why it looked like the fight was overwhelming. Even so, I won't let it even smell like a hard fight and kill him. This Mitsurugi alone, as long as I have named myself as the servant of Wakasama, I can't show an unsightly performance, Shiki. The difference in ability between Shiki and Lancer wasn't that much. If Lancer was a simple superior dragon, that is. He offsetted the darkness that Shiki emitted, spouted out quite the powerful flames, weakened the effect of the poisons that he was afflicted with, and at times even completely neutralizing them. Lancer was, frankly speaking, too much of an opponent for Shiki. In terms of instantaneous fighting power, Shiki would be able to rival him. But even with this, it wasn't an advantage that can win him the fight. Because he would only be lining up by doing his maximum in an instant after all. Truly an all-out. Lancer's sword and spells, his special tactics, Shiki was shutting them out with the countermeasures he had thought out in advance. At times increasing his power to the very limits at the last moment, he dealt with it without showing any agitation. Attacks with crazy might that would certainly turn the flow of the battle were being deflected in the midst of this sword dance with a nonchalant face. The blaze that came out from Lancer's mouth was a high-density flame that Shiki didn't expect as a threat, but even so, he immediately coped with it. An attack that even if it hit, it would still be possible to continue battle, but he didn't even let those kind of attacks go through. Shiki did all that and had overwhelmed Lancer in all senses. This wasn't a feat that could be done unless you habitually fight with opponents stronger than yourself. Shiki has evaluated his master Makoto as stronger than Lancer. It is true that Lancer has grown slightly stronger since the time he battled with Makoto. Because with the varied fighting methods and judgment Shiki has, he would be able to fight in quite the advantage against opponents with the same ability. However, with the current Lancer that has the power of other superior dragons like Sophia, the story is different. As a result, the words of Makoto were off, but because of Shiki's fine play, in terms of result, this situation is the most favorable. It would be one thing if it were within expectations, but Shiki has to finish this before something out of expectations happens, or he won't have any chance of winning. The poison of Ascalon is slowly eating into the body of Lancer. It must have surpassed his healing and curing powers. A part of his right hand has turned into stone, and there were spots in his body that were visibly dark red. He was certainly cornering Lancer. Please don't notice. Just like this, die. Shiki. It is simple luck that Lancer has still not noticed yet. Shiki understood this. It would be one thing if it were the devil itself, but for his mere servant. Lancer. Lancer was also desperate. The number of swords was innumerable, and aside from swinging, there were also others who were used simply as piercing projectile weapons. His ability to control all of those at once is also plenty monstrous. Shiki's sword clashes with Lancer's. Shiki's spells clashes with Lancer's spells. They respectively clashed. In a few, Shiki had an edge. That's why the equilibrium broke, and the one who ended up wounded was Lancer. Even in swordsmanship, Lancer was also the one being crushed. The battle was slowly drawing to a conclusion. Oh! Gu Jin. A horizontal slash. What Ascalon caught was not the abdomen, but the leg. It cut off the leg of Lancer that was jumping. Shiki was going to decide the battle here, but because of the voice that came from the back, he stopped his charge. He must have read wrong, is what Shiki thought for a moment. Slowly turning. No, well, it seems that wasn't the case. Looks like luck is still on my side, Shiki. It was a matter of chance. If Lancer were to notice it, that kind of probability. Shiki won the gamble. A male stretched his arm and moved his mouth to tell something to Shiki, the adventurer of Tsige. He probably was an acquaintance of Tomo and Mio at some point, but for Shiki, it was the first time meeting him. However, there was too much distance. The words that were his testament were unable to reach Shiki. His body was pierced by the light swords. The barrier was destroyed. And maybe she was pushed away. The Laurel Priestess Chia was on the ground. He covered for her, huh? I appreciate it. Adventurer. If that girl or the hero were to turn into swords, I would have lost Shiki. The new barrier that Chia created, Shiki disguised it so it looked as if he himself had created that barrier. He made it look like the barrier that has been repelling all the light swords of Lancer. In truth, the barrier that Chia spread didn't have the defensive power to continuously block the light swords. If the attacks were to concentrate, it wouldn't even last for 1 minute before being destroyed. If it is from a physical sword, it might even break in one attack. But if it's something Shiki has spread, it would be a different story. And in truth, it has been able to block the attack of 3 physical swords at the same time. After showing this to Lancer, Shiki dissolved the barrier he made. Against Lancer, he had no leeway to create a firm barrier that is not for his use. He cut one of his cards to grab the attention of Lancer and made it seem as if the barrier Chia created was the same as the ones he has been creating until now. It was a trivial thing similar to an amulet, but it seems like Hibiki and the others understood its meaning. They didn't make any mention of it and were somehow able to properly convey the plan of Shiki. After that, Lancer's physical swords were practically all gathered towards Shiki, and a situation where Hibiki and the others were attacked and become the power of Lancer was avoided. The hero and the priestess. For Shiki, these two turning into swords would be the worst scenario. He doesn't know how much power that would give Lancer. Moreover, one of them was left in his hands by Makoto, so it is a scenario that must be avoided at any cost. From what Shiki has seen of Hibiki, she is not a girl that would be so easily defeated, but when he actually heard her scream, he felt insecure of this. Luck is at my side, is what Shiki confirms as the safety of the hero and the priestess were reflected in his eyes. At the same time, he once again felt the strong need to decide the battle this moment. TCH. I missed. But with this guy I will. Lancer. Lancer didn't show even a single shred of remorse at the fact that he tried to assassinate a young girl. It seems like he lost his ability to regenerate his leg. He was using a sword as substitute for a cane. The adventurer was wrapped in light and was taken in by the swords. As he himself turned into a new sword, it turned and flies at high speed towards Shiki. From Lancer's back, several tens of swords float and turn towards Shiki. Moreover, as if surrounding Shiki, physical swords and light swords appeared. Oh, so even you can tell, huh? That this is the decisive moment, Shiki. I have never been this cornered since the time with Sophia. Turn into a good sword and serve under me. Lancer. Who would serve under someone like you? I have already found someone to serve. Shiki. Shiki, who had Ascalon thrusted out, fired off several spells as he charged against Lancer. Lancer and the many swords meet that attack. 2 shadows overlap. A shockwave and a sword rain blew violently, destroying the surroundings. A mutual defeat. No, Larvadano's lost, eh? After the instantaneous like destruction, Breda muttered mutual defeat, but Hibiki denied it. But soon after, words of doubt leaked out. From the scene she and the others see, there's a man that is missing one leg, and a lich standing just in front of him. The lich has an innumerable amount of swords piercing his body and remained standing with an abnormal appearance. That's right. Just like Hibiki stated, it looked like Larva lost. The reason it doesn't look like a mutual defeat is because Ascalon is not piercing Lancer. But that Ascalon is also the reason Hibiki was in doubt. There nothing held at the lich's hands. Kukukuku. Did you see that, servant of the devil? This is the reason the dragons rule. This is why they rule the world of the Strahn, Lancer. It seems like Lancer was unable to see Ascalon. Looking at the lich that had lost the light in his eyes, he must have felt certain of his victory. He voiced out triumphantly. And became the last words of Lancer. From Hibiki's eyes, the giant sword was reflected. Ascalon. The falling body of Lancer indicated that the sword had fulfilled its task. What that girl saw at the back of Lancer, there, the shadow of a person with long red hair was there. Not even knowing about his existence until now, Hibiki saw a young slenderman holding a black great sword. Who are you? Pathetic. But right now this is my all. Sword Emperor possession, cancel, Shiki. While looking down at the body of Lancer that was dispersing like dust, Shiki mutters. It was at a volume that couldn't be heard. While exposing this body, Shiki walks towards the location of Hibiki and the others. The black great sword Ascalon had returned to being a black staff with few decoration. This exterior appearance that was disguised with the form of a lich. Using the short-distance teleportation that he never showed Lancer not even once, he made a direct hit with Ascalon. For Shiki, it was a paper-thin victory. Instantly blaming his own lack of power, Shiki returned to where Hibiki and the others are. Are you? Larvadano. Hibiki. Are you kidding? The doubtful words that Hibiki said, made Breda and Chia react. For this mysterious person to be the same as the lich, in the common sense of this world, it was hard to believe. The line of the living and the undead is not something that can be crossed at will after all. Even if he is holding the same weapon, for the common sense of humans, it would be impossible to imagine. It is because Hibiki basically still had the way of thinking of her previous world that she was able to notice. An otherworlder. A hero is troublesome, Shiki. While thinking this way at Hibiki who easily connected his identity, Shiki returns to where Hibiki and the others are. So you can return to your previous form, is what his master said in the past, so he is the same as her. Shiki was surprised that this people have quite the extraordinary conception. For Shiki, this is like putting on a substitute for armor, so if he were asked if he is actually back to the living, in essence, it is different. But this also can't be considered at the level of clothes. And there's no problem in having his master think that he can return. Shiki thought that there's no need to unnecessarily explain those details. Normally, it isn't something that can be so easily noticed though. Honestly, counting the disgrace from just now and this, my head is even hurting, Shiki. Shiki regrets the fact that he had to expose this appearance. You were a human, Hibiki? Fine, a distant past that is. Priestess, move aside. I will keep my promise, Shiki. Okay, Chia. Fifth step, Keto, release. At worst, if at the very least his soul is still floating around here, something can still be managed. Silver arm, agate arm, supplement my healing, Shiki. A new ring is fit onto Shiki's finger. A yellow-colored light overflowed from the ground and envelopes Woody. Hibiki and the others reflexively gulped their breath. With Chia's healing, the hole had closed, but the color of his skin that showed no signs of recovering, turned from ashen to a normal color. Shortly after, his chest clearly went up and down and returned into calm breathing. It should be fine with this. After this, just make sure he reposes, Shiki. Chia nods at Shiki's words. You saved us, Larvadano. I will give my thanks at a future date, Breda. I will consider it, Shiki. Servant of the devil, those words, should I take those words in literal meaning? Hibiki. So you heard what Lancer said. Forget those words, Shiki. Don't ask. For the impossible, Hibiki. In this terrible scene, even if few in numbers, there are voices asking for help. Residents that evacuated, that are holding uneasiness. Instead of being concerned about me, you should have many other things to do, right? Shiki. Kook, as expected, I have used the rings a bit too much, That damn Lancer, he really did give me a hard time. With this, even if I return to Wakasama, I would only serve as an hindrance. I have to rest for a bit, Shiki. This time you won't stop us. Hibiki. I won't help you either though, Shiki. In this situation, the only thing that could be a threat for Hibiki would be Sophia, is how Shiki thinks. And his master Masumi Makoto is there. At this terrible scene of the capital that has made both armies unable to continue battle because of the rain of light swords, and on top of that, Lancer and Shiki fought, no matter if it's to find any survivors or to escape, there would be no one who would blame Hibiki, is what Shiki has concluded. This is something Breda said as well, but I will definitely give my gratitude in the future, Hibiki. Fumo. Then, I will be keeping that in mind, Shiki. Hibiki, first let's find a place for Woody to rest. At the outside of the town, there's already several camps being set. That place should work, Breda. Breda shoulders Woody. Hibiki glanced at Shiki once, but without turning back a second time, she left running. The last words of the man that was turned into a sword. And the previous words of him when he said, that person resembles those people. It feels like it associates with Sage. Also, the swordsmanship of the devil's servant named Larva, the sword was different, but his style was similar to my sensei. To a level that I can't think of it as a coincidence. Also, the devil, that white person wearing a special effect hero suit. There's a high chance that Larva and the devil have some sort of connection with an otherworlder. Sage, otherworlder, and that abnormal strength. Maybe. Kuzunoha Company is related to this. Then is that white guy, Reidu. But Mio-san was not there. The other close aide called Tomo-san was not there either. A name like Kuzunoha only exists in Laurel, so it slightly bothers me. I don't think that it is completely unrelated though, Hibiki. Chapter 163, Everything Without a Trace. Ahahaha. Did you go crazy? Makoto. No way. Just that, there were two things that made me laugh, that's all, Sophia. I spontaneously make a voice of amazement. Even when I dispelled the charm, it just made her not talk about the Empire hero anymore, but her personality didn't change that much. She is still emitting bloodthirst, and yet, she suddenly began laughing. Did she go crazy, is what I thought. But right after, I could tell that the power of the laughing Sophia was showing a change. At the very least, she has a basis for it, huh? It is not like she went crazy. The first one is that, my so-called companion died in a truly fast and easy way, Sophia. Lancer died, huh, Makoto? I haven't extended my Sakai to where Shiki is, so I don't know if what she is saying is true though. Well, there's no way Shiki would lose. But to be able to do the killing blow as well. Shiki has gotten stronger than I thought. The other is that, the gamble was as expected, my win. I was amazed by how strong my own luck is, Sophia. Gamble. With Lancer. Makoto. She hasn't done a gamble with me. There's already nothing I want to test with her. If she intends to do something, it is fine to watch what she will do, but I should put a finish to it soon. Yeah. If I die before him, I would become a part of his collection. If he were to die first, he will give me the remaining life he has. That kind of gamble, Sophia. Remaining life. Lancer has several lives. And, you who has won the gamble and received that life, what is it you can do? That sword and that dragon power, you can already tell that they are completely not up to par, right? Makoto. Having Lancer's power dwell in her at this late in time, just what would she be able to do? Even if her sword gets slightly stronger, even if the teleportation with the light swords gets slightly better, there's absolutely no point. Ah, it isn't something that makes me laugh, but there's another thing that I have noticed, Sophia. The joy in her expression was gone, but Sophia continues talking. I will wait for you, so you don't need to buy time in this way. I sighed. I did this quite a lot in the past, but you know, people that fight while looking down on their opponent, are really disgusting. I have reflected on this, Sophia. So you say. I don't know if she is trying to provoke me here, but, right now I am able to hold the reins of my heart to a certain extent. The conclusion of this battle as well, and its result, will most likely be reached in a quite plain manner. This cold emotions that even felt extreme, this battle thoughts of mine, there's no problem with it. I think that this is simply a mental state I reach when I am fighting. I can move like a soldier as if flipping a switch, that's all. This thing that is inside of me is probably a habit of mine. It isn't something special or anything like that. I have experienced fights of life and death in practically a daily basis, so I probably just adapted to it. It is not that there's another person inside of me. I am slightly able to accept this. No matter what Sophia says, just like how my magic power body doesn't let attacks reach me, I am able to take everything by surface and ward it off. And, those kind of people let down their guards. That's why I was able to make it in time. Let me show it to you then, the trump card that overwhelmed 2 superior dragons and killed them, Sophia. The strong will control the battlefield and will act as they please. I actually think that this is providence though. Is it negligence? Makoto. Even now, you are not even trying to stop me. If that's not negligence and conceit, what would it be? Sophia. Leeway. Makoto. There was no answer from Sophia. In exchange, a nauseating richly colored area was spread on the floor and was expanding with her as the center. Before long, it also reached my feet and it was even stretching up to the sky. When I thought just how far it would expand, it didn't cover the whole space of what was once the audience room, and its expansion stopped. A space that is not kind to the eye. Right after an impression I didn't place much interest in, an ear-piercing sound as if nails were scraping glass resounded heavily in the place. The richly colored area broke and scattered, and it returns to the scene of the audience room. But, this is... As if affirming my guess, from Sophia's feet, no, from every part of the sky, swords began appearing one after the other. Each one of them were swords with different design. The similarity they shared was that they were swords and that it was clearly visible that they were quite the quality swords. It is a lineup of swords that seemed as if someone ransacked the smithy of an elder dwarf. Welcome to the Cage of Swords. This is the place where Lancer stores the swords he gathers. And, it is also an execution ground, Sophia. Sophia's fearless smile. Impressive. You brought me to an isolated space, Makoto. It was just shifting it slightly though. But the entertainment it provides is plenty, so don't worry, Sophia. No, just forcefully bringing someone to another space, it is a first for me. No, well, putting aside an exception, I have almost never experienced this. Even if it is small, it is quite impressive, Makoto. Sophia silently closes her eyes and breathes in largely. Ignored her. But even Tomo was unable to do it, so this is quite considerable. Seriously. Was that ear-piercing sound the moment when the space got shifted? What's amazing is that from what I see, it is as if we were still in the same place. This might be the first time today that I have felt admiration towards Sophia. She didn't attack me immediately, so I decided to use Sakai to understand the characteristics of this space. Increases the power of the one that deploys it. But what's best at is the cohabitation of swords and life. Makoto. That's not on the level of a revelation. Did you do something? Sophia. Well, a bit here. So all the swords here are the life of Sophia. That it produces infinitely depending on one's worth, quite the unpleasant power there, Makoto. From the stock swords here, I can feel the pulsation of life. It is as if the swords and her are sharing lives. Looking at her reaction, it seems I am not wrong. 1,080. They are not infinite, Sophia. Seems to be slightly fewer than that though. There must have been many used when Lancer was fighting Shiki, Makoto. It is a magnificent view as well. A splendid power there. Thinking about the individual battle prowess of Sophia, fighting infinitely in this place, even superior dragons would not like it. On top of that, in the first time I fought with her, she already had the waterfall dragon. In other words, she first obtained the power of the dragon that was specialized in healing. I feel sympathy towards darkness-clad and crimson light. It doesn't change the fact that we will continue this dance of swords until you die, Sophia. But too bad. At the very end, you brought the worst power you could have brought out, Sophia, Makoto. Towards the dragon slayer that had taken 2 swords in hand, I announced this. I probably did a heartfelt expression of pity there. Sophia didn't do any refutation, and in exchange, she stared at my left hand. Redu, what is that? Sophia. Things like warrior or magician, they are wrong, totally wrong, Sophia. You see, I am, Makoto. I turn my left hand towards her. While still holding it. My weapon that I took from a different space a few moments ago. In this place, in this space that Sophia has created and reigns over, I am able to do this. It feels as if I am putting a Sora into practical use and I do feel bad about it. Aya. Sophia. Must have been her instinct. With wide-opened eyes, Sophia roars. In a speed that can be compared to that of a bullet, she cuts towards the magic power body. Hey, the strength is high. I will change, Sakai, to enhancement. The magic power body that was sharply torn up by Sophia was instantly regenerated to the point that it was practically not injured anymore. After confirming this and nodding, I take a white arrow in my right hand similar to the bow I have. And then, I fix the arrow to the string. Sophia continued her attack from the sky. her eyes not straying from my left hand in any moment. This is Azusa. My weapon. The craftsmen that made this were adamant in having me place a name to it, you see. And so, I have given it the same name of an ancient bow. It is called Azusa Yumi, Makoto. I pour a massive amount of magic power to the bright white arrow in my right hand, steadily turning its color to pink, and then, turning into a deeper red. It is an arrow made from the same material as my ring Dropner. This is what I thought when I obtained this magic power body. If I can't construct a spell by using a massive amount of magic power at once, I just have to accumulate it. That it is fine to just use what's accumulated, even if there's a limit to how much can be accumulated. The power of this arrow that has turned completely red is a lot stronger than any magic I can use. Aya. As if being manipulated by her will, the other swords aside from the ones in both her hands, began to attack me as well. Slash, stab, swipe, rain incessantly. Attacks that showed no mercy. Within all that, Sophia was skillfully evading her own attacks while flying around, changing her position, and continuing her attacks. She is even bringing out spells. She was literally utilizing everything she had. Doesn't matter. A bow that is unusual in this world. I utilize a form of holding the bow that I am accustomed to and draw Azusa to its very limit. If I have to kill you over 1,000 times before this ends, I just need to do this all at once. These swords and Sophia as well, I will vanish everything in this one attack. Rado. Sophia. I eliminate Sophia from my field of vision. I close my eyes and turn silent. Even if you get impatient now, it is already too late. O bow of Azusa, draw forth and bind the spirits wicked. Just kidding. I only have vague memories of it though, Makoto. You are, dash. Sophia. She herself secluded us in this small place. There's already no escape. There's no need look at Sophia who is trying to confuse me by flying everywhere. Just by hitting something, the attack will reach this whole space after all. I slowly open my eyes. I am an archer. Name is Misumi Makoto. It would be pitiful to shout out a fake name in your last moments, right, Sophia? Makoto. I still haven't, that guy. Root. I have not even met the Harmony Supreme Dragon yet. Like hell I will die. Sophia. Even though I went out of my way to tell her my name. She ignored it. You are talking about Root, huh? Harmony, you say. I feel like chaotic would fit him more. But, how laughable. You haven't even noticed that the person himself is using you as a substitute for a camera, Makoto. Not only is he not giving her any attention, she is even being used, and she didn't notice until her last moments. I feel like, conspiring to fight with Root is also a mistake, but the result of her challenge was quite the unsightly thing. And that title of Dragon Slayer as well. Goodbye, Sophia Blue. Ah, Root, you owe me one, okay. Makoto. A glance. As if looking deep into the eyes of Sophia, I told that pervert that is definitely watching this live feed. Pointing towards a random sword stabbed in the ground, I fire my red-dyed arrow. The arrow that went through the magic power body destroyed the sword and made a high-pitched sound. The bright red light of destruction that was flooding this small space was rapidly filling it up and vanishes the large amount of swords that existed within it. It obviously touched the surface of my magic power body and slowly scraped it off, but it didn't reach all the way inside. The part where the arrow passed through has already been closed. No mistake. But different from me, the screams of anger and agitation of Sophia were resounding. But it didn't change anything. Soon her body was engulfed by that light and her voice abruptly stopped. It happened soon after. The space she created made a breaking sound similar to glass and was destroyed. In the silent audience room where no one is present, there's only me with my bow. Plain, huh? You were also the same. The scent of the wind that was different from a few moments ago helped me confirm that I have returned. I noticed that Root was looking at me at around the time when Sophia began flying around the sky. Peeping. I was surprised, but it is Root. I don't know what connection Sophia had with Root, or for what reason she showed so much attachment towards him. I actually don't have much interest in it, but it feels like it might serve to pester Root, so I will talk to him about it at a later time. as an apology for the habitual perverted utterances he does. Next is, the Stella Fortress Makoto. Going there is such a pain. But even so, if I shoot straight from here, it would turn pretty bad. It seems like Seiko was also my deed, so I should try to be prudent about grandly changing the topography. If there's people in between the distance of the fortress, I would be killing them pointlessly as well. If possible, I want to destroy only the target. I look up. It is still night. While still cladded in my magic power body, I kick the ground. After a leap of several meters, at the moment the momentum weakened, I used magic power to harden my footing and do another jump. When the whole capital was in my field of vision from below, I increased the altitude even more. If it's from around here, I think it will work, Makoto. I materialize magic power to serve as footing and stand in the sky. Remembering last time, I look at the approximate direction of Stella Fortress. But just by doing that, as expected, the darkness of the night still gets in the way. Let's try this. I mark a place I can tell with the topography that it is there. Concentrating at both ends, me and that place, I don't spread my awareness to everything that's around, but at the place that I am looking at. As if tying it to me. This is a method I used in Japan when my target had quite a lot of distance. With several trial and errors, my vision finds a giant fortress that is not lighted. Must be that. Well then, let's do it. I take another arrow from a space where nothing is supposed to be. There's no need to carry a quiver. That's the good part of this method Tomo thought of. It is also good that the gist of this method is practically the same as opening a door to a Sora. It is not like I have a grudge towards the building, so the time I used before I drew my bow to the limit wasn't that long. There's no need to wait for the arrow to turn red after all. With this, a business dealt with, Makoto. How far is the distance? Frankly speaking, I don't know. Several tens of kilometers, no, maybe even more. But strangely, I didn't feel like I would miss at all. The red light makes a trail, and that fired arrow hits the objective location. It created a beautiful pillar of light. I patiently look at it and confirm the state when it is over. If it is still safe, I would have to shoot another one after all. Looks like it will be okay. The fortress and, of course, a portion of the terrain around it was dragged as well, the ground turned mortar-shaped. With this, the request of the goddess has been finished. I disperse the magic power serving as my footing. As if being pulled from below, my free fall began. I confirm the place where Shiki is and, creating several footholds, I alter my trajectory. Safely dropping to the ground, or more like, I crashed onto it. If I left my body in the center of the magic power body, there would have been no problems. If I get dropped in the future, I will be totally fine. Confirming the figure of Shiki that seemed as if he had trouble saying something in thought transmission, I could tell that he was fine. He is fine but... Why are you in that form? Makoto. I am truly sorry. I have exposed my appearance. Lancer was unexpectedly, Shiki. Shiki lowers his head deeply. Shiki's form was not the lich but the human one. Seems like you are quite exhausted. Let's return quick, Makoto. Is it okay to leave the capital like this? The hero, it seemed like she was no stranger to you though, Shiki. While making a face that can't hide his exhaustion, Shiki still asked me about my actions from here on. I did say senpai after all. Of course he would remember. If Shiki and Tomo looked at my memories, it wouldn't be strange for them to know her as well though. Now that I think about it, they didn't show much interest in my classmates and friends. The people of Limia should be able to do something about the capital, right? It seems like the king is also hurrying, so if we are going to involve ourselves, it is fine to do it later. If we do things without understanding the situation, I think like it would turn troublesome later after all. About the hero, well, she is indeed someone I know. I will talk about that when we return. Not only did she see me in that appearance, I also saw her in such an appearance as well. Honestly, I don't know with what face I should be meeting her with, Makoto. I showed her a special effect hero cosplay and I saw her sexy cosplay. Just what kind of face should I make? Seriously, whenever I am involved with the goddess, nothing good happens. Long time no see, would obviously be bad Shiki. Impossible, Makoto. But Hibiki didn't seem like she was that embarrassed with her appearance though. When I was looking as well, she didn't show any noteworthy reaction and was unreserved. Shiki. Well, isn't that because you are a skeleton? Makoto. She also saw me in this form though. Shiki. Did senpai have that kind of preference? Makoto. I never heard of this. No, don't be troubled by this. Even if she has that kind of preference, it is not like it is well known. In the first place, I have only seen senpai in regular clothes once, and it was by chance. It is practically the same as not knowing her at all. Let's return quickly. It is me, so at worst, I might even run into her if I stay long. It seems like there's no survivors around here, but even with that. Also, about the adventurer of Tsage. I was unable to save him. Shiki. Can't be helped. An adventurer is that kind of job after all. He himself chose to participate in the war and came all the way to Limia. He must have been prepared. Makoto. It would be good if that's the case. Shiki. If senpai is fine, for the time being, there's no problem. Don't mind it much. Try sleeping for a bit, Makoto. Now that I think about it, there's no contact from Tomodano and the others. Shiki. They are probably already in Asura. In thought transmission, she told me, while giggling, to look forward to her report. Makoto. As always, so much liberty, those two. Shiki. Shiki makes a distant look. At that side there was no dragon slayer and hero, so wasn't it easy? You shouldn't blame yourself too much, Shiki. You really did well after all, Makoto. It seems like he was slightly dispirited, so I tried cheering him. Wakasama, looks like you easily handled Sophia. I don't see a single wound or dirt. Shiki. A heavy gaze. It seems Shiki faced quite the hard battle against Lancer. But to encourage him by saying that wasn't the case, I think that it would make him even more despondent. Well, she was a handy opponent to test my power, Makoto. I have to become stronger. Shiki. Yeah. If there's anything I can help with, I will also accompany you, Makoto. Please. Oh, and by the way, Wakasama, I saved one of the companions of the hero party. They said they wanted to give their thanks, but what should I ask for? Shiki. Ah, Shiki returned to the Rot's Guard. Shiki. That he doesn't drag it forever is also a strong point of Shiki. It is a strong point he got by being thoroughly beat up by Tomo and Mio though. It is a splendid strong point, no doubt about it. Yeah. I have to learn from him too. A reward. Isn't it fine to just ask them to leave it as if they didn't see your appearance? Makoto. If he doesn't do that, at worst, Shiki won't be able to appear much in Academy Town or in places with many people. And I would face the full brunt of the business again. It would turn into a situation several times more scary than this one. I would sleep with a stomach pain. If it's the cash register where I serve the customers with my Japanese style, a smile for 0 yen, I feel like I might be able to manage somehow though. I already tried saying this, but who knows what will happen. Shiki. I see. In that case, if I remember correctly, in the hero party there's a priestess-san from Laurel, right? Makoto. I have thought of something good. Yeah, she said her name was Chiya. For a human, she had quite the amount of magic power. In the future she will most likely become a prominent priestess. Shiki. That's why, in this way, Makoto. I tell Shiki what I thought. Understood. Then, Shiki. Yeah. Let's return to Asura, Makoto. I don't think there is a banquet at this late night. But it seems like their side had a big victory. In that case, it should be fine to do a banquet tomorrow. While worrying about Shiki, who has used his power too much and had his footing staggering slightly, we silently left the capital. Chapter 164, Two Sleepy People. I'm sleepy. Looking at my face reflected in the mirror, I see my own half-open eyes with shadows under them. Really sleepy. Last night, actually, just a few hours ago, I was in the imperial capital of Limia. It's still dark, but the sun has been coming up late these days. When we got back, it was already nearly morning. Everyone in Asura is strong, aren't they, Makoto? As I wash my face, what I'm thinking suddenly comes out of my mouth. When Shiki and I returned to Asura, we were welcomed by the orcs and dwarves, as well as Tomo and Mio who had come back before us. The results of their battle were astounding. Not only did they return before us, they suffered almost 0 casualties. I was told that there were 0 fatalities and only 2 injuries. The Kailneon Dominion is small, but a country nonetheless, and they had secured it. I think I've overestimated how much power is needed to possess armies and countries in this world. This thought had occurred to me earlier in Limia as well. I mean, look. The Green Berets, the Spetsnaz, the Australian Commandos, Cobra, the CIA, the KGB, MI6, the FBI. TLN, the Green Berets are the US Army Special Forces. The Spetsnaz are the Russian Special Forces. Cobra is the UK government's special meeting, held when there is a national crisis. Hopefully the rest are self-explanatory. I think my list is slowly changing as I go. Anyway. When you see those really amazing-looking armed forces or special intelligence organizations on television or in movies, you get the feeling they have amazing military power, right? It's a good thing that there weren't any casualties, so let's just be happy that I was wrong in my expectations. Even the injuries were mild, like a lizard's tail being stomped by a Highland orc. I wonder if Shiki is alright. Makoto. I received an explanation that I didn't really understand, saying that the enemy's general was a strangely glossy, palm-sized dragon that Mio showed me. TLN, dragon, is more or less equivalent to serpent here, referring to the enemy general's body shape. The Japanese term /ryu tends to be used for Chinese dragons, which are more serpent-like. Tomo also mentioned that there were cliffs instead of national borders. An interruption prevented them from reporting any further. As a report on what happened on our side, Shiki explained that we engaged Sophia and Lancer and finished them. He did this with a happy expression that didn't even try to conceal his sense of accomplishment. Tomo and Mio's presence suddenly became restless, though their expressions remained the same. As Shiki was about to go into an explanation about our contact with the demons and details about the goddess's power, Tomo put a hand on his shoulder and Mio seized his hand. They both demanded a detailed explanation. And then the two of them took him away for a discussion, an evaluation meeting, and I haven't seen him since. In the end, Emma had to take over. I was grateful for her summary of events, then I dismissed the rest of Asura. So that everyone could rest, we decided to hold the victory celebration that Emma suggested the next day. In other words, it's tonight. Right now Emma's tired, so she might still be sleeping, but someone has probably taken command and started making preparations for the party. But I can't do that. In fact, the battle we fought last night was an irregular one. We're supposed to be finishing off the mutants in Rotsgard today. Though I think it's odd to call them mutants after fighting Io and Sophia. I'm still sleepy, Makoto. Even so, I have to go to the academy in the morning. That means that I can sleep for only another 1 or 2 hours. Rona said something that worried me too, and I'm thinking that the demons might have had something to do with the mutants that gathered in the wealthy district. It seemed like there might be demi-humans living in Rotsgard that are on the demon side. Humans or demons? Now that I think about it, I don't know which side demi-humans would choose. It's actually strange to think that they would fight against the demons without any conditions. Since, except for the few that are being treated well, demi-humans aren't seen as people by humans. In that case, even if there was a merit system, there would be those that think that the demons are better, since they give them rights. Not to mention that up until now, the demons only had cold, frozen lands. So there are probably demi-humans who had no choice but to approach humans so that they could live properly. When I saw that army, this thought occurred to me on the other side, too, but I honestly think that the Demon Lord is an amazing person. Knock knock. Yeah, come in. Makoto. Good morning, Master. Oh, it's you, Lime. Good morn, Makoto. Sorry for bothering you so early in the morning. I was sent from the academy to come and get you immediately. You should go to the academy ahead of time. Lime. Is everyone there already? Makoto. If I recall, Lime was supposed to regroup with Mondo and the dwarves at the academy. But he came to wake me up. Yes. It seems the headmaster wishes to clean up already. Also. It is astounding that he is saying this so late, but it seems he wishes for to pretend that we and the master acted at his request. Lime. Ahaha. It is quite late to be saying that. Anne. The important lecturers wish for you to say that in this incident, your actions were performed under their orders, which they gave to protect the people. Lime. They're all idiots. In any case, listening to both of these requests is impossible. Is that exactly what they said? Makoto. Yes. Lime. As if Lime knows what I want to say, he nods. If I had to pick, I'd say the headmaster's one is better. I'll talk to Shiki and decide later. At any rate, I'd like to spend my first day or two doing as I like before I have to go to the academy. Makoto. As you say. By the way, Master. Lime. What? Makoto. There was a woman outside your room. Someone loitering around the shelter. Lime. But there is no woman there now. As he describes her features to me, I realize that he's talking about the Ain-san * who has been coming to talk to me about things on her mind ever since I saved her at the brothel. TLN*, term to refer to a woman somewhat older than you. If I recall, her name is Esther-san. Ah, no, it's a person I brought to the shelter. I guess she's the one I've talked to the most among the humans here. I wonder what she wants. Makoto. She disappeared after I gave her a single glance, so it must not have been anything important. I ended up imagining something indecent, thinking that she had surely spent the night here, hee. Lime. Spare me. Don't think that you're the norm when you're so popular with the Gorgons. Makoto. Too much of anything is a poison star. But I think you, Master, should learn to enjoy yourself more. Lime. TLN*, a Japanese phrase equivalent to the English one, you can have too much of a good thing, or however that phrase goes. Yeah. Well then, shall we go to the academy? Makoto. Is Shiki-san not coming? Lime. I've been trying to reach him with telepathy since a little earlier, but he's not replying. He seemed pretty tired, too, so I was thinking that you could come with me, Lime. Makoto. With pleasure. Also, please accept my belated congratulations on your safe return. Lime. Tomo. She's done it again. Makoto. I wondered why Lime already knew, but I realized that Tomo has probably been going around explaining to everyone. Or it might have been Mio. How is it that Lime knows, even though he never shows his face here in Asura? The Merchants Guild, the lizards from the arena and the Ark were worried. They thought that we might have failed over here. Lime. It wasn't really a success or a failure. Ah, tonight's the celebration. You can drink as much as you want as well. Since I don't think there'll be any left tomorrow. Makoto. Now I'll go to the academy and take care of things there. Maybe I'll go and make a complaint to Root while I'm at it. To summarize. The demon collaborators that Rona mentioned are nowhere to be seen. But there are 3 mutants that are all bigger than Io. With bodies over 4 meters tall, they're rampaging and destroying a part of the city. It seems that they have the ability to fuse. Although, they aren't like Gakian, they're more like Gucho. TLN, these are onomatopoeias, so I can't really translate them in any other way. I believe that the Gakian refers to the mechanical sound of the fusions between mechas, like in Gurren Lagann, if you've watched that. Gucho is more like a squishy sound. Therefore, this sentence is emphasizing that it's a biological fusion rather than a mechanical one. And in the end, it was decided that the ones who have to deal with it aren't the Academy's army, but the Kuzunoha Company. The Academy's army, who were easily cleaning up the remaining mutants, were completely defeated by these mutants that have become resistant to all attributes. But the damage from no attribute magic wouldn't be able to keep up with their regeneration, so it just became a wasted effort. They've retreated, scattering like baby spiders, and now we're left standing here. Ha! Ah, you don't have to do anything, Shiki. You can just sleep. Makoto. I cannot allow that. For Wakasama to be working while I do nothing. Shiki. No, I'm not going to do anything either. Let's leave it to the others, since it's such a pain. Makoto. Since Lime and Mondo are here, too. Shiki somehow regrouped with our suppression force, but he looks even more exhausted than I am. I have no doubt that he hasn't slept. He might have been in a coma, though. When I was told to secure the surroundings and left out of the main suppression force, I was actually happy inside. Well then, we will go. Mondo. Lime and Mondo take a step forward. We wish for you to leave this one to us. Since we did come all this way with our weapons ready. Lime. Even the Eldwa workers look ready to fight, holding an axe whose height far exceeds their own. If you were to ask me to describe how big the axe is, its handle is so long that it appears as if the axe is walking on its own. They can't walk around the city unless they hold the axe straight up. But it's not causing any problems in a situation like this, so I won't say anything. So Lime and Mondo take down 2 of them, and the Eldwas can take the other. Good luck. Makoto. Now then. We'll kill it in one blow with our first attack. Let's go. There are 3 dwarves. The one in the middle holds the axe on his shoulder as he points at the mutant's right side, and they all charge in. Last night's discussion, they heard it too. The tension's so high. Where's Lime and Mondo? Makoto. Master. The tree punishment will be fine, correct? Lime. Ah, I see. You're right, shall we prepare a new symbol for the city's revival? 2 trees lined up. It might be a nice addition to our new special products for Rotsguard. Makoto. Yes, sir. Lime. Aha, you can do what you want. Lime, the enemy is big, so you know what to do, right? Mondo. Of course. It won't even take 3 minutes. Are you ready, Mondo? Wait, you're already going in. Lime. Don't be so slow, Lime. They're just slowpokes with large bodies, but somehow, facing such large opponents gets me quite excited. Mondo. Lime and Mondo are lively, too. Normally, I wouldn't think that it's an opponent that Mondo could use tree punishment on by himself. It's huge, and because the enemies are fused together, their combined resistance is unusually high. But if Lime's here, before long, its large body is wrapped in light. Lime specializes in enhancing the power of others. Though there are a lot of athletes who play sports doubles and are proficient at drawing out their teammates' ability. Lime uses that concept as his special ability. To compare this ability to opposing mirrors asterisk is an exaggeration, but he strengthens and amplifies power. TLN asterisk, if you have 2 opposing mirrors, you get a seemingly infinite image, and you might consider this as some kind of amplification, and Lime's power is compared to this effect here. It doesn't make all too much sense to me, but maybe it makes more sense if you're Japanese. For example, if he teams up with Mondo. To a certain extent, when Mondo is trying to defeat an enemy with one use of tree punishment, Lime allows it to work on some opponents that would normally resist it. Known as the Aquarius combo, the 2 of them have good compatibility. It's a clever ability that's useful in any situation. It's a power that suits him, since he's such a helpful person. While I was thinking about this, 2 large trees have already been added to the city. That's pretty amazing. They're not just 4 meters tall. They're definitely tall enough to become a landmark of Academy City. Karatekwari II. TLN, the literal translation for Karatekwari is bamboo splitter/divider. It's actually the name of a martial art technique where you perform a knife hand chop that strikes the head. And at the moment the Eldwas drop the axe, no, the huge axe that has somehow grown even bigger, on the other mutant's head. That mutant splits cleanly in 2. The Karatekwari strikes the head perfectly. Wait, that axe can grow even larger than its original size. It seems like a weapon that's really limited in what enemies it can be used against. I don't think it could be used in one-on-one fights. During the long time the Eldwas spent living in seclusion, it seems they went and created a weapon I don't really understand. But there's no regenerating from that. As I look at the mutant that was split in half, I see its insides bubbling and swelling up. Ah, they defeated it. Huh. Wait, it can't be, Makoto. I had a bad feeling, and I was right. It bursts open, and the contents fall like rain down towards the city. Good grief, now the city is going to be covered in a foul smell, isn't it? Never mind the center, but at least the parts of the city where it's landing. Shiki. Although Shiki is tired, he's created huge magic circles overhead, slightly above the height of the buildings. Not just one, but several of them in 3 dimensions, and the sky is covered with them. I guess they form a spherical shape. Amazing, what a sight. Makoto. Not at all, I'm just using a weak power to burn up the raining matter. This technique was originally made to incinerate areas of land. I put up several of them and just altered how it looks. Shiki. Well, thanks to that, the city doesn't have to take a mutant shower. Makoto. To swing that axe around without thinking. Those Eldwas must be punished later, as well. Shiki. As well. Makoto. Shiki. As well, Shiki. Makoto. Wakasama, please do not say it twice. Shiki. Shiki is trembling delicately. Let's not touch on that any deeper, then. At any rate, we're finished now. Now once the Academy finishes surveying the area and declares an end to the state of emergency, the city will be restored to normal and be calm again. I really don't get the sense that there was a battle here. I stare at the huge trees, whose bright green leaves I can see swaying even from here. I wonder whether those are evergreen trees. Chapter 165, Tomo, the Victory Celebration Party and Mio. The Dragon Knights are the core of the Laurel Union's military power. As their name suggests, they are soldiers mounted on dragons. The difference in size between a dragon and a person is huge. As a result, the Dragon Knights are treated very differently from regular knights. The ones who mainly do the fighting are the dragons themselves, so the abilities expected from these knights also differ from those expected of regular knights. The ones who brought supplies to Rotsgard are units that soar through the sky on flying dragons, though there are apparently also units on the ground riding earth dragons. They can travel on the ground and in the air, but, perhaps because there aren't many oceans, there aren't any units using water dragons. I heard that the flying dragon units have the advantage in the air for both attack and defense. As long as the ace that is the Dragon Knights exists, Laurel's defenses can be described as an iron wall. I can definitely feel their confidence, as if it is overflowing from their bodies. No, I should say, was. I can see the Dragon Knights sensing something unusual and looking worried for their dragons, while the dragons themselves are standing at attention, though I'm not sure I should call it that. Ha! I was looking forward to seeing how amazing these Dragon Knights are, but both the riders and the dragons are second-rate. Tomo. I get that you're in a bad mood, but show some restraint. Makoto. Leaving Waka and Shiki aside, all I did was split the earth. Rather than sulk, why not simply accept the credit for it as Waka's own ability? Tomo. You're being unreasonable. Makoto. This person is the cause of that. When we went back to the academy to deliver our report on the incident involving the mutants, Tomo discussed something with the country leaders who were still in Academy City. I think that the various leaders were among them, like people from the temples and Saritsu-san from Laurel, but Tomo was exerting an extraordinarily unsettling presence. As soon as we entered the academy, as if he'd received some kind of message, Shiki said he'd go to undo the students' barrier and went in another direction. Now that I think about it, that might have been his sixth sense at work. On the surface, it seemed that Shiki felt regret over the short sword being broken, but in reality, it could be assumed that the outburst of fake anger directed at Shiki was the cause. While I was delivering my report to the headmaster, I also had to go through the futile mission of trying to calm Tomo down. While talking to Saritsu-san, the topic of the Dragon Knights came up, so I half-forcefully dragged Tomo out since she had shown some interest in them. But they are such opponents that even Mio could toy with them. Tomo. Didn't you announce that you were aiming to introduce the 4 seasons to Asura? Makoto. In reality, that needs a little more work, though. This is just a vague feeling that I have, but it seems that the rewards are lacking. Tomo. Why don't you drink a bunch tonight? And then we'll enjoy the 4 seasons. We're releasing the Japanese alcohol, too, right? I'm looking forward to it. Makoto. I've hardly drank before, so I barely know the taste of Japanese alcohol or whatever. But as long as it's alcohol that the people of Asura find delicious, I think it'll be fine to say that it's Japanese alcohol. Now that you mention it, what should we do about the alcohol's name? We should, of course, name it. Tomo. Why don't you give it a name? You're the one who's been the most serious about it. Makoto. No, I would definitely like to leave this to you, Waka. Tomo. Well then, I'll think of a name by tonight. Makoto. It's a cheap price to pay to improve her mood even by a little. I will be awaiting it in anticipation. I do pity Shiki since he is always being treated poorly, so perhaps I will be satisfied with the fact that we have been able to obtain the 4 seasons. Having him so anxious to please me has probably gone too far. Tomo. Tomo's expression held no trace of her bad mood as she spoke. From my experience of having sisters, I know from this expression that her bad mood had not disappeared for good, but only temporarily suppressed. I guess putting it off till later is fine. I'll just let time take care of it. That'd be great. Anyway. Even though there's only about 20 of them, the dragons have quite a different presence to them, don't they? They brought quite a lot of supplies with them for everyone, and I'm sure they've made a good impression on the townspeople. Makoto. Riding on dragons. It seems I'm not the only one who thinks that's cool. Probably just because they're rare to see, there are quite a lot of people watching the dragon knights from afar. They're presumably people who are looking out for the safety of those nearby. The city's reconstruction might begin as early as tomorrow, or maybe even today. My opinion on them will not change. A few of them are worth looking at, but most of them are nothing out of the ordinary. Tomo. That might be the case by your standards. Makoto. Before you arrived, Waka, I was quite cautious about those men in regards to the future of the company. I would be far more useful than they, who are merely second-rates putting on an act. Tomo. What did they say with that dangerous atmosphere? I don't think these guys would do anything bad, but I'll ask about it later. Ah, I see. Well no, I have no intention of comparing you to those guys. Makoto. Tomo. Did she really think I was comparing her to the dragons that the dragon knights are riding? Isn't Tomo a little emotionally unstable today? Since we're in this crowd, I doubt anyone is listening. Even if there were 100, or 1,000 of them. You're better to me, Tomo. So don't sulk like that. Makoto. I wouldn't normally say something like this, though. Sometimes you are an incredible trickster, Waka. Tomo. That's not my intention. I know that you're always concerned about me, Tomo. I'm grateful for that. Makoto. Expressing your gratitude so earnestly is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Our root also said this. This is what you call taking a closer look at things. Tomo. I'll keep relying on you from now on. Though I'm sure there will be more troublesome things to come. Makoto. I will be in your service. Root, That's likely, too. But I intend to pay off my relatively large debt. Using that, I think I can probably get Root to approve the fact that Kale Neon didn't disappear. When the other countries discover the existence of Kale Neon later, the Ansland sisters who are its representatives, Eva-san and Ruria, will probably start leading it. For now, we'll be supporting them, but they won't last unless the humans and demi-humans cooperate. They've even lost their faith in the goddess, so it will be the first country to be built from such a mess. I'm actually looking forward to how it'll turn out. They're dependent on us for now, but I don't intend for that to continue for long. I don't intend for the Kuzunoha company to belong to any one country, either. I'll think about that more later on. For now, I'm just glad that Tomo's mood has improved. Next is Mio. I guess I'll just talk to her at the party or something. So with that. From tomorrow or the day after, the 4 seasons will begin in Asura. I think there'll be some inconveniences with this as well, but let's all work together to deal with them. Makoto. It's evening. I'm not used to this kind of thing, but I just gave an opening speech for the party. I've told everyone about the battles that took place last night, our involvement in the Rotsguard's restoration and the revival of Kale Neon. After that, I just warned them about the possible effects of the 4 seasons beginning here. All eyes are on me as I raise the cup in my right hand. Cheers. Makoto. Cheers. Everyone. With those words, the seal on the alcohol is quickly broken and everyone gathers towards the plates of food. I sit down in my own seat, which is slightly elevated above everything else, and start eating. The drink that's being poured is the Japanese alcohol made in Asura by Tomo and the others. Its taste and feel is similar to that of the Japanese alcohol in my distant memories. I don't know much about Japanese alcohol, so I wasn't much use in its reproduction, so from here on it'll probably get milder or stronger depending on Asora's tastes. I congratulate Tomo on completing the alcohol, and join her in a toast as she enjoys herself. My drink is poured into a large cup that's more like a tankard, and it's somewhat different from how I expected it to be. I can't get away from the smile that is covering her entire face, so I'm stuck drinking this. I'll be honest. I'm not sure if I can drink it all. This Japanese alcohol is actually pretty strong, too. No, just for today, I'll somehow force myself to drink it all. There are some tough guys already pouring themselves another. But as for me, this is a wonderful celebration, is it not, Wakasama? Kaken-san, the Wing people's elder, has come to my seat. Since an important person from an important group of people has come, not finishing my drink is not an option. So I think I'll be able to finish this one tankard. No, I'll be forced to. It's a weekday tomorrow and I'm worried I'll have a hangover. To think that I'd be having an office worker's problems in my teenage years. On this occasion, everyone worked considerably hard. So this is just my way of thanking you all. Makoto. Because we helped in Kale Neon, our efforts were also acknowledged. Thank you very much. Kaken. I have been making my judgments based on the battles I have been involved in, but I think I will start taking into account the results of practice battles with the other groups. I apologize for having such biased views up until now. Makoto. Not at all, Wakasama. Either way, we will have our abilities acknowledged, even in practice battles with you. Also, please speak at ease, as you do with Emadano. Kaken. To treat me with such respect, thank you. No, I will do my best. Today, we have the drink made by Tomo and the food made by Mio, so please enjoy them as you like. Makoto. Yes, the Japanese alcohol is popular with everyone. Of course, including myself. If I continue being the only one talking to you, that would cause problems for the people behind me. As such, I will now excuse myself. Kaken. I think I can spare some time while I'm in Asura, so please feel free to come to me. Makoto. The Highland Orcs, the Four Ark, the Misty Lizards, the Gorgons. The heads and leaders of these groups come one after another to have these flattery-laden conversations with me. There was the battle last night, so I was quite agitated about the Orcs and Lizards. I've tried to fit them into the training schedule and that'll start tomorrow, so today I'll show some restraint and let them enjoy themselves. The Japanese alcohol is quite popular. But either alcohol percentage is too high or the taste is too strong for me. It's not the kind of drink that I can just chug down. However, there are definitely quite a few people that are drinking it as if it's water. Well, because of that, there are quite a few people who have already very drunk, having turned bright red. Mio's new menu has a lot of things that make good snacks to go with alcohol, so that might be another reason why the alcohol is being consumed at such a rate. As for its popularity with the humans, I have only Lime's judgment for reference, but at the very least, since it's so popular with the demi-humans, I guess I'll give some thought about whether it can be turned into a product. Wakasama. Please try this next. Mio is bringing dishes of food out one after another. I'm thinking she should get someone to bring them out for her, but it seems that she wants to do it herself. She's bringing the food out on small dishes, so the quantity of each dish isn't much, but there is an amazing variety. It's mostly focused on Japanese food with some Chinese food mixed in, but there's also some food from this world, too. It's really diverse. At this rate, she'll be able to produce French food, which I was never able to cook. I have the feeling that some unknown, new cooking will be coming soon, too. It seems she's in a good mood for some reason, so I'm just glad that I don't have to go through all the trouble I did with Tomo. Mio, don't just get food, eat some yourself. Here, sit down. Makoto. Yes. Mio. Good work last night. You fought the enemy general in Kale Neon, didn't you, Mio? I'm glad you're unharmed. Makoto. That palm-sized dragon. I haven't heard the detailed story yet. I've released him into the garden now, but that general was quite shrewd, and I admired him for that. Mio. So that was the general, after all. What exactly was he? Makoto. His name was Reft, and it seemed he was a demon general or something. Following Tomo-san's advice, I stopped him from eating anything and he became that size. Mio. Demon General. Demon General. TLN, the first, Demon General, is written in hiragana which conveys only the word's pronunciation, not its meaning. So here he hasn't yet understood the meaning. The second is written in kanji that contain the meaning, so now he understands. Yuri telling me there was a demon general in Kale Neon. Makoto. He was allies with Io and Rona, right? He must have been. I mentioned earlier that it was a coincidence. In the end, I was unable to mimic his clever reflection, Mio. Mio looks a little disappointed. No, that's not the important thing. Why is that dragon behaving itself now? Makoto. If it was originally a demon general, it's probably not even really behaving itself right now. But I saw it several times yesterday, and it seemed well behaved. He lost his sanity partway through the battle, and began to just mumble to himself. After that, he began innocently chasing after a butterfly. He is quite adorable. Mio. I see now. I don't know what kind of person he was before, but it seems Mio toyed around with him and broke him. He's still alive, and he's apparently a demon general, so we should give him back when we meet the demon lord. Yes. I see. Makoto. More importantly. Wakasama, do you remember the promise from the other day? Mio. Promise. Makoto. I try to think back. It's probably from her contest with Shiki. Ah, the one where I said I'd listen to one request. Makoto. Yes. That one, exactly. Mio. Mio quickly brings her face closer. But right now, the other leaders are having conversations nearby. I remember it. Once the party becomes quieter, I'll listen to you, okay? Makoto. Yes. Then I will go to check if the food is being made well. I will be back soon, though. Mio. Okay, thanks. Makoto. Now, I wonder what Mio will ask of me. I said my words of gratitude to Tomo, and of course I'm also thankful to Mio. If it's something I can do, I want to do it for her. Eris, and even Akua. I wonder why they're singing and dancing. Makoto. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. But I blink and the scene hasn't changed. The pair of forest onis are doing a flash dance and singing enthusiastically. When did you guys become artists? They're actually pretty good. I wonder if they've practiced it. It's a good thing, I guess. They've gotten themselves into quite a state, haven't they? Those guys. Makoto. Wakasama, it seems you have drunk quite an amount. Shiki. I've tried talking to those two subtly, so it might be alright for now. Makoto. That. Thank you for that. Shiki. How rude. I haven't drunk that much yet. It's only my third cup. The first thing I did in the morning was help Emma and Miodano to get ready. So I had no hand in the preparation of the food today. Shiki. Yeah, that was a smart choice. Makoto. Miodano and I went around the port town looking for and discussing food ingredients, so I believe we should have new products for you to taste in the near future. Shiki. I'm looking forward to it. Makoto. Since there aren't any C's in Asura, If possible, I wish to speak to you regarding the lectures for the students later, but it seems that would be best saved for another day. Shiki. I don't really mind. For now, we're still focused on the city's restoration, so I don't think we're in any hurry. More importantly. Shiki, you should drink some Japanese alcohol too, it starts to feel lighter after a while. Makoto. I thought it was a considerably strong drink. I had some earlier, but I think it would be best enjoyed in small amounts from a small cup like Tomodano is doing. Shiki. Alright. Well then, for now, I'll give you this one and get myself a new one. I hand Shiki my tankard, which is about 70% full. For some reason, Shiki has a defeated look on his face. I quickly get a new tankard and raise a toast with him. Cheers. Itadakimasu. After that, the party is still going on. This party doesn't stop until the sun rises group are still there, while the I'll work hard tomorrow group have left a while ago. We've returned to the mansion. I think I could work tomorrow even if I kept drinking until morning, but Shiki convinced me that it'd be bad if the lecturer doesn't show his face tomorrow, so I called it a night early. So in this room, there's Tomo, Mio, Shiki, and myself. I have to say, the Japanese alcohol was well made. I will improve upon it even further, so please look forward to it, Waka. Tomo. Yeah. It'll get colder from now, so something like hot sake would be good, too. Makoto. Hot sake. I see, I had forgotten about that. We discuss our thoughts on the Japanese alcohol, no, on the party itself. Oh, yeah. Seeing Mio grinning next to Shiki, who is wearing a complicated, troubled expression, I remember. Mio, the request that you had. Have you decided on it already? That's right, I have to listen to her request. Come at me with whatever request you've got. Why yes. I've decided. Mio. So, tell me. What do you want me to do? Makoto. As I ask her, I'm a little suspicious. For some reason, Mio's previously smiling face has changed to a stiff expression. Well then, I will tell you my request. Mio. Makoto. Please make me your attendant. Mio. Attendant. Hiragana, Makoto. Attendant. Hiragana. Attendant, Kanji. So in other words, the oldest trick in the book. Yes. Tonight, with me, Mio. Oh, Tomo. As I thought, Shiki. Maybe Tomo and Shiki had already expected something like this, they say just a few words in reaction. Well, this was outside of my expectations. Something to do with cooking, or a trip. I was expecting something like that. Am I asking too much? Mio. I'm staring intently at Mio, and her upturned eyes are returning my gaze. She's kind of cute. Attendant, I briefly say the word again. I'd like my first time to be with her, since I like her. Or so I thought. Disregarding the fact that she's of the opposite sex, I don't dislike Mio. If I had to choose between like and dislike, I definitely like her. But being inexperienced, I'm not sure if I could lead her properly. Excuse me, Wakasama. Mio. I'm being stared at by my 3 followers. They're really getting me good here. If she really desires me. Mio. For some reason, Mio is holding her breath. I might be making you wait here, but I'm not going to reject you, Mio. Alright, I've got it. If it's something I can give, I want to answer Mio's request. ALRI, Makoto. I made a mistake. Mio. Phew. Makoto. I did not mean attendant Deshida wa. Mio. Makoto. You rethinking of the wrong togi. I wanted you to teach me a method of washing rice to make it delicious. Mio. TLN, attendant, is pronounced /togi in Japanese. The word for method of washing rice is /tajikata. But just now, you said tonight, Makoto. Tomorrow. I wanted to taste it in tomorrow's breakfast. Mio. What? But I thought she definitely said, please make me your attendant. Bofu. Snorting sound, Tomo. Shiki. Tomo and Shiki burst into laughter, as if unable to restrain themselves. What's so funny? I didn't think I was that drunk, but did I do something strange? Tomo-san, Shiki. Please be quiet for a moment. Mio. Sorry. Bofu, ahahaha. Tomo. My Apollo. Fufu, Shiki. It looks like Tomo and Shiki are really enjoying themselves. If it's a funny joke, I wish they'd let me in on it. Both of you, make sure you remember this. Wakasama, well, could you please teach me? Mio. Sure. But it seems I'm a bit drunk today, so. Would tomorrow be okay? Makoto. Yes. Of course. Mio. You might be better at it than me, but let's do it together. Makoto. Ah, Waka. In that case, I wonder if you could also teach me how to sharpen my sword. Tomo. TLN*, the verb to sharpen is the same verb, /togu, as to wash, rice, so, /tajikata, is used here again. Tomo is just trolling Mio here. To Tomo-san, you. Mio. How to sharpen a sword? No, didn't I teach you that a while ago? I don't know that much about it, though. Makoto. Yeah, I definitely taught her that already. But why is Mio being teased by Tomo? Oh, is that so? I suppose I must have confused myself. Tomo. Both of you, I told you I'll deal with you afterwards. Leave the room, now. Mio. Mio is seething with anger. Both of them. All Shiki did was laugh a little, though. Ah, since we'll be busy tomorrow. For today, it's best if we just sleep now. Makoto. Ah, yes. Wakasama, good night. Mio. Mio smiles as she says good night to me. No, not just to me, but to everyone. We can go several days without sleep with no problem. So please, relax and rest. I will definitely come to wake you up tomorrow. Mio. I wonder why. I get the feeling that I'm being ordered to sleep. Well, it's true that I have to go to the academy tomorrow. I haven't drunk that much, but it's definitely a good idea for me to go to sleep. There's something I want to say no matter what, isn't there? I want to thank everyone. Though I kind of just want to make one thing clear. Yeah, I'll do that. But you three, can I say something? As I say you three, Tomo, Mio and Shiki stop moving. I wonder if they can tell from my tone that I'm not messing around now. I do still have alcohol in me, but I'm not saying this because I just thought of it, so it's not a mistake to say it. You three have been fighting for me, working in Asura and watching the shop, so I'm really thankful. If it was me alone, everything would be half-assed and nothing might have taken form. Makoto. Because I met Tomo, I came to know about the world of Asura. We created a home for everyone. Because I met Mio, I remembered cooking and could get along well with the adventurers. Because Shiki was here, the company ran smoothly even when I acted like a spoiled child. It's really all because all three of you were there that I think I can keep being myself. Makoto. If I was by myself, then definitely. I would have gotten used to fighting and looked at the world with a skewed perspective. I would have been living a no-good life in this other world. I want to give you something to thank you, though it might not be much of a reward. I've only given you your first names, but I want to give you the same surname as me, Misumi. I hope you'll accept it, if you don't mind. Makoto. If I listen closely, I should be able to hear the noise of the party from here. But a small amount of time passes where I can't hear a single sound. With pleasure. I said this during the day, but Waka, you really are an incredible trickster sometimes. Tomo. I feel like I've been able to get closer to you, Wakasama. I gratefully accept. Mio. From now on, I swear to do my utmost to meet all your expectations. There is nothing that would make me happier. Shiki. That's good. In that case, should my identities merge? TLN, in the raw, literally written as, do I become Reidu equals Misumi? I'll eventually meet Hibiki-senpai, the hero of the kingdom, in some form or another. That might be a chance for me, too. I'm glad you didn't refuse. I'm going to go rest now, okay? Makoto. Somehow, it's become embarrassing to make eye contact with these three now. As if running away, I turn my back on the room and leave. The outskirts of Asura. Shiki is lying on the floor, out cold, and the whites of his eyes are visible. As proof that a fierce battle has taken place here, there are numerous signs of destruction left across the field. Tomo and Mio are sitting on the remains of a huge tree that has been felled magnificently. Shiki twitches occasionally at the side of the tree, and there is a blanket over him, but the two of them show no concern towards him at all. Say, Mio. Why did you make that poor excuse? In that state, I think Waka would have accepted you. Tomo. Humph. Have you not had enough? What about you, making fun of me in such a horrible way? Mio. I am asking why you chose to throw away the opportunity of granting your heart's desire, to share a bed with Waka. He did consume a considerable amount of alcohol, but I think he was sufficiently conscious, no. Tomo. The two of them look in the same direction, towards the horizon and the night sky. From my point of view, it seems Waka has grown considerably as a person in the past few days. The previous master might have simply offered to assist in the restoration of the imperial capital of Limia. At the very least, we did not end up having to attack Kale Neon by ourselves. Tomo. He was even firm in his resolution when dealing with the Dragon Slayer. I do not think it would be bad for him to learn the warmth of a woman at this point. If that woman is to be you, I would ignore my usual course of action and encourage you. Tomo. But duty and gratitude. Because he says such things, I just thought it would be wrong to join my body with Wakasama's. Mio. Mio opens her mouth, breaking her silence. Oh. Tomo. Rather than because of my own feelings. I just realized that I wanted to join our bodies with him being the one to desire me. Things like well done or thank you. It occurred to me that those are the wrong reasons. Mio. From his true facial expression, she was able to understand how he felt. Therefore, before this truth became affirmed, she discarded the opportunity of her own accord. You want Waka to tell you that he wants you. Tomo. Tomo simply nods as she speaks, not even looking at Mio. A few moments later, Mio also nods. But you are aware that that would be difficult. Waka is beginning to think of us as his family. Rather than being lovers. You could take him as someone who feels close to you, but it would be a love that is quite different from passion. Tomo. I know that. Mio. Is that fine for you? You are aware that your feelings might be unrequited. Tomo. Even so. Even so, I want to truly serve him, to be devoted to him. For now, I want to live with these feelings, this devotion. Mio. I see. It is even more unlikely for Waka to desire my body than for him to desire yours, so I will at least encourage you. Though it may be meaningless. Tomo. He has not said that there is another woman that he loves. There is no hurry. One day. Mio. Human lives are short, after all. In another few years, it is possible that he will have one or two lovers that he will be married to for life, you know. Tomo. If it is a woman that I deem worthy, then I can endure Disuwa. I absolutely cannot acknowledge a woman who is unable to cook. And I will have him embrace me just as much as her. Mio. Are you his mother-in-law? No, you are even worse. In that case, it will be a long time before we see Waka's child. Tomo. These two old, loyal followers spend the night talking to each other. Chapter 166, it could be said that it was easier up until now. The mutants left large scars on the city of Rotsgard. There were a lot of casualties, and the city was damaged considerably. Of course, the citizens are unable to return to their normal lives and have to live in temporary housing while they work hard on repairing the city. We made it appear as if the sisters Eva and Ruria had died in this incident and took them to Kale Neon. People are still saying farewell to the dead over here as well, so I keep hearing about their reputation. There's not many people now, but surprisingly, it seems that they're working hard every day without any complaints. From our point of view, they were mutants, LOL, but to the people of the city, they were an almost unprecedented event. The demon's conspiracy theory leaked somewhere, so the demon's reputation had deteriorated considerably. And so, a year passed. If that 1 year had simply passed by, it would have been easy, but I'm not completely uninvolved with this city. I'm participating in the Merchants Guild meeting, though there are an amazingly small number of people now, and we've been making decisions such as opening temporary stores and declining people wanting to become lecturers at the academy. Day after day, I'm doing work that's beyond my ability. I don't have enough fingers to count the number of tasks I have to complete each day. I've never worked so hard in my life. Is it really necessary to meet with the important people from other countries right now? Makoto. I unconsciously let out a complaint. This is needed, that is needed, in every meeting each night, one after another, additional materials are requested. In other words, my workload increases. In order to get the lectures at the Academy started again as soon as possible so that Academy City will appear as if it's returned to normal, I've been getting nothing but unreasonable requests. We're still in the middle of restoring the city and they're worried about the damn lectures. I wonder if they're idiots. I have my hands full with this alone. Despite that, for some reason, the Prince of Limia, the leader of Laurel and the important people from the temple are taking turns calling on us for assistance. I had to resist the urge to tell them to shut up multiple times. Today, we're fixing the main street. It's been about a week since we started on that, and quite a number of places in the street are looking like they're back to how they were before. However, the prospects for our shop still aren't looking good. The temporary stores near the temporary housing facilities have become important, so even if we hurried to restore our normal store, it would actually be inconvenient for the customers. So we're putting that off until later. Sensei, how can you even call this a lecture? Jean is shouting. Sif and Yuno are working for the Merchants Guild in the warmth. This is discrimination. Amelia is shouting. Indeed, today's wind is quite strong, so it might be a bit cold. I don't think this is the work that we're supposed to be doing, Izumo. Izumo is complaining as well. It seems that each and every one of the students attending my lecture is unhappy with its contents. The people here are my students, minus Rembrandt-san's 2 daughters. I wonder if those idiots have lost their minds. As soon as I returned to the academy, I was told that they've scheduled lectures to be resumed. Of course, I told them that the lectures can wait until Academy City has calmed down a bit, but they went and said that they want lectures to resume as soon as the academy is up and running. My schedule for meeting people is packed and my business with the merchants is even busier, so it's not the time for. No, a lot of areas in the city are still in ruins, and there are a lot of people who lost their loved ones. People tend to forget the danger too quickly once it's past. TLN, this was some weird expression, literally, once it passes the throat, you forget the heat, so this is quite a liberal translation. Therefore, under the pretense of solidifying the foundations, we decided to demolish the various partially destroyed buildings and have some people work on engineering works all day. Participation is mandatory. Right after the academy is finished, I'm finishing the negotiations to get the personnel we need to restore the rest of the city. There's a considerable increase in the speed of the city's restoration if magic is used. Therefore, the participation of the people who can use magic is quite important. For some reason, Rembrandt-san heard about this beforehand and told us that he had assigned Sif and Yuno other work, so they managed to get out of it. Well, it might be a good opportunity for those two to watch and learn from their father's work up close, so I didn't force them to work. It's because you complain about this kind of stuff that you panic when facing mutants. Your weapons are crying, you guys. Makoto. Reida-sensei, now that I'm talking to you directly, I was thinking. Jean. What is it, Jean? Makoto. As if he's fallen for my words, Jean is talking back to me. You're the same age as us after all, aren't you? Actually, I get the feeling that you're younger than us. Jean. Are you saying that it's a waste for me to be talking? Makoto. You have more dignity in writing. Wait, that's not what I wanted to say. I was wondering whether the work would be finished sooner if Sensei were to participate. Since you're young and all. Jean. I could consider it as long as I'm not being made to do something bothersome like being in charge of the site. Well, if you guys don't proceed according to the schedule, I'll probably end up having to make it a regular part of the lectures. Makoto. You mean to say we haven't actually been assigned anything? Amelia. The other guys are already getting lectures on practical skills at the academy. That's horrible. Izumo. Amelia and Izumo interrupt the conversation between me and Jean. Even though they're girls around the same age as me, being looked down upon and glared at is enough to make me want to take a step back. There's no way that's true. If I'm working behind you guys at the site, we all have a collective responsibility and we'll all receive the same penalty. Makoto. P penalty. A practice battle with Yuthri-kun. No, I'll add Blue Lizard-kun and Zwei-san to the group. Makoto. Impossible, impossible, impossible. All three of their reactions were in harmony. That's pretty amazing synchronization. Incidentally, Yuthri-kun is the third mist lizard. Fortunately, or rather, Unfortunately for them, they didn't have any opportunities to participate in the recent fighting. Even so, they kept demanding for lectures without understanding the situation, so I set up a mock battle with him for them. All of the students versus Yuthrikuin. They will make a formation with the weapons I've given them, while Yuthrikuin will just be wearing elbow pads and shoulder pads, light protective equipment that won't slow down his movements. Yuthrikuin is an unarmed fighter. Apparently he was originally someone who found it easier to fight with his bare hands rather than use weapons, but he's a strange person who took a liking to some of the hand-to-hand fighting techniques in my memories and earnestly practiced them. He ditched the dagger that he had been using for the sake of having a weapon, and now he's the one and only grappler in Asura. If you say that Blue Lizard Kuin has technique and Svaisan has power, Yuthrikuin has both technique and power. In short, he's strong. He could have held back against them, but I requested that he kept that to a minimum. For them, his strength must have seemed like that of an emissary from hell. They were knocked down by Yuthrikuin like bowling pins in a strike. Their weapons were completely destroyed, and they were treated to a full course of being punched, kicked, thrown around and arm-locked. Seeing their fear, I'm guessing it caused some trauma on them. They got their weapons fixed nicely by the Eldwas and they're back to normal, but even I was honestly surprised by Yuthrikuin's wave fist. So do it seriously. In any case, I think assisting in the city's restoration would only be a good thing, for both the Academy and yourselves. Makoto. There are plenty of people among the townsfolk who are just trying to leech off of us and make profits, though. You're the one that's changed, Reita-sensei. I'll make myself clear. For me, returning the city to normal is more important than giving lectures. That being the case, I'm going to stop giving lectures for a while, you know. Students would have to reapply. Is it all right if I close my lectures for now? Makoto. The way you're saying that. The rumor that you turned down becoming a full-time lecturer, was it actually true? Yeah, I turned it down. I don't intend to feed myself by being a lecturer forever. Makoto. It's a person that you can't apply common sense to. We'll do it, we'll work hard. Please spare us from having to reapply. The acceptance rate will be crazy. We shouldn't have said anything. You should have said that from the start. Even if you get Kohais, they're going to overtake you guys in no time. Makoto. Kohai means junior, as opposed to senpai, which means senior. After hearing my last words, these three have stopped complaining and are showing a lot more spirit to work. In reality, I was joking about making them reapply, but I will have to accept new applications once everything's calmed down. I have to continue with my lectures for these guys, too. But if the uncomfortable feeling I had in Limia is correct, these guys might already be pretty strong right now. I have to give a little thought about how hard I want to train them. It wouldn't be funny if I created students that were stronger than the Knight's Order. I thought I was looking to raise elite students, so I used the adventurers from Tsige as a baseline standard and evaluated the students on their individual specialized abilities. Looking back, that might have been a mistake. I'd thought that this would be a basic requirement, but I have to set the level of being able to survive trips into the wasteland as a goal, too. Today, Shiki is portioning rations with Saritsu-san from Laurel, and Mio is in Asura. Tomo is helping with the transportation of goods around the city, so... We won't be seeing each other until the evening. I wish I could go back to the night of the party. The morning's work is finally finished. The students and workers are on their lunch break, so they're scattered around doing as they please. As for me, I have to go and meet some people for a little while. I've given orders for what needs to happen with the repair work, so it'll be fine even if I don't come back for a few hours. As long as nothing bad happens, anyway. I have to meet the first person, so I head away from the main street and pass through the ruins of the Kuzunoha Company, which is basically just rubble now. I'm sorry about that, Reita-sensei. Having you come all the way out here. Please stop that. You're older than I am, Esther-san, and I am not your teacher, so you can just call me Reita. Makoto. It is rather troublesome that you do not feel guilty for mentioning my age, sensei. But for me to refer to my savior without an honorific is quite impossible. The boss has not arrived yet, would you mind waiting inside for a little while? Esther. Yes, I understand. Makoto. I have to say, you surprised me since you suddenly became able to talk. You do seem younger than when you were communicating in writing. Esther. Esther-san is looking at me like it's unusual for me to be talking normally. I rescued her from a mutant at the brothel near here, but I never imagined I'd be meeting with her boss. I did think that it would just be lip service, though. He's a person from the underworld, so it's best if I keep a certain distance from him. Jean said it as well, but I wonder if sounding younger when I'm actually speaking is a compliment or a bad thing. I just copied the spoken language, but apparently the impression people get is different. This is a major event, after all. There might be an opportunity to take here. It seems the damage is less severe here compared to other areas. When is business scheduled to be up and running again? Makoto. Looking around, it seems that repairing the current buildings without having to demolish them first could work. That being the case, once the road is fixed, won't these people be able to return to their normal lives sooner than expected? We're in the sex industry, after all. There is no way that people and business will return without the city getting on its feet. We cannot welcome people just because the building and the girls are safe. Esther. Is there no demand from the people who have gathered here to restore the city? Makoto. Fufufu. Demand, you say? They have to worry about the eyes of the city's people. A brothel does not stand out as something that is necessary. It is a business that is influenced by its popularity and the people's patronage, after all. Esther. Is that how it is? I suppose there are services that can't be offered just because there is a demand for it. In that case, it's no wonder she's exasperated after hearing my useless talk. She's looking at me in a gentle way. Or more like, I feel like I'm being viewed as a child, so I'll leave it at that. Makoto. It seems that the boss has arrived. Well then, I will bring him here. In any case, I think he simply wants to thank you. He has a frightening appearance, but he has some compassion and kindness. And no, I'll let you look forward to it. Esther. Frightening appearance. It already seems like the type of person I'm not good at dealing with. Oh yeah, that's right. Compared to Io's face, no matter how frightening he looks, there's no way a human's appearance can be that scary. I imagine the face of the powerful giant. But if it's a human, I guess Zara-san would be a better comparison. Thinking about the trauma I got from that person, I think this person should be all right. My apologies for making you wait. It seems Esther and the other girls from the brothel are greatly indebted to you. Redu. Representative Zara. Makoto. The face that I was imagining has appeared in the doorway. The person himself. Esther, what's the meaning of this? Zara. Oh. Did you know each other already? There's no meaning of this. He is the person who saved my life and his name is Redu. He is a merchant running a small company. Esther. You had me meet with Redu knowing that he's a merchant. Zara. Well, yes. He is still a novice, but he seems to hold a lot of promise. I thought I'd let him meet with you, to return the favor he did for us. Esther. That's not the problem here. Zara. Please calm down, boss. I can assure you that he has no hidden intentions. Though it seems you not only know of him, but rather, you are acquainted. Have I done something unnecessary? Esther. No. I see, he's Redu, the one who saved you. Zara. Zara-san lets out a sigh. To be honest, I want to let out a huge sigh as well. I want to be spared from having to come here without mentally preparing myself first. After a brief pause, Zara-san turns to face me and lowers his head. Redu, thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Zara. Wait, representative. What I did is not such a big deal. Makoto. No. You saved many of my employees. Showing this much gratitude is only normal. Zara. Now it's become awkward. Why you were in ownership of these kinds of businesses too, Representative Zara? I am quite surprised. Makoto. Desperately wanting to change the topic, I say the first thing that comes to mind. Yes. I'm in charge of these streetwalkers and gambling. I've crushed all of the others who were doing similar operations in other cities. I didn't plan for things to turn out this way, but I also have my own reasons for this. Zara. The head of the Merchants Guild, and the head of the underworld as well. It looks like I have my work cut out for me today. I didn't plan for this to happen, so it's amazing that I'm doing this. Is that so? Well, I just happened to hear the screams of Esther-san and the others and came running to help. I do not have any intentions of making you feel indebted to me. Makoto. I can't really word it right, but I want to get across that I didn't do it to receive their gratitude. Fu, you haven't changed. You still keep coming up with good answers. Even so, the Kuzunoha company has been spreading its name to the point of fiendishness. It's not like I'm accepting Rembrandt's words, but it does seem that you're going in a different direction from regular merchants. Zara. For one moment Zara-san has a strict look on his face, but then he lets out an exasperated sigh and begins talking. The majority of your fellows who wanted to deceive you have died. Limia's second prince and the Empress of Laurel have summoned you so that they can directly measure your usefulness. Don't get too thrilled with the people from the temple, either. I'm not joking when I say that the one who has benefited the most from the mutant rebellion is you, rated. Zara. Ha. Makoto. Rather, the relations with those people are speeding things up unnecessarily. Incidentally, the Empress of Laurel is Saritsu-san. I'd assumed that she was the wife of the emperor, but it's actually an important title given to the person in charge of that country's priestesses. Saritsu-san said herself that her name isn't really well known, but surely that's a joke. The name of anyone with a high position in one of the four great powers should be quite well known. Not that I knew it. Even as a guild. There is a cost to having pushed them so hard for the transportation of goods. There aren't even supposed to be that many medicine stores in the first place. More or less, the guys trying to resume their trading are starting up in different businesses. Zara. That wasn't my, Makoto. Idiot. It's not just for your sake. As long as you guys keep improving the quality and prices, there won't be a single store in the city that can compete with the Kuzunoha company when it comes to medicine. I was going to say this tonight. You should consider going in a direction to increase your sales, even if only a little at a time. Opening branch stores is fine as well. Zara. Branch stores, Makoto. It's hard, because we won't have enough people. I have already mentioned this. Toshiki-san, as well, but it would be helpful if you keep acting as a mediator with the academy to some extent. Right now, the reason the restoration of the city is progressing at a high pace is because we can use magic without holding back. We want to keep this up until it's all back to normal. Zara. Why does he add San Toshiki's name but drop the honorific for me? Could he be thinking that I'm his guardian? It's mostly true, so I can't deny it. For now, I intend to continue making requests to the academy, as well as the transportation of goods around the city through Tomo. Makoto. The woman who tamed the dragons even better than the dragon knights, huh? To be honest, I have things to say about your inexperience and ability. But I can only take my hat off to the sheer number of unorthodox methods at your disposal. To think that you'd be using a tiger cub from Laurel instead of a carriage. Zara. I thought that everyone in the Dragon Knights were strong. Makoto. How so? I went to see them once, but they're nothing more than decorations. Under that woman's directions, they moved like a unit of flying dragons and they were barely fearsome at all. Zara. Ha. Makoto. At this rate, even if only in appearance, Rotsgard's cityscape will probably return to normal in about a month. As the head of a guild and as a manager of prostitutes. I'll say it once more. Thanks, rated. Zara. Not only Zara-san, but Esther-san imitates him as they both lower their heads in a bow. I can't really get used to this, being bowed to by a representative. I would also like to thank you. From now, if I show any flaws, please guide me, Representative Zara. Makoto. I will, whenever Rembrandt-san gets angry at you. Now that I think about it. As thanks for saving the prostitutes, when this road's shops reopen, I'll let you in for free. What do you say, Radu? Zara. As he raises his face, its expression has completely changed. He's got an unpleasant look on his face. What do I say? I'm only half a man, and I do not partake in such activities. One flaw I see in you is these ambiguous answers you give. Well, I'll interpret that in my own way. In that case, from now on, this brothel is free for the Kuzunoha company. Use it as you like. I'll give an order to use your stores for their daily necessities. That's my way to show my thanks, and as my payment to keep your mouth shut about me being the manager here. I'll trust you with that. Well then, sorry for taking so much of your time. Both of us are busy people, but you have to put your best efforts into tonight's meeting. Don't forget, rated. Zara. After this one-sided monologue, Representative Zara turns around and leaves. This means that he predicted that I wouldn't turn him down. No, I don't think any good would come of exposing him anyway, so I won't do it. Even though he doesn't have an intimidating air, I somehow find that man somewhat hard to deal with. Next is the Prince of Limia. That's arranged to be in the conference room at the Academy. Chapter 167, Makoto, overcome this. The Prince of Limia, huh? No, the princess. If I'm not mistaken, her name is Joshua-sama. Honestly, I'm surprised she's still in Rotsgard. That's exactly how I felt when she called for a meeting with me. Her business is probably to do with her gender, but I know what I need to do first. Apologize. There's no simpler solution. And if it looks like the conversation will turn towards the country or the company, it'll be fine if I just tell her that I can't reply quickly and we should discuss it another day. I'm still learning these convenient phrases that I can use in my work. As I consider that, I knock on the door to the conference room. Come in. A quick reply. It is indeed Joshua-sama's voice. Well, a person like the prince of a large country wouldn't do something like use the another country's facilities to set up a trap. Maybe I'm worrying too much. It has been a while, Joshua-sama. I'm honored to have been called here today. Makoto. I'll try conducting myself like I'm a lower-class person. Incidentally, the prince's appearance is as it always has been until now. She is dressed in men's formal clothes. I'm not taken by surprise by her wearing a dress or anything like that. I heard that you are now able to speak. It seems that you have become completely fluent in conversation. I, too, am thankful that you accepted my request to meet, Radadano. Joshua. The prince is speaking in her usual polite tone. I'm a little tired of having my speech mentioned every time I meet someone. So, what did you need of me? Makoto. As according to my plan, I'll give her an apology and have her forgive me for my rudeness the other day. I'm not entirely sure how to address royalty in a polite manner, so I've accepted that I'll be impertinent many times today as I listen to what she has to say. I'm also busy these days, so I kind of want to finish this quickly. Well. Let us get straight to the issue at hand. Joshua. Please. Makoto. Firstly, the thing you found out about me the other day, that, Joshua. Joshua looks like she's having a hard time saying it. She's talking about that, isn't she? The fact that you're a woman. Makoto. Yes. I'm sure you would know this by seeing my appearance, but this fact is known only to a few in Limia Kingdom. It has not been leaked at all to other countries, or at least, that should be the case. Joshua. That should be the case, huh? Regarding the demons and the Empire, does she feel there's a possibility that it has been leaked? I wonder if there's a chance that the room is bugged. Seeing that Joshua-sama is talking about quite a serious matter here, it's probably fine. We're not discussing anything that would be bad for me, so there's no need for me to worry anyway. I see. Makoto. Of course, I understand that it was just an accident while you were trying to save me. However, regarding this subject, I would like to request that you do not mention this to anyone. Joshua. Request. Zara-san said it sarcastically, but considering our positions, this request is more like an order. At the very least, it feels that way. Well, this person might be from the Kingdom of Limia, but she did seem to support the Kuzunoha company. Even I know whether or not it's wise to disclose the prince's real gender. I understand. Makoto. Huh. Joshua. I understand. I will not tell anyone. Makoto. But you know my secret. Joshua. She looks like she wants to ask me if I'm not going to make a demand in exchange. Her expression has been slowly stiffening since we began our meeting, but now in a single instant, it's relaxed completely. I will not tell anyone. Makoto. I'll say it to her clearly. More like, listen properly. What else would I do when knowing the secret of a large country's prince? Threaten her, for example. That would definitely be troublesome. Have her be on good terms with me. Even though our social position isn't equal and I'm the only one who knows the other's secret. I can't picture her being my friend. Also, Limia is the country where Hibiki-senpai lives. I don't want to have a dispute with the prince of such a place. I'm sorry, but I cannot trust you. Joshua. Even if you say that, Makoto. Is there nothing that you wish for? If it is within my power, I will make an effort to grant it. Joshua. She's thinking that nothing is as costly as a free gift, huh? Currently, there's nothing in particular. Though I think it might be best for you to return to your country with haste and devote your power to its restoration. Makoto. I am speechless. Indeed, that is one thing that I should do. Joshua. In the first place, it's odd that the prince is still in Rotsgard even though the king has already returned. Well then, please do so. Makoto. In fact, I can see her face occasionally looking like she wants to go back. At the same time, investigating you and negotiating with you are also things that I should be doing. Joshua. Joshua-sama puts on a troubled smile. Perhaps it's because it's to do with the first topic that we discussed in the meeting. However, I don't have any intention of making a deal or submitting to any demands. Since Rotsgard is in this state and Asura is in commotion as well, I would be relieved if you would report that there are no problems at this moment in time. I'm currently busy with the restoration of Rotsgard. You would know this if you did some investigating, but we don't have any thoughts to offer our cooperation to any single country in particular. Makoto. It does seem that way. Other countries seem to be thinking of ways to bring you over to their side, although they are not showing any results. Joshua. Yes. And I would think that they should not expect any results from now on, either. Makoto. Most likely, because we won't become attached to any particular country. In fact, it's unlikely that we're going to be allied with only the humans. Though I can't say that. When I tell you to report to me, exactly as you said, this is what happens. Joshua. TLN, this one is really tough to translate. Basically, Joshua is displeased that Makoto rejected her negotiation in the previous dialogue line. I have no intention of threatening you. Definitely not with me wanting something as the reason. I just made the suggestion because I thought that in your position, you should be returning to your country as soon as possible rather than concerning yourself with me, Your Highness. Makoto. If I'm the only concern, then she could probably just return. I see, then I shall accept your suggestion. It seems that I gave you a meaningless warning in our discussion. Joshua. Between the Academy, the Merchants Guild, Falls Dano of the Adventurers Guild and the visitors from the temple, we don't have the time to pursue additional endeavors. Makoto. I have some influence within the temple. It is not much, but I will tell them to restrain themselves. Joshua. That would be of great help. Makoto. It really would be. The fact that no actual work gets done just by talking causes a lot of stress for me. I am sorry for taking your time when you are so busy. I do not have any more. No, Rei Dodano. Could I ask you one more thing? Joshua. What do you think of me? Joshua. Oi, isn't that quite an ambiguous question? What do I think of her? About the fact that she's pretending to be a man? Or is she asking about my impression of her as a woman? The fact that she stayed here to discuss these things with me instead of returning to her country. It's hard to decide which of these possibilities I should answer. What do I think? I am not sure if this will be an answer to your question, but I think that you are having a hard time. Makoto. A hard time. Joshua. Yes. The fact that you are putting on that appearance, the fact that you are royalty, the fact that you're having to have these conversations with a strange youngster like myself. I feel that you are standing in a difficult position. Makoto. Fufu, excuse me. Position, you say? It seems that you have quite a strange way of thinking. Joshua. I wonder if I gave an unexpected answer. Those are my honest feelings, though. Well then, I will excuse myself, Your Highness. Makoto. Just in case, I address her as Your Highness so as not to continue treading on the fact that she is a woman. I lower my head to Joshua-sama and bid her farewell. Oh my, if it isn't Rei Dano. It has been a while since we've met like this, hasn't it? Falls Dano. I have been busy. Makoto. I finished my discussion with Joshua-sama and met with several lecturers afterwards. As I was walking through the corridors to leave the academy, I ran into Root. As Root said, it's rare to see him in the academy. I haven't seen him in a while, either. Now that I think about it, I let him borrow something, didn't I? Though I intend to have him return it when the Adventurers Guild acknowledges the existence of Kale Neon. Can I have just a little of your time? Root. If it is only a little. Makoto. That's good. Well then, over there is a steeple that nobody visits at this time of day, so let's head there. Root. All right. Makoto. Following Root's lead, I arrive at the empty steeple on the upper floors. There's quite a good view. I can get an uninterrupted view of the half-destroyed city from here. I'm sorry about this incident. I didn't think that the adventurer Sophia would stand in your way there. Even though I could not anticipate the goddess's interference, I feel guilty towards you and the others, Makoto-kun. Root. You watched me through Sophia's eyes and you feel guilty. Makoto. It's amazing that he can say that. Part of the reason I followed him to this deserted place without thinking is because he feels indebted to me. Another part of me is also thinking that if he treats this and that as separate matters, I could throw him out. Virtues are important. Ahahaha. Actually, I made it so that I can use high-level adventurers as something of a safety net, Root. It's unusual that you're lying so obviously today, Root. The reason Sophia could do something like that is because she was a human who had a close connection with dragons. No, with you, isn't that right? Makoto. I noticed it there, which is why I can notice it in his eyes now. It's a weak lie considering it's coming from Root. It's unusual that you're so sharp today, Makoto-kun. You noticed Sophia's secret. Root. I don't know exactly what it was. But I know it was related to you. I just thought it was impossible for a human to mutate spontaneously and gain the power of a dragon. Makoto. I see. Root. And her obsession with you was no joke. Both of them. That's why I said I just lent it to you. It seemed pretty rough on our Shiki, too. Makoto. She was quite a high-level dragon, but it's weird that you're criticizing me with such a rich tone, even if I did make an agreement with you. I did teach Shiki-kun various things, but I didn't think that he would be able to destroy Lancer. Root. Shiki himself mentioned that he barely made it through that. For his sake, let's not tell Root that. I'll pass that on to Shiki. Makoto. Please do. In any case, I'm grateful that you took care of both of them. Root. Hey, are you planning to keep playing dumb after all that, Root? Look here. You're not finished, are you? Makoto. Root. What I'm saying is, I handed over management to you, but I only meant that I would lend it to you. Makoto. Root. Tomorrow, no, maybe as early as tonight, right? Geez, there's something wrong with you today, you know. You've been having all your tricks seen through easily by someone like me. Makoto. Makoto-kun. You are, Root. Once we're done cleaning up, I'm going over there to ask for my reward for all of this. Get a hold of yourself, Chief Dano of the Adventurers Guild. Makoto. Root. With no trace of his usual joking attitude, he simply returns my gaze. How do I put this? Is this guy underestimating me that much? I'm extremely surprised. Sophia, and I guess in this case, Lancer and the other high-level dragons as well. I entrusted all of their ends to Root. That is what I let him borrow. Tomo was a little concerned, but I don't intend to ask for all the details. After tomorrow, I'll just go to Root to have him take care of Kale Neon. I'm fine with that. People mature in the blink of an eye. That has really been the case for you, hasn't it, Root? Thanks for the compliment. Well then, I'm going back to work. I need to show my face in the office as well. I've got more work than I can handle right now. Makoto. Leaving the astonished Root behind, I leave the steeple. Chapter 168, Yada is that much. The same night that Radu and Falls talked for the first time in a long time. It is raining heavily. Deep inside a forest that nobody would come to at night unless they had a specific objective. There is a single silhouette, drawing breaths that are delicate, yet desperate. In this forest where not even moonlight could reach, her faintly glowing body stands out in the darkness. It is a female human, basking in the rain as if washing herself with it. It is Sophia Bulga Star. TLN, Reigokai mistranslated Sophia's last name, it's not blue. I think someone else pointed this out in the comments on his WordPress. The katakana reads /Baruga. Sophia. Sophia, who was defeated in the kingdom of Limia after taking an attack from the devil, Radu. She is lying in a nameless forest on the outskirts of Asuta, the royal capital. She survived. Radu, that shitty brat. Sophia. Her body stirs. With frail movements that nobody would expect to see from her, she presses her back against a nearby boulder that is taller than her own body. She possesses nothing but her own naked body. Not even having any clothes to put on, her body is being struck by the rain. Mitsurugi is definitely dead this time and they completely destroyed my weapon. At least they probably haven't noticed that I used Knight's cover as my trump card to escape death. What the hell is that monster? Sophia. Continuing to curse Radu under her breath, she begins concentrating to restore her power as fast as possible. She is definitely an experienced adventurer. Because Root, the name of her final target, was mentioned, she pressed a fight with Radu that she should not have stepped into. However, it seems that she has regained her composure. As annoying as it is, I have to find a way to fight Root while avoiding that. That is an opponent I can't face. For now. I guess hunting the Matiki * dragon in the wastelands is my first priority. Sophia. TLN *, Matiki equals invincible. How unfortunate. That will not happen. Sophia. There should be nobody here but Sophia, yet the indifferent voice of a man rings out. Despite the fact that her body has not recovered yet, she forces it to move quickly, shielding herself by putting the boulder between her and the direction the voice is coming from. In her hand is a sword made of light. This was originally Mitsurugi's ability. Your movements are not bad. But compared to when you were fighting Makoto-kun, they're like those of a tortoise. Mysterious voice. Are you one of that guy's allies? Where are you? Sophia. Getting a rough idea of the situation, Sophia focuses her senses on the darkness of the forest. Makoto, Radu's real name. There is no way Sophia could forget that name. She also understands that someone else who knows that name is unlikely to be her ally. She cannot take a prolonged fight, so she concentrates on forming a plan in her head to finish it quickly. In the end, Lancer did not teach you the perception and senses of a dragon. That just shows that your relationship consisted of nothing more than using one another. Mysterious voice. A young, silver-haired man appears from the darkness. Wearing a cynical smile, he looks completely out of place in this forest. Am I correct to assume you're an ally of that devil? Sophia. Sophia questions the young man, keeping her body hidden in the shadow of the boulder. Ally. I guess I could say that I'm a dragon that would like to become one, but won't be accepted. Young man. Dragon. Sophia. I continue to watch after giving up on him, and because of that, I'm also a fool who is now indebted to him. Young man. Indebted. You can't be, Sophia. Your intuition is even sharper than Makoto-kun, huh? I'll introduce myself again. I'm Root. I'm the one you have been searching for, the Harmony Supreme Dragon. Root. Sophia. Sophia opens her eyes wide. A completely unexpected encounter. And under the worst circumstances. What's wrong? I'm sure you're not the kind of girl who would say that she can't come out because she's naked. I came out here like this because I wanted to have a final little chat, you know. Root. Final. From that word, Sophia knows what will happen afterwards. She slowly comes out from the shadow of the boulder. Root, you're the real one. Sophia. You can think what you want. Do you want to be killed by the fake one, or do you want to be killed by the real one? I'll leave that for you to think about. Root. Immediately following Root's words dash. Sophia instantly produces 8 swords of red light, with the intent of melting the ground beneath his feet. But Root snaps his fingers, and all of these lights disperse. Is that enough proof for you? Root. Sophia. Sophia's ears are filled with the sound of her grinding her teeth. Because now she understands that this is the real one. And after seeing him effortlessly nullify her perfectly timed surprise attack, she realizes just how powerful her opponent is. A piece of the ambition that I held in the past. It starts to breathe again, just as I remember. At first, well, it was fun to watch. Root. My blood has become thick in the people it is mixed with, as if they were my own children. The 2 lives I created in a whimsical experiment. Both of whom are related to me. To think that both of them would meet in the same time period and join forces. Root. You know the truth about me, don't you? Sophia. Of course. I'm also the head of the Adventurers Guild. I've known since you were registered in the guild. When you found out about your blood's lineage, when you gained your ambition. When you became a woman, when you experienced heartbreak, I know everything. Root. Including the fact that I have been looking for you. Sophia. Of course, I knew. I had no intention of meeting you at all, though. You should be thankful to Makoto-kun for this. After all, thanks to him, you have accomplished your objective of meeting me. Root. Although, you can also say that thanks to him, everything else has gone horribly wrong. In his mind, Root silently adds these words to his statement. You knew everything about my movements. You're saying that despite knowing all that, you did nothing about me, about Mitsurugi. Sophia. Sophia's voice is shaking in rage. If he knew, there is no way he could have left them alone. The reason for that being that Sophia and Lancer were aiming to take Root's life. That is why Sophia had thought that Root was unaware. At the very least, the 2 of them had thought that Root was unaware of anything beyond the fact that they were making unusual movements. I could see your objectives and I could see how it would end, that's why. I didn't think I needed to even face you. And I knew you 2 couldn't defeat the Sazanami asterisk and the Matiki in the first place. Root. TLN asterisk, Sazanami equals sand wave. It made no sense to write the Japanese name for Sazanami and not for Matiki, invincible, so I'm making it consistent. Don't fuck with me. The Sazanami and the Matiki, I have enough power to defeat them both. Sophia. Power, maybe. But if you can't even face them, then it makes no difference. You might have a 1 in 10,000 chance with the Sazanami, but the Matiki is in the furthest depths of the wastelands. And the Matiki is the kind of person who would find it too troublesome to fight properly. Ignoring the fact that you misunderstood the prerequisites, I knew that you couldn't even meet them, so what need did I have to interfere in your meaningless efforts? Root. What misunderstanding? Sophia. About the idea that you could defeat me if you absorbed 6 superior dragons. It wouldn't be difficult to strip that power from you. I don't know what Lancer told you, but the power of absorption that you possess is only a fraction of mine. Even considering the fact that you've deeply inherited my blood, there is no way that you can use the ability better than me. Root. That's how it is. In the end, it was actually quite troublesome. I regretted leaving you alone. You can have a toast in the other world to celebrate the fact that you caused me just a small amount of regret. Lancer can't go there, so you'll be having that toast alone, though. Root. Leaving your blood in a world where people live on a whim. Creating dragons that didn't exist before and adding them to the superior dragons on a whim. You did all of this just on a whim. Don't fuck with me. Sophia. Sophia once again creates a sword in her hand, covers it in red light and moves to cut him down. Root is wearing only a simple shirt, but despite the rain, it is completely dry. The moment Sophia realizes this is when gold-colored magic power prevents her attack from reaching his body. An imitation of Makoto-kun. Quite bothersome, isn't it? My limit is about 10 minutes, huh? For him to be able to maintain it continuously, just how much magic power does he have? Root. Sophia. The absorption of all of the superior dragons, the thing that you were aiming for. That was once one of my foolish ambitions. Perhaps it's my fault for carelessly speaking of the past when Lancer was a child. Root. Root speaks as he places his hands on his own knees. Sophia is unable to speak. The Tiamat Project. Root. Sophia was trembling ever so slightly. Even so, it seems that Root sees it clearly. Like I thought. Using my power, I will absorb all the superior dragons. I will understand the land, sky, and seas better than the spirits themselves and divide the world in two with the goddess. That is the Tiamat Project. You probably don't know this, but Tiamat is the name of the god of good harvest, who has the nature of both a god and a dragon. Root. The god of good harvest. There are gods other than the goddess. Sophia. Not in this world, not that I'd expect you to know. Root. This world. Then in a world separate from this one. Sophia. Sophia is wearing an astonished expression. It is as if she cannot completely comprehend Root's words. Though in the end, I stopped thinking that it would be disadvantageous to carry out this plan with the goddess who had already gained a considerable amount of faith from the humans when I met my husband. Who would have thought that this poor quality product that I made while killing time by combining a half-dead dragon and a weapon filled with hatred would result in a powerful dragon joining forces with it and lead to me being able to dust off this old plan? It's a small world. Root. TLN, this dialogue was really hard to translate. This is my best attempt at it. If anyone has any suggestions for improvements, I'm open to them. Root continues to speak, not answering Sophia's question. Poor quality. Just how much do you think my life was fucked up because of this power that I never asked for? Sophia. This is an old saying, but there is no good and evil when it comes to power. You became twisted and killed many people, demons and dragons only because you were weak, right? It's the same for Lancer. People, dragons, and the strong will to remain in this world. Even if you could call him a miraculous creation and a superior dragon, he could have attained a great social position of power. But he wasn't satisfied with that. In any case, he was just a loser who couldn't control his greed and desire. That's why I lost interest in you. Root. Like the conductor of an orchestra. Root raises his right hand high into the air. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong to hate you. Only you. Sophia. As Sophia screams, she falls to her knees like a puppet whose strings have been cut. In the instant Root bends his whole body forward towards her. Sophia. Sophia falls to her hands and knees. Red. Blue, black and red-white spheres emerge from her body and gather in Root's outstretched right hand. If your body loses the power of the dragon that you hold after you have already lost the divine protection of the goddess. You know whether or not you can stay alive, don't you? Root. This. To meet such an end, Sophia. With her eyes wide open, Sophia whispers as her head bows down to the earth. It's quite a normal way of dying for an adventurer, isn't it? An unexpected, sudden death. Root. I will, Sophia. A small golden sphere appears from Sophia's body, and she falls silent. As he looks at the various spheres, Root lets out a sigh. Superior dragons are reborn in an instant, aren't they? I can't bear to raise children, so I think I'll leave that to someone else entirely. Oh yes, I think I'll bother Makoto-kun with something, too. Since he's basically just staying at home. Anyway, I might need an excuse in order to have him watch the world for me. Root. Root lowers his right hand. The spheres of light have changed, becoming glowing eggs. They are floating lightly in the air. Lancer. Makoto-kun won't like it, so maybe I'll ask Aunt Sazanami. Since she's giving her blessings to humans and also probably won't ask to be reborn, Root. While deciding on how he will have the eggs taken care of, Root casually looks at Sophia's corpse, which is being beaten by the rain. Tear-like traces run from her eyes onto the earth, perhaps she had let them out in her dying moments. Or perhaps it was simply the raindrops that flowed down her face. It is already impossible to distinguish the two, and her expression gives no hints. Such trivial things do not cross Root's mind. Now everything is according to Makoto-kun's expectations, huh? As disadvantageous as it would be to keep her alive, Sophia is also quite pitiful. If that's the case, at least. I could just say that she was finished by Makoto-kun, but I can predict what his next request will be, so maybe I'll return the favor. Root. Root moves his left hand as he murmurs something. Sophia's corpse floats into the air. Root has thought of something. His expression is not that of an absolutely powerful person that he was wearing until now. With the complacent smile that he often shows Makoto, he vanishes from this place. Along with Sophia's corpse. At the sound of a loud knock, my eyes open. I'm always very tired these days, so this is quite the rude awakening. Still, it's not a bad tiredness. Surprisingly, it might suit me to be working until it's dark and I have sweat on my brow. The knocking continues. I'm awake, I'm awake. What is it? Come in. Makoto. It's so early in the morning. I'm in Asura. The 4 seasons were introduced just the other day. They were implemented in some odd circumstances, but the uproar from that accident is settling down. To be more specific, spring, winter, summer and autumn are rotating in the north, south, east and west with the city area that we're living in as the center. Of course, there are also irregularities in the seasons everywhere, but we decided to just roughly classify them based on what we see. That's why we're not being conspicuous by bringing people to Academy City from here. Waka, I'm here to inform you of something. It's a very serious matter. Tomo. It's Tomo. No, Mio and Shiki are both with her. Wait, what? The heads of each race have entered my room. I'm glad. I'm so glad that I at least put my clothes on before inviting them in. I don't have bed hair either, my appearance is at least somewhat proper. I can tell that something's happened due to the fact that you're all gathered in my room, but what do you mean by serious matter? Makoto. A serious matter. Considering that, everyone's expression is confused, or maybe I should say bewildered. So it might be a serious matter that's not an immediate danger. It's an intruder, or should I call it a visitor? Tomo. Tomo's words are blunt. An intruder or a visitor, in other words, someone has come here. To Asura. Wait, does that mean that Asura's existence has been leaked to the humans? Isn't that really bad? Makoto. No, it is not a human. Tomo. UVE captured them for now, right? We have to ask how they got here, and what their objective is, Makoto. Waka, that is to say. We have not captured them. Tomo. Makoto. In any case, it seems you are awake, so please speak to them directly. Tomo. Directly. Makoto. As I'm about to wonder how. Yo. Misumi Makoto. Morning. Makoto. A loud voice echoes in my head. It's a voice I've never heard before. But considering his impolite way of speaking, it's a voice with a strange power that subconsciously makes me feel the need to speak politely. I wonder if it's telepathic communication. It's similar, yet I also get the feeling that it's somehow different. Because I don't feel a connection to the other person. I'm unsure if I'm supposed to just speak by thinking, but I try responding. Good morning. Nice to meet you. It is the first time we are speaking, correct? Makoto. Yeah. My Aniki asterisk turns out to have caused a lot of trouble for you, sorry about that. I happened to be nearby so I tried boldly coming here, but you were asleep. So I just waited. Mysterious voice. TLN, older brother. Aniki. Then that means he's someone's younger brother. Regarding asking about his name. If his older brother is someone I know, I'd like to ask his full name. I apologize for being rude, but could I ask as to what your name is? If possible, your full name. Makoto. It's long, so sorry for abbreviating it. The name's Sususu. Susanoo. Susanoo-san. Makoto. That's right. Susanoo. Where does he abbreviate it, I wonder? Susanoo. His older brother is someone I know. Susanoo. Susanoo no Makoto. No way. Why you're the younger brother of Tsukuyomi-sama, Susanoo no Makoto. Makoto. TLN, in the Shinto religion, the three main gods are Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Amaterasu, who are siblings. Susanoo no Makoto is the full title of Susanoo, who is the god of storms. This explanation hopefully makes it much easier to understand the rest of the chapter. I'm awake. I'm wide awake now. It's a famous god, isn't it? Wait, it's a god of destruction, isn't it? The kind of big name that might cause a natural disaster if he's in a bad mood. He's been waiting for me to wake up. Oh, uhu. Tomo, why didn't you wake me up straight away? Makoto. Well, I did think that it was an enormous presence, but I thought I should be suspicious since he was not giving his name, Tomo. Suspicious or not, it's a god who would be really bad to make angry. He's probably not angry, right? It's okay, right? My Aniki made you a few requests, didn't he? For now, I'm relieved that you seem alright. Well, we have come to this space that you're in. I hope it wouldn't be a problem for me to come closer. Susanoo. Oh, of course. Could it be that Tsukuyomi-sama is with you? Makoto. Tsukuyomi-sama is in a sleeping state, so there's no way they could be together. But he definitely said we just now. Aniki is still under medical care on the other side. The goddess here has some pairs. I was just on my way back from that. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell that idiot about this place. In fact, I'll help you to keeping it hidden. Susanoo. I see. Well then, I will be waiting for you. Makoto. He met the goddess. That means that the visitor back at that time was him. That goddess accepted a really amazing god as her guest, huh? I can't blame her for being impatient. Sorry, but I need to ask someone to guide me. I came here riding something quite big, you see. I want to land in a wide, flat area. Susanoo. I understand. I will prepare someone right away. Where might you be, currently? Makoto. You'll see me right away if you look up at the sky. Well, I'll see you in a bit. Susanoo. So the conversation ends. I know my mind is blank right now. But I can't just space out here. I turn my head to the right and see my followers and everyone who is now conveniently gathered here. Mio. Quickly cook up all the ingredients you have. I think Japanese food is fine as long as you make everything that you think is tasty. You can round up everyone who's rotated onto cooking duty. Hurry. Makoto. Why yes. Mio. Emma, Shiki. Make preparations for a warm welcome. Once I ask them whether we'll be speaking inside or outside, I'll let you know, so start with gathering people and preparing the tools. Makoto. I understand. Emma. As you wish. Shiki. Tomo, come out and greet them with me. For now, just come outside. He said that he wants to land in a wide area, so tell me where we can find a field where a large animal can land, as close to here as possible. Everyone else, divide yourselves into cooking or other things and follow Mio and Shiki's lead. Makoto. A field, yes, I understand. Well then, I shall accompany you. Tomo. I give orders as I walk down the corridor. I don't know how I'm supposed to welcome a god. I don't know how, but I have to make all the preparations I can. I step outside. I'm in a place I can look up at the sky, but which part of the sky am I supposed to look at? As I think that, I see it immediately. There is something flying in the sky, about the size of an aeroplane. It's a bird. A pitch-black bird. That's it, huh? Tomo, is the place you thought of suitable? Makoto. Yes. Still, that thing is considerably enormous. A bird that rivals a dragon, no, surpasses it, I have never heard of such a thing. Tomo. Common sense doesn't apply to something that a god would ride. Anyway, mark the place where we want them to land so that they can see it from up there. Makoto. God. Tomo. Ah, well. I'll tell you about it afterwards. For now, hurry. So that we don't show any discourtesy. Makoto. That bird, it has 3 legs and its claws and beak are sharp. You are aware that it would be a problem if it goes wild. Tomo. It's still probably safer than the one riding it. 3 legs. Makoto. For it to appear as large as a plane from here, it has to be pretty huge, right? Indeed, looking closely, I can see that it has 3 legs. A black, 3-legged bird. A raven. Could it be Yatagarasu? TLN, a 3-legged raven that inhabits/represents the sun in Asian mythology. Ha. Ha ha ha. I'm glad my eyes weren't crushed. I remember hearing once that yata means large, but this is too huge, isn't it? TLN, yata in Yatagarasu means 8-span, which I suppose is supposed to be descriptive of its size. I believe this is also where the chapter's title comes from. Passenger plane-sized, huh? Just what kind of torii would it perch on? TLN, torii are those large traditional wooden gate-like things you see in Japan. They kind of look like giant bird perches, and the kanji literally means something like bird perch. You can Google it if you're curious. Waka, it seems they have seen the marker. They are descending at quite a speed. Tomo. Ah, I see. Tell everyone not to stare at it too much. Well then, Tomo. Let's go. Makoto. As you wish. Tomo. Susanoo. To think that I would meet 2 of the 3 Shinto gods in one lifetime. I don't know who he's brought with him, but he also said that he met with the goddess earlier. I think that this encounter might be good for me. Even so, I'm nervous about meeting Susanoo-sama, who is known to be malevolent and is sometimes even called a god of destruction. Chapter 169, among a handful of great men, he is not included. The chaos in my head won't settle down. To put it simply, I'm freaking scared. Ravens are supposed to have sharp claws and beaks in the first place, but it's the size of a passenger plane and it suddenly... No wait, that's not it. It's the 3 people, 3 gods, our guests, that are stepping off it. On the left, there is a slightly dark-skinned old man wearing a friendly, calm smile. What's impressive is the pouch and mallet hanging from his waist. In the middle is a young man wearing custom-made yayoi-style clothing. TLN, as far as I can figure out by Googling, it's something like a fancy robe. A smile covers his whole face and he seems to be in a good mood. This person is probably Susanoo-sama. The one on the right is a woman. That is to say, it's probably a goddess. Like the old man on the left, I can't tell her name just by looking at her. With the light shining on her from behind, her hair glows a light brown color. Gods probably don't dye their hair, so I guess this is her natural hair color. For some reason, she's wearing a suit. She has bright, intelligent-looking eyes, and when combined with her clothing, my first impression of her is that she is more like a businesswoman than a goddess. Nice to meet you, Susanoo-sama, and his honorable companions. I am Misumi Makoto. Makoto. I was wondering if I should say, if you would be so kind as to disembark. But I thought I'd sound too tedious, so I stopped. I decided to speak more straightforwardly. Incidentally, we have told them to wait until Tomo gives the signal. Tomo wouldn't mess this up. I know that much. But they're gods from the world that I lived in and relatives of Tsukuyomi-sama. I thought that if they came to visit me, I should be the one to interact with them. Thanks for coming to greet us. Sorry to have the leader of this world go out of his way for us. Susanoo. Not at all. I am greatly indebted to Tsukuyomi-sama, so for you to apologize to me is, Makoto. Tsukuyomi-sama has done nothing but help me. These people might be aware of Tsukuyomi-sama's current situation. Considering that, it's only normal for me to be doing this. The only name I know is Susanoo-sama's, and this person has a strong, wild image, so this must be him, right? Don't be so uptight. I don't think you've done anything wrong, you know. And even if you have, we're not in any position to find you at fault for it. Oh, I know. You can probably tell from our earlier conversation, but I'm Susanoo. Susanoo. The person I assume is a goddess nudges him with her elbow, prompting Susanoo-sama to introduce himself. I am Deikokutten. You are familiar with the treasure ship, yes? Deikokutten. The old man introduces himself as Deikokutten. Ah, the pouch is a sack and the mallet is the thing you see him holding in his hand. TLN, Deikokutten is one of the 7 gods of fortune in Japanese mythology, the god of wealth. He is often portrayed holding a golden mallet, sitting on sacks of rice. The treasure ship is the ship that carries the 7 gods of fortune. There was something about Deikokutten, what was it? I think I'm forgetting something else that's surprising about him. It's no use, I can't remember. He's a little darker than you see in the pictures and his earlobes are smaller than I thought, but he's got a calm air about him that's fitting for one of the 7 gods of fortune. He is a kind-looking god. But I have a slightly uncomfortable feeling towards him, even though he is associated with Susanoo-sama. I'm Athena. In some places, I am called Pallas Athena. I am a goddess of Greece, a country far to the west of yours. Athena. This one Isan introduces herself as Athena. She's not violet. That's a good thing. TLN, a possible reference to Saint Seiya, where Athena has violet hair. Unlike Deikokutten-sama, she's completely different from how I imagined. I mean, she's a businesswoman. Wearing glasses would suit her. I don't know why she's with Susanoo-sama. For now I give a bow, then begin guiding them to my house so I can invite them inside. Along the way, they seem interested in Asura and look like they're admiring it. Sometimes they ask various things in regards to it. Tomo and I both reply to their questions, but even if they ask about Asura's origins, we can't provide an answer. We can only explain that it seems to have appeared when Tomo and I made a dragon's contract. Please excuse us, your visit was very sudden so our hospitality is not quite ready. However, we are making haste to finish preparations. Makoto. After all, it's impossible to put together a proper meal or banquet so quickly. I can tell that when we arrive by seeing everyone moving around in a hurry. For now I lead them to the biggest room, which is used for assemblies. I keep telling you, don't worry about it. You've created an interesting city, haven't you? It's really interesting. Susanoo. Indeed. And just the thought of preparing a banquet is enough to make us happy. Deikokutten. Really? And everyone is working hard. It makes me feel good to watch them. Athena. Thank you very much. And so, that is. Was there a particular matter you wanted to attend to today? If you wanted to do something, we will prepare it to the best of our abilities. Makoto. At first their conversation seemed like they were just happening to stop by, but I don't think that's all. The biggest reason is just that we came here was because I'm interested in the Misumi Makoto to whom my Aniki made requests, you know. Susanoo. If you ask us if we had any other business here, well, there are a few small matters. Deikokutten. I just wanted to try coming here once. Now that I see it with my own eyes, Asura is truly interesting, a place of endless curiosity. Though I think we should keep it hidden from that person. Athena. Things that gods consider small matters are serious affairs for people. I know this from what happened when the goddess of this world slept once. Though I have a feeling that it wasn't the main cause of events, but rather the final straw. It seems that we will still require more of your time to complete our preparations, so it would be helpful if I could inquire about these small matters you mentioned. Ah yes, we could offer a tour around Asura, if Athena-sama would care for it. Makoto. Me and Old Man Daikoku brought you a gift. Athena has a bit of a harsh lecture and a collar for that stupid girl. Susanoo. Susanoo. Athena. See collar. Immediately after hearing his frightening words, Athena-sama looks at Susanoo-sama with sharp eyes and speaks in a cold voice. Scary. Oh, ooh. I know. I won't say any more. Susanoo. You fufu. Ah, Makoto Dano. I would like to take you up on your offer of guiding me around Asura. Athena. Well then, I will have Tomo guide you. Tomo, would you please escort this lady around Asura? She's a real goddess, unlike that other one, so make sure you are polite. Makoto. I understand. Well then, Athena-sama, this way, if you will. Tomo. As I see Tomo inviting Athena-sama along, I remember to warn her. I have no choice. Saying it out loud would be beyond rude, so I'll use thought transmission. Also, Tomo. She's a jealous person in a way, so make sure you don't dare do anything even close to challenging her to a competition. You understand? You must absolutely not do that. Makoto. As you wish. Tomo. She is a goddess of war as well, so start by taking her to the mist lizards. Makoto. Understood. Tomo. That should be fine. Now then, with Susanoo-sama and Daikokutten-sama, I'll. As Athena-sama and Tomo walk out of the room, I turn my head back. I see Susanoo-sama and Daikokutten-sama with smiles on their faces. A god of destruction, a god of fortune and a goddess of war, huh? It's a bit of a weird combination. Especially Daikokutten-sama. I mean, he's a god of fortune, right? He's a multicultural god that appears in Buddhism, esoteric Buddhism, and even the Shinto religion. TLN, the seven gods of fortune originate from many cultures and religions, the Hinduism of India and Nepal and Chinese Taoism and Buddhism. According to one theory, he's in the same category as Oakinanushi-sama, so I think he's probably an important god. TLN, Oakinanushi is another god of the Shinto religion. Maha, Kala. I remember now. Daikokutten is Shiva. He's a god of destruction. A god who has countless legends written about him, a god who could literally blow away a whole country in one breath. TLN, Daikokutten is just the Japanese name for Ma Kala, who appears in many different cultures/beliefs. In Hinduism, Ma Kala is the ultimate form of Shiva, the destroyer of all elements. Makoto sure is knowledgeable about religions. I'm having to surf through a bunch of Wikipedia articles to find all of this. I've been looking mostly at Susanoo-sama. I slowly turn my face towards Daikokutten-sama. He is smiling at me. Daikokutten-sama. You are Shiva-sama, are you not? Makoto. Oh, I am called that too. Makoto Dano, you are Japanese, so I thought you would be more familiar with the name Daikokutten. You are quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Daikokutten. Thank you very much, Makoto. My voice is hoarse at the end of my sentence. I think most Japanese people wouldn't be able to name all of the seven gods of fortune, but most people would have at least heard of Shiva, Daikokutten-sama. I personally think Fukurokuju and Jurujin are the hardest to remember. TLN, two more of the seven gods of fortune. Hey, Makoto. You say some clever things, don't you? Susanoo. She's a jealous person, so don't challenge her to a competition, huh? Gahahaha. Susanoo. No way. The thought transmission leaked. Even to Athena-sama. Miss Athena's lecturing is harsh, but she has no malice. I am sure she will forgive you. Daikokutten. It was even heard by Daikokutten-sama. Ive gone and said something amazing. By the way, if I wanted to, it would be simple to see into a person's mind. In your case, you'd be fine against someone like Athena, but it would be impossible for you to keep your mind closed against someone like me, Aniki or this old man. Iya. When someone catches my interest, I cannot help myself. Telepathy that uses magic, thought transmission, is it? Even without that, I can see everything. I am also concerned about Fukurokuju and Jurujin's thin shadows. Daikokutten. Gods are amazing. They found Asura so easily, too. The gods of the world I lived in, they're really amazing. It seems I have been rude about various things. Makoto. More importantly. Makoto, aren't you coming close to death these days? Susanoo. And no. Makoto. What's with this, all of a sudden? I see. Nothing like sudden headaches. Nosebleeds that won't stop. Susanoo. I have those. Makoto. It's from when I received power from that damn insect. But coming close to death. Just by thinking that, I guess it's transmitted to them. I see, that's it. I was thinking of giving a power to you as well, but I was wondering why you're carrying so much power that you're one step away from dying. Old man, can you tell? Susanoo. I'm hearing some dangerous words. Deikokutten-sama stares at me. That girl, just how much of a fool is she? We gave her 5 or 6 things to manage in this world, but perhaps we should take them all back and give them to our Brahma. Deikokutten. TLN, Brahma is the Hindu god of creation. Deikokutten-sama lets out a heavy sigh. I guess he's exasperated with just how foolish the goddess is. As far as gods go, she seems to be a failure. So, what's going on with Makoto? Susanoo. He's close to death. In fact, it is surprising that he is not already dead. The surface tension is such that he is just barely staying alive. She is even a goddess with the power of creation. What a fool. She just pushed the mastery of words power into an ordinary person. Deikokutten. Mastery of the words power. Makoto. Could he be talking about the power that lets me understand language? Mastery sounds pretty cool, but also, it seems I really am just an ordinary person. No wait, if I'm an ordinary person on Deikokutten-sama's scale, I might actually be quite an amazing person. It is commonly known as one of the powers that grants understanding. It is a power that lets you communicate with anyone. It is a rare power that only a few great men hold. Deikokutten. I only asked the goddess to make me able to speak with humans. It is not an amazing ability like that, Makoto. Actually, the power I first got from the goddess let me communicate with everyone other than humans. And then, I asked her to let me communicate with humans. Which means that I can now communicate with everyone. I see. That girl is good at finding shortcuts. Indeed, if you remove the ability to communicate with even a single species from the mastery of words power, it becomes a normal understanding ability. What an underhanded method. Deikokutten. So, what's the deal? Is Makoto okay? Susanoo. It is best if you give up on giving him a power yourself. Makoto Dano is filled with the power of gods to his body's limits. If I am correct, Makoto Dano, you have been increasing the capacity of your magic power. Deikokutten. Yes. I think so. Makoto. In that case, you should do that several times over. And then let us work to somehow contain this power within that soul of yours. Deikokutten. Thank you very much. However, it seems to have the effect of expanding Asura, so I have been refraining from doing so lately. Makoto. Susanoo, Athena, and I will do work to make sure this world does not catch the eye of the goddess, so there is no need to worry about that. You can expand this world without having to worry about such things. If it becomes too much, we will make a return visit here. Deikokutten. Isn't it quite a problem if this world expands? I actually didn't even consider the possibility of this world being discovered by the goddess. Though it would be reassuring to have them make sure she won't be able to find it. That fool of a goddess. She's making work for people who aren't even here. Susanoo. You're absolutely right. I'm in complete agreement. Your words, Susanoo-sama. Chapter 170, Thuff the gods have come, happiness is still far away. Kohahaha. I see now, so that's the fate of the demon General Kuin. Susanoo. Susanoo-sama is laughing loudly at this sight. For now it seems that he is pleased with the feast. The dragon being held by Susanoo-sama by the scruff of its neck stares at him with wide open eyes, as if startled by his loud voice. That's right, this is what's left of the demon General Reft-san. With his mind regressing to that of an infant, he has become an incredibly cute baby dragon. He's only cute in appearance though, he'll just be difficult to bring up when I talk to the demon lord. Really, I wonder what I should do. When I heard that he was the demon general, I reflexively ordered Tomo to return him immediately, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized that it would be quite inconvenient to return him in his current state. Why was one of only 4 demon generals in a remote country like Kailneon, anyway? Was the timing of me stealing my resolve so poor? Is that how it is? His power has been consumed splendidly and now he feels like some kind of pet, doesn't he? Susanoo. I am sure it is no laughing matter for Makoto Dano. You do know that you should not be laughing at this situation, don't you? Deikokutten. Deikokutten-sama puts in a word for me. He's nice, but he's kind of scary as well, isn't he? Just earlier I asked him about the Yatagarasu and he said something outrageous. I heard that it's an incarnation of the sun and crushes the eyes of the unworthy who look upon it, so I asked him about it. If you were made to hold the sun, it would be hot, no. I suppose it grasps and crushes them unconsciously. That's what I was told. It's on a completely different scale. What does he mean by, grasps and crushes ? I was probably making a confused face as Deikokutin-sama elaborated with an analogy. It is like grasping and crushing a lit cigar, he said. TLN*, the Japanese verb, /nijiritsubasu, here is a bit of a problem to translate. It's a combination of two verbs, /nijiru, which means hold/grasp, and /tsubusu, which means crush, so I've given it a very literal translation. In most contexts the verb means crush in one's hand, but I can't translate it like that because the Yatagarasu obviously doesn't have hands. In the context of this last particular sentence, extinguishing would be the correct translation, but the same Japanese verb is used for all of these sentences and I wanted to make that clear. I grew increasingly uncertain of how I should respond to this. Is that all it is? How are you intending to cut through? Athena. Athena-sama asks with interest. She struck me as a very serious goddess, but she looks to be the type who becomes lively with a bit of alcohol in her. It seems that they have taken a liking to the Japanese alcohol. Susanoo-sama praised it as well. It seems we managed to reproduce it quite successfully. They acknowledged it as being delicious. These three seem to love Japanese alcohol. Tomo seemed to be strangely happy about that. I am thinking of recovering as much as possible, waiting for an opportunity and then letting loose on the demon's territory. Makoto. Such a patient plan. Oi, Athena. Since you don't have any present for Makoto, you should work here. Susanoo. Susanoo-sama is making some kind of unreasonable request. I'm not really expecting anything from Athena-sama, nor anything from Susanoo-sama or Deikokutin-sama, you know. And they said they'd help me keep this place hidden from that bug goddess, which is more than enough. Wait, did he say present? I don't remember receiving anything from Susanoo-sama or Deikokutin-sama though. They're not planning to leave me that Yatagarasu, are they? If they gave me something that huge, I'd be troubled. Me. Athena. Yeah. If you restore his body appropriately and, you know, erase about a month's worth of memories, there's no problem, right? Susanoo. You make it sound so simple. I was prepared for a drawn-out battle anyway, since Shiki won't be able to recover quickly. Would it be possible for a god to heal him quickly? Even though I've been drinking, that would be a simple matter. If I were to give him a present, it might be best if I have him become completely obedient to me and grant him my divine protection. Athena. It's possible. That sounds great, do it, just do it. Susanoo. Don't fan the flames. I mean, please do not fan the flames. Also, it's embarrassing to be called Makoto-kun, so please just drop the honorific or something, Athena-sama. To us, this is a foreign land, you are aware. If we cause too much trouble here, we would not be so different from that girl. Deikokutin. You're right. Athena. As Susanoo said, if you restore his body and erase his memories, there will be no problem. Some of the fear carved into his mind might still be left, but there is no need to be thorough enough to erase all of it. Susanoo, you are not even drunk, you should not be encouraging Juchan star. Deikokutin. TLN*, young lady, referring to Athena. TCH. It was going to turn out to be interesting, too. Susanoo. Susanoo-sama. About this present, I don't really, Makoto. I see. You've been hoping for it, Makoto. Don't worry, we'll definitely surprise you. Susanoo. Susanoo-sama isn't drunk, is he? Is he trying to make this kind of unfunny joke with that appearance? I definitely do not appreciate almost dying without even knowing by having a god's power put into my body, you know. Neither Susanoo-sama or Deikokutin-sama have mentioned any details about the nature of this present. Perhaps it was because the guests of honor, the gods, were slamming the drinks, but the night's feast went down quite well. I was happy that they enjoyed the festivities and the food. The most memorable moment of the night was Athena-sama's magic trick using the demon general Reftkuen. Be cured. Athena-sama exclaimed in a high-spirited voice. Refkuin grew into a huge, majestic dragon, reminding me of the Naga from Hindu mythology. That had quite the amazing impact. The room burst into applause. Would you call this a magic trick? Refkuin's mind was still in its regress state, so his antics were popular among the inebriated people. Athena-sama was delighted. Susanoo-sama tried to confront her. Daikokutten-sama stopped him. For some reason, a karaoke competition started. Pies flew across the room. It was really amazing, wasn't it? I didn't intend to drink much, but my head was spinning by the end of the night. I ended up being shamefully escorted back to my room by the gods. This unusual feast apparently continued on until morning, thanks to the volunteers who worked all night. I questioned myself. I'm in a situation where my body has no strength whatsoever, and I question myself. The earth is cool, huh? Wait, that's not it. Is this all I can do? Was this the right choice? I suppose it's not even worth thinking about. I'm lying on the ground like this. I can't even move a finger. This is how it is. In that case, was it a mistake to take on the businesswoman like Athena-sama as an opponent? Should I have chosen Susanoo-sama or Daikokutten-sama instead? That's not even funny. I'm undoubtedly regretting that I could only do this much. I couldn't have chosen anyone but her. The Yumi Azusa that the eld was made for me and the arrows that I haven't given a name are rolling around in front of my eyes. They're not damaged. As to be expected of top-level craftsmen, their work is on another level. I'm pathetic, aren't I? Just me. I'm beaten and can't move. Makoto, get some training from Athena. Susanoo. Susanoo-sama made this suggestion to me after breakfast. Of course I answered, please spare me. The first reason for this is that my opponent would be a goddess, in other words, a female god. Well, would you prefer me or Old Man Daikoku? If we make any mistake in how much strength we use, you'll be getting a hands-on course on how to be annihilated, though. Since he said that with a serious look, I ended up facing Athena-sama. And the results are as you can see here. Tomo, Mio, and Shiki were watching right from the beginning, and at some point Mio looked like she wanted to step in, but the other two stopped her. Now that I think about it, this is the first time since coming to this world that I've been so exhausted that I can't move a single finger. I chased this feeling and was even desperate for it, but I decided not to think about it. I'm aware that I just didn't know what it would be like to be pushed to my very limit, so this is a huge benefit to me. My saving grace is that I narrowly managed to say, thank you very much, before I collapsed. The goddess Athena, the deity of war, Athena. Her power lives up to her name. She's terrifyingly powerful. I doubt that's her original form, and that's probably not her proper equipment either. I doubt I even managed to get her to fight me seriously. If she was fighting me seriously, she might have worn a himation. Like the statues of her do. TLN, a himation is one of those robe/dress-like things that ancient Greek people wore. I couldn't put up a fight at all against officewoman Athena-sama. I was, in truth, careless because of her appearance. The fact that I had started to feel a baseless sense of superiority over the bug goddess is also true. However, my carelessness over the fact that she was a woman vanished with her first attack. The spear didn't pierce through my body, but it broke through my magic power armor *, and I had to twist my body awkwardly to avoid it. TLN*, changed from Rei's temporary name of Magic Power Body. Even though I had it fully formed with maximum density right from the start, since I was facing a goddess. That was the beginning of the battle. With her halberd in one hand, she summoned javelins one after another to continue the battle at mid to long range. My response was to freely use the magic I've learned in this world, as well as my bow and my magic power armor. Towards the end of the battle, I became desperate for even the smallest amount of magic power and took off my clothes and rings in exchange for a power that relied on Shuriat Star. TLN*, in Japanese this is /hitchu, which translates to hitting the target. I'm not sure if this has come up before and has been named something else by Rei, so this is what I'm going with for now. Athena-sama probably didn't even need to go along with my plan, but she did. And yet, the result for me is utter defeat. Not a narrow defeat, but utter defeat. After all, despite the fact that she was breathing heavily, Athena-sama quickly fixed her suit that had been ripped here and there and is now talking normally to Susanoo-sama and the others. A big difference from me, who can't move. Most of my attacks were deflected by her large, round shield. That shield floated in the air, sometimes changing shape and multiplying. I screamed countless times that it was ridiculous and unfair. I've started to realize a little just how the enemies who face me feel. Even so, I landed some good attacks, but she used her arms to block and brush them off. In short, they were ineffective. Well, using up all your strength at the end was a failure, but you did well overall, Makoto. Honestly, you held on far longer than I expected. Until some point partway through the match, I was thinking this whole thing might have been unnecessary for you. Susanoo. It's Susanoo-sama. Moving just my eyes in the direction of his voice, I see that my 3 followers have all rushed over to me as well. I'm glad the only ones watching were them and the other gods. This is a little too pathetic to be showing to everyone in Asura. Haha, at least that gives me some leeway. How surprising. To think that you were this tenacious. You have not fought many hard battles so far, so you were careless at the beginning. I was disappointed for a moment, thinking you should simply be cut down and finish there and then, but now I am relieved. Deikokuton. Susanoo-sama and Deikokuton-sama are both demons, aren't they? I feel a strictness from them that's comparable to my archery sensei. Indeed, but you fought bravely, Makoto-kun. Now then, let's fix you up. Athena. Maybe I'm still drunk from last night, but Athena-sama who adds Kun to my name is the kindest of them all. No, Athena-sama. That is not necessary. I have not felt like this in a long time, so I would like to stay like this. Makoto. When I was on Earth I constantly felt this after practice, this deep fatigue that leaves me unable to do anything. It's a feeling that I haven't felt even once since coming here. It's a feeling that was necessary for me in order to believe that I would be able to go further tomorrow than I did today. So I would like to be immersed in this feeling a while longer. Makoto, this is a god. There were things you wouldn't have known without facing one in person, right? Susanoo. Yes. Makoto. In the unlikely event you ever have to fight that goddess, this experience will be necessary for you. Susanoo. Yes. Makoto. I can't ask what they had done to the bug. At the very least, they haven't exterminated her. As punishment, we've put several restrictions on her, including limiting the extent to which she can interfere with the world and suspending the growth of her control. Even those are simply measures we took when Aniki entered the first stage of recovery. Susanoo. So Tsukumi-sama might soon make a complete recovery. That is good to hear. Makoto. If that would come true, I'd like to meet him again in my lifetime. Thanks. Aniki would be happy too. Anyway, we set things up to monitor her to make sure she doesn't break those restrictions. Susanoo. If you want discipline, you put on a collar. Understandably, she wasn't too happy about it, so I decided on a choker instead. When I tried to put this spiked collar on her, I spoke to these two. I told them that men will always be lenient towards women. Athena. Athena-sama, you're scaring me. We merely decided to leave behind that design in this case. Well, I understand what you are trying to say. You may have noticed this from the fact that we do not call that goddess by her name, but we are in a position where we must always give that a certain amount of consideration. If we ignore this fact, we will be no different from that. Deikokuton. Like I thought, they are deliberately not saying her name. I had kind of guessed that was the case, though. In other words, that bug might be a goddess that I know. I can think of a few candidates, but who is it? She still holds the power of a god. There is nothing you can do about that now, but there is the prior promise. If you were to become openly hostile towards humans, that goddess would take direct action against you, Makoto Dano. Deikokuton. If we'd arrived earlier, we could have taken care of things before that promise was made. But we won't let things end like that, either. We have to at least give Makoto some experience in fighting against gods. If I had to choose between you, who has received divine power from Aniki and that underhanded goddess, you're the cuter one. Susanoo. Thank you, very much. Makoto. Yeah. Remember, don't use up all of your strength. Your calm method of fighting in the middle of the match was good. Make sure you're always able to use that. Don't be afraid of increasing your magical power, draw your bow. If you do that, you'll be fine. And if the time ever comes, don't ever break the choker. It won't be damaged easily, but if that monitoring device is gone, that idiot might try to erase you by any means possible. Susanoo. Yes, that was not a fight you should feel ashamed of. Athena. Deiko-kun. So my fighting was worthy of being praised by gods, huh? Haha, I'm a little relieved. I don't want a future where I can't raise a hand against that goddess. Apparently I have the advantage in a battle as long as her choker doesn't come off. That's information that I'm happy to know. She probably can't take it off herself. If she could, it would be meaningless as a monitoring tool. But with this experience, I think I can exhaust myself again. I still have enough of an image left in my mind. Well then. We'll be heading back now. Get your followers to heal you up properly. Susanoo. Makoto Dano, you must draw your bow every day. Please hurry and discover the gift from Susanoo and myself. Deiko-kun. It is unlikely that we will meet again in your lifetime. One day, when your life has come to an end, we will welcome you with open arms. Athena. Well, that was sudden. Their arrival was also sudden, so I'm not too surprised. Well then. Please tell this to Tsukuyomi-sama. That I'm somehow staying alive thanks to the power that I received from him. Makoto. Yeah, I'll definitely tell Aniki that. It was really fun. Oh yeah, Aniki * likes Yatagarasu too, so I can't give it to you. She is a rare sun goddess and a very important deity, so it would be a pain to make her angry. Susanoo. TLN, older sister. Aniki. Amaterasu-sama. She completely slipped my mind, but even if I remembered, I don't know enough about her to make any assumptions about her anyway. My fight with Athena-sama was reasonable, but maybe he's trying to say that I fought really well. Well, I mean, she'd be happier if he brought Yatagarasu-san back, so nothing more can be said. Waka-sama. Waving their hands at me, the three gods disappear. As soon as they're gone, my followers rush to my side, calling my name. Don't worry about treating me. Sorry for being selfish. Just let me lie here for today. Give the people in Rotsgard a good excuse. Makoto. I try to resist my fatigue pulling me into a deep sleep. The gods aren't here anymore, either. Phew. My consciousness is slipping away rapidly. Everything about this is nostalgic. Shit. If I have to fight the goddess one day. When that day comes, I will definitely rise up and bring her down. I don't want it to be a close fight. Just you, watch. I'll definitely overwhelm you. Well then. Athena-chan, where does it hurt? Susanoo. That's sexual harassment, I'll tell Kushinada-sama. Athena. TLN, Kushinadaheim is a Shinto deity, Susanoo's wife. The first thing you do is threaten to tell my wife. Susanoo. Save the comedy for later. Well, Athena-ju-chan. You actually cannot feel the left arm that you used for defense, can you? Deiko-kun. I can't feel my right arm, either. Athena. Makoto-kun started pressuring you considerably at some point, didn't he? We couldn't stop grinning and wondered if you were going to summon your proper equipment, you know. Susanoo. Would a human modified by that girl be capable of such things? Athena. Athena folds her arm in an imposing stance. Deiko-kun taps his mallet lightly against her leg. Here. Deiko-kun. Hiya. Athena. Athena collapses onto her back. As to be expected of Shiva, no, as expected, Athena was faking her condition. Getting the idea from Makoto's magic power armor and using your own magic power to directly move your own body is quite a feat. You're controlling yourself like a marionette, aren't you? Deiko-kun. You used that to take the flow of battle out of Makoto's control, huh? After that, he lost focus and made the bad move of using physically demanding attacks in rapid succession, effectively defeating himself. As expected of you, Athena, you're showing the wisdom of your many years. Susanoo. I'm still young. I don't want to have my age commented on by the likes of you two. Athena. Wahaha. The gods are riding Yatagarasu on their way back to the world where Japan exists, where Makoto once lived. Their topic of conversation is the battle between Makoto and Athena. Well, if he's that strong, that Makoto, I'm sure he'll have no problem if he fights the goddess. Susanoo. In all probability, he will have no problems. He is quite impressive. Dekokutan. Truthfully, I will admit in spite of my pride that I was overwhelmed. That boy already exceeds the human frame. Athena. Be that as it may, he is a human. There are already 2 pure humans in that world. It was probably because it was helpful for shaping a future where the goddess has reached her limits, but the combination of humans and Makoto is extraordinary. Susanoo. It's like a hammer and chisel, isn't it? If the humans stimulate his potential even a little, Makoto will drive it in and open it. Disposing of the countless parallel worlds expanded by the 2 humans was truly troublesome. Makoto's acceleration of the process played no small part in it, either. Dekokutan. The cleanup after that disposal work. You told Makoto that you're giving him a gift, but you're planning to have Makoto to do it, aren't you, old man? Payback for being made to do such troublesome work. Susanoo. Ho ho ho. It is good to be willing to go through hardships while you are young. Ju-chan told him that we would not meet again, but I wonder. I can see us meeting again. Dekokutan. You want to bet on it? Susanoo. Of course. Ju-chan will not meet him, but I will. What about you, Susanoo? Dekokutan. I'll meet him, I guess. He's a walking box of surprises. I get the feeling he can make the impossible become possible. Susanoo. Wait, I haven't said a word about making a bet. Athena. Hey, does the great Athena-sama not have confidence in what she tells others? Saying such vague things, are you the same as that goddess? Susanoo. Ugu, Athena. Don't worry, it's not an important bet. It's just for fun, Don't worry about it. Susanoo. Susanoo pats Athena on the back. Athena is groaning with a look of disagreement on her face. I would like to ask 2 other things, would that be all right, Ju-chan? Dekokutan. What is it? Athena. The first is about Makoto's power. What kind of changes have been caused inside Makoto by Tsukimi Dano's power? Dekokutan. That's, Athena. Don't hide it, all right? I'm well aware that you had an interest in it yourself and tried to get a feel of them from Makoto, you know. That's why I had you face him in the first place. Susanoo. He is now very cunning, but you should have guessed that by now. Athena. As I thought, you're talking about that Asura place. Susanoo. Yes. The trigger was likely a contract with someone who can manipulate space, but it seems he has used a large amount of divine power to expand that tiny space into a whole world. The part of that power that was supposed to grow his abilities has been used up for that. It could be said that in a way, he is connected to that world. Athena. So. You're saying that Aniki's power manifested only as that strange interfering ability? That was quite an incomplete ability. It was called Sakai or something, right? Only its subtlety resembles Aniki's style. Susanoo. No matter how long he's existed, I have never heard of the moon god's power contributing towards creation. This may be an example of new possibilities caused by interaction between people and gods. Dekokutan. I guess it was so Japan-like due to the effects of his homesickness. It would really have been a pain if the goddess found it, but, Susanoo. Susanoo recalls his surprise at how much Makoto's world resembled Japan. That is likely a large influence. We made sure that girl can't interfere with it, so there should be nothing to worry about now. Athena. Dekokutan gives a large nod. Perhaps he is in agreement. Well then, the other thing. Sure, was it troublesome after all? Dekokutan. Yes. That was quite a nuisance. Especially because he immerses himself in the battle and forgets his emotions, fighting without any mercy. He fired at me relentlessly, and by the time I couldn't hold my arms up anymore, it honestly felt like I was facing a machine. I'm trembling now just remembering it. Athena. Dear me. It is good that the ability that he is developing is his talent with a bow. That is best for Makoto. He is already putting that sure hit to use not only with the bow, but also with his magic. Dekokutan. Dekokutan suddenly narrows his eyes and looks at Susanoo. His expression is reproachful. Hey, I just suggested a way to prepare Makoto so that if he were to ever fight a god, he could somehow manage, you know. Susanoo. It is frustrating that we can do nothing but pray that this will be enough. I hope that the next thing we hear about that world is not a request for its destruction. Dekokutan. I feel the same. Susanoo. Me too. Worlds that were ruined by the involvement of gods are sad existences. Athena. The three gods discussed Makoto. The future in which he would be shouting at the gift that they left him is not so far off. Chapter 171, If Winter Comes. Note from the translator. I made a pretty big translating error in Chapter 167 in one of Root's dialogue lines, which I've now fixed. I don't think it's a huge change to the story or anything, but you can go back and find it if you're curious. I've left a TLN under it so you'll find it if you Ctrl+F, TLN. Hopefully none of you remember what the original line was, so nobody knows how badly I fucked it up. XD. On a brighter note, this is the last chapter for this current volume, Kalenian's War Participation Volume, which means the next chapter will be the beginning of the new volume. Hooray! Also, just as an extra note about the chapter title, it's the first half of a Japanese phrase, if winter comes, spring can't be far behind. Enjoy the chapter. Yoshi. That's how it is. We're definitely advancing, but this is doing my head in. In a spot a few kilometers from Stella Fortress, there is a single tent. There are several silhouettes standing around it. The one speaking is a girl who is looking north with her arms folded. After she speaks, she closes her eyes in thought. A moment later, she opens them again and unfolds her arms with a sigh. We're going back. We can't do anything about winter. At the very least, continuing to march north isn't an option. Girl. As we thought, there's nothing there. Yes, Woody. That is likely the case. There will be obstacles if we head north, and we won't be able to rely on the towns and people. We would have to build camps as we proceed north. Dealing with demons is quite troublesome, isn't it? Girl. The girl replying to the question from behind her is Otanashi Hibiki, the hero of the Kingdom of Limia. Hibiki is surrounded by her party members as well as several knights. They are the only ones on this deserted plain. Then, Wani-chan. So we'll end up following the orders that Larvadano left us. I thought this wouldn't happen until much later, but it looks like Chiya-chan will be returning home. Hibiki. I see. It's been a while since I've been to Laurel. I wonder if everyone's doing well. Saritsa probably hasn't changed at all. Chiya. Hibiki turns to face a small girl. She is Chiya, the priestess of Laurel who is traveling together with Hibiki. She was making the same, complicated expression that Hibiki was, but it seems that this was just a pretense. At the mention of her Lauren, her hometown, a smile appears on her face. Well then, let's go back to the tent before it gets cold, Chiya-chan. We'll return to Asuta then prepare to go south this time. Hibiki. While pushing her hands against Chiya's back, Hibiki returns to the tent. Her tone is cheerful, but her expression is stiff and the smile on her lips is not present in her eyes. That day, after the royal capital was invaded, neither Larva nor that white person were anywhere to be seen. Only a message was left behind. Take Chiya-chan home, huh? I don't know what the motives are behind this, but these are the words of that Larva, so there is merit to obeying them. We can also visit the Academy city of Rotsgard on the way. The Kuzunoha company that is acknowledged by His Majesty and Joshua-sama is there as well. I wonder if Mio-san is there, too. And that rated person that I never got to meet. I have a feeling that Larva and that white person are connected to the Kuzunoha company, though it's just a gut feeling. Hibiki narrowly escaped death that day at the royal capital of Asuta. She was saved by the lich called Larva and the white person who was presumably his master. Hibiki has confidence in her own power, but she can't forget those two utterly ridiculous people who easily surpassed her strength. The difference in strength was similar to the Kuzunoha company that she saw in the distant city of Tsige. And I still have not heard the details regarding Ilum Kuin's death, the truth surrounding that will also be in Rotsgard. Chia-chan is still small, so I was thinking about returning her to Lauren anyway. It's not a bad idea to do that during the winter. Okay, I've decided. I'll make a request to His Majesty. She looks back once more at this wasteland, where not a single proper road is left. A scorched earth policy *, that's on another level from just burning things to the ground. Even the seasons are against me. Am I supposed to be Napoleon facing the Russian winter? How vicious. This isn't the kind of plan that a hero should be using. If this was a game, the publishing company would be drowning in the critics' comments. Seriously. Hibiki. TLN, a scorched earth policy is a military tactic in which you burn down any resources that may be of use to the enemy as you advance/withdraw through an area. The Russian winter refers to the historical failures of invasions into Russia because of the harsh conditions of the winter there, including Napoleon's own failed invasion. The author is putting my Wikipedia skills to the test once more. Her murmuring disappears into the wasteland, to be heard by no one. Winter is coming. I see, so Reft himself doesn't know the reason why he was there. Yes. It seems he has lost a part of his memory. But at the very least, there are no signs that we can detect of the memories having been removed manually. According to the soldiers who escaped from Kale Neon, we can assume that those monsters advanced forwards. Though it is difficult to imagine that there would be someone who wants a place like that so badly that they would repel a demon general. No contact, no messenger sent back, and their retreat formation was completely destroyed. The demon's stronghold. A city that is very different to towns that humans live in. It is a city built around a castle. Snow has already piled up deeply. It is a region that is constantly filled with complete silence. The conversation between the king and his close aides continues in one of the castle's chambers. Rona, do you have some information? Demon Lord. My deepest apologies. I have attempted to investigate directly myself, but I have not found anything. We have not received any contact from the other party either. Rona. It does not seem to be a human. This is quite headache-inducing. Continue investigating. But adapt your orders as you receive information on the extent of the damage. It is unacceptable to lose the lives of our soldiers for no reason. Demon Lord. As you wish. Rona. It is unlikely that the humans who have seen what is further north of Stella Fortress would be so quick to invade. Since there was great damage to the royal capital, after all. Rona. You did well. Demon Lord. No. We did not fulfill our mission. We do not deserve such words, As he said. We were ordered to gather information, yet we have not been able to find out anything about what happened in Kale Neon. I feel that punishment for us would be appropriate. Rona. The demon generals Io and Rona are wearing shame-filled expressions in response to the demon lord's kind words. They might be a giant and a demon, but their faces are full of regret at not being able to carry out the orders from their king. Fu, do not worry about it, you too. I do not mind if you reflect on your actions, but do not prolong it and quickly renew yourselves to the task. Io, I will leave the Renhei * in the south to you. Rona, arrange a meeting with that Kuzunoha company. Demon Lord. TLN, this word is /Renhei. /Ren is a kanji that means tempering, refine, drill, train, polish. It's the first kanji in /Renkinjutsu, which means alchemy. /Hei means soldier. My best guess is that this is referring to some kind of special /artificial soldiers. Please leave it to me. Io. At once. Fortunately, it appears that Radu is looking ahead and intends to meet with us as well. Rona. Radu, According to the reports about Rotsgard, he is undoubtedly an irregular person, but I am also looking forward to this. Demon Lord. The Demon Lord laughs. The relation between the two is that the Demon Lord has had one of his plans crushed by Radu, but he shows no signs of being concerned about that. At least, not on the surface. There is also one more person here. It is a person who reacts strongly to Radu's name. The Demon Lord, his trusted demon generals, and one other person makes 4 people in this room. She has been sitting without saying a word during the discussion, but now she responds. Your Majesty, I wish to meet with Radu, too. Sorry. Sorry. Is he someone you felt something about? Demon Lord. Yes. I am interested in that person. Rona showed me her report and I think they are extremely unique company. Sorry. What did you think was unique about them? Demon Lord. The Kuzunoha company is too stable. Their scale is not insignificant, but they are showing no signs of impatience. Even though their existence hangs in the balance year after year. It is as if they pay for everything themselves, as if they are self-sufficient. Sorry. The girl called Sari is a demon whose youth is reflected by her appearance. However, her tone and eyes possess the composure of an adult, causing her to radiate an imbalanced aura. Self-sufficient. Those are not words you would normally apply to a company. Sorry. Demon Lord. I think so too. Are they even a company in the first place? I feel some doubt regarding that question as well. That is why. I want to see this rated person for myself. Sorry. I will allow it. If there are any others present, make sure to report back to me. Since you are my child, I am sure Radu will not object to this. Demon Lord. There are 4 candidates to succeed the Demon Lord. They are all the Demon Lord's children. However, they do not all share his blood. The way the demons choose their king is fundamentally different from the way humans do. Exceptional children, not limited to the king's bloodline, are chosen to receive the education necessary to become a king. They undergo countless screenings to remove unsuitable candidates. Today, there are only 4 of them left. Sari is the youngest child among them. She does lack management and diplomacy skills when compared to the other candidates, but she excels at handling information. As a demon general, she would be on par with Rona. After the meeting ended, Sari and Rona walked together. Sari-sama, it seems you are interested in the Kuzunoha company. Rona. Yes. I said it earlier, but I have some interest in the Radu I read about in your reports. Otasama * seems to want to ascertain his role in this war, but my thoughts are a little different. Sorry. TLN, father. You mean that he has nothing to do with the war? Rona. I want to determine whether Radu will contribute to the future of the demons or not. Sorry. Future, you say? Rona. Yes. No matter how the war ends, the future of the demons will continue. Sorry. But Sari-sama, if we are defeated in this war, our future will also disappear. Rona. I don't believe so. No, thinking that way and wanting to win because of it is correct. Still, having a different way of looking at it is safer, is it not? Sorry. As a general of the army, I cannot agree, but I can understand that it is another way of thinking. Rona. That is fine. I'm sure you've already noticed, but I have no obsession for the Demon Lord's throne. Please be aware that I have such thoughts as well. Sorry. Despite the difference in their height, the conversation is not one between an adult and a child. It is clear to anyone that Sari has received a unique education. I would never dare to presume you to be inferior to anyone, but why are you having such thoughts now? Rona. Because there is Roshin-sama for internal management, Shemin-sama for diplomacy and Luciane-sama for military affairs. I believe it best for Roshin-sama to become the next Demon Lord and everyone to prosper under his rule. It's my role to act so that there will be no conflict, no matter who's chosen as the Demon Lord. As long as no major event occurs, anyway. Sorry. TLN, Nii-sama, is a formal suffix for older brother, Ne-sama for older sister. Rona. Do not make such a face, Rona. I find your words to be the most enjoyable to listen to. I'm looking forward to your lecture. Though I wouldn't mind a follow-up report on the Kuzunoha company, either. Sorry. The girl with mature thoughts unfitting of her young appearance continues walking, leaving Rona behind as she comes to a halt. Rona watches Sari's confident stride for a while, before shaking her head as if clearing her thoughts. The meeting between the Kuzunoha company and the demons draws near. Makoto thinks that it is just a formality, however, this will not be the case. He overcame the demon general Reft using some unforeseen god's power, but he is still unaware that this is merely an omen of what is to come. Slowly, but surely, the footsteps of the heroes and the demons approach the Kuzunoha company. Chapter 172, Fairweather Girlfriend. A full-scale winter approaches the academy city of Rotsgard. Several months have passed since the mutant incident that occurred during the annual school festival. It was a tragedy in which there were a considerable number of casualties as well as significant damage to the city, but it already feels like the city has recovered. There are still places with empty plots of land, but even those are already being worked on. The city has caught its breath and begun to move forward. The town's structure is different from that of Earth, of Japan. The biggest cause of that difference is probably magic, though. Removing rubble, recycling materials, constructing buildings, and making roads. It was proceeding at a rate that makes Earth's modern construction techniques pale in comparison. Freely using the mages of the academy and seeing their work with my own eyes, it was truly amazing. It's so fast that I can't even be surprised with the speed at which the city in Asura was built anymore. In fact, considering that the Eldwas were leading the craftsmen, now I can see that they weren't just being humble when they said they worked slowly because they were being thorough. Sorry for keeping you waiting, here's your large portion lunch. Thanks. Makoto. For a large portion, it's not very much, huh? As I try to form an impression of the meal that I ordered, I look out the window. This is a new store within 5 minutes walk from the Kuzunoha company store. It was a first for me, but the Kuzunoha company decided to try expanding to the suburbs with a new store. In the place where we wanted to set up a temporary store, the people from the neighborhood who originally owned shops here closed them and moved somewhere else, so their land became available to purchase. After I discussed it with Shiki, I bought all of the land. In the end, the company's location moved only a very small distance, dubiously close to the academy. The store is wider than before, and by hiring part-time workers, we're proceeding smoothly with the new store's opening. At midday, on days when the special lecturers of the academy aren't needed, I can come here and eat lunch like this without having to go far. Just because Ruria isn't here anymore doesn't mean that we've lost our Nabe asterisk, so as usual, Shiki goes to Gotetsu often. TLN asterisk, hot pot, food dish. I guess this is something like a cafe. It's not really suitable to eat at, even if it's good for having conversations with people. Makoto. They don't even give you a lot of food. Mio definitely wouldn't be satisfied with this place. She's not the type who likes stores that only have a nice atmosphere. As expected, a lot of the customers are young people who have just started as students. There are quite a lot of people like this at our own store, too, huh? I guess it's because we stock up on rare fruits. And for the students of Rotsgard Academy, where it's not uncommon to be injured while training their practical skills, it's good to always have all kinds of medicine and ointments ready when needed. There are also quite a few who come to our store with their eyes set on our part-time workers, Jean and Amelia. Either way, the store does fine without me there. Makoto. I'm a little lonely. Aqua and Eris have been becoming reliable lately. They've set up a system where there are no problems, even if I'm not there. Though that's what I was aiming for. Ever since the school festival, I've been receiving requests from all over the place and have been busy going here and there. At this rate, I'm going to have my hands full with the visits to Limia and Gridonia that I'm being urged to go on in my interview with the Demon Lord. Root said something about wanting me to do something if I'm planning to go somewhere far away as well. I wasn't able to buy the Kuzunoha fruit set today, either. Male 1. Trying to get those is like a lottery that's drawn before the store even opens. It's just a matter of luck. Male 2. I wish we knew someone who has connections there. Male 1. I heard the normal employees don't even give special treatment, you know. If you got a part-time job there you might be able to secure some for yourself to eat, but they're not recruiting right now. The higher-up person is called Shiki and the store owner is called Radu, I think. You might have a chance if you know those people. Male 2. I don't have any contacts, and it's not like I want to eat it myself. I've been asked to get it by my girlfriend. If you really want to eat it that bad, you should go line up for it yourself, geez. Male 1. Could it be that you've never eaten it before? Male 2. No. It's just fruit, right? I'd rather have one of those weapons they sell. Male 1. It's amazing, you know. I definitely recommend that you try it at least once. Male 2. They're talking about our store. I look at the two who are discussing the Kuzunoha company, being careful not to be noticed. Academy students. They're in plain clothes, so I can't tell. They're two young people, around my age. Fruit, huh? As usual, our quantity-limited cut fruits are being treated as rare items. When I get back, I'll ask about increasing our stocks on those. What, you've eaten it before? There are a lot of people who say that it's not worth the price, you know. Male 1. Those are either people who've never tried it, or those who have no interest in food at all. It's so good that if I could eat it once a week, I wouldn't need any other sweet food for the rest of the week. Male 2. To think that you'd say that when you eat the desserts at a cafe once every 2 days. Are those yellow ring things cookies or something? Male 1. He's talking about pineapples. It's fun to gouge out their centers, so I've gone to help them with it a few times. The ones from Asora don't sting the tongue even if you have a lot of them, so they're easy to eat. Whether it's medicine, food, or weapons, the Kuzunoha company does something different from the rest. Whether it's the level or the quality of the items themselves. Male 2. I'll agree with you there. And, most of all. Male 1. Their employees are nice. Both males. Yeah. Male 1. Yeah. Male 2. When the way we treat our customers is praised, I feel happy, as if I've been praised myself. When they begged me to let them work for me, I made sure to teach both Jean and Amelia how to treat customers properly. It seems they're putting that into practice properly. The forest ogres and dwarves are treating the customers nicely, too. Though when it comes to people they know or regular customers, I'm worried about Eris. You know her. Hey, when it comes to Kuzunoha's welcoming girls, there's only that person, right? Male 1. Yeah, I was confused at first. But I'd love to make that person my lover. Male 2. She's reliable and thorough when it comes to her work, so she's got herself together. Male 1. She's cute, gentle, and kind. Other girls should learn a thing or two from her, seriously. Male 2. Even so, they're talking about lovers. Thinking such rude things about our employees. They're talking about girls, so. Probably Amelia. That girl, she seems to look only at Shiki, but she's still popular among the customers, huh? Wait, reliable and thorough when it comes to her work. On top of that, cute, gentle and kind. Is she a girl who would deserve this level of praise? She's just like a princess, huh? Male 1. She's a princess. Male 2. Aqua-san is the best. Male 1. Eris-san is the best. Male 2. But. Makoto. Gwa, my sour juice went down the wrong way. It hurts, it really hurts. What a surprise attack this is. As I unconsciously spit out my drink, I get some strange, pitiful looks. I can only keep my head down in shame. Aqua. Eris. Do these guys have rotten brains or something? Ah. Male 1. Huh. Male 2. They're not talking to me. They're questioning each other, because they both said different names. I want to put in a word of my own, but I need to recover from my unfortunate incident first and regain my composure. Aqua might be reliable and thorough when it comes to her work, but she's rather businesslike towards the customers. Eris is small, so she might appear cute, but no matter how you look at it, she's definitely not gentle or kind. Or so. I think. No, the thing is, they're humans and they want to make a demi-human their lover. Either the Kuzunoha company has really found its place in the city among the students, or young people are more flexible in their way of thinking. Could it be that they were brainwashed when they were rescued by Aqua and Eris during the mutant rebellion? Hey, if we're talking about the welcoming girls asterisk, then it's got to be Aqua-san. Eris-san is not bad either, but her charm only exists because of Aqua-san, you know. Male 1. TLN asterisk, the term here is /kanbanmusum. The dictionary definition of this term is, pretty girl who attracts customers to come inside a shop. What are you saying? The way that Eris-san accurately judges our moods and what we want makes her the ultimate welcoming girl, right? Use some common sense. It's a little hard for Aquasan to compare to someone like that, don't you think? Male 2. They've started acting like JKs. JKs that aren't female high school students. TLN, JK, is a slang term that stands for /Joshikusiai, which means female high school student. Things have clearly heated up compared to when they were discussing our products. Wow, they're standing up now. Surely they're not planning to have a fistfight over this stupid argument, are they? Should I stop them? No, I get the feeling that things wouldn't be settled even if I stepped in, so I don't want to get involved. It would be more adult-like to leave them be. Yes. Hey. Girl 1. Oh, someone's come in to stop them. What a hero. I will secretly support you, girls. What do you want? Male 1. The best welcoming girl of the Kuzunoha company is definitely Shiki-san, isn't it? Girl 1. Wait, you. Isn't it Lime-san? Girl 2. I'll add this store to the list of places I should never visit. Huh. We're talking about welcoming girls. Who the hell wants to talk about freaking guys? Male 2. If you just think about it, there's no difference between guys and girls. The male employees there are really handsome, gentle, and kind. They're the best. Girl 1. I guess I'll go back. I stand up, quickly pay and head for the exit. I can't say that I have any interest in the outcome of this debate among these people who seem to be our core fans. In fact, I'm slightly regretting that I even began to listen to this conversation in the first place. What are they doing at the window seats? It seems that even the employee, who has been carefully observing with a smile, has decided that something needs to be done. In the corner of my eye, I see him moving towards the windows. This kind of fame might be problematic for us. The bright light of the sunny street is dazzling. You there? Mystery person. Me. Someone has called out to me, so I stop. Excuse me, but I heard that there's a store called the Kuzunoha Company near here, mystery person. Oh, it's a customer looking for our store. In that case, if you go along this street, Makoto. As I turn towards the person who called out to me to give them directions, I freeze. It can't be. Mystery person. That's my line. What are the chances of this? I've been hypothesizing many different ways this could happen, but I never imagined we'd meet like this. Words won't even come out. Either this is the result of the star that I was born under, or I've somehow been drawn to senpai. If I recall, your name was Misumi-kun. Mystery person. She knows my name. Even though our relationship was that of mere acquaintances who only exchanged words a few times. No, for Otanashi-senpai, it's possible. She's a person with no visible flaws, inside or outside. To the point you'd wonder, humans like this exist. Really, why is senpai in this world? Otanashi-senpai. Makoto. The hero's party left Limia heading for the Laurel Union with a strict transfer schedule to follow. They didn't have any plans to come to Academy City. But now, the hero of Limia is right in front of my eyes, asking for the location of the Kuzunoha Company. Otanashi Hibiki-senpai. I get the impression that she's a little sharper than she was when I met her while she was the student council president. Seeing senpai here, whispering her name is the only reaction I'm capable of. Chapter 173, from the same town. Honestly, senpai is famous and her movements are easy to predict, so I had never imagined a case where I would meet her simply by chance. It's somewhat fortunate that Shiki, who's acquainted with her, isn't with me right now. Maybe I should be happy with that. But I'm not. If I'm not mistaken, Shiki will be at Asura for the whole day today. Which means there's no chance that he'll meet senpai. Let's see, the people that senpai and I are commonly acquainted with would be Limia's king and Prince Joshua. So it's safer to assume that those two have talked to senpai about me while referring to me as Reidu. But senpai is aware that I'm Misumi Makoto, so she shouldn't know that I'm Reidu. So should I introduce myself as Reidu now, or would it be better to conceal that I'm Reidu? If I introduce myself as Reidu, she'll know that Reidu is the leader of the Kuzunoha Company. Senpai definitely came here knowing that the Kuzunoha Company is here, right? Which means that even if I hide it now, I get the feeling that fact will be revealed sooner or later. Wait. Is it a problem if Senpai knows that I'm Reidu? When I went to Limia, I didn't call myself Reidu, I think. So if I don't introduce myself as Reidu here, I guess the chances of it being revealed in the near future are pretty high. In that case, it's better to tell the truth. I could just explain that I'm using this false name because there's someone, a goddess, that I don't want my movements to be noticed by. And I get the feeling that even if I try to lie here, Senpai will pick up on my suspicious behavior anyway. Okay, let's introduce myself as Reidu. That's easier, and better for the future as well. The inside of my head is quite chaotic as I think about various things, but I somehow manage to come to a decision. Misumi-kun. Hibiki. Senpai calls out to me, since I've frozen in place. Ah, Senpai, actually, Makoto. As Senpai gives me a puzzled look, I explain that I'm going by the name of Reidu now. For some reason, Senpai looks extremely shocked upon learning that I'm Reidu. The king and the prince. Just what have you been telling Senpai about me? Ah, you're Reidu. That's the same name as the head of the Kuzunoha company, isn't it? Hibiki. Why yes. I'm acting as the leader for the Kuzunoha company. Though I'm being helped a lot by the people around me. Makoto. Misumi-kun is Reidu. Wait a moment, that's important too, but isn't there a more important detail? Hibiki. Are you a hero, too? I heard from the goddess that there are 2 heroes in this world. The fact that you're here means that you're a third one, right? Hibiki. Ah. No, my circumstances are a little different from you senpais. What the goddess told you is correct. There are 2 heroes, because I'm not a hero. Makoto. But you were summoned here, right? By her. Hibiki. Well, yes. Ah, I'm sorry. First, I'll lead the way to our Kuzunoha company. Makoto. It seems Senpai had some business with our company from the beginning. It's better to go there rather than stand around outside and talk like this. To the Kuzunoha company? I guess so. Well then, I'll impose on you for a little while. Hibiki. Yes, please feel free. For a little while, does that mean that you have other important matters to attend to, Senpai? Makoto. She was supposed to be heading to Laurel, so I doubt she's particularly free. Anyhow, I'll try asking her about that. It looks like our conversation will consist entirely of asking each other questions, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. She was supposed to have some companions with her, but right now she's alone. It's strange that she's carrying her sword that's supposed to be her weapon on her back, wrapped in cloth. Since it's unusual to see people walking around armed in this academy city. Senpai is a hero, so I'd assume that she's staying at a high class inn where she wouldn't have to worry about her weapon being stolen. If she left it with them, it'd be easier to walk around. It'd be safer to carry it if she were planning to go to the more dangerous areas of the city, but then I don't understand why she wouldn't have her companions with her. For now, as I'm deep in thought about various things, I erase the memory of Senpai's extreme clothing as well as my state upon seeing that from my head. Because of that, I don't say much during the short time that I'm leading Senpai along. As if she's thinking about something herself, she simply follows my lead silently. And then, I was told that the Kuzunoha company has skilled dwarves. Hibiki. So your business with us is that you need your sword repaired. But Senpai, even with our craftsmen, I think it's impossible for it to be finished today. Makoto. As I listen to Senpai in the company's drawing room, she explains why she came to Academy City in such a hurry. We also touched on the battle that happened in the royal capital city of Limia, but she hasn't made the connection between the names Shiki or Larva and us. That makes me truly relieved. The reason she stopped by in Rotsgard, which isn't directly on the way to Laurel from Limia, is the craftsman of the Kuzunoha company. The people of Limia know quite a lot about us, Either that, or they sent Otanashi-senpai here to make a request for us to work together with the kingdom of Limia. Even when she was in Japan, she was the kind of person who could lead others. Of course, that's still the case now. She's still the same senpai I admired from afar in Japan. I didn't expect that my weapon could be repaired in a day. I'm going to be staying here for another week, so as long as it's finished by then, there won't be any problems. It'd be easy if Burin-san were here. Is he currently present? Hibiki. Burin. Why is Burin's name being mentioned here? Burin, you say? He's working in our first store in Sage. Are you acquainted with him? Makoto. That sword, I had it made for me by Burin-san. Though it looks a bit different to when I first got it from him. Hibiki. Burin made a weapon for senpai. A strange relationship has been built without me knowing. She said she was in Sage for about a month, so did it happen then? I'm grateful that she chose us out of all the stores that are available, but if senpai and her party have been polishing their skills in the wastelands, it's amazing that we haven't met sooner. I'm not sure if that's lucky or unlucky. Anyway, she wasn't given some pre-made product, it's a weapon that was created for her to use. To think that their relationship is such that she remembers his name properly. I ignored it back then, so I'll confirm it properly now. Please wait a moment. The craftsman who works here will come soon. Makoto. If it's a weapon that Burin made, there'll be no problem with leaving it here. I can just show it to him in Asura tonight or something. If he has a whole week, I'm sure Burin can repair a weapon that he made himself. Did you call, Wakasama? Fufu, Hibiki. Senpai is laughing, as if she finds something funny. When I was greeted by a loud welcome back, Wakasama, as we returned she was dumbfounded, but it seems she finds it amusing now. She's reacting like this every time she hears someone call me Wakasama. I take the sword that's wrapped in cloth from senpai and hand it to the Eldwa that's come over. Senpai really is pretty. Even in this world, she's considered a beautiful woman. Given that, the other hero is probably attractive as well. I'm kind of looking forward to meeting him, but it'll also be a pain. I want this sword fixed. Confirm whether you can do it or not. Makoto. I make this request to the craftsman as the leader of the company. I've been told that it's not good to be overly friendly. Especially when it comes to demi-humans, even if only in appearance, I should be pulling their strings properly. It's what Rembrandt-san and Zara-san told me, so I just assume they're correct and put it into practice, but it still feels uncomfortable. At once. Well then, I shall examine it now. Eldwa. Please do. Hibiki. A serious expression returns to Senpai's face as she stares at the Eldwa holding the now exposed sword and bows from her seated position. She's even more polite than when she's talking to me. I suppose she's Japanese after all. It's important to respect craftsmen, yes. It pains me to say this, but it seems that this has been put to use in unreasonable situations. I will work under the assumption that it has seen some fierce battles. Eldwa. Yes. It has saved my life many times. Hibiki. The craftsman continues to examine the sword carefully and thoroughly. I look towards him. He's noticed, so I talk to him through thought transmission. She said it's one of Burin's creations. It's fine if we take it back to Asura to show it to him there, so can you just accept it for now? Makoto. This was Burin Dano's creation. I am still inexperienced, to not have noticed right away. Eldwa. Please. Makoto. I will do as you say. Eldwa. Otanashi-sama, did you say your name was? Eldwa. Yes. How is it? Could it be repaired so that I can swing it as I originally did? Hibiki. There will be no problem. Now that I look closely, it is the creation of one of my colleagues. I believe sufficient work can be done on it if we are just given 3 days. Eldwa. Really? Then can I leave it to you? Hibiki. That is not for the likes of me to decide. I can make my own judgments, but not choose whether to accept your request. Eldwa. The Eldwa quickly glances at me. I said it's fine. We don't need to put on these little acts now. Of course, we will accept your request. It is a request from none other than my senpai. A fellow Japanese person that I've encountered in this other world. Makoto. Thanks, Misumi-kun. Hibiki. Not at all. You may leave, and make sure to handle it with care. Makoto. Please leave it to me. Well then, Otanashi-sama, I will take care of your weapon. Eldwa. Still holding the sword, the Eldwa bows his head low and exits the room. As I watch him leave, I exhale lightly and sink deeply into the sofa. As I thought, it was hard for you to maintain that attitude. Hibiki. I've been taught that when conducting myself as the head of a company, that kind of thing is necessary. You understand, after all. Makoto. I do. You were the kind of person who couldn't even take that sort of attitude with the kohais in the club, weren't you? Hibiki. You are quite knowledgeable. I didn't think you would even remember me. Makoto. I was never the type to stand out. That might be true for you, Misumi-kun. But the archery club itself stood out a lot. By surviving in that club long enough to become its vice president, you attracted a certain amount of interest. Ah, weren't you called a hero by some people in Nakako asterisk? Hibiki. TLN asterisk, this is a contraction of the name of their high school, / Nakatsuhara Kuku. Please don't make me remember such strange things. Even if I'm not really good looking, is it so strange for me to be in the archery club because I like bows? Makoto. I stayed in the archery club for over a year, even though I'm not really attractive. Because of that, I had this nickname that I wanted to get rid of. Of course, there were a lot of people who joined the club with their eyes set on the good-looking members, so the first years were put through some tough training as soon as they joined. That's how they filtered those people out. With that, quite a lot of the ones that were only in it for the attractive people and had no interest in archery left. Selections were confirmed around fall each year, and the training became less harsh. The fact that those attractive people survived through that could be called one of the 7 wonders of the world. I think that calling someone a hero just because they survive longer than a year is questionable, though. Before I realize it, I've been reminiscing about the club and high school for the first time in a while. Of course. I would definitely like to hear the story of how you came to this world in detail, but, Hibiki. But. Makoto. I'm suddenly feeling quite nostalgic now. I can't talk about these things to anyone else, so shall we talk about Japan some more? Hibiki. Makoto. Is that okay? Talking about Japan would be much more enjoyable for me than being questioned about how I came to this world, so for that I'm grateful. But this is that Otanashi Hibiki-senpai. She's flawless in both her knowledge and her fighting skills. The rumors I hear about her as a hero are nothing short of outstanding. Is she the kind of person who would have these types of meaningless, reminiscing conversations? No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, this is something that happened quite a while before I came here, but there was an incident where the president of the archery club and a first-year girl who was rumored to be cute both got mad, right? I'm sure you remember it, since you were in the same club. Hibiki. I remember it clearly. Wait, we're starting on a topic that I can't discuss. Don't you know something about that, since you were the vice president? I'm sure there were things that you couldn't say while you were back there, but now that we're here, there's some kind of physical statute of limitations so you can say them now, right? Hibiki. What the hell do you mean by physical statute of limitations? That's, Makoto. I've done everything that I needed to for today. They were all personal matters that I needed to take care of anyway, so I've been moving around separately from everyone else. I've sorted out the matter regarding my sword, as well. I'm sure it'll be good for both of us to think about our memories in Japan. Hibiki. When senpai smiles, she really is beautiful. I somehow remember our social statuses back on Earth, and am pressured into simply nodding by the power of her smile. With this relationship between senpai and kohai, I get the feeling that I'm not allowed to agree or disagree. At least for me, who was part of a sports-related club. Well, I don't have to be so cautious when talking about Japan. The goddess, or larva. If I distract her from mentioning those topics, maybe I can settle things by just having a silly, enjoyable conversation between two people from the same town. My conversation with senpai, who is both a good speaker and a good listener, is far livelier than I could have imagined. We sit in the drawing room and have a long, pleasant conversation as we remember our hometown. Chapter 174, Even More Than Being a Hero. There's a nice smell. Senpai moved to sit next to me at some point during our conversation. The faint fragrance of her hair is making me feel at ease. Japan, the wastelands, Sage. No matter the topic, senpai nods as if she's enjoying herself. She told me all kinds of things about her party. Things like how her male knight's growth is promising but unreliable. Or how she respects the girl who faces her duties as a priestess head-on, even though she is still small. Or how when she watches the male mage who's married, she realizes that even in another world, even if the husband is strong, men are still controlled by their wives. She's surrounded by enjoyable companions and things in her country are apparently going well, for the most part. As one would expect. In the Limia kingdom, there have recently been cries for something like democracy. I've heard a little about people voicing their dissent at the idea of nobles being treated as superior. Senpai tells me they've been gathering followers and slowly making their plans. Doesn't this mean that she's involved in politics as well? I'm honestly surprised. As I thought, someone who's been a hero from the start and has become a key figure in the country is really something else. I'm starting to get curious about the other hero as well. Hibiki-senpai hasn't given me too many details about him. She told me it's best if I meet him and talk to him myself. However, when we were talking about the hero of the Empire's power of charming, Senpai's expression changed. It became a strange look that showed both surprise and agreement at the same time. Though it quickly changed back into a smile and our topic of conversation moved once more, so I didn't give it too much thought. Oh yeah. The question of how she met Burin and became close to him. It'll probably be good to hear it from Senpai herself. I'm a little interested to know how outsiders other than myself perceive Burin. Our conversation about Sage ended up switching topics to Tomo and Mio as well as a lot of discussion about Rembrandt-san, so I didn't get to ask much about that kind of stuff. Ah, Hibiki-senpai. When you came to Sage, how did you come to know Burin, Makoto? Bang. I let out a stupid-sounding voice in response to the violent opening of the door. Standing there, holding a tray of drinks is Mio. Mio didn't have to bring them herself, she could have had someone else bring them. Wait, Tomo is there as well. She suddenly pokes her head out from behind Mio with a smile. Mio is really angry. I mean, her eyes have a glassy look. Her reaction to seeing me talking with other women has become calmer lately, but is she throwing some sort of fit? You too, I'm with a visitor. What is it, all of a sudden? Makoto. My apologies, Waka. I said to Mio that we should wait at least until your thighs were touching, but it seems that your shoulders were the limit for a dot. Tomo. Tomo continues smiling as she directs her eyes at the gap between me and Senpai. Thighs. Shoulders. Yuo. Now that she mentions it, I look to see what she's talking about. Senpai was initially just sitting next to me, but now she's really close to me. Our shoulders are indeed touching. I was so engrossed in our conversation that I didn't notice. For us to have been talking while this close without me noticing, I feel like I've been rude towards Senpai. In any case, now that I've noticed, I put some normal distance between us. Even if Mio wasn't having a fit, these are indeed circumstances that would make her angry, yes. I don't have that kind of relationship with Senpai, and we weren't talking about anything romantic. Sorry, I didn't notice that kind of thing because I was so caught up in our conversation. I need to apologize to you as well, Hibiki-senpai. Makoto. Hibiki. There's no response from Senpai. She's looking at Mio. Hibiki, it's been a while, hasn't it? Mio. You know Senpai. There's no way that's the case, They've never been in contact with each other. It has been some time, Mio-san. Because Reide-san turned out to be Masumi-kun, I was half in doubt, but I suppose Waka-sama is referring to him after all. Hibiki. You don't need to tell me why you're here. But I didn't think you were the kind of girl who repaid kindness with ingratitude, you know, Hibiki. I'm grateful for your help with cooking, so I'll let you choose. Your left arm or your right? Which of them do you not need? Mio. Arm. Mio. I was careless. Calm down. This person is my senpai, we came from the same hometown. We just got nostalgic and caught up in talking about the past, that's all, I'm telling you. Makoto. What a dangerous thing she is saying. This isn't her usual light-hearted anger. It seems that senpai and Mio are acquainted with each other, but what is this? And what did she mean by help with cooking? Cooking. If I recall, I heard from Mio that she learned some recipes similar to Japanese-style food from an adventurer in Sage. But Senpai didn't say a single word about. Well, Mio earnestly. Wait, give me this tray. Tomo. As Tomo says this, she takes the tray that Mio is holding in silence. Oh, Tomo and Mio have different degrees of enthusiasm. If you're not answering, I'll tear off both of them. Mio. Mio, stop. Makoto. I've been sitting between Senpai and Mio from the beginning, so I don't need to move. I stand up where I am and face Mio. Why does there have to be bloodshed over such a small thing? I'm living a more modest lifestyle than most men in this world, you know. Wakasama. Mio. Mio finally stops in her tracks. Even so, just by being in this room, Senpai is already within Mio's range. I can't relax. I'll deploy my magic power armor in an invisible state so I can protect Senpai just in case. Senpai stands up quietly behind me. At that moment, I see the evening sun shining through the window. We started talking just after noon, so we talked for quite a while. Mio-san, I had no intentions of doing anything to him. Despite my appearance, I am a hero after all. I don't have the time to be going out with a guy, anyway. Hibiki. She's perfectly right. To be a hero and still have time to flirt with a lover, you'd need to be very skillful indeed. I'm not even one of her party members. If Senpai and I were to date, it would have to be a long-distance relationship, right? Not that there's any way Senpai would consider someone like me in the first place. Hero? I couldn't care less about something like that. Hibiki, are you saying you have no interest at all? Your expression said differently earlier. Weren't you being quite flirtatious? Mio. Couldn't care less, huh? Normally you'd have more of a reaction to a girl standing before your eyes telling you, I'm a hero. That's quite a cold tone. What do you mean by flirtatious? It's not like we're animals with an uncontrollable urge to breed. I was able to meet my cute kohai, that's all. The sword that I received when I met you, Mio-san, I came to have it repaired and happened to meet him by coincidence. Hibiki. That right. It was a coincidence. She is acquainted to you and Burin for some reason, and she happened to come to the Kuzunoha and ran into me by pure coincidence. Do you understand? Makoto. For over 3 hours. Mio. We got caught up in talking. Makoto. Wakasama, when there were meetings that went for 3 hours you would fall asleep. Yet you had an enjoyable conversation that you got caught up in for even longer than that. Mio. Guh. The times I fell asleep just coincided with the times when I was the most busy, didn't they? Mio is being quite malicious today. But I'm sorry. I'll be careful. Really, I'm sorry. I lost track of the time. This person and I have a senpai-kohai relationship, nothing more. Makoto. Yes. We went to the same school, but we barely even knew each other's names. I was in quite a high social position in that world, so I got ahead of myself without thinking. I was being inconsiderate of you, Mio-san, I'm sorry. Hibiki. Hibiki-senpai lowers her head. I don't know the relationship between the two, but is senpai the weaker one? If they met in Sage, were senpai and her party among the babysitters in the wasteland? I won't know if I don't ask about it later. Thought transmission is blocked, so I can't ask anyway. It's pretty hard to gain Mio's favor here. I'm quite depressed. Look, you've said this much to Waka already, you cannot be angry forever. Tomo. Thanks, Tomo. For some reason, thought transmission isn't working on you either, but I can assume you're not angry. Wakasama, Emma is calling. Also, there are a few things that I would like you to sample, so let us head to the mansion. Mio. I see. Well, then, senpai. Please take care on your way to Laurel. Makoto. Yes. Joshua-sama wanted to get in touch with you, so would you please contact him in the near future? Hibiki. I understand. I'll do that in a few days' time. Makoto. Wakasama. Mio. Mio's voice is sharp. Let us be on our way. He shouldn't have given her that sword, mumble mumble, Mio. As I walk towards Mio and Tomo, who are standing at the door that was wrenched open, Mio starts to rush me even more. She's saying something inappropriate, too. That sword of Burin's, Mio had something to do with it as well, huh? Waka, please leave the hero in my care. Allow me escort her back. Tomo. I don't think you need to worry about Senpai that much, you know. Makoto. No, it is just that she is a guest of the Kuzunoha company. We must treat her properly. Lime is busy at the moment and I, fortunately, happen to have some free time. Tomo. Her left and right arms are off limits, all right. Makoto. Please do not treat me like I am the same as Mio. We will just have a small conversation. I will not harm her. Tomo. In that case, I'll leave that to you. Makoto. As you wish. Tomo. It seems Tomo isn't that angry, so I guess it should be fine. Could she be planning to look through Senpai's memories? Senpai has knowledge on some things that I don't, so it's possible. Should I stop her? If the depths of Asora's knowledge isn't seen, then it won't be found, I suppose. I wonder why. Maybe it's because all of my own memories have been exposed. I feel a little reluctant to let it happen to someone else. I have to change my way of thinking on these kinds of things. I leave the company room together with Mio and head for Asora. At this time of day, we can have a short break and still be able to return to the company before dinner, huh? We can close the shop and check our inventory then. TLN, this section is now switched to Tomo's point of view, which is immediately apparent in Japanese but not in English, so I'm leaving this TLN here to clarify that. Organizing information is a hectic thing. Waka and Mio have returned to Asora, and I am accompanying the hero of Limia, Otanashi Hibiki, along the street as I told Waka I would. She was sitting so close to Waka in the drawing room, but she did not show any expression of having an ulterior motive. Finding out exactly what this girl gained from that conversation is one of my objectives. I'm secretly looking through her memories, but from the conversation with Waka earlier, it seems she has gathered most of the available information about Waka as Reido of the Kuzunoha company. Tomo-san. I'll be fine on my own. Hibiki. I am not sure if you are aware, Hiro Dano, but this city recently suffered great damage at the hands of monsters known as mutants. I cannot allow even the smallest chance of something happening to a guest of Waka's. Please forgive me. Tomo. I see. Tomo-san, are you also one of Masumi-kuin's subordinates? Hibiki. Of course. Ah yes, Hiro Dano, I think you have heard that Waka is using the false name, Reido. When you refer to Waka, please use either Masumi or Reido. Since using the name Makoto would only invite chaos. Tomo. I know. He told me the same. Well, I heard about this company that started in the wasteland, but you really do employ many demi-humans, don't you? Hibiki. To start with, I have been predominantly examining her memories of their earlier conversation. Waka, you said quite a lot. Though you were made to talk. You seem to have excluded your relationship with the goddess, but you talked about the wasteland, Sige and Rotsgard. You have given a considerable amount of information to this girl. You have managed to keep quiet about Shiki, who she is acquainted with, and Asora. But you have talked a great deal about the academy lecturers and the mutant attack. Ilumgand. If I recall, that was the student that began the attack. It seems that she is quite concerned about him, but even Waka does not know everything about that matter. It seems that this girl, Hibiki, tried to learn something about that student but quickly gave up. Even we have not got a full grasp of their relationship. The students did about 80% of the damage, and Mio finished him off, huh? All Waka knows is that the students defeated him. The only ones who know about how he was finished are Mio and myself. I should poke around this topic. It would be troublesome if we allowed it to be an issue in the future. Whatever the case may be, I am relieved that they seem not to have touched on the topic of Waka and Shiki going wild in Limia. For some reason, in Hibiki's mind, she has decided that the person dressed in a white suit is a human. I'll find out how she came to that conclusion later. Because Hibiki believes Waka is a human, she believes them to be two different people. But this is a little dangerous. Waka has given enough information to Hibiki that she could assume that his parents were humans. If we are not careful, she could come to that conclusion. Waka does not discriminate against demi-humans, so he can truly appreciate their great abilities. That is one reason. Since you are from the same town as him, Hirodano, would you not think the same? Tomo. Yes, at first. But as I learn of this world's customs and traditions, I realize that people who think like me are in the minority. I think that the relationship between humans and demi-humans is one of the problems that cause wars, but what we need to immediately deal with is the war that is happening right now. I will not condone the humans' attitude towards demi-humans, but I will not outright deny it, either. Hibiki. So you tolerate their behavior. Tomo. That is a safe thing to do. Even though Waka and Hibiki both lived in Japan, they have quite different ways of thinking. Though my common sense still hinders me in that regard. For us, demi-humans are just people who have different features like a tail or ears. But humans view them as servants and, to say it bluntly, livestock. Hibiki. Yes, you have a point. Tomo. No matter how beneficial demi-humans are to humans, humans rarely acknowledge the rights of demi-humans. I've noticed recently that Misumi-kun treating demi-humans so well is causing him to be seen as some kind of unusual pet enthusiast. As a hero, it is difficult to conduct myself that way. Hibiki. For someone who exudes charisma, that is quite a calculative thing to say, Hirodano. Tomo. It's exactly as you say. I am a calculative, shrewd person. The aristocracy in Limia must be reformed and the empire must be held back through diplomacy before I can raise the societal status of demi-humans. Of course, this is assuming that we win the war. Hibiki. You desire a lot, Hirodano. You are different to what I imagined, but I do not dislike that. I see. Well, I can confirm that there was a passionate supporter in this city. Tomo. I suppose I will begin now. A supporter, you say? Supporting me. I am happy to hear that there are such people, even in this academy city that is so far from the kingdom. Hibiki. Indeed. He is deceased now, but he was an academy student. The second son of the Hope Rays family from Limia, a boy by the name of Ilumgand. He had quite a troublesome personality, but he had considerable faith in you, Hirodano. Tomo. TLN** was previously translated by Reigokai as Hope Lace. Hibiki. But he was in quite a bad temper before the school festival. In the end, he turned into a monster during a team competition and began attacking the other students. If I recall, the king of your country also saw this incident. Tomo. Who? So Ilumgand was acquainted with Hibiki. Fu, he is speaking of his ideals with shining, innocent eyes. They met when Hibiki was acting to remind the kingdom's nobles of their duties. The little I saw of Ilumgand was after he had already lost his sanity, but I understand now. The Ilumgand in Hibiki's memories is indeed a respectable young man. It seems that he was passionate about his ideals, enthusiastic in lectures and wanted to be of use to the hero once he graduated. Words coming from a face whose expression is full of admiration cannot be lies. I am curious as to why he turned insane and was killed. Did Ilumgand, really do such coward-like acts, go on a rampage and finally get eliminated? Hibiki. There is no mistake. Waka also saw it. There may have been a reason for it, but it was something that Ilumgand caused himself. His strange behavior prior to that is also known by other academy students and employees of the Kuzunoha company. Tomo. Even everyone in the Kuzunoha company. Hibiki. Indeed. Because for some reason, he saw Waka as his mortal enemy and interfered with his activities. He pressured the guild, used companies in Limia to harass Waka and even disturbed his students. I pity the students who were affected by that. Tomo. He was one of my sympathizers. Among the nobles, he was a rare person who put proper thought towards the well-being of the people. The Hope Rays family is mourning his passing. Hibiki. One's reputation can change many times in the eyes of the people. But if he had such a side to him, it is unfortunate that he was lost. Tomo. No matter what, I can't bring myself to believe he transformed like that. Hibiki. Both the Academy and the Kingdom of Limia are investigating the cause. I am sure the truth will be revealed eventually. Tomo. I think there was definitely something that caused it. Hibiki. She has no proof, but she believes there was a cause. Is it some kind of intuition? However, she is right. Whether she will have the chance to find out just what kind of intervention the demons are capable of is another matter. Fufu, and this is. I've found something good. This girl has learned kendo and swordsmanship. I may be able to touch on real swordsmanship. Hirodano, if I recall, you were planning to be transferred from the academy. Tomo. Yes. That's right. Coming here was an independent decision that we made. Hibiki. Hibiki is surprised by this abrupt change in conversation topic. But I am also surprised. Why did you and Waka learn swordsmanship from the same person? And neither you nor Waka are aware of this. I think I can see even more of their teacher's swordsmanship in her memories than Waka's. What a stroke of good fortune this is. From the fact that you left a sword in our care, can I assume that you are a master of the sword? Tomo. I don't have it with me, but I've left a sword with the academy. Bastard swords are the easiest to use, aren't they? Hibiki. I do not have any interest in such swords. Since you are from the same town as Waka, can you use a katana? Tomo. Katana, Hibiki. Hibiki looks at the sword at my waist. Has she sensed it? I will not allow you to refuse. I did defend you from Mio, though only through words. I did learn how to use Japanese katanas in my hometown. Speaking of which, Tomo-san, you give off the impression of a samurai. Are there samurai and Japanese katanas in this world as well? Hibiki. No, this is just a hobby of mine. Since learning about this from Waka, I have been completely caught up in it. Tomo. Hobby. I see. Hibiki. I would like to humbly request instruction. Tomo. From me. If you are as strong as Mio-san, then you are far stronger than I am. Hibiki. A contest between swordswomen. I will prepare a katana for you. There are plenty of suitable places at the academy and I will not take much of your time. Tomo. Techniques with a Japanese sword. I can see the details in Hibiki's memories, but nothing could be better than seeing it in person. But I would like to hurry and meet up with everyone else, Hibiki. Then I shall escort you there after our contest. It is decided, let us go, Hirodano. Tomo. Ma. What do you mean by, she is just a companion of Mio, they're two similar people? How dare you remember something so rude? Even if I make selfish requests such as these, I make sure to prepare benefits for my opponents as well. Chapter 175, Troubling Matters. Hey guys, Yoshi here with a quick update on what's happening to the series. Reigokai has informed me that he will be back next month. This is my final sponsored chapter for this series, thanks so much to you lovely donators, and I will be releasing one final regular chapter on Monday/Tuesday, depending on how fast/slow/lazy I am. After this, the series should be going back to Reigokai. Thank all of you for reading my translations, I hope you enjoyed them. An extra special thanks to all of you who donated for sponsored chapters. A note about the previous chapter, 174, given new information from this chapter, 175, 2 dialogue lines have been changed in the previous chapter and now read. Hirodano, if I recall, you were planning to leave the Academy City. Tomo. Yes. That's right. Coming here was a decision that I made independently. Hibiki. Apologies for any confusion caused. Hey, Wani-chan. What's wrong? Weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow? Chiya. Hibiki replies with an embarrassed look on her face. That was the plan. But it looks like I've caught up with you. Hibiki. Did your business in Rotsgard go well? Chiya. Yes. We were supposed to gather just before we enter Laurel, but now it looks like I can enjoy the view of the Gold Highway. Hibiki. Being together with Wani-chan makes me happy. Chiya. Me too. Sorry, Chiya-chan. I was busy today, So I'll go to bed first. Hibiki. Aha, see you tomorrow. Good night. Chiya. Hibiki's face does indeed look a little pale. As Chiya sees her off, she assumes it is just fatigue. Hibiki hired an extra room in the inn, some distance away from the rest of her party. She enters the room and throws herself onto the bed. She lets out a large sigh. The inside of my head feels like mush. I did everything I needed to do in Rotsgard, but the final matter with the Kuzunoha company really wore me out. I'm thankful for the restoration of the kingdom and the fact that we managed to negotiate for command over the Academy's Mage Corps, but to think that there was another Japanese person here other than that from the Empire. Someone I know, even. At this rate, I can use our Senpai-Kohai relationship from when we're in Japan to hear reliable information from him. But his identity as Reidu is problematic. He's the representative of a company with unknown influence. Even His Majesty and Joshua-sama acknowledge their power. It seems they want to have the company as their ally, but Hibiki considers the information she gained in her conversation with Reidu, aka Makoto, in relation to what she already knew about the Kuzunoha company. He was hiding it, but the reason he's using a fake name is because he doesn't want his whereabouts to be known by the goddess, right? I didn't feel a shred of respect for her in his words. I was summoned in a castle, but he told me that he was summoned at some corner of the world. It's probably true, but if that's the case then it's basically indirect murder. Which means that it's quite likely that Misumi-kun and the goddess don't have a good relationship. Is it alright to accept someone like that as an ally? That company's equipment and Mio-san are absolutely excellent. I wonder what I should do. I'm not worried about him as much as Tomoki, but imagining what could happen after the war, Misumi-kun's existence is. When the war between humans and demons eventually reaches a conclusion, anyone who endangers the kingdom of Limia's existence would be undesirable. For Hibiki, who thinks that the goddess's system should continue in this world even after the war, Makoto seems like he could become an attractive source of military power. But at the same time, she thinks he has shown some signs that he could become a source of evil. There's no doubt that Tomoki will set out to unite the world after the demons are defeated. It would be impressive if those ambitions that he put no effort into hiding were only a bluff, but I'm sure that's not the case. If I were to ask Misumi-kun for assistance and he turned out to be the goddess's enemy, it is quite possible that it would become a great reason for the Empire to start a war between humans. That would be bad. We don't even know if we'll win the war against the demons, but that doesn't mean that we can just focus on what's in front of us and hope for the best. So the safest option is to associate with them purely just as a company at first, then slowly request military power. Even then, a request from just Limia and myself is a hand we can only play in a situation where we have no other choice. She knows that the Kuzunoha company is powerful. Hibiki has seen that firsthand. Hibiki considers a truly ideal scenario where, just as the demons are brought to the brink of annihilation, the Kuzunoha company would use the devil to face the Empire, have the two destroy each other and then be defeated. She might appear heartless in comparison to Makoto, even though they are both Japanese. But during their conversation, Makoto did not give any impression of being on either the human side or the demon side. Hibiki has an ominous feeling about him that will not disappear. So she has decided that as a hero, she should make her decisions without taking into account her personal feelings. Her decisions have too much impact for her to think things like, I will believe him because I know him, or, I can relax because we went to the same high school. We don't even know the background behind Larva and that white guy. This is just a hunch, but the one who blew away Stella is that white devil. I thought I could get some kind of lead on him if I came to the Academy City, but I suppose it's impossible to get that sort of information in only one day. I have a feeling I can figure something out in Laurel as well, so there's still some hope. With regards to Misumi-kun, Joshua-sama is summoning him and I have to return to the kingdom as well, so I'll meet him in the kingdom in the near future and ascertain his standpoint there. It's not a good idea to investigate too much right now, since that person called Tomo-san gave me a warning. Hibiki remembers the blue-haired woman who is the very reason she was able to meet up with her party so quickly in the first place. She is confused as to what to think about Tomo. She should probably be about as strong as Mio-san. She was someone I can't understand no matter how hard I try. She seemed to know the basic way of handling a katana, but she's either never been through a competition between katana users or she's just inexperienced at fighting. Even so, her stance was quite solid. Ah, that's what it reminds me of. It felt like a staged sword fight. What exactly has she been doing to learn how to use a sword like that? I don't understand her. I don't think Misumi-kun has any understanding of kendo or swordsmanship, but I wonder if he would be able to have such a solid foundation just by hearing a report on how it's done. That company has far too many secrets. After Tomo had insisted on it, they spent almost an hour at the academy having a contest with katanas. The only magic they used were strengthening magic and healing magic, so it was a true contest of sword techniques. Hibiki won 9 out of 10 matches. Tomo's powerful technique that made use of her physical ability had taken Hibiki by surprise initially, but Hibiki won the rest of the matches afterwards. To Hibiki, who has studied kendo for a long time and even learned proper swordsmanship, Tomo was but an inexperienced swordswoman. She recovered straight away even after I cut her, didn't she? Though she did say that she had prepared healing magic in advance. It was a truly spectacular magic. To the point that Hibiki unconsciously watched her in fascination. After a deep blow that Hibiki had thought might even endanger Tomo's life, Tomo had stood up as if nothing had happened. Hibiki was completely shocked. Hibiki had immediately decided to make it one of her objectives to find out whether Tomo would be able to demonstrate such an ability a second time. Tomo did give her an explanation. She willingly explained to Hibiki how the magic works. It was not exactly a deal they agreed upon, but in exchange, Hibiki taught Tomo a way to train the Japanese sword's Iai star. TLN*, this is the art of drawing your sword, cutting down your opponent with the same movement and then sheathing the sword afterwards. As a swordswoman, her physical strength is terrifying, but not particularly special otherwise. She probably normally uses magic to fight. I defeated her that many times and yet she wasn't even upset about it. But more importantly, Tomo, Mio, Makoto, and Larva, whom she might be able to find clues about in Laurel. In addition to that, the restoration of the kingdom, the empire's movements and the war with the demons. Even though she is exhausted, Hibiki does not stop thinking about the various subjects that float into her mind as she goes through a sleepless night. I'm naive to think that winter would stop the development of the land. Are you serious? Emma is in a bad mood, which is unusual for her. After hearing the situation, it seems she is unhappy that Kalinian's farmable land is expanding slower than expected. Apparently I'm naive for believing that snow falling on the land is a valid reason for that. Kalinian's a northern, inland area with lots of mountains, so my only thought was that it would be unreasonable to try to develop the land during the winter. According to the Super Secretary Emma, it wouldn't be a problem if magic was used. I had this thought during the restoration of Rotsgard as well, but we're in a situation where we have to use magic for all kinds of work. There's no shortage of workers capable of that among the demi-humans that are temporarily working in Kael'Neon, but still. I asked Root to secretly move human and demi-human adventurers that pass certain requirements to Kael'Neon as immigrants. It's normal for those kinds of people to have a lifestyle where they're doing some work on the side, anyway. I need more information than just what Emma has told me, so I'll make a decision on how to deal with the situation after I hear from the Ansland sisters in Kael'Neon. More importantly, I need to focus on the present. Tomo, explain. What's with those torn-up clothes? Makoto. This is the problem at hand right now. How good of you to ask. I asked the hero Hibiki to demonstrate her knowledge of true swordsmanship. Well, we had a small contest. These are wounds of honor, so to speak. Tomo. Where is the honor in having a contest for your hobby? Makoto. Let us not worry about the small details. She was amazing, Waka. Her sword moved like this so quickly, and in the next instant, it was slashing back at me. I think that the trick to this would be to use the wrist and the back. It really surprised me. Tomo. It's amazing that only your clothes got torn. Makoto. No. My blood scattered through the air multiple times. I was healing at the same time, so it was not a problem. Though I cannot repair my clothing, so that is why I am in this state. Tomo. Tomo touches her torn clothes. She seems like she's enjoying herself. They fought each other with real swords. Weren't you supposed to stop Senpai from being exposed to danger? Makoto. Of course. I did not use most of my magic and we fought only using swords. In my current state, there is no way I can land an attack on her. Tomo. So you thought it would be fine because you can't hit her, seriously, you. It's not just a matter of healing yourself when you get cut, is it? Do you think I'd find it interesting to imagine you being cut? Makoto. There's no way I'd find that interesting. I'd be worried instead. That's. It was a little rash of me. Tomo. Katana this, katana that. I know I can't give you a match using a katana. But take care of yourself a little more. You understand me. Makoto. I will be certain to take care from now on. Tomo. Good. Makoto. Now that I see Tomo seriously reflecting on her actions, I'll forgive her. So. What happened to Senpai? Makoto. It seems that her main objectives were to secure the Academy's cooperation to assist with the restoration of the kingdom, as well as the assistance of our company, which she also has business with. Tomo. Tomo-san. What's with your appearance? You told me to calm down, and then you went and punished Hibiki, didn't you? Isn't that unfair? Mio. Mio has barged in, right in the middle of Tomo's explanation. In her hand is an octopus. She's holding a bright red octopus. Boiled whole. Even for a new dish, that's quite amazing. But octopus, huh? I just fell over. It has nothing to do with Hibiki. Tomo. Where would you have to fall for your clothes to be cut to ribbons like that? If you are going to play dumb, please think of a better excuse. I had things I wanted to say to Hibiki as well, but I held myself back. If you are going to do such things, Tomo-san, then I will do as I please as well. Mio. Oi. Unfortunately, Hibiki is no longer in Rotsgard. I politely escorted her back to her party. Tomo. Wakasama. Tomo-san is horrible. Mio. Ah, geez. I already scolded Tomo a little while ago. Oh, that octopus looks delicious. Did you boil it? Makoto. Octopus. Aya. I am just checking the salt seasoning, but it has been boiled quite well. I would certainly like Wakasama to try it. Mio. Mio is even explaining how she cooked it. Waka, you have grown used to dealing with Mio. That is very reassuring. Tomo. As for you, go and get changed first. You know that Mio and Shiki have been obsessed with seafood cuisine these days, don't you? Let's eat together. I'll hear your detailed explanation then. Makoto. Mio and Shiki have been going to port cities recently to stock up on seafood. I sometimes participate in the cooking if they're using ingredients that I'm familiar with. Mio wants to increase her number of seafood recipes and Shiki apparently wants to collaborate with Gotetsu and do research into making nabe with seafood. Their interests coincide, so they often go out together. Shiki was in high spirits today, saying that he'd be putting crab in a nabe. He's holed himself up in Asora's kitchen, going through a trial and error process to test out different combinations of various soups and vegetables. He was enthusiastically combining the different soups that he received from Gotetsu. I say he's combining them, but it feels more like a drug manufacturing process. I'm looking forward to the final product. Shiki is making a nabe today, correct? It seems much more promising than Mio, who merely boiled her ingredient. I am looking forward to it. Tomo. Merely boiled. Mio. Mio's eyebrows are raised. Oman, should I follow up on this? I cut one of the legs of the octopus that Mio has brought and hold it in my hand. Tomo. Makoto. Ha. Mugu. Tomo. Is this the taste of something that has been merely boiled? Makoto. This is delicious. Tomo. Is there something you'd like to say to Mio? Makoto. Mio, I apologize. This is very delicious. I am sorry for saying that it has been merely boiled. Tomo. Tomo earnestly bows her head in apology. It is fine as long as you understand. I have other dishes prepared, so you can look forward to them as well. Mio. Octopus, huh? Excellent. By the way, Mio. What dishes are you planning to use an octopus for? Makoto. Let's see, Mio. Mio lists out her planned menu for me. She's not listing anything that I can make. Let's add 2 items to the dining table. There's still time for that. Well then, I'll make something too. Makoto. Oh. It has been a while. Tomo. What kind of dish will it be? Mio. One will be the nabe and the other will be a dish using flour. Taiko shabu and takoyaki. Makoto. TLN/Taiko equals octopus. /shabu is a shortened form /shabu shabu, which is a type of nabe/hot pot dish that typically has thin slices of meat. Takoyaki is balls of flour batter filled with octopus. And now I'm hungry. Shiki will probably enjoy it, since it's a nabe. I've never showed them a shabu shabu before, so it should be fresh for them. Mio is always interested in new dishes no matter what they are. Tomo is looking forward to my cooking as well. This is also my chance to redeem myself. I remember the time I asked the dwarves to make me an iron plate to make takoyaki with. It's a bitter memory. I'd prepared the ingredients before realizing I had no octopus. Nobody was selling them at all. I wanted to cry. In the end, I used shreds of chicken meat to make toriyaki *, but I felt a true sense of defeat that time. TLN*/Tori equals bird, so toriyaki is what he has named this failed dish, which is basically takoyaki with chicken in place of the octopus. Don't see what wrong with it, sounds delicious to me. I couldn't show anyone my failure, so I ended up eating it all by myself. I can finally sweep away my trauma. Now then, let's go to the kitchen. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.